Welcome to my no-nonsense, brutally honest course on starting and running an OnlyFans management agency. Let's get one thing straight. I'm not here to sell you a dream. Running an OnlyFans management agency is tough. There will be times where you want to quit, but that's true for any worthwhile endeavor. So if you're looking for a get-rich-quick scheme, then you're in the wrong place. This is going to take at least 6 to 12 months of real dedication and hard work. Now, this course is going to challenge you, and you're going to need to put in the work, stay focused, and resist the urge to just jump from shiny object to shiny object and just skip your way through the course thinking, oh, I only need this section, I'm not going to listen to the rest. Because if you miss key pieces of information and you only get like parts of it, then this isn't going to work for you. So if you think you can just skip to the parts that you think are important, then you are setting yourself up for failure. I've structured this course in a linear fashion for a reason. Each section builds on the last. So you need to follow step by step, no matter how advanced you think you are. So put your ego aside and commit to just learning everything in order, right? Because if you do this, this really truly has the potential to change your life over the next 6 to 12 months. Now, unlike all the so-called gurus out here who are just here to make a quick buck selling overpriced, recycled content, I have nothing to sell you. This course is free because I genuinely want to see you succeed, and my ultimate goal is to get you to a point where you're making at least 10 grand a month for your agency, so you can come and join me on my partnership where I actually take an active role in partnering with your agency to get you to that 100K a month, even to $1 million a month. And if I was to be honest with myself, the true motivation for making this course free is just the fact that I'm sick of everyone that I speak to getting scammed by all these other shitty 997 courses. And so it's more of an ego thing where I kind of want to make my mark in the industry and just make a free course that's better than all these shitty paid courses out there. So you might hate me for giving away all the secrets that others charge thousands for, but that's exactly why you should trust me. And so I'm here to actually provide you with real value from my own agency that's currently doing over $1 million every single month. I'm not here to scam you with empty promises and a 997 course. That's a promise. Now, one thing I want to set straight is that managing an OnlyFans agency is not actually that glamorous as everyone makes it out to be. It's a grind, and you're going to be doing a lot of the behind the scenes work to actually help your clients succeed. You're not just a manager, you're a strategist, you're a marketer, you're a financial advisor. Sometimes you're even a therapist, right? And much more other roles that are within this business. And although I believe that this is truly the easiest industry in the world to just make 10 grand a month if you want to get to a level where you're making at least 100 grand a month to even $1 million a month like me, then it's going to require a lot more dedication, patience, and just willingness to learn and adapt and become an operator. Because a lot of people in this industry have been sold the dream of get rich quick and fast cars and women and money, but never actually learned to become a good operator and never actually learn the fundamental skills that allows them to build an OnlyFans management agency that gives them predictable and reliable month-on-month income. Most people that I speak to these days have been sold that dream that, oh, you only need 1 to 2 models, bro, and just scale them and then you'll be rich. But the issue with that is, okay, cool, you scale a model to 100 grand a month, and now you've got one model, you're making 100 grand a month, you're taking 50%, you're making 50 grand a month. What happens when she leaves, which is inevitable? Well, now you're broke, you're unemployed, and you no longer have a business, right? And so I do not like that model. And so I want to actually teach you how to build a predictable, reliable, and scalable business that's actually sustainable in the long run. I would much rather sign 30 models. And over the last 4 years, we've helped numerous creators and agencies achieve significant success on the OnlyFans platform. And through this course, I'm going to show you exactly how we were able to do that. This isn't just some theoretical concept, it's practical advice that actually works. So I'm going to blitz through these because I don't want to waste your time. But firstly, we've got Steven, who went from 0 to 300 grand a month in 24 months. And so new annual revenue is 3.6 mil and new monthly revenue is 300K. Now you can look at all these screenshots here as we documented this entire process. We've got videos of me handing him his award plaque and a Rolex. And you can obviously see here everything you want, so feel free to pause the video. Next, we've got Finn, who went from 15K a month because he had already had an agency to 188 grand a month. So new monthly revenue 173K and time frame 6 months. So new annual revenue 2 million. As you can see here, bought an Audi R8. This was the update, so you can obviously have a look there. And I've obviously included their Instagram just to show they're a real person. Then we've got Charlie Knight, 0 to 40K per month. So literally new monthly revenue 40K in 6 months, so 480K a year in 6 months, no prior experience whatsoever. And Instagram here just to prove he's a real person. I'll show you one last one. Black money management, before and after, 0 to 153K a month in 12 months, so 1.8 mil a year. So if that isn't enough proof, I've got a folder of just absolutely, I could just scroll for days of just results and results and results and results, and I could just keep scrolling, and I could just, this just goes on forever. Then you know, I could do the same with the videos as well, and yeah, don't want to waste your time. And I could even go to my Skool, and we can just see, this is my free community on Skool. Like I said, I have nothing to sell you. You can see I just had my first client, your shit actually works, first 1K week, first 2 months doing 6K, blah 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 blah. And I mean, there's just absolutely pages and pages and pages and pages full. I think there's like 60 pages full first 5K day. You know, just crazy results in here. So hopefully that's enough proof to show you that this thing actually works, and hopefully that shows you why you should actually pay attention to this video and take everything I'm saying seriously. Now, before we jump into the meats and potatoes of this course, I just want to preface by saying I'm not going to waste your time by showing you how to build a website or design a logo. Those things do not matter, and if you can't go and figure that shit out yourself, then you probably shouldn't be an entrepreneur. And you should probably just go back to doom scrolling and watching Mr. Beast videos. What you need are actionable strategies that you can actually implement to see real results. Things that are actually gonna make a real difference and create leverage in your business. And so this course focuses on those essentials and foundations that drive your success. And the last thing I wanna say before we get into it is I've spent the last 4 years on this business, learning from my mistakes and refining my strategies. And so you get access to all of my knowledge and experience within this industry, effectively speeding up your learning curve and stopping you from making the same mistakes that I did. And creating this course has not been easy. It has taken countless hours of compiling the best information that I can give you for free. And so this is literally your opportunity to leap ahead without the trial and error process that I had to go through. So let's jump in. So first I want to give you a brief overview of the business just in case you're unfamiliar. Now, OnlyFans management involves collaborating with content creators and OnlyFans creators to help them effectively maximize their earnings on their OnlyFans account and also streamline their online presence. And we do this by coming up with the content marketing strategies, the financial management, all the other marketing and promotion methods that we use to drive subs to an OnlyFans page, and also all the back-end operations stuff like optimizing the page, setting up the page in the correct way, chatting on the page. So to sum it up, you're effectively just a growth operator, but for OnlyFans creators. You bring the business acumen and they bring the talent, which is themselves. And so at its core, OnlyFans management is pretty straightforward. Typically, you share revenue with the creator, often starting at a 50% split, because this ensures that both parties are incentivized to succeed. At the end of the day, this is a partnership, not a dictatorship. So that's an overview and an understanding of the business. Now, I want to give you a brief understanding of some of the other moving parts before we dive really deep into each section. Don't worry, this is not some like cookie cutter bullshit. I just want to give you the deep bird's eye view of like what this actually is before we jump into the more advanced strategies and we actually talk about client acquisition and how we actually, the different methods to drive traffic and how we actually make money and operationalize the business, systemize the business, and so on and so forth. So now that you have a brief understanding of what the business is, now I want to give you a brief understanding of, well, how do I acquire clients? Now, when starting out, you're going to target OnlyFans creators who are active on the platform, but are not yet highly established. You're going to focus on those that are earning modestly and offer them personalized support to help boost their earnings. And so you can begin with 1 or 2 clients to provide focused one-on-one attention, just to prove a process, but eventually you're going to want to scale out of that, because a lot of issues that happen with OnlyFans agencies is they never learn to become good operators, good business owners, and so they tend to stay with 1 or 2 clients and just vertically scale. And I know people that are doing 100 grand, 200 grand a month with 1 or 2 clients, but what they fail to realize is this is a bad long-term strategy, because in the long term, those creators will eventually churn, which means they will eventually leave, and now you're unemployed overnight. So I don't want to put you in that position, but to start out, it can be good just to work with 1 to 2, just so you can prove a process, get an understanding of how it works before you start to scale. Now, the next thing I want to talk about is actually driving traffic to the OnlyFans page. And so to drive traffic to your client's page and grow their audience, we're going to be using platforms like Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. And we're going to be focusing on organic growth initially by posting engaging content on those platforms. And as your agency grows, you can start to explore paid promotions and collaborations to just further increase that visibility of your creators. Once you've figured out how to drive traffic to their page, now you're going to be looking at the actual management side of the business. This is where you're going to be managing all the subscriber interactions and the actual scaling of the business. Now, initially, you're going to want to manage the chat-in portion of the business yourself until you understand how that works and you prove a process. process, then you can actually go and hire other chatters to do the work for you, because then that's going to free up your time so you can focus all in on acquisition and marketing. You don't want to be stuck in the business just chatting forever. Even though chatting can be very lucrative and the majority of these creators make most of their money from chatting, the last thing you want to be doing is stuck in the chat inside of the business. That is the first thing that you want to outsource, and we'll get into do all of this throughout this course. So that being said, starting an OnlyFans management agency can be very lucrative, and I believe it is by far the fastest and easiest way if you just want to make like 10 grand a month online. But to get to 100 grand a month, 500 grand a month, and $1 million a month, you have to really become an operator, and that's going to take likely years, depending on your experience level. But if you just want to make 10 grand a month, then I mean, you could probably do it in the next few months. It's really not that difficult. I mean, just to put into perspective, OnlyFans creators made more money than the entirety of the NBA last year. I think the NBA made like 5.3 billion, and OnlyFans creators made 6.6 billion. And what's more is that the OnlyFans platform since 2019, creators have gone up 11x, and customers have gone up 22x. So the demand far outweighs the supply. There's 312 million active users on OnlyFans, and there's only 4.1 million creators. And so this is a golden opportunity, and it's only growing. And what's even more than that is that AI is enhancing this industry to another level. And so this is one of those businesses that is not going to get overtaken or replaced by AI like copywriting is, and like some of these other businesses. This is an industry that will always be there based on the fact that it taps into human psychology and desires, just like casinos do. So this is a business that will always be there regardless, and is only going to get easier and more profitable and more advanced as AI progresses. So this is a really exciting opportunity right now for anyone that's new or anyone that's currently in the space as well. So let's dive into the specifics of how this program's laid out, and let's just get straight into it so you can get educated and take advantage of this new opportunity. Now, the first module in this program is going to be the foundational mindset stuff that's really important if you want to succeed long-term in this space. I implore you to not skip over this. This is not just a regular mindset section of, oh, you just need to have a growth mindset, bro. This is a lot of work that I've done on myself. I have spent probably hundreds of thousands of dollars on information, on NLP coaches, on trigger trauma therapists, on everything. And I have compiled some of that into this mindset section. We're going to be talking about things like paradigms, advanced goal setting, shiny object syndrome, chunking, all these different things. And that's going to be the first section. So I implore you to watch that, as this is probably one of the most valuable parts in this entire program, because you can apply this to any aspect of your life or any business. Then module 2 is going to be the OFM business blueprint. Now, this is going to give you a more in-depth overview than I just gave you, but not at a super advanced level. And the reason for that is I want to take this step by step. I don't want to just go diving into talking about how we're going to utilize paid ads for client acquisition and all this and that, because it's just going to be too overwhelming, right? And so I want to take this in stages. So module 2 is going to be the blueprint, where we're going to talk about understanding the OFM business model at a deeper level and how the flow of the business actually works. And then we're going to talk about stuff like market landscape and trends, legal and ethical considerations, and also key success factors and pitfalls of running an OFM agency. Then module 3 is going to be diving into the more advanced stuff. We're going to be talking about client acquisition. And so that covers finding and attracting models, outreach strategies, sales process, the booking and onboarding process, and I'm going to walk you through and give you our legal agreements. Then module 4, we're going to go over service delivery. And what that looks like is the OnlyFans platform mastery. We're going to look at the chat-in strategies. We're then going to look at content and driving traffic to the OnlyFans pages. And then we're going to look at advanced strategies like increasing client retention and so on. And then in module 5, we're going to go over some extremely advanced foundations. We're going to be talking about systems thinking, emotional versus data-driven thinking, energy management and productivity myths, leveraging pre-mortem analysis, and the evolution phases of business, which is key if you're going to know how to actually scale this thing to 100K plus per month. And then finally, in the last module, module 6, we are going to talk about scaling your OnlyFans agency. Now, that's just a brief overview of each module. We're really going to get into the nitty-gritty. As you can see, this course is hours and hours and hours long, so there's nothing short on depth here, but I don't want to waste your time with a boring overview of what every single thing means, because obviously that's what this program's for, right? So that being said, let's just get straight into it. Understanding paradigms, the lens through which we see reality. Now, this might be one of the most important videos that you will ever see in your life. And I do not say that lightly. So I implore you to put your phone away, put it on the side, put it on Do Not Disturb, throw it in the ocean, wherever you need to do to make sure you don't get distracted, and just lock in with me for the next 30 to 40 minutes, because this is a very transformational video, and this concept and mental model really changed my life. And this is where I've had some of my biggest breakthroughs, is understanding firstly what paradigms is, and then how we can change our paradigms and have what we call paradigm shifts. So that being said, our perception of reality shapes every aspect of our lives, from the actions we take to the results that we achieve. This perception is governed by our paradigms, which serves as the lens through which we see and interpret the world. Understanding and shifting these paradigms can lead to profound personal and professional growth. And in this comprehensive guide, we'll delve deep into the concept of paradigms, explore how they influence our lives, and discuss how we can consciously transform them to achieve our goals. So, what is a paradigm? Well, a paradigm is more than just a set of beliefs. It's the entire framework through which we perceive and interact with reality. It encompasses our beliefs, assumptions, judgments, convictions, principles, ideas, ideologies, views, understandings, theories, faiths, axioms, models, hypotheses, guesses, stances, and positions. And these elements combine to form a unique lens, aka a paradigm, that filters our experiences and shapes our understanding of the world. When we talked about working on your mindset or self-transcendence, we're essentially referring to the process of examining and evolving our paradigms. So our paradigms play a critical role in determining the course of our lives. They influence how we see reality, which in turn affects our perceptions. These perceptions shape our actions, and our actions lead to results. And this cycle illustrates that our results are a direct reflection of our paradigms. Therefore, to change our results, we must first change our paradigms. Now, I want to show you this and illustrate the example of a paradigm to make it ever clear to you of what this is, right? And this is the story of the elephant and the blind man. And to understand how paradigms influence perception, consider the ancient parable of the blind men and the elephant. Imagine 5 men who have never encountered an elephant before. They're all blindfolded and they're asked to determine what an elephant is by touch alone, right? So you've got these men here, these 5 guys, they're all blind, they've never seen an elephant before, and they have to determine what this elephant is just by touching it. Right? Now, the first man feels the leg and concludes that it's a tree, right? So this guy right down here, he's feeling the leg of the elephant, and he's like, oh, it's got to be a tree, right? The second touches the trunk and believes it's a snake, okay? The third feels this ear and thinks it's a fan. The fourth touches the tail and decides it's a rope. And the fifth feels the side and assumes it's a wall. Each man's paradigm is shaped by the limited information, leading to incorrect conclusions. Their firm stances based on personal experiences demonstrate how paradigms can skew reality. Okay, so these guys have now all formed their paradigm on what an elephant is. And so therefore this guy is now, from his own belief, his own personal experience, is going to believe that an elephant's a wall. This guy's going to believe it's a fan. This guy's going to believe it's a spear. This guy's going to believe it's a snake. This guy's going to believe it's a rope. And this guy's going to believe it's a tree. Okay, and it's going to be very difficult to change their paradigm, their perception, because now that is a set belief. Okay, so the problem with limited paradigms is when our paradigms are based on incomplete or faulty information, we make decisions that can be detrimental. For example, the man who thinks the elephant's leg is a tree might rest up against it, risking injury if the elephant moves. Acting on incorrect paradigms leads to actions that don't produce desired results. This example emphasizes the importance of expanding and correcting our paradigms to align with objective reality. So a lot of you guys watching this will have paradigms that are not serving you. You will have beliefs within those paradigms that are not serving you. Just like this guy who believes the elephant's a tree might go and rest up and sit against it and might get stood on and die, okay? And so that's the example of the problem with having limited paradigms, and we're going to talk about in this video how you can actually overcome them and understand them. So paradigms in business, right? Here's an example, right? So if you consider a business scenario involving following up with potential clients who have shown interest, but haven't scheduled a call. So for example, let's just say you're doing outreach for models and you're trying to find a model, and maybe they've replied to you, they've shown some level of interest, but they haven't yet scheduled a call. They've probably left you on red. Person A believes that follow-ups are unnecessary and might annoy the prospect. Person B thinks follow-ups are important but fears being pushy. And person C understands that follow-ups are essential for nurturing relationships and closing deals. Now, who do you think based off this is going to have better results? Well, person A doesn't follow up, right? Missing out on the opportunities. Person B follows up inconsistently, yielding mediocre results. And person C follows up strategically and consistently, leading to more appointments and sales. So the conclusion is clear. Person C achieves better results due to a paradigm that recognizes the value of persistent and professional follow-up. So the canvas metaphor, right? So this is how paradigms shape our perception. So imagine reality as a blank canvas. Each person views this canvas through their unique lens or paradigm, which colors their perception. An observer with red-tinted glasses sees the canvas as predominantly red, while the observer with blue-tinted glasses sees it as predominantly blue. Despite looking at the same canvas, their perceptions differ due to the lenses that they wear. And this metaphor illustrates that our paradigms filter and alter our perception of reality. Misinterpreting reality leads to actions that may not yield desired outcomes. Therefore, to interact effectively with the world, our paradigms must align with objective reality. Okay, so you've got these two people, they're looking at a canvas and they're both wearing, different tinted glasses. Okay, if the guy is wearing red tinted glasses and isn't aware of it, then he's going to see the red square, right? So you've got a black square on a whiteboard, but if he has red tinted glasses, he is going to see a red square. And that's his reality, right? That's his perception. However, this is the thing with paradigms. He's not actually aware that he's wearing the glasses. And so a lot of you right now have paradigms that are not serving you, and you're not even aware of it because you don't realize that you're wearing red tinted glasses or blue tinted glasses, right? And so a lot of people are walking around seeing black squares as red or blue. And that's an issue. And that's why a lot of people do not achieve the results that they want in their life and business, because they do not have the correct paradigms to actually get those things. I've got something written on my phone here, right? This is my screensaver, and it says, I will get what I accept, not what I want. And what that essentially means is you can want a Lamborghini and a nice house and an amazing future, but if your paradigm and your self isn't aligned with that, you will never get it, right? Because you'll only get what you accept, not what you want. And so our own perception often, our own experiences often highlight how shifting paradigms can lead to significant changes in outcomes. And so here's some personal examples, right? I once believed I was a super skinny kid who couldn't gain weight no matter how much I ate. This belief led me to avoid exercise and proper nutrition, reinforcing the notion. However, after learning about calorie surplus and strength training from a personal trainer, I realized that I could change my body composition. As a result, I gained muscle and improved my health, right? Now, this was a long time ago, but I used to be kind of wham. I'm not as wham anymore, right? Just because I have other priorities and I'm not really caring about it. But there was a long time, I went to the gym for 2 years, and there was a long time where I generally didn't, before that, 2 years in the gym of hard work and eating a lot, I didn't think I could. I just thought I was this skinny kid. And if you think I'm skinny now, holy shit, you should have seen me years ago. It was crazy, right? Another one is cold outreach, right? Initially, I viewed cold outreach as spammy and unprofessional, which caused me to avoid it and limited my business growth. Upon discovering value-based outreach strategies, I shifted my paradigm. This change enabled me to successfully use cold outreach to generate leads and grow my business. So initially, I hated doing cold outreach to models. I used to get ignored, or I used to get swore at or wherever, and I was like, oh my God, this is terrible. I hate this. I don't want to do this. I would try and outsource my pain. And I could never get results until I discovered a framework that was called the 3-step conversational flow. And it was a value-based outreach strategy, which we're going to talk about in this program, by the way. And I completely had a paradigm shift. And I was able to then get crazy results with cold outreach. And I probably would say that I have the best cold outreach system in this industry in general. I don't think there's anyone with the cold outreach system as good as mine in terms of in the OnlyFans management space, right? And so again, that enabled me to go from barely generating any leads to generating tons of leads. Content creation was another one, right? I thought creating a YouTube channel was pointless and that no one would care about my content, and this hesitation prevented me from sharing valuable insights. And after deciding to post videos, I received positive feedback and engagement. This shift helped me build an audience, establish authority, and generate leads. I don't have a massive audience, right? Like, I don't necessarily do it for a subscriber goal, but you know, it creates a lot of value for people, which in turn brings value to me, okay? Wealth and success was another one, right? So again, these are personal examples of my own paradigm shifts. I believed that wealth was only attainable by saving diligently over a lifetime, which limited my ambition and acceptance of slow financial growth. Learning about young entrepreneurs achieving significant success challenged this belief. I pursued entrepreneurship with great ambition, leading to accelerated wealth creation. Market saturation was another one, right? I felt the market was too competitive to enter, causing me to avoid starting a business in a desired industries. By analyzing market data and recognizing opportunities for innovation, I shifted my paradigm, and this change allowed me to successfully launch a business in a competitive market, which is my coaching business, right? Now, understanding paradigm shifts. A paradigm shift occurs when new information challenges and changes your existing beliefs, leading to a new way of seeing the world. This can happen through exposure to new information that contradicts your current beliefs, critical experiences that force you to reevaluate your paradigms, or influential figures, mentors, leaders, or innovators who introduce transformative ideas. Okay, so here's some historical examples. So throughout history, paradigm shifts have redefined entire fields of knowledge. Charles Darwin introduced the theory of evolution, transforming biological sciences, right? And you have to think, right, when Charles Darwin first talked about the theory of evolution, it was like this like, it was so outer-worldly in the scientific community that no one would believe it, because they had set paradigms of like, there's no way that's what is, like, there's no way that's how it works. And it took like 100 years for the scientific community to accept that theory of evolution. And that's, you know, a massive paradigm shift. That's just not that's not a personal paradigm shift. That's an entire, you know, paradigm shift throughout an entire industry, right? And that transformed biological sciences, right? Nicholas Copernicus, however you say that, proposed the heliocentric model, right, which revolutionized astronomy, for example, right? So that was an interesting one, and pretty much everyone that was for a long time thought that the world was the center of the universe, pretty much, and they wouldn't believe otherwise until this guy proved it, and then had a massive paradigm shift. But again, the thing is with paradigm shifts, these take a long time. Like if it's a big paradigm shift, for example, like theory of evolution, that took 100 years. But paradigm shifts within yourself can be obviously a lot quicker, right? It's not going to take 100 years. It could take a year, it could take a month, it could take a week, it could take 4 years, okay? And so it depends on how much self-reflection and stuff that you do. The Wright brothers achieved controlled flight, so changing transportation forever, right? That was another paradigm shift, right? People believed you couldn't fly and that humans was meant to fly, and the Wright brothers proved that wrong. And so that was a massive industry, worldwide paradigm shift. So these paradigm shifts didn't just alter individual perspectives, they reshaped our understanding of the world. So there's a lot more examples as well, right? So facilitating personal paradigm shifts. Now, to encourage paradigm shifts within yourself, it's essential to cultivate humility. Recognize that your current beliefs might be incomplete or incorrect, and be open to change. Now, this is key, because if you have an ego, and a lot of people do, and they think they're the best, and that, you know, the amount of people I've worked with over the past few years, and they get to a certain level and now they just become know-it-alls and think that they never need help again, and that they've got all the information they need, and blah, 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 blah. And they just become super like egocentric, and they start buying Lamborghinis and they start doing dumb shit. And then all of a sudden 4 or 5 years go by and they're back working in Tesco. Is crazy, right? There's so many flash in the pan entrepreneurs that I have seen over the past 6 years. And we're going to talk about how you can not become that person, because that's not where you want to be for long-term success. Like, what's the point in having short-term success? All these excuses out there, like, you know, oh, I'd rather just like live wherever. That bullshit excuses, like, like die young, living that knowing that I've lived a good life than live old, blah 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 blah, whatever, right? It just promotes short-term thinking, which is not good for business. So recognize that your current beliefs might be incomplete or incorrect, and be open to change. Be willing to consider new ideas without immediate judgment. For example, you might initially resist the concept of non-binary thinking, but eventually embrace it after recognizing its validity. Embracing repeatability is also crucial. Regularly revisiting new ideas helps deepen understanding and combats forgetfulness. Repetition integrates new paradigms into your subconscious. Watching a video on non-binary thinking multiple times, for instance, can help you fully internalize the concept. Expanding your knowledge base through continuous learning is vital. Seek out diverse sources of information and build a network of ideas that facilitates acceptance of new paradigms. Understanding non-binary thinking might require knowledge of psychology, sociology, and critical thinking. Now, here's a caveat on paradigm shifts. It's important to note that paradigm shifts may not produce immediate results. Be patient and persistent in applying new perspectives. And additionally, not all paradigm shifts lead to positive outcomes. So it's crucial to critically evaluate new beliefs carefully. So, for example, if you was of the belief that in business you're meant to stay super focused on one thing, not have shiny object syndrome, and you're meant to think really long term, and that's a good belief. But then you hear some other entrepreneur saying, oh no, you should be looking for new opportunities all the time and switching from thing to thing and blah blah blah, and then you're like, oh yeah, I think he's right because he has more authority than me, and I'm just going to switch that belief. And now all of a sudden your paradigm is get distracted, try and do all these things at once. Well, that's unlikely to be a good paradigm shift, right? And so not all paradigm shifts are going to be good or beneficial. And so you really have to evaluate and look deep within yourself of what that is. Because firstly, they're not going to produce immediate results. And secondly, it could lead to negative outcomes, right? So that's something you need to consider. Now, the formation of paradigms, the Genesis experience. Now, our paradigms are often formed during early life experiences, particularly those with strong emotional impact. For example, imagine developing a limiting belief about cooking. So at age 6, you mistakenly use salt instead of sugar in your cookies during class. So let's just say, right, you're with your parents, it's like a parents at school day, and you're doing cooking class, and you've got, your mum with you and yourself, and then a bunch of the other kids' mums and themselves, and they're baking cookies, and there's salt on the table, sugar on the table, and you, instead of the sugar, accidentally put the salt in. Your cookies are probably going to taste like shit, right? So then the teacher comes around, tastes all the cookies, and the peers come around and taste all the cookies, and they react negatively because you put salt in the cookies, which is going to make it taste like shit, right? And so then the teacher makes a discouraging comment oh, don't worry, not everyone's good at cooking. Well, instantly in that moment, from the high emotional embarrassment of everyone tasting your cookies and it being terrible, and then an authority figure in your life being the teacher saying it's fine, not everyone can cook, that sets the belief there and then in your head from that triggering experience that, oh my God, I can't cook. When all you did was make a simple mistake of putting the salt instead of the sugar. If you put the sugar in, you probably would have made fantastic cookies and you would have had a different reaction. But that's how powerful it is, especially when we're younger and our brains are just like a sponge. That's how our paradigms get set a lot of times. And there's so many examples that you can think of throughout this, right? So for example, I hate fish, never liked fish. And that's probably because I had a Genesis experience when I was younger where my mother tried to feed me fish. Maybe it was bad fish, maybe it was a type of fish I didn't like, and I just was rejected it, was maybe sick, and it was a super emotional experience. I didn't like it, and from that day I was like, nah, I'm never eating fish again, right? Now, that's an example, and the thing is as well, you're not actually going to be able to remember all your Genesis experiences unless you do some deep inner child work and trigger trauma therapy and so on and so forth. Pretty much just difficult to remember, right? And so for that cooking example, the embarrassment and authority figures' remarks lead you to believe that you're bad at cooking, and that belief becomes a part of your paradigm. And what that does is it causes you to avoid cooking activities, and you miss opportunities to develop culinary skills. Imagine you was put on this earth to be the next Gordon Ramsay, but you had this Genesis experience. I know your paradigm is you can't cook. Well, throughout the rest of your life, you're going to be looking for all excuses as to why you can't cook, right? You eventually, as you get older and you cook for yourself and you fuck something up, and you're going to be like, oh yeah, it's just because I can't cook. And every single time you reaffirm that belief and reaffirm that belief until your paradigm's set, and then the longer that goes on for, the more difficult it is to change, right? And so understanding these Genesis experiences involves recognizing that strong emotions make certain events more impactful. As children, we accept information without critical analysis, and these experiences solidify into beliefs that shape our paradigms, right? At children, we're not critically thinking, no, but I literally just accidentally put the salt in. Haha, this is funny. Like, I literally, if I put the sugar in, it would have been fine. We're not critically analyzing, right? We're very emotional. We take everything in. And so that's how our paradigms get set. So choosing and designing your paradigm. You have the power to consciously design your paradigm. And so you need to begin by recognizing that your current paradigm is not fixed. Decide what beliefs and perspectives will serve you best and seek experiences and information that reinforces your design paradigm. Adopting to new paradigms involves an adjustment period. Like wearing new glasses, it may feel uncomfortable at first. Persistence is key. Continually reinforce the new paradigm until it becomes natural. And then you need to act in alignment with your new paradigm to achieve different results. When I say act in alignment, remember I mentioned you will get what you accept, not what you want. If you want to make 100 grand a month, you need to become the person that can make 100 grand a month, right? So what does that mean? You need to develop the skills that someone at 100 grand a month would have. You need to develop the mental models, the habits, the routine. You need to download the information that someone at 100 grand a month would have, right? You don't just randomly go and start making 100 grand a month. And sometimes, don't get me wrong, your income will take lucky jumps and you might make 100 grand a month, but eventually it will come back down to where you are, right? And I learned that the hard way because I've had lucky jumps in my income, and I'm not at that level yet, and it instantly comes back down, okay? And Jim Rohn famously said that. Now, perceptual defects, right? So common flaws in entrepreneurial paradigms. So identifying and correcting common flaws in entrepreneurial paradigms can accelerate your personal and professional growth. Now, perception of perception. Many people lack awareness about the existence and influence of paradigms. Developing metacognition, thinking about your thinking, can address this issue. By becoming more self-aware, you can recognize how your perception is influencing your decisions and outcomes. Poorly defined or unrealistic goals often lead to failure. Setting SMART goals, which is specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound, can provide clarity and direction. And that approach ensures that your objectives are clear and attainable. Then we've got what we call self-solidification. Conflicts in identity and a lack of understanding of the self can hinder progress. So you need to engage in self-reflection, and personal development practices can help resolve these conflicts. Understanding who you are and who you want to become is essential for aligning your actions. So these are perceptual deflects in entrepreneurs, right? So the perception of perception, nature of goals. So this is just like common flaws, right? People will, like, the entrepreneurs will have. These are just things that I have found. And so this is what you might have, some of these, right? So belief slavery, right, is another one. So allowing limiting beliefs to control your actions restricts your potential. So you need to challenge and reframe limiting beliefs to empowering ones. For example, replace "I'm not good enough to succeed" with "I have the ability to learn and grow." Binary thinking is another perceptual defect and common flaw in entrepreneurial paradigms, right? So viewing solutions in black and white terms ignores complexities. Embrace non-binary thinking and consider the multiple perspectives to gain a more nuanced understanding. Recognizing the spectrum of possibilities allows for more flexible and creative problem solving. Pain avoidance. This is a massive one for entrepreneurs, right? Misunderstanding the role of discomfort in growth can prevent you from taking necessary risks. Recognize that challenges and discomfort often precede development. Embracing discomfort as a natural part of the growth process can lead to significant personal and professional achievements. Now, pain avoidance is a big one that entrepreneurs face because doing this work, making this video right now, it could be one, 2 years ago, making this video now would have been like the most painful thing ever, and I would have put it off for weeks because I didn't want to sit in front of the camera and talk, right? Now I've done it so much, I actually really enjoy it. But there's all other things that I would have done instead. Oh, let me just fix my website. Let me just doom scroll. Let me just do something else that's less important, that creates less leverage, because I'm avoiding that pain, right? And so a lot of entrepreneurs can't do the work because they're avoiding the pain. But if you want to become that person, right, firstly, you got to change those paradigms, challenge those beliefs, and you've got to get to a point where you have to kill your old self. And I don't mean that in the literal sense. What I mean is the Dylan when he was 18 years old is completely different to the Dylan currently who's 23 years old. And I've had to kill multiple versions of myself to get there. And the hardest thing is the 18-year-old me didn't want to be killed, right? But I had to kill that person to become and level up and slay those dragons and walk through the fire, right? Pretty much. And so if you don't do that, you're going to be prevented from growth, because like you need to, every time you feel resistance in your head, as an entrepreneur, you've got to learn to, that's exactly when you act, right? So if I'm feeling resistance right now and I'm making up all these excuses in my head to record this video, I'm instantly going to do it. And if you really want to push yourself, you go and do 2 videos, because then you stretch yourself, right? So like right now, if I'm like, oh, fuck, I got to make this video on paradigms and I really don't want to, in that moment, I've trained myself to catch myself and be like, no, you need to do it. That's exactly why you need to do it. And then I'll do it and I'll be like, no, you need to do 2 videos, because that's going to like train that inner bitch to be like, oh, you want to say not do any? Well, guess what? We're doing 2 now. Well, let's just say you're doing outreach, right? You're doing outreach and you got to do 50 outreaches and you're like, oh, I really don't want to do 50 outreaches. In that moment, boom, resistance is there. You've got to kill resistance, right? This is your old self. Wherever your old self that's maybe comfortable at 10 grand a month, you've got to go and kill that person, not literally, right? You've got to go and kill that person and be like, no, this is my old beliefs. This is what's keeping me stuck at 10 grand a month. Let me go and kill that belief and take action right now. And instead of doing 50 outreaches, you're going to be like, talk to yourself and be like, yo, watch this bitch, right? You don't want to do 50 outreaches? I'm going to go make you do 150 outreaches. See how you like that, right? And eventually, the more of these battles you win, and you're not going to win them all the time, but if you win them 80% of the time, you win these inner battles with yourself, the more you win, the more you beat resistance, the more you transcend into a new self, and that's how you achieve new goals, okay? And so that mainly comes into pain avoidance. Then we got self-design. So lacking a clear vision of who you want to become can lead to aimlessness. Define your desired self and create a plan to embody those qualities. This is intentional approach to personal development ensures that your actions are aligned with your long-term goals. Now, these are some practical exercises I got for you, right? So once you've gone through these, you can pause the video, right? Or you can do them after the video. Question your reality. So to begin transforming your paradigm, consider undertaking the following steps. Firstly, identify your limiting beliefs. So get up a Google Doc, piece of paper, wherever you want to do, and write down all the beliefs that may be holding you back. For example, you might know, I can't change my mindset. I am who I am. You sit there, I do this all the time, right? Where I'll sit there and I'll just think and I'll just write down every single belief. Even the first things that come into mind, like boom, usually the first things that come into mind, that is what you generally believe, right? And so don't let your ego get in the way and be like, no, you don't think that. You're this high and mighty, amazing person. If that belief comes into your head, boom, right? Think about it. Do I believe that? Yeah, I do. Okay, let me write that down, right? And then you're going to be able to write all those down. It might take you an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. It's sitting in silence and it's painful, but if you do, I promise you will change your life. Then what you want to do is analyze the origin, right? So reflect on the experiences that led to those beliefs and consider whether they're based on facts or assumptions. Then challenge the beliefs, right? Question the validity of those beliefs. Seek evidence that contradicts them and ask yourself, is this belief universally true? And then replace those beliefs with empowering beliefs. So all you're going to do here is formulate new beliefs that align with your goals. For instance, adopt the mindset, I have the ability to change and grow continuously. Now, the easiest way to replace those negative beliefs like I can't change my mindset, I am who I am, write down lists of them and then just invert them, right? So again, instead of I can't change my mindset, I am who I am, I have the ability to grow, and I have the ability to change and grow continuously, right? You just invert in those beliefs. Now, reinforce through action. This is like, you have to go through all these steps, and this is the most important one. Like I just talked about with facing resistance head on, you have to act in accordance with your new beliefs. If you believe that you make 100 grand a month, you have to act in accordance. A person making 100 grand a month isn't watching Netflix and doom scrolling 5 days a week, right? He isn't distracting himself. He's focusing on leverage things. He's building teams, he's building systems. He's an operator, okay? Now, if you don't do that, you can think about making 100 grand a month all you want, but you're never going to do it, right? You have to act in accordance with your new beliefs. And this is really core fundamental stuff. And if you think this is like, oh, boo-hoo, I don't need to do this, good luck getting your goals, okay? Now, celebrate small victories to build confidence and reinforce those positive changes, right? So this is key as well. So in conclusion, understanding paradigms is essential for personal transformation. By recognizing that our perceptions shape our reality, we gain the power to alter our experiences by shifting our paradigms. This process requires humility, persistence, and a commitment to continuous learning. Key takeaways, right? Paradigms influence outcomes. So your results are a direct reflection of your paradigms. The way you see the world determines how you interact with it. Paradigm shifts enable growth. So changing your paradigm can lead to different and better results. Embracing new perspectives opens up new possibilities. You can design your paradigm. Consciously choosing beliefs that serve your goals empowers you to shape reality. Addressing perceptual flaws. Identifying and correcting common flaws can accelerate success. Now, this stuff, you guys, this paradigm stuff, this is so important. You'll notice all the best CEOs of $100 million, billion-dollar companies, deca-millionaires, like all this, like centimillionaires, billionaires, all these people do tons of inner work. Now, the one common issue I see with a lot of entrepreneurs that have been in the game for 2-3 years, maybe it's their first year, maybe they're beginners, is they just think that they have to do work, and work more on the external stuff. And now, while that's important, the internal stuff is arguably more important than anything else you'll do as an entrepreneur if you want longevity and massive success, okay? And it's why the biggest billionaires and the deca-millionaires, centimillionaires, they do stuff like ayahuasca and they do all these, psilocybin. When they get to a certain level of inner growth and development, they do inner child work and trigger trauma therapy and NLP coaching, right? And I'm not saying you should go and do all that stuff right away. You start with the small stuff, but this stuff is really, really cool, right? This is more than just the entrepreneurs saying, oh, you just need to have a growth mindset, bro. Like, what the fuck does that mean, right? Like, that's some bullshit, okay? So, again, attention is crucial to this, right? So you need to be applying your new paradigms through consistent action is going to be essential. Change occurs not just in thought, but in practice, right? The whole chain of actions speak louder than words. And so, if you embrace these principles, you can actually transform your reality and consequently the trajectory of your life, right? And so these are some additional strategies for paradigm transformation, right? So seeking mentorship, learning from people who have experienced and achieved what you aspire to achieve, right? Because they can provide value and valuable insights. The only way to truly speed up time in this life is to buy the mistakes and knowledge from those who've taken their time so you can take less time, right? And that's something that Alex Hormozi says a lot. And I have really lived by that belief. And it served me extremely well to the point where I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on myself and personal development and self-development and information and courses and mentors and programs and it's in masterminds. It's really insane. And that's been by far the best investment that I have ever made in my life. Because if you're not going to make the investment in yourself, it's like you have to trust yourself, right? So I would rather invest 400 grand into myself than 400 grand into Facebook ads, for example, right? Because I know that what's up you is what counts, right? And I have to live in this brain. And so that's really key. So you need to look for those people, okay? Mentors can offer guidance, share experiences, and challenge your existing paradigms, helping you grow more rapidly, okay? And mentors can be free. I'm mentoring you right now about paradigms. You may have not known what paradigms was before, and now you're going to go away and challenge your paradigms, and you're going to become a different person because of it. Surround yourself with growth-oriented individuals, right? Joining communities that support, encourages personal development, and that's just going to reinforce those empowering paradigms, right? Because if you see other people win, you're having a down day and you're thinking, maybe it's not possible, and someone else comes in and they win, and you're like, okay, I'm back. Let me go. Okay. Continuous education, right? Reading extensively across disciplines broadens your understanding of the world. So what I mean by this is studying science, psychology, like maths, like literally like everything, right? Like biology, just a multitude of different disciplines, okay? Like you can go as crazy as you want. The more you do, the more you'll understand, and the more you will, broaden your understanding of the world. Mindfulness and reflection, right? Practicing mindfulness. A lot of the time we're distracted by these things, and sometimes it's just good to just sit there and think and let your brain chill out, right? I know people that from the moment they wake up, they're scrolling, they're on their phone, to the moment they go to sleep. Even when they're sleeping, they have their phone playing something, right? Your brain needs to rest, right? Okay? If you want to progress fast, your brain needs to chill out, right? And whether you want to chill out by going and playing sport or just sitting there and chilling, wherever you want to do. Embracing failure as feedback is a big one, right? Implementing paradigm shifts in business, okay? So that's going to lead to big innovation, competitive advantage. Innovative thinking Customer-centric approaches, right? So shifting from a product focus to a customer focused paradigm, that's going to enhance your products by a mile. Agile adaptation, right? Be willing to pivot strategies based on new information. That's really key. So for example, an old paradigm might be our product is perfect, customers just don't understand it. Shifting to a new paradigm could be we need to understand our customers' needs better to improve our product. Can lead to a significant improvements in product development, right? Like you need to understand this. If you just think, oh, I have the best product, it's perfect, customers just don't understand, no one's getting results because they're stupid. It's like, no, you need to start to understand your customers better, okay? And that's how you can improve the product. So transforming your paradigm is not a one-time event, but an ongoing journey. And it requires vigilance as old habits and beliefs can resurface. Regularly revisiting and reassessing your paradigms ensures they remain aligned with your evolving goals and values. Remember, the most significant limitations are often those we place on ourselves through our paradigms. By freeing your mind and embracing new perspectives, you unlock the potential to achieve extraordinary results. So here's some action steps for you. Commit to growth. Decide today to actively work on identifying and transforming your paradigms. This commitment sets the foundation for meaningful change. Start small. Choose an area of your life where paradigm shift could have a significant impact. Focusing on a specific aspect makes the process more manageable. And stay persistent. Understand that change takes time and continuous effort. Patience and perseverance are keys to sustaining progress. So embrace the power of paradigms and let them serve as a foundation for life and success you desire. Now, to continue the journey of paradigm transformation, consider exploring the following resources. The Power of Paradigms by Joel Barker. This book explores how paradigms shape perceptions and the importance of paradigm shifts in innovation. Mindset, The New Psychology of Success by Carol S. Dweck. Dweck discusses the difference between fixed and growth mindsets and how adopting a growth mindset can lead to success, right? The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen R. Covey. Covey provides a holistic approach to personal and professional effectiveness by emphasizing principles that promote meaningful change, right? And so if you engage with these materials, you can deepen your understanding of paradigms beyond this video today, and you can continue to just foster that personal growth and professional growth to achieve those goals. So that being said, this is Paradigms, and I will see you in the next video. Welcome to Mastering the Art of Goal Setting. Now, in the journey of life, having a clear aim is not just beneficial, but it's essential. And without a defined direction, we risk drifting aimlessly, succumbing to the chaos that surrounds us. Goals are more than mere aspirations. They are the compass that guide us through complexities of existence, providing purpose and structure. Now, this video, we are going to delve into the profound nature of setting and achieving meaningful goals, and we're going to explore the often overlooked aspects of goal setting that can actually make the difference between success and stagnation. And by unveiling what I call the Hidden Six, I'm going to aim to equip you with the insights and tools necessary to transform your aspirations into an actual tangible reality. And so what you're going to discover in this video is firstly the foundational step to personal transformation, the 6 critical questions that define the essence of your goals, the dynamics of time and its impact on your journey, the psychology behind your deepest motivations, strategies to align your environment and capabilities with your objectives, and the pitfalls that hinder progress and how to overcome them. The first step to personal transformation, right? We've got the chaos of aimlessness. Now, life without a goal is akin to navigating a ship without a destination. Imagine setting sail without knowing where you're headed. The vast expanse of the ocean becomes a daunting labyrinth of uncertainty. Just like this, right? Envision yourself standing alone, just in this small sailboat in the middle of the ocean. And you haven't got a compass, you haven't got a map, every wave seems identical. That's all you can see is just ocean. You have no sense of direction, you're completely lost, and it just feels completely overwhelming because of the vastness of the ocean. Well, this metaphor reflects how many people navigate their lives, right? This is what a lot of people do. They're just in the middle of an ocean on a sailboat, just hoping that maybe one day they hit their goal, right? But without clear intent, they're at the mercy of external forces drifting wherever the current takes them, okay? If this is you right now and you're just like, you hope you're going to hit your goals, but you don't have a clear action plan and clear goals, then you're never going to actually achieve them, right? You're just going to be lost, drifting away, and be taken wherever else. And the reality is you're probably going to get swept up by a big wave into someone else's dream, right? Like if someone has bigger goals and a bigger dream than you, you're going to eventually get taken under them, and you're going to be made a part of their dream and their vision because they got bigger goals and they know how to achieve them, right? And so you don't want that to be the reality of your life forever. And while you can do that for experience in the short term, you know, the long term, you want to achieve your own goals, right? Now, this is where we come in. This is where it comes in, the power of intentional direction, right? Conversely, when you set a specific destination, say a picturesque island off the coast of Hawaii, and you chart a course that transforms the endless sea into a navigable path, right? So as you can see here, you know, we've got you in the boat, you've got all this chaos around, which is the ocean, right? Just the vastness. And then you've got your trajectory, and then the island, right? Which is order, okay? So by defining the goal, you create order from the chaos, and your goal becomes the beacon that actually directs your actions, decisions, and energy, right? So this is the difference when you set a goal versus when you do not set a goal, right? Imagine how much different your life will look if you actually set the trajectory, okay? So a goal is more than a target. It's a vehicle for personal evolution. It challenges you to grow, adapt, and transform into a version of yourself capable of achieving what you desire. Before embarking on the journey of self-improvement, you must first decide what you truly want. So I want you to actually take a moment and reflect on your deepest desires, right? What is it that you genuinely aspire to achieve, right? You can pause the video now and you can just really go and think. And then once you've figured that out, then you can come back to watch the video, right? So this is the hidden six, right? The limitations of conventional goal setting. Setting goals is a common practice, yet many find themselves falling short, giving up, or not starting at all. This often seems from a superficial understanding of their goals and the absence of a strategic approach. Most people will set their goals at New Year. They'll write them down on their phone. I want to do this, this, and this. And they might stick with the trajectory of their goal for the first 30 days, but then they're like, you know, I've got till the end of the year to hit this goal. They'll set yearly goals, right? And they'll be like, I've got till the end of the year to this goal. I don't need to worry about that. I'll just like lay off a bit now for the next few months. And then all of a sudden it's like November and they're like, oh my God, I've completely forgot about all these actions I need to take to achieve this goal. Let me start working really hard again. But before you know it, it's too late, right? Because they've done nothing for like 8 months. They've been really lackadaisy. And then, so like you start off really well in January where you're like, go, 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 go. Then you sort of burn out because you have no real plan. Then you just think you can relax, and all of a sudden November comes and you're like, oh my God, there's 2 months left of the year. What the fuck am I doing? Go, 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 go again. But by that point, it's too late. And so then you just make excuse of like, right, okay, this year is going to be my year. We're going to set new goals this year, and I'm going to actually hit them this year. And it repeats and repeats and repeats and repeats, and it's just a vicious cycle, right? So setting goals is often a common practice, like I said, yet many finding themselves falling short, giving up, or not starting at all. This often stems from a superficial understanding of their goals and the absence of a strategic approach. So introducing the hidden six. To overcome these challenges, we present the hidden six, a framework consisting of 6 fundamental questions that when answered thoroughly, provide a comprehensive understanding of your goals. And the first one is the what, right? So defining your aim, right? Like what is the goal? What is the aim, right? Then you've got the when, which is understanding the time frames. When do I want to achieve this goal by? Then you've got the why, discovering your motivation. Why do I have this goal in the first place? And why do I want to achieve it by this time frame, right? Then you've got the how, which is mapping your path to the achievement, right? So, okay, I've got my goal. I want to do it in X amount of time. And why I want to do it is because of X, Y, Z. Now I need to figure out how I'm going to do it, and I'm going to do it by mapping the plan out, and I'm going to achieve this goal in this time frame by doing X, Y, Z, wherever the how is, right? And then the way, right? Creating a supportive environment. So like, you know, bringing in like, okay, what's going to help me achieve this goal, right? So for example, if you want to stop eating sugar and you've got a Mars bar on your desk every single day, the odds of like, okay, you might know, let's just make it even easier, right? You want to stop eating shit and you've got tons of shit in the cupboard in your house. Well, you might last a few days, you might last a week, you might last a month, you might last a few months. But eventually you have that one bad day and you're like, oh, fuck it, it's fine. I've done it for long. I'm just going to eat the chocolate today, right? But you can actually create a supportive environment where you don't even give yourself the option. So when you do feel like, oh, I really want that chocolate today, it adds friction, right? And that's with everything. I'm just using the example of food and chocolate because it's the easiest to understand and synthesize to you guys, right? But like, eventually you'll break and eat the chocolate. But if you don't, like, for example, I eat really clean. And so you can't come to my house and find any bad food. So like, if I ever feel like, oh, I really would love to eat like something bad right now, I have no option unless I want to drive like 20 minutes to the store, like, which is not going to happen because it's way too much friction. Then I'm not going to do it, right? So like, you need to control the environment, right? Where is this goal? Like, how is it taking place, right? And then who, right? Becoming the person who can succeed, right? You can't just say, I want to make 100 grand a month and then expect to hit it, right? Because you don't get, you will get what you accept, not what you want. Right? And so you can't just like, you right now, let's just say you're making 10 grand a month. You're not the type of person that can make 100 grand a month, because if you was, you'd already be making 100 grand a month. So you have to kill the current version of yourself to become the person that can make 100 grand a month. Right? And so like Dylan, when he was making 10 grand a month, is completely different to the Dylan now that does over $1 million a month. Completely different. And there's been tons of different versions of me, and I've killed myself tons and tons of times, not literally, right? I'm not actually talking about that, but like, you have to kill that version of yourself to become the person who can succeed, right? Because you will get what you accept, not what you want. So how does the person who's already got your goal act? What does he do on a day-to-day basis? What is his habits, right? So like, for example, if you want to lose weight, well, what is the person that is shredded with 6-pack abs, that is running 3 marathons a year, that's super fit, that does CrossFit, that eats clean? What does he do on a day-to-day basis? What are his habits? What does that look like? And then you have to become that person if you want to hit the goal, right? You're not just putting a goal and being like, oh, I won this, so by saying I won a Lamborghini, I'm sure one day if I keep working, I'll get a Lamborghini. No, because you need to become the person that can have the Lamborghini, right? And so, again, the hidden 6, what, when, why, how, where, who, right? These are the questions you need to be asking. This is the framework that is built on. So why are they hidden? These questions are often overlooked or superficially addressed. By delving deeply into each one, you uncover critical insight that propel you towards success. Accurately answering these questions equips you with the clarity and direction, significantly increasing your chances of achieving your goal. So take an aim, defining the what, right? This is where we're going to be clarifying your goal. So the first step is to articulate precisely what you want. And this goes beyond vague notion. It requires specificity and detail. So an action step for you right now is to write down your goal in clear terms. For instance, I want to earn $20,000 per month in my business. Avoid attaching timeframes or methods at this stage and focus solely on the desired outcome. So pause the video right now and write down what that is, right? You need to clarify your goal. Now don't just continue watching the video thinking like, oh, I can do it later, because you'll forget, right? If you actually want to get tangible results and you're serious about this, face this resistance head on right now and do these actions. I'm telling you, like, this is what successful people would do. Like, if you're in your head right now saying, oh, I can just do it later, I just want to watch the video, I want to keep consuming, then you're never going to be successful, because the person that is making wherever that goal is, the person that's making that 20 grand, 100 grand a month, guess what they would be doing right now? They'd be listening, writing down the goal, and they would fucking pause the video, right? So do that shit, write down your goal in clear terms, right? Now, introducing the alchemical equation, right? Now, you should have paused the video, you should have wrote down your goal. If you haven't, please go and do it. Now, to dissect your goal, we utilize the alchemical equation, a formula that breaks down your aim into fundamental components. Now, the alchemical equation looks like this. Niche plus problem plus solution to the power of time equals your goal, right? This should equal a goal. So the niche is the specific group of people you serve. The problem is the particular issue or pain point faced by your niche. The solution is the product or service you offer to solve this problem. And the time is the duration and consistency of your efforts. And then the exponent, right, that just signifies that time exponentially impacts your results, right? So that's obviously time needs to elapse. There needs to be latency for you to hit your goal, right? You can't just like do all this and then all of a sudden you hit your goal, right? There's got to be time, right? So that should equal your goal, right? So if, for example, a specific group of people you serve, OnlyFans creators, right? the problem that they face, let's just say they want to get more subs to their OnlyFans, and the product or service you offer to solve that problem is a traffic method that can get them X amount of subs, right, to solve this problem. But that takes 6 months. Well, okay, great, right? Then in 6 months, if you obviously add the exponent of time, well, within 6 months, if their goal, as a service provider, if your OnlyFans creator's goal was to get 2,000 subs on the page, then you just need to figure out the methodology to do that and the time frame, and then you can have that as part of your offer, right? And you can, because now you guarantee with the niche and the problem that it's solving and the solution that you have and the time that it takes to elapse, right, then you're going to get a result. And you obviously apply this to yourself as well, right? So that you would also like apply this to wherever your own personal goal is, okay? So understanding goal constants. Goal constants are the non-negotiable elements required to achieve your goal. They are niche, identifying your target audience, problem, understanding the challenges they face, solution, providing an effective remedy for their problem, and time, committing to sustained effort over time. Now, this is the most difficult one, and this is the one that everyone forgets about, right? This is the most important one. Example scenario, earn 50K per month. Niche, fitness centers. Problem, high member turnovers causing revenue loss. Solution, implementing retention strategies to increase member loyalty. Time, the period required to develop, test, and refine these strategies. So, action step, define your goal constants by specifying your niche, the problem you aim to solve, and your solution, okay? Now, if you don't quite understand OnlyFans management yet and you're still brand new, then I would just recommend coming back to this video, right? And that is what I would recommend. So, commitment to your goal constants. Once established, it's crucial to remain steadfast in your goal constants. Frequently changing your niche, problem, or solution can lead to a lack of depth and impede progress. Depth of understanding in your chosen area is more valuable than breadth across multiple areas, okay? Now, the human perception of time. And we're going to touch more on this stuff and dive a little bit deeper in one of the next videos in terms of shiny object syndrome and stuff and how to cure it. And that's a really, really high level video. So, yeah, the human perception of time, right? Humans often misjudge time, especially when estimating how long it will take to achieve significant goals. We tend to be overly optimistic, underestimating the challenges and time required. Then we've got this thing called the Stockdale paradox, right, which is named after Admiral James Stockdale, who survived 7 years as a prisoner of war in Vietnam. The paradox highlights the danger of unfounded optimism. Admiral Stockdale's observation was optimists, so those who believed they would be released by specific dates, right, Christmas, Easter, were more likely to succumb to despair when those dates passed without change. Realists with faith, those who accepted the harsh reality of the situation but maintained unwavering faith in eventual success, endured. So the lesson is balancing realism with unwavering faith is actually the key to perseverance. You can actually be too over-optimistic and never achieve anything because of it. So, applying this Stockdale's paradox to goal setting, you want to avoid over-optimism in timeframes. Setting unrealistic deadlines can actually lead to disappointment and discouragement, and actually stops a lot of people from setting goals in the first place or sticking to them, because they'll set a goal that is like a 5 or 10 year goal. Like they want to make their first $1 million, which is really could be like a 5-year goal if you're completely a beginner, right? Could be a 10-year goal. It really depends on your skill set. There's obviously tons of variables, right? But they tend to just do it for they've literally watched one YouTube video from fucking Hamza or something, and they have no idea about anything. They just now have this mindset of I want to be rich. Or they've watched an E-Man video and they're like, I want to be rich. And then they're like, right, I'm going to set a goal to be a millionaire by next year. Most of those people never hit it. And so it just leads to disappointment. And as they can feel themselves getting nowhere near it, they start to think they're a failure. They start to have self-doubt. And then they go and jump to this new business model and quit. So you don't want to fall into that trap, right? Confront reality. Acknowledge the challenges ahead and prepare for a potentially long journey. I'm telling you right now, becoming a millionaire, all these gurus say, oh my God, it's so easy to become a millionaire. It's not easy. I'll tell you that, right? There's the reason there's the 1% is the 1% for a reason. It's not fucking easy, right? You need to confront reality when it comes to that. Maintain faith, right? Believe in your ultimate success regardless of how long it takes, right? And this is something that I've luckily I have as a trait within me where wherever goals I set, I follow this process, but I just always believe eventually it will work, and it doesn't matter how long it takes, but I know I'll hit that goal. It's not a question of if, but a question of when, right? So, action step, adjust your expectations by considering that achieving your goal may take longer than initially anticipated. So multiplying your estimated time frame by 2x or 3x can actually provide a more realistic outlook. Now we've got the importance of goal constant depth, right? So, understanding depth. Depth of understanding, a profound comprehension of your niche, their problems, and your solution increases your effectiveness. The investment. Depth is cultivated through sustained effort over time. Imagine a well that represents the knowledge and expertise. The deeper the well, the more resources you have to draw upon. Depth cannot be rushed. It develops gradually as you continue to dig. Time is an ally in building expertise and achieving significant results. You also have this thing called effect exponentialism, right? Where progress often follows an exponential curve. So you have the initial phase, which is very slow progress as you build the foundational knowledge and skills, but then you have the growth phase where you have accelerated progress as your efforts compound. But most people never get it because this initial phase can be too slow and they don't want to build the foundational knowledge and skills because it's too boring, too slow, and therefore they never make it, right? So picture a graph where the line starts off nearly flat, then the curve then curves upwards slightly. This represents how persistent effort can lead to rapid growth, right? So literally, if we look at an exponential graph, this is what it looks like, right? So, you know, this is you building the foundational knowledge, and then all of a sudden it hits this point, and then you just hit your exponential growth curve, right? And so that's what this is. That's what this means. So we'll add this image right here, right? That's what it is. This is where your persistent efforts and you in the initial phase where you got that slow progress and you're building the foundational knowledge, you're building the skills. It's very slow, very discouraging. But then all of a sudden, if you stick it out, you just hit an exponential growth curve. And this happens with like almost everything, right? So that's key, right? So common pitfalls. Many individuals abandon their goals during the initial slow phase, never reaching the point where progress actually accelerates. Okay, so this is what I'm saying. Many individuals abandon their goals during the initial slow phase, never reaching this point right here where their progress actually accelerates. I see this so often. Like, it's actually crazy, like how many people cannot sit in that pain of building the foundational knowledge and like just learning to fail and just having to suck it up and being shit because they constantly compare themselves to other people that it all completely different. Like, everyone's in different. You should never compare yourself to other people. It's the stupidest thing you could ever do. There's so many variables why that person could be having success and versus you. Doesn't matter if they started before or after you, right? Like, you can never do that. It's terrible. So stay committed during these early stages, right? This is the action step. This is a long-term action step. Stay committed during the early stages, understanding that patience and persistence is crucial, right? Until you hit this, don't give up. You're still building, right? That's what you have to look at it as. I'm still building. I've not hit the exponential growth curve yet. I'm still making $2,000 a month. I've been making $2,000 a month for the last year, but I'm learning. I'm developing skills. I'm getting my foundations. I understand, like, I'm starting to see clear. I'm adopting better mental models, like all this different stuff. That's all that matters, right? You stop having such a rush to be like successful like tomorrow, okay? So let's talk about drive vacuums, right? Uncovering the why. Now, the significance of understanding your motivation. Identifying the underlying reasons for your goals is essential. Your motivations, or drive vacuums, are the subconscious forces propelling you forward. So, drive vacuums are deep-seated needs or desires, often rooted in past experiences or unmet needs, that create a sense of urgency or compulsion to achieve goals. Okay, so you might have like deep-rooted past experiences where you've always been poor and you were sick of hearing your parents say, we can't afford this, we can't afford that, don't spend money there, save your money, turn the lights off, you know, don't waste the heat in, put a hoodie on, like all this stuff. And it's like just deep-seated like desire you need your entire life to have wanted money and to get rich. Right? And you have that unmet need, and that creates a sense of urgency or compulsion to achieve certain goals, right? So that's what a drive vacuum is. And there's so many different, like, there's not just one, right? You don't just have one, there's tons. And when you start to do like a lot of deep inner work and a lot of personal work, you will start to uncover a lot of this stuff. So like when it comes to drive vacuums, if you actually want to start to do a lot more inner work and just get a better sense of self and then become more self-aware, I'd actually recommend reading this book, The Untethered Soul. Really, really good for doing inner work, trigger trauma therapy, all this sort of stuff, right? So the why exercise, digging deep. The objective of this exercise is to peel back the layers of your motivations by repeatedly asking why. So steps, write down your goal, start with a clear statement of what you want to achieve. Ask why. For each answer, probe deeper by asking why again. Continue this process often 5 times or more until you reach the fundamental motivation. So I want to make 20 grand a month with my agency. Why? And then wherever that why is for you, right? Like firstly, it'll probably be something surface level, because I want to get a nicer car. Why do you want to get a nicer car? I want to get a nicer car because of how that is going to make me look to all my friends and family, because I want to prove everyone wrong. Why? Because I had these unmet needs as a kid where I was bullied in school and no one respected me, and blah, blah, blah. And you can just go deep and deep and deep and deep and peel the layers back, right? And that's when you'll actually reach the fundamental motivation. Oh, it's because I was bullied in school and I was told by my parents that I'm not enough, and that this and this, like whatever it is for you, right? That's what is going to be the fundamental motivation. So again, example, goal, I want to earn 20 grand a month. Why? To have financial freedom. Why? So I can travel and experience new things. Why? Because I feel constrained and unfulfilled in my current environment. Why? Because I crave a sense of adventure and self-discovery. So the underlying drive is a desire for personal growth and freedom in this example. Action step, conduct this exercise with complete honesty. Acknowledge any uncomfortable or surprising revelations. You can get really deep with this stuff and it can be dark, right? So the dual nature of drive vacuums, positive drives and negative drives. Now, positive drives motives are motives rooted in growth, contribution, or self-actualization, can provide sustainable motivation. Now, negative drives are motivations based on fear, insecurity, or a need to compensate for past deficiencies, which can lead to temporary motivation and potential dissatisfaction upon achieving the goal. So everyone always says on social media, like, negativity and like fear and insecurity is like the best thing to drive you, and it's like amazing, and pain is so good to drive you. And while that can be true in the short term, you can't rely on it. And trust me, I've been there, because I was completely driven by pain, and that's what got me to a certain level. But there's a certain point where you will start to get comfortable and you've already have done and achieved everything that version of you wanted, and you just destroy everything to then feel that pain again, to then build it back up. And you just repeat this oscillation. And so you need to figure out a way by doing deep inner work, like reading this book and, getting NLP coaches and doing trigger trauma therapy and inner child work, to really start to get motives rooted in growth, contribution, or self-actualization, because that's what's going to provide sustainable motivation, right? And so like people say, oh, you can't rely on motivation. It comes and goes. That's because their motivations are based on fear, insecurity, and a need to compensate for past deficiencies, which, that's going to lead to temporary motivation, because a lot of people don't do the inner work to get motives rooted in growth, contribution, self-actualization, to actually sustain that motivation, right? Once you do that, trust me, it's so much better being motivated by positivity and happiness and purpose than there is fear. Now, fear can be insane to just go, or like pain or like insecurity, just go. Like I said, that's how I started. That's how I started making my first bit of money online, and you can get far with it, don't get me wrong. But there'll be a certain point where that has to change. And if you don't start figuring it out earlier, sooner than later, you will build something, destroy it all back just to rebuild it, right? And you can, I've seen entrepreneurs, and including myself, repeat that cycle over and over and over again, right? If you've ever felt like, maybe 10 grand in your bank is where you start to get comfortable, right? You'll realize, once you've got 12 grand in your bank, you'll start to destroy everything and not do as much work until there's 5 grand in your bank. And then you're like, oh, fuck, this is uncomfortable. Then you build everything back up, and then you destroy everything, and you build everything and destroy everything. And that's because you don't understand what we're talking about right now. So, potential pitfall here, right? Once a drive vacuum is filled, motivation may diminish, leading to stagnation. So understanding your true motivators allows you to align your goals with deeper, more enduring values. So goal causality, right? Mapping the how. The principle of cause and effect. Every goal effect is the result of specific actions and conditions, which is the causes, right? So every goal is the result of specific actions and conditions. By identifying and implementing these causes, you can systematically achieve your objectives. So reverse engineering your goal. Start with the end in mind. Visualize your goal as already achieved. Then you need to identify the necessary actions by determining the steps required to reach this outcome. And then you're going to want to create a roadmap. So outline a plan that bridges the gap between your current state and your desired state. Okay, if your current state is you're making $2,000 a month and you want to make 20 grand a month, then there's a gap, right, between you and your desired situation. And so you need to create a roadmap that bridges that gap, right? Again, you get what you accept, not what you want. You got to become that person, right? So, and that's going to take a lot of you facing a lot of resistance, right? It's going to be really painful and really uncomfortable, and you're going to have to sit in fire for a long time. So macro versus micro goals, right? Macro goals are the overarching objectives that guide your direction, and micro goals are smaller actionable steps that contribute to your macro goals. So action step, break down your goal into actionable tasks and schedule them into your daily routine. The deadline paradox. While deadlines can create urgency, rigid timeframes can also generate undue pressure and disappointment. So you need a balanced approach. Set flexible timeframes, so use deadlines as guidelines rather than absolutes. Focus on daily progress, right? Daily progress, focus on that. That's the key. So prioritize consistent action over meeting arbitrary deadlines and embrace the journey. This is the biggest one. This is the biggest key. Recognize that growth and learning are integral parts of the process. Time is a factor, but not the sole determinant of success. Consistent effort often outweighs strict adherence to headlines, right? So, the establishing the way, right? The impact of the environment on achievement. Your surroundings significantly influence your ability to stay focused and motivated. So use some components of a supportive environment, right? Firstly, physical space. Organize a clutter-free work area. Like me right now on my desk, there's nothing on there apart from this book, my phone, chargers, and a notepad and a pen, right? That's it. And I've got a big desk. So organize a clutter-free work area. Tools and resources readily available, right? Tools, wherever it is that you need to, tools to optimize, right? Whether you're using time trackers, wherever. Social circle, right? Surrounding yourself with supportive, like-minded individuals and minimizing the exposure to negativity or discouragement. And then the digital environment, right? Curating your online interactions and content consumption to reinforce your goals. So action steps, assess your current environment and make adjustments to enhance productivity and positivity. Imagine your workspace as a well-organized cockpit with everything you need within reach and a clear view ahead. The clarity and orderliness of your environment mirror your focused mindset. So, becoming the who, right? Personal capability. Evolving into the person who actually achieves the goal. Now, your current abilities and mindset have brought you to where you are today, and achieving new goals often requires personal growth and development. So there's some areas for improvement. Skills and knowledge, right? So developing your technical skills relevant to your goal, your industry knowledge and expertise, right? Relevant to your goal. Your mindset and attitudes, right? So getting a growth mindset that embraces challenges and resilience in the face of setbacks, right? So when I say growth mindset, not just a blanket statement of like, get a growth mindset. Whenever something in your life, let's just say you lose a big client, rather than looking at that as like, oh my fucking God, I lost our best client. I'm going to be depressed. I'm going to quit. Okay, there's learning in this. Why did we lose her? What are the reasons for that? How do I build a system and how do I ensure that this never happens again? Growth mindset. And being like, this is just a stepping stone. This is nothing. We've lost revenue. We've lost money. That's fine. But I now know why, and I needed this to happen because if this happened later on, it could have been a lot worse, right? So resilience in the face of setbacks, right? That comes into having that growth mindset. Habits and behaviors, big one, right? Discipline and consistency and effective time management, super key. So action step. Identify the qualities and skills of someone who has already achieved your goal and develop a plan to cultivate these attributes within yourself. So, key insight. Success is not just about doing different things, it's about becoming a different person. So, overcoming internal barriers, limiting beliefs, fear of failure, and comfort zone. Now, limiting beliefs challenge thoughts that undermine your confidence. Fear of failure, you need to reframe failure as a learning opportunity. okay? So any limiting beliefs you've got, you need to instantly challenge those thoughts that undermine your confidence. So if you're not confident in taking sales calls because you believe that sales is sleazy, then you need to challenge that belief, because if that's how you look at it, that's how you're going to perceive it, right? Remember paradigms, okay? So this is where you're challenging your beliefs. And then every time you fail, like we talked about, right? If you lose a big client, you need to reframe that failure as a learning opportunity. And then comfort zone, you have to push beyond familiar boundaries to stimulate growth, right? I got into a stage for a long time where I just wanted everything super comfy, and it just doesn't do anything. Like it's not good. Like, and that's in every aspect of your life, right? When you have a warm shower, you can have a warm soapy shower, wherever the fuck you want to do. But at the end of that warm shower, right, switch your state. So you switch your state by, you've got out of the warm shower, turn it to freezing cold, and just jump in it for 30 seconds, right? That will shift your state, and that gets you out of your comfort zone. If you do stuff like that on a daily basis, I should go out for a run today. Go out for a run, hit resistance head on, and don't just go out for a run, push yourself, right? You need to, like, I tell you, if you can do it in every aspect of your life, push yourself, it's going to be massive for growth. And same in your business. I really don't want to do this task. I really don't want to do cold outreach. Do 150 cold outreaches, right? Like do it, right? So limiting beliefs, fear of failure, comfort zone, right? You need to overcome those internal barriers. So now, let's look back at the deadline paradox, right? Rigid deadlines can create pressure that harms creativity and enjoyment of the process. So use an alternative approach. And I've made these mistakes. I used to do this, right? And it wasn't good, because the first time I ever did it and I set a rigid deadline, I said, I want to make 500 grand by the end of the year, right? And I was like 3 years into business, and I did it. I actually hit the deadline. And I was like, oh my God, this works. This is amazing. But then every other few months, because I started then doing 12-week goals instead of years, and I started doing, and still had yearly goals and so on and so forth, I just never hit them. And I was like, I just started to feel so shit, because I did it once and I was like, why can I not hit these goals again? Am I not working as hard? Am I a failure? Blah, 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 blah. And then this is where I figured out this eternal approach, and this really changed the game for me, right? So adopting a long-term perspective, view your journey as an ongoing process without a strict endpoint. That's really key that you do that. Cultivate patience. Recognize that meaningful progress takes time. Focus on the present. Invest fully in today's tasks, trusting that they contribute to your ultimate goal. Then we've got the HLIT philosophy, right? The high-level intentional time philosophy. This philosophy emphasizes maximizing the value of your time through intentional actions aligned with your highest goals. So the principles of high-level intentional time is, again, intentionality, right? So deliberate focus on activities that matter most, prioritizing, creating leverage. Presence, full engagement in the current task without distraction. I need to work on my free course. My phone's going you. I'm like, it's on do not disturb. I'm not getting distracted. I don't care what's on the phone. I'm locking in. Balance. Harmonizing productivity with well-being to sustain long-term effort, right? If you really enjoy playing basketball, going for runs, going to the gym, watching movies, wherever your joys of life are, balance it with productivity. Reward yourself. You work 8 hours, then the rest of the day, do whatever the fuck you want. Don't even look at your phone. Just relax, just chill, right? Like, you need to have balance in your life, right? Now, action steps. Implement high-level intentional time by planning your day around high-impact activities and minimizing time spent on low-value tasks. Now, I'm actually going to give you an insane resource somewhere towards the end of this program, I believe. Maybe you've already had it. I'm not quite sure where I'm going to put it yet. And it's called 100 Units of Time. This is going to be a game changer for you in terms of just prioritizing and learning how to create leverage and focus on high impact activities and what those high impact activities are, and then minimizing the time spent on waste, right? This is going to be a game changer for everyone. It's one of the best resources ever, right? So, key insight: by filling each moment with purposeful action, you naturally progress towards your goals. So, bringing it all together and integrating the hidden six. By thoroughly exploring each of the hidden 6 questions, you gain a comprehensive understanding of your goals and the path to achieving them. So a summary of the steps: what, right? Define your clear, specific goal and goal constants. When? Adjust your time expectations to align with reality. Why? Uncover your true motivations to feel sustained effort. How? Map out actionable steps and embrace consistent progress. Where? Cultivate an environment that supports your objectives. who commit to personal growth and becoming the person who can succeed. The ongoing journey to self-transcendence, achieving your goals, is not merely about reaching a destination, it's about the transformation that occurs along the way, and each challenge and skill acquired contributes to your personal evolution. So you need to embrace the change, stay open to learning, continuously seek knowledge and adapt new information, reflect regularly, assess your progress and adjust your approach as needed, and celebrate milestones, acknowledge achievements to maintain motivation. So, final thought for you: the pursuit of meaningful goals enriches your life, providing purpose and direction. And by embracing these hidden 6, you set yourself on a path of continual growth and fulfillment. So setting and achieving meaningful goals is a multi-faced endeavor that goes beyond mere intention, and it requires a deep understanding of your desires, realistic planning, and a commitment to personal growth. So key takeaways: clarity, define your goals with precision; realism, align your timelines with and expectations with reality; self-awareness, understand your motivations and address internal barriers; strategic action, develop a clear roadmap and take consistent steps; supportive environment, optimize your surroundings to facilitate success; and personal development, right? Invest in becoming the person capable of achieving your goals. Read this book, The Untethered Soul. Now, begin today by applying these hidden 6 to your own aspirations. And again, just embrace the journey with patience, persistence, and a willingness to evolve, right? So, some reflection questions and next steps. What are your goal constants and how deeply do you understand them? Are your time expectations realistic, and how can you adjust them to prevent discouragement? What are your drive vacuums and how do they influence your motivation? What specific actions can you take today to move towards your goal? How can you modify your environment to better support your objectives? And what personal qualities do you need to develop and how will you cultivate them in order to achieve your goal? So this is what you need to do, right? Conduct the why exercise, gain clarity on underlying motivations, create a detailed plan, break down your goal into actionable steps and milestones, set up your environment, so make the necessary changes to your workspace and circle, commit to growth, identify the learning opportunities and resources to develop your skills, and then monitor your progress, right? Regularly review your plan and adjust as needed. So that's going to be it for mastering the art of goal setting. Hopefully this was helpful. Please go and do these next steps and take an action throughout this entire module, and I will see you in the next one. Peace. So, shiny object syndrome, this is what I want to cover in today's video. Now, if you do not know what shiny object syndrome is, it's essentially the tendency to get distracted by new, exciting opportunities or ideas, often at the expense of what you really need to focus on. This syndrome can derail your productivity and long-term success. And so in this video in the program, I'll provide you with the 9 strategies to actually overcome shiny object syndrome and stay focused on what truly matters, which is this business model, right? If you want to make some serious, real online money, then this is the fucking opportunity vehicle to do so, right? There's a reason you see all the people that tried MMA that failed jump to this industry and make a ton of money. There's a reason why you see all the dropshippers that failed come to this industry and make a ton of money. It's because it's the fastest and easiest way to make a fuck ton of money, right? And a fuck ton of money could be 10 grand a month, right? It could be 500 grand a month, right? Now, understanding shiny object syndrome, right? We need to understand what this thing actually is first, right? So let me switch this around, right? Cool. So shiny object syndrome works like this. You know what you need to do, but you don't want to do it. We've all felt like this, right? I still have parts of me that has shiny object syndrome, but I'm consciously aware to it now to where I can stop myself from doing it. And that's the key, and that's what I want to talk about, is being able to manage it, right? So shiny object syndrome works like this. You know what you need to do, but you don't want to do it. So you turn to social media, doom scrolling through Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, looking for the dopamine hits, looking for something new and exciting that will distract you from your current unappealing reality. You find something that emotionally captivates you, making you forget about necessary tasks. This could be a new piece of technology, a strategy, a book, or anything that isn't a mundane task that you need to complete. Once you dive into this shiny object, its initial allure fades and you realize it doesn't solve your underlying issue. You're back to square one, needing to complete the original task that you could have just done in the first place, right? This loop repeats. You seek distraction, get temporarily excited, then disillusioned, and ultimately return to your task. And this cycle can consume your life, keeping you from achieving your goals. If you're in a place right now, and this might shit you up and make you, if you have a sinking stomach moment when I say this, then you need to pay attention to this video. If you feel like you've just been living the same life over and over, like the last 6 months is the same as this 6 months in terms of, you thought you were going to be making 10 grand a month 6 months on the line, and 6 months have gone by and you're still in the same position, and you just feel like you're living the same 6 months over and over again. It's probably because you've got shiny object syndrome in multiple different areas of your life. Shiny object syndrome doesn't mean jumping from business to business model, although that's part of it. It can also be in the micro tasks of the day, right? So like this is where you need to figure out, because if you feel like you've just been living the same 6 months over and over again, you say you're going to hit 10 grand a month, you're all excited to go and hit 10 grand a month, and you never actually do it. This is why. Everyone experiences shiny object syndrome to some extent, including myself. But it's crucial to learn how to manage it. So let's dive into the 9 strategies to actually overcome this. Right now, pay attention. Strategy 1, invert your philosophy. The first step to invert your philosophy, most people believe that new is good and old is bad. That popular is good and unpopular is bad. But to overcome shiny object syndrome, you need to flip this thinking. Consider that new might be bad and old might be good. That popular might be dangerous and probably wrong, and unpopular might be valuable. Take In-N-Out Burger as an example. They have a simple menu, just burgers with 1, 2, 3 patties and fries, right? They don't advertise, and they've thrived through multiple recessions, okay? Thrived through multiple recessions. But in contrast, McDonald's started the same way. Similar, simple menu, but they kept adding new items and now struggle during recessions, right? Another example is B&H Photo Video, a store that has outcompeted Amazon in selling photography equipment by sticking to what they do best and maintaining simplicity. Simplicity scales, and we're going to talk about this in future videos, but simplicity is key. Everyone thinks it's about adding more stuff and adding more complexity. It's not. Simplicity is what scales. Even closing their store and website on certain days for religious reasons. By inverting your philosophy, you focus on timeless principles and resist the urge to chase every new trend, which can be more effective in the long run. Strategy 2 for overcoming shiny object syndrome. Take your finger off the trigger. Most people act impulsively with their finger on the trigger, ready to act on any new idea that excites them, right? To combat this, you need to develop the ability to detach from your thoughts and emotions and view yourself from a third-person perspective. This practice allows you to objectively assess whether a new idea aligns with your long-term goals. When you feel the urge to act on a new idea, pause and don't act immediately. Reflect on whether the decision is the right one for your long-term goals. And this is why having a long-term vision and long-term goals is really important, because this stops you from hitting it, and we'll get there. By taking your finger off the trigger, you can avoid impulsive decisions that derail your progress, right? The difference between successful people and non-successful people is they have really good fucking impulse control. Now, strategy 3 is slow down. In business, speed isn't always an advantage. Rapid, impulsive decisions often lead to mistakes and long-term consequences. Instead, slow down and limit the number of decisions you make. Simplify your life and focus on fewer tasks, but think them through carefully. Before making significant decisions, give yourself 24 to 48 hours to reflect. Write down your arguments for and against the decision and revisit them after some time. This practice helps ensure you make well-considered choices rather than impulsive ones driven by temporary emotions. Strategy 4, let the universe scream at you. This is a big one. Rather than acting on every idea or suggestion you encounter, allow the universe to scream at you. This means wait until an idea needs to become overwhelmingly evident before you act on it. If something is truly important, it will keep resurfacing in your mind and become increasingly urgent. Pay attention. This is fucking big, right? Allow the universe to scream at you. If something is truly important, it will keep resurfacing in your mind and become increasingly urgent. You know those visions you just get now and again, you just can't get away from them. It's like a fucking itch that you just can't itch, and it's like, why is this keep coming up? Why does this keep coming up? It's because it's something, God, wherever you believe in, the universe has put that vision in your head and you need to act on it, right? For example, If multiple customers repeatedly request the same feature for your product, it's a clear signal that you should consider it. By waiting for the universe to scream at you, you filter out less important ideas and focus on what truly matters. That's a very important one. You better be taking notes when you're listening to this. This is game. I wish I knew this shit when I was starting out. Strategy 5. Distance yourself from hype. Hype can be dangerous and misleading. It's often driven by groupthink and can lead to bubbles, like the Bitcoin craze. To maintain clear judgment, distance yourself from hype. Physically and mentally separate yourself from environments that breed it. Hype creates FOMO. If you get into that fear of missing out mindset, you're going to make stupid emotional decisions trying to catch a craze or a trend or the new pump or the new meme coin trend or the new NFT craze, and you're going to fuck yourself. I fucking promise you, because I've been there and I've lived there and I made the mistakes. Listen to these mistakes, okay? Warren Buffett, for example, has his office in Omaha, away from the financial hubs of New York or Silicon Valley to avoid noise and hype. Peter Thiel moved to LA for similar reasons. Choosing a location that allows you to focus without constant distractions can significantly improve your decision making. It's why I live in the middle of buttfuck nowhere. Literally in the middle of nowhere. Like my house operates on a spring, all spring water. I don't pay for water. I live pretty much off grid. I have Wi-Fi connection. I have a fresh spring. I have a fucking 6-bedroom, 5-bed house. And I just live here by myself, my business partner. There's nothing nearby. There's no fast food. There's no stores. There's literally nothing for like an hour, 2 hours in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by sheep and mountains and literally in the middle of nowhere. And so that helps me just lock in and focus. And there's no noise like there is being in London or wherever, right? It just doesn't happen. And my focus here is just on another level, right? Now, strategy 6, regain your sanity. When you feel impulsive and overwhelmed, it's essential to regain your sanity. Sleep deprivation, stress, and constant pressure. Thought my mic was gone then. Sleep deprivation, stress, and constant pressure can cloud your judgment. Ensure you get enough sleep and take regular breaks to maintain mental clarity. I take off a week and a 7-day vacation every 90 days. I plan let me take the chewing gum out. Why did I start eating the chewing gum? What am I doing? This is just raw and uncut. This is where you go when I'm on one, right? I take 1 day off a week, and that is a Sunday, and a 7-day vacation every 90 days. These breaks help me stay objective and make better decisions. It's not just about working hard, but working smart and choosing the right things to focus on. Really important you do stuff like this, right? And that's also reward bias, and there's a bunch of other reasons I do this. And if you haven't read the book, 10x is easier than 2x, I highly recommend you read that book. Very good. Strategy 7 is cross-pollinate your sources, right? Avoid becoming too entrenched in a single community or mindset. Diversify your sources of ambition and inspiration. This practice helps you avoid echo chambers and groupthink. For instance, while I stay informed about digital marketing, I also learn about emperors, I learn about royals, I learn about psychology, biology, and philosophy. Cross-pollinating your sources of knowledge fosters creativity and broadens your perspective, leading to better decision making. This is probably the biggest secret I've ever learned. Everyone gets stuck in this like mindset of like, oh, if I'm doing OFM, I should only go and look at like OFM based programs, and I should just move from OFM program to OFM program to try and find new information. If I do dropshipping, I should only look up to the dropshippers. If I do SMMA, I should only look up to the people that crush SMMA. No, I study all businesses. I study biology. I study fucking every single thing at its core principles. I study, right? And it's because you can pull parts from all these places into your business. And all the best minds study this shit. Like, I'm studying Amazon. I'm reading the shareholders to Amazon. Like, it's nothing to do with OFM, but there's stuff in there that is just universally understood and is universally like gonna help me, right? And so I study philosophy. I was just watching a Napoleon documentary to see how he conquered, and I like studying all this stuff that no one thinks to study. And all these things have massively just helped me cross-pollinate my sources of knowledge. And I've pulled unique ideas into this industry of OFM, which is why I've been able to do so well. Because I see outside of the bubble. I'm not in the bubble of OFM. I go and buy fucking $50,000 sales programs. I go and buy $25,000 fucking agency programs for completely different like software companies and like all this shit that's irrelevant, just to see if there's any insights I can pull, right? And that's because I want to cross-pollinate my sources and I'll get stuck in the bubble, because that's the worst thing you can do. If you're in OFM, you're only in OFM, you're making a massive mistake and you're never going to actually get to the point where you could get, right? Because I'm like, you're not going to beat me because I'm studying everyone. I'm taking ideas from the source, right? I'm not just going to courses that just spit out a bunch of information that's like drained and taken from other people and is like very now nor as like potent, because it's just been like put through this funnel and it's just like, it's just weaker. I'm going to the source, right? I'm going to the source of the information. I'm going to study the biologists. I'm going to study psychologists. I'm going to study emperors, right? This is what I'm doing. This is the path I'm on. And this is how I'm able to move so quickly through life, right? And so I want the lessons from history that I can apply to myself. I want to learn from what Napoleon did. I want to take his lessons, right? And that's the luxury we have today. But everyone's stuck in their little fucking bubble, and that's how they get stuck, right? And that's why there's so much conflicting information, and they just take where everyone says, I say one thing, another guru says another thing, and now you're conflicted, and you're like, oh my God, who's right? What do I do? And then you start making decisions based on emotion and on data, and you just start to fuck everything up, and this is why you never get anywhere, right? So fucking listen up, right? Now, strategy 8, out of sight, out of mind. Eliminate sources of distraction by keeping shiny objects out of sight. Delete social media apps from your phone. You don't fucking need them. Like, unless you're gonna just use them to post, you can use an app called Opal. That's what I use. Just set yourself 30 minutes a day to go and post what you need to post, and just use social media to create and not consume, right? And if you want to consume intentionally. Again, set yourself 30 minutes a day on social media. You don't need any more than 30 minutes a day. If you do, it's just cope. You're just coping. If you think you need more than 30 minutes a day, you don't. Delete social media apps from your phone, or download Opal. Unsubscribe from distracting email lists, and avoid environments that tempt you to stray from your goals. If you put a chocolate bar in front of you and you were trying to lose weight, your environment's going to dictate whether you eat that chocolate bar. And if that chocolate bar's in front of you, you're going to eat the fucking chocolate bar. As humans, we are weak. Whereas if you don't even have the chocolate bar in the first place in your environment, if there's nothing in your cupboards in the first place that you can eat, then guess what? You can't fucking do it. So you're going to be good. That's why I never understand people are so fucking stupid. It's like, oh, I want to lose weight, but I just can't help. I keep eating rubbish. And guess what? Throw out all the fucking rubbish in your kitchen. Throw out everything so you physically cannot eat, right? And now that creates a friction barrier. If you want to go and eat that chocolate bar, you've got to drive to the fucking supermarket or the store to get one. Do you really want to do that? Again, that's the best way. You control your environment, right? If I want to consistently drink water, I've always got a bottle of water on my desk, right? Like all the time. Like always water, right? And it's the same with, I don't buy shit in my house because I know that I could be tempted to eat it. I don't want to. Right? I want to eat organic, grass-fed shit. So that's all I buy, right? If I'm hungry, I'll just go and eat another steak. It's as simple as that, right? Now, by reducing your exposure to distractions, you can maintain focus on what truly matters. This strategy helps you avoid impulsive decisions driven by envy or FOMO. Like I said, fear of missing out. Never get into that mindset. If you ever feel FOMO, just pause, stop, and do nothing, right? Because I swear, if you go into FOMO, you're going to get fucked up. I'm telling you right now, it's all emotions. You don't want to be acting on emotion, especially in business. You'll make stupid decisions. Now, strategy 9, the last one. Thanks for sticking with me up until this point. Focus on value. Finally, always focus on value. When assessing opportunities, consider their long-term value rather than their short-term hype, right? That's key. Consider their long-term value rather than their short-term hype, okay? In The Intelligent Investor by Benjamin Graham, he distinguishes between the market as a voting machine in the short term and a weighing machine in the long term, right? Strive to build or become something that will be valued over time rather than chasing temporary popularity. This long-term perspective ensures that your efforts contribute to lasting success. No one ever considers the factor of time. Everyone underestimates, overestimates time. No one ever really considers it. And this is the most important thing you can understand. If you know how to bend reality and control time, it's easy, right? So to summarize, overcoming shiny object syndrome involves inverting your philosophy. What the fuck did I just say? To summarize, okay, overcoming shiny object syndrome involves inverting your philosophy, taking your finger off the trigger, slowing down, letting the universe scream at you, distancing yourself from hype, regaining your sanity, cross-pollinating your sources. Big one, guys, big one. Keep distractions out of sight and focusing on value. By implementing these 9 strategies, you can stay focused on what truly matters and achieve long-term success. So, that being said, hopefully you got some value, and I'll see you in the next one. Let's go. Chunking. It's not like I've already talked about this twice and the recording's failed. We're going to act like that doesn't happen. But I'm literally going to teach you in this how you could eat an aeroplane or train or wherever. I'm literally going to show you how you can achieve anything pretty much. This concept is game changing, and this was how I was able to win the Skool games with a brand new business from scratch. I was like, look, I'm going to compete in the Skool games. All these people already have businesses, already have audiences. I'm going to start from scratch, and I'm even going to start 4 days late. And I did it last minute, whereas everyone else was super prepared. And I was like, look, I'm still going to win this thing. Do you want to know how I achieved that? And I did win because I used the process called chunking, right? And this is how you can literally just achieve tasks that are massive and hit monumental goals like easily, right? So the concept's called chunking. You might be wondering, what is chunking and how can it help me? Well, my friend, I'm going to show you how it can help you. Chunking is the secret to achieving massive tasks and monumental goals. Let me explain. Understanding chunking, right? Chunking is essentially the process of breaking down large tasks or goals into smaller, more manageable pieces. It's about taking something that seems impossible and making it possible by dealing with it in small, incremental steps, right? Now, let me make sure this camera face track is active. Right, there we go. Cool. To illustrate this, there are documented cases of individuals who have eaten entire airplanes or trains. They did this by grinding the metal into a fine powder similar to the texture to ground pepper and then consuming a small amount with each meal. Over time, they consumed the entire object. While you likely have no desire to eat an airplane, the principle behind this is powerful. It shows how even the most daunting tasks can be accomplished by breaking them down into tiny, manageable chunks, right? Now, again, like if someone was like, look, you need to eat an airplane, you'd be like, it's impossible if you didn't understand chunking. If you understood chunking, you'd be like, cool, I'm gonna grind it down. I'm gonna eat a small bit with every meal. Okay, I'm gonna have some heavy metals in my system. It's not gonna be good for me. But I'll just consume a small bit. It's gonna take 20 years, but I can accomplish it. That's how you need to look at business and how you need to look at life and hitting goals and achieving massive tasks, right? So now pay attention, really fucking pay attention to this bit, right? Pay attention to all of it, but really pay attention. Why is chunking essential? Why chunking is essential? In today's fast-paced world, people are addicted to instant gratification. Social media has wired us to expect immediate results and rewards. This mindset can be and will be detrimental when tackling long-term goals or significant tasks, which require sustained effort over a long period of time. In business, I often see people expecting quick wins. They want to start a business and make millions overnight. But real, meaningful success doesn't happen instantly. It's a long-term mission to achieve something worthwhile. You need to break it down into smaller steps that you can work on consistently. People trying to get rich quick, you're in the wrong game. You don't understand it, you're never going to succeed, right? You're just not, it's not going to happen, right? Now, applying chunking in business, right? I have 2 businesses, and in my businesses, firstly, I help OnlyFans creators. That's my main business, right? And secondly, I tell people how to start their own agency, right? Now, in this business, what we're doing right now, we'll use this as an example because I'm speaking to you, right? So I teach people like you to start their own agency, right? And many of my students, just like you, are complete beginners who have no idea how to run a business, do sales, or even create an offer, right? There's probably a lot of people watching this video, you have no idea how to run a business, or you think you do, but you actually don't. You don't know how to do sales, you don't have to do marketing, you don't have to create an offer. You think you maybe know how to do all these things because you've watched a YouTube video, but you actually don't understand it at a fundamental level, which is why I'm teaching you all these things like chunking and systems thinking and all this stuff that no one teaches, because no one knows how to run this shit, right? It's the 1% to 1% for a reason, right? And this is why I've been able to be so successful at such a young age, right? Because I understand this stuff, and so I want to pass that knowledge on to you. Now, like I said, to help them, right? So again, I teach people how to start their own agency. Many students are complete beginners who have no idea how to run a business, do sales, or even create an offer, right? To help them, I break down the entire process into small actionable steps. And this approach makes the seemingly impossible transformation achievable. When I started my agency business from scratch, I had to apply chunking to my own goals. I didn't try to make 1 million in my first week or get rich quick, right? Or make 10 grand in a month in my first month or wherever. I focused on what I needed to learn and accomplish each day. By breaking down my long-term goal into daily tasks, I was able to build momentum and achieve significant success over time, right? Okay, great, Dylan, this is great. I understand chunking. I know how to eat airplanes if I ever want to eat an airplane. But how do I implement chunking? Well, my friend, you're in luck because I'm going to show you how to implement it, and I've broken it down for you, right? First thing you want to do is define your long-term goal. Where do you want to be in 5 to 10 years? And be super fucking specific and write it down, right? This is really crucial that you understand and get this, right? Write down your long-term goal, right? Because if you don't know where you're going to go, you're just fucking reactive and being emotional and doing stuff on a day-to-day that's not getting you anyway. Then, once you've done that, you want to reverse engineer your goal. And guys, do this now. Like once I go through this, go and like think about this and take action now. The action takers are the winners. Don't just continuously mindlessly scroll to the next, to the next, to the next and consume. Take action in these modules, right? Listen to a module, apply something from that module and learn it. Or go and teach someone something, because there's affirmation in teaching. Me teaching you this is selfish on me because there's affirmation in this for me, right? I reaffirm it and I learn it even more and learn it at a deeper level. So when you learn this shit, go and teach someone else how to do it that you just learned. Go and pass on that knowledge. Go and make a YouTube video on it. And also go and actually take action, right? Apply it to your own life and business, right? So again, define your long-term goal. Where do you want to be in 5 to 10 years? Be specific and write it down, right? Then number 2, you want to reverse engineer that goal, right? Break it down into yearly objectives. What do you need to achieve by the end of this year to be on track? Then go a level deeper and break it down into monthly and weekly goals, right? So from your yearly objectives, determine what you need to accomplish each month and then each week. Then you break that down again a level further and go to your daily tasks, right? So finally, break down your weekly goals into daily tasks. What do you need to do today to move closer to your goal? And then finally, hourly focus. Plan your day hour by hour. Focus on one task at a time, ensuring you stay on track. And again, you need to do this if you're serious. If you're serious, go and implement this, go and do this, right? Go and think about this. It could take a week for you to come up with this. It could take a month. It could take 3 months for you to figure this out. Go and figure it out, right? Now, living in day-tight compartments. A principle I follow is living in day-tight compartments. Instead of worrying about what needs to be done over the month or the year, focus on today. What can you achieve today, right? This focus helps prevent feeling overwhelmed and keeps you grounded in the present, ensuring you make consistent progress. Setting realistic expectations. In a recent letter to shareholders, and if you haven't read the Amazon shareholder letters, you need to go and read it, and you also need to go and read the Everything store, right? But set is a really good example for setting realistic expectations, right? And this is, again, what you need to do for chunking, right? In a recent letter to shareholders, Jeff Bezos shared a story about one of his executives who wanted to perfect her handstands. She initially thought it would take 2 weeks, but a coach told her it would take 6 months of daily practice. The key takeaway is setting realistic expectations. Don't expect to achieve monumental goals overnight, right? Understand that significant achievements require time and daily effort. I made this mistake recently. Back in December, I announced to the people on my partnership offer, my high ticket, expensive, hand-picked group of great, like-minded OFM agency owners that are killing the game, right, in my mastermind. I announced I'm going to be dropping all new stuff, new content, like this is just going to be game-changing. And I completely underestimated time, and I really set unrealistic expectations. And that was in December, and I was like, yeah, it'll be done in like January, February. It's still not done now. I've spent like thousands of hours creating some of the modules on this program. It's just so insane. It's been the most painful experience ever. I've just been locked away in this room thinking, how do I get all these thoughts in my brain onto this paper? And how do I deliver it how do I just synthesize that information and deliver in a way that people understand it so they can apply it and speed up time drastically? And I always do that, but this new stuff I'm working on is unbelievable. And I have so much conviction in it just because the amount of time I put into it, right? But like, this is why I'm able to, people on that, the people that get picked for this partnership offer with us, Like, it's why they do so well. It's why, you know, you have Finn, who went from being completely sick at 10 grand a month to making 150 grand a month in 4 months, right? His goal was, I just want to make 100 grand a month. I was like, okay, you ready to put in the work? It's going to be hard work, 4 to 6 months. You'll do it if you listen to everything I've got down. And that was like the V2 of that partnership offer. And now, like, holy shit, the stuff that I've got that's like going to be done in the next like month is insane. But again, that was an example of like me setting unrealistic expectations, not looking at the factor of time, thinking I could achieve this monumental thing of having the best OFM program in the world, which it is the best OFM program in the world by a mile. And again, I know for factors because I've seen all of them. I bought all my competitors' programs. I've seen everything, and no one goes into the first principles like I do. No one teaches about psychology and biology, and no one does any of that shit. No one understands that shit. No one teaches you real like stuff that's actually going to be able to like change the trajectory of your life and business in the long run, right? Everyone just teaches these like quick new hype things, and that's what gets all the beginners. But again, I'm trying to really change the game, right? And so setting realistic expectations. I would have been better off saying, look guys, if I truly want this to be the best thing in the world, it's going to take 6 months. Rather than like explaining it's going to be done in a month and not being able to do it and then rushing and this and that. Because that's the one thing I'm not doing is rushing. I want to make it the best ever, right? If it takes another 2 months, it's another 3 months, it is what it is. But I know once that is done, it's going to be monumental. It's going to be unbelievable, right? There's stuff in that thing that like I've created, like it's insane. It's really, really insane. However, I'm going on a tangent, right? Now, understand that significant achievements require time and daily effort. It's fucking painful, boring, hard, stressful, and that's just how it is, right? Now, use the mountaineer analogy, right? Mountaineers have a saying, don't stare at the summit. Instead of fixating on the end goal, focus on the steps in front of you. In business, this means focusing on what you can do today rather than obsessing over the ultimate outcome. By keeping your eyes on your boots and taking one step at a time, you make steady progress towards your goals, right? So don't fixate. Everyone is fixated on, I just want to make 10 grand a month. They put 10 grand a month as the end all be all goal of their life. They put money on a pedestal and they're like, it's all they see is 10 grand a month. When they'd be way better off just focusing on, what can I do today? What can I do on the day today? What can I do on the day today? How can I win the day? How can I win the day? How can I win the day? And then guess what? In 6 months, you'll be at 10 grand a month. Rather than being like, I need to make 10 grand a month next month. That's what I'm going to do. Doesn't work, right? Again, don't stare at the summit, right? Mountaineers have a saying, don't stay at the summit. Instead of fixating on the goal, focus on the steps in front of you, right? By keeping your eyes on your boots and taking one step at a time, you make steady progress towards your goal. So, the conclusion. If you want to achieve big things in life, whether starting a business or accomplishing a personal goal, you need to define your long-term objectives and break them down into manageable chunks. Live in day-tight compartments and focus on what you can achieve today. Set realistic expectations and remember that significant accomplishments take time and daily effort and a lot of pain. That being said, that is chunking. That is the concept of chunking. Hopefully this helps you, and I will see you in the next one. Peace. So you've watched the introduction and you have been through the mindset module. Now, I just want to say firstly, congratulations, because most people would not make it this far. Most people have got brain rot, most people have got shiny object syndrome, and they're probably going to watch the video for 8 minutes and jump off. So I promise you, if you're still watching it, you are one of the rare ones, and so take advantage of that because you can go far. Okay, so congratulations on making it this far, and you know, let's keep locked in and let's keep going, because this business model really has potential to change your life. And in this video in particular, we are going to go over the OnlyFans management agency blueprint, right? So this is the how the business works. And then in the next videos, we're going to dive into each individual part, right? So this is the broad blueprint, and it's important because you need to understand the blueprint before you can actually start building the fucking house, right? And so this is a foundational piece. And even if you are not a beginner right now and you're thinking, I'm going to skip this part, I would actually recommend watching, because we're going to be talking about some market trends. We're going to be talking about AI. We're going to be talking about payment processors, because if you're using Stripe or Wise currently, you're going to be in the bin, right? So you're going to want to watch this video regardless if you're a beginner, if you're making 100 grand a month, it doesn't matter. So let's dive into the business model first, right? Now, really, there's the main parts of this business is you're going to be setting up your agency, finding clients, onboarding those clients, right? Once you've closed them on a sales call, then you're going to be making money, and then you're going to be scaling your agency to a money printing machine effectively, okay? So the first things you're going to need is, before getting started, is you are going to need a business bank account, right? So the one thing you're not going to get from me, I just want to preface before I get into this, is I am not going to sit there and teach you how to set up your logo and how to set up your business bank account and where to do it and how to register a business and how to build a website and how to design a logo. If you can't figure that shit out, you should probably start watching this course right now, because you are not cut out to be an entrepreneur, right? It's so easy to figure that stuff out. I'm not going to waste time. It's not leverage going into those individual things when I can teach you stuff that's actually going to drive real growth. Okay. So again, you're going to need a separate bank account. There's tons of different banks, right? You got Revolut, you got Monzo, you got all these different things. And that's the main thing. Now, one thing I'm going to preface before saying this is, ideally, you're going to want to set up as a social media marketing agency, because at the end of the day, you don't decide whether the creator does exclusive content or not, right? And so as long as the creator, isn't doing exclusive content, then you're fine and you're a social media marketing agency, because we're just going to be helping them with the content, right? We're just going to be helping them go viral on social media effectively and drive more traffic to their OnlyFans, for example. Now, regardless of what they do on OnlyFans on the back end and how they get paid and whether they do explicit exclusive content or not, that's not for you to know, right? You just help them grow. And so therefore, you're going to be setting up your business in that way, right? Otherwise, it's going to be extremely difficult for you to get a payment processor. I'm not giving you any legal or financial advice on what to do here, but that's effectively what we do, okay? So again, be smart when you are setting up your business and you are setting up your legal entity and website and logo, all that sort of stuff. Because at the end of the day, you're just a social media marketing service that is helping creators grow on social media, okay? So that being said, you're going to need a separate business bank account, or if you've already got a business, you're going to need a separate one. You're going to need a separate from your personal as well. Obviously, don't be using your personal because you want to keep them separate. You can use QuickBooks and stuff like that as well to sort your finances and accounting and stuff like that. You're going to need to set up a business, an LLC or an LLC, depending on what country you're in. It's going to be different. You need that. You're going to need it for legal agreements. You're going to need to protect yourself, right? Because otherwise, if shit goes wrong, it's going to fall on you and not your business. So you need that because you're going to be protected. A website or a funnel can give you some level of social proof. You can do SEO and all that sort of stuff, right? So you can use ClickFunnels. You can use Squarespace and just get an AI website made quickly saying that you're a social media marketing agency, and so on and so forth. And obviously you're gonna need to pick a name, right? Don't dwell on this, just pick a fucking name. It's not that deep. Make a logo, again, not that deep. You can use Canva, right? You can use ChatGPT, whatever you want to do. And then you're going to set up your front-facing socials, right? Whether you're going to brand yourself as someone that works with OnlyFans creators and not necessarily brand yourself as an agency, or whether you're going to go the agency route, or whether you're going to get a creator and make them the face of your agency. Tons of different routes here in terms of, building the brand and setting up those front-facing socials. Completely up to you, right? You can go and look at my social media to see what I do, and so on and so forth. So that's the setup, right? That's pretty much all you need for the setup, right? There's softwares as well that you're going to need eventually, like, you're going to need Inflow, Calendly. You're probably going to need Typeform, but you can just use Google Form, Canva, Loom, PandaDocs, GHL, a payment processor, and so on and so forth. Zoom, right? WhatsApp, or Google Chat, Google Workspace, all these softwares that you're going to need eventually. And that is the setup, right? That's pretty much all you need to worry about for the setup. Now, when it comes to payment processors, this is where it gets tricky. Now, if you're using Stripe or Wise, I would highly recommend switching as soon as possible, because they can shut down your account for any reason whatsoever. Now, I'll explain a personal story of Stripe with me, right? But I processed millions of dollars on Stripe and they completely screwed me, right? So I was processing tons of money on Stripe, is fine. I literally was good for ages. And all of a sudden, one day they were just like, your account's high risk. And they decided to shut my account down. They put $500,000 on freeze, held it for 4 months, said they were going to be refunding the people because they were unauthorized payments, even though they was not unauthorized payments. We've got proof and legal agreements and calls and everything. So it's just crazy, right? They then decided they wasn't going to refund anyone, and they just took the money for themselves, and there was nothing we could do about it, and we lost $500,000 on Stripe. I've also heard similar stories with Wise and so on and so forth, right? So stay away from those platforms because that is bad. So you need to be smarter about how you handle payouts, right? You don't want to be using Stripe or PayPal or like mainstream process like that. You can look at high risk processes. You can take direct bank transfers from your clients, because you know your clients are getting the transfer from OnlyFans, and then you're just getting an invoice from your client, right? So it doesn't matter what that's for, and that's the craziest thing. Like, Stripe are not shutting us down because we're an OnlyFans agency, or Wise is not shutting us down because we're an OnlyFans agency. It's just because, like, it's internet payments, internet money, and it's like this weird thing that it's just high risk if you're doing high volume and it's from over the world and so on and so forth. Stripe just do not like it. And so at the end of the day, like, all we're doing is a creator is paying us from their bank account, right? We're sending creators invoices and they're paying us for social media marketing services, right? That's literally all we're doing. But like I said, whatever they want to do on OnlyFans, whether they're doing explicit content, non-explicit, that's not dictated, right? That doesn't matter. We are running a service provider, and that's what we're doing. We're not taking the money directly from OnlyFans. And again, even if we was, OnlyFans is not this adult content. There's tons of stuff on OnlyFans, right? There's not just adult explicit content. And so it's impossible to tell like what is going on, right? So ideally for payment processors, either take direct bank transfers, either put your bank account on your client's OnlyFans accounts, right? You can do that. Or, you know, use payment processors like WAP, which is a bit better. Molly, right? Cosmo is a really good bank and stuff to use. Cosmo payments. There's tons of different payment processors out there. There's high risk ones as well, and Easy Pay, Direct, and all these different ones, right? You can look at which ones you want to use, read their terms of service, read their policies, and figure out which ones you want to use, right? And again, you can also set up your bank details on your clients' pages as well. So completely up to you. That's what you need to figure out. But don't just have one. Do not just have one payment processor. Diversify and have multiple payment processors, right? That's going to be key. You want, you know, for example, WAP, you want Molly, and you want Cosmo, and you want them all warmed up, and you want to be taking payments from different places, right? That's going to be ideal, because otherwise, if your cash flow gets held up like ours, it's not good, right? So that's what you need for the setup, right? Now we're going to talk about, you know, finding clients, right? So finding clients, all you're going to be doing is firstly using social media to your advantage. You can use sites like OnlyFinder to find clients, and we'll get into all of this and the meat and potatoes, like I mentioned a couple of times in the next modules. But all we're doing to find clients, right? Few things that we're doing, just to give you an overview: using social media, right? Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, etc., WhatsApp, wherever. Also local girls, right, that you might know, or maybe you know a club promoter that knows girls that are on OnlyFans or want to start OnlyFans. You know, referral schemes, like you can set up referrals, give recruiters a percentage, and so on and so forth. Getting recruiters, getting, you know, people that are on college campuses that know creators doing it, your friends in college, or, you know, your club promoters that you're good with, or, you know, strip club people, wherever it is that you want to do, wherever there's creators that are doing OnlyFans or want to do OnlyFans, you can pretty much find clients, right? So, you know, tons of different ways to find clients. We're talking paid methods. We're talking, you know, warm outreach, cold outreach, referrals. Those are pretty much the main ways. And again, we'll get into the meat and potatoes of that. Now, once you found clients, you're pretty much just going to be getting them on a call, texting them, wherever you want to do, pretty much to book them on a call. Interview them / sell them on your service, right? So that's what it is. It's pretty much a sales call in this industry, is just interviewing them to see if they're a good fit, handling some objections, answering some questions, sending them the legal agreement. And always, little tip for you, which we'll get into in the sales section, but never call it a contract, always call it an agreement. A contract will bring sales resistance because it sounds kind of contract, but an agreement sounds so much better, right? Once they've signed the agreement, you're good to go. Congratulations, you've got your first client. Now you onboard them with the onboarding process, your onboarding documents, wherever you go, and now you can start making money with your service. And that's where we're going to be marketing and driving traffic to these creators' OnlyFans platforms through TikTok, Instagram, Reddit, Twitter, YouTube, and, you know, so on and so forth, right? So then we're going to be making money, and then we are going to be capitalizing on all that traffic by having back-end operations in place, by optimizing the OnlyFans account, setting up the right promotions on the account, right? Setting up the right offer, making sure the page is good, making sure you've got the right team on there that can chat and make money from the chatting, right? Because that's where the majority of your revenue is going to come from, right? A creator, you know, if you're driving $5,000 a month in subscribers, in traffic, right, in subscriptions, then you could be making $40,000 a month on the chatting side of things, right? And so that's, you know, 45 grand a month, 50-50 split, you're making 22.5K every single month. It's really that easy, right? So that's what it is. And then you obviously, once you've got the marketing and the chatting set up, and you've got the back end operations, then you start to look to scale, right? That's the basics, bare bones. That's when you look to when to hire, where to hire, you know, looking on places like Online Jobs and Upwork for chatters and stuff like that. What roles to hire for, right? You're looking at running mates, someone that's going to run, like, be your business partner, right? That's going to be key. So you can have the maker and manager schedule. I'd recommend going and typing in on Google maker versus manager Paul Graham and reading that. Very good thing to read in terms of how to separate roles with you and your business partner. You know, who to hire, where to hire, like all these different things you're going to be looking at, and that's when you're going to be scaling. You know, client success managers, creative directors, you're going to be working with other traffic providers, right? If you don't want to go and build a Reddit team and start Reddit, go and find someone that already sells Reddit services and go and partner with them, and you pay them a monthly retainer and they'll drive traffic to your creators, right? Tons of different ways to scale your agency, and that's pretty much the basics. Right now, let's get into the rest of it. When it comes to legal considerations, right, firstly, you're going to need contractual agreements, right, service contracts, and you're going to need to clearly define the scope of services, fees and responsibilities, and you're going to include clauses on confidentiality, termination, dispute resolution, all that sort of stuff. And then obviously the revenue sharing side of stuff as well, right? Establish super transparent payment terms and schedules, and make sure that you're actually complying with local and international tax laws, right? Then you've got obviously the content compliance side of things. So age verification, massive, right? Strictly verify that all creators and participants are over 18. Intellectual property rights, right? Ensure that content doesn't infringe on copyrights and trademarks, and just obtain the necessary like release forms and stuff, permissions to for featured individuals, especially for collabs and so on and so forth, right? Privacy and data protection, right? You're going to want to be using stuff like Rolter, which is a DMCA takedown service, just in case content gets leaked. That's going to be key, and that's going to be software that you need. You can do it manually, but I just recommend using Rolter, as they are the best DMCA takedown service in my personal opinion. Obviously making sure that you're complying with GDPR, and making sure that you've actually got creator privacy on lock, safeguard creators' personal information and anonymity if desired. Okay, so signing NDAs with your creators, a lot of our creators we've got NDAs with, and that's really, really key. Make sure you're obviously adhering to, regulatory compliance, right? Anti-money laundering, KYC, and all that sort of stuff. Stay updated on laws with any with this sort of business, right? Make sure that you are staying in touch with the terms of service and the policies on OnlyFans and other platforms like FanView, depending on what you decide to use, right? And obviously some ethical considerations as well, right? Transparency and honesty is key in this industry. You'll ruin your reputation if you're not a transparent, honest person. I've seen agencies go all the way up and come crashing, burning back down, never to recover because of how unethical they were. And that's just not the place for this industry, right? So if you come because you're red pilled from Andrew Tate and you just want to go and fuck creators over, then this is not the right industry for you. Please fuck off, right? So transparency and honesty, right? Provide clear communication about services, fees, expectations, avoid hidden charges or misleading claims, respect for creator autonomy, right? Support their vision, support what their brand vision and their content preferences, and avoid pressuring creators into uncomfortable or unethical content, right? Make sure that the splits reflect the value provided, right? Personally for us, we do a 50-50 split because it's a partnership, not a dictatorship, and we provide, I truly believe, way more than the 50% that we provide, right? Like I said, we've literally taken creators from doing $300 a month to $96,000 a month in 2 months, right? That's not happening without us, right? And that's not me being egotistical, but realistically, we could have taken 80% of that, right? And the creator still would have been up tremendous, but we just prefer to do it as a partnership, 50-50, incentives aligned. That's the name of the game, right? And again, people don't understand the whole 50-50 thing. How can you take 50%? Well, our chatting team costs 20% of that, so we're instantly down to 30%. Then our marketing expenses, our staff expenses, our relationship managers, our creative directors, it's it's not like we're just taking 50% and I'm just pocketing it and running off to the hills. It's a business like any business, right? And so, some creators we will take 60%, right? Some creators we've taken 70%. It really depends. But 50-50 is what we do currently and what we try to do the majority of the time, especially with the quality of creators we're working with now, and we prefer partnerships, okay? So again, fair compensation, right? Make sure that you adjust it based on the value you provide. Responsible marketing, right? Avoid deceptive advertising practices and exploit insensitive topics, so vulnerable audiences just to get views and stuff like that, right? Confidentiality, right? Make sure that you sign in NDAs where appropriate. Risk management, right? Consult with legal people if you want to. I'm not going to give you any legal advice or financial advice or any of that, but, do what you want there, policy awareness, stay informed of OnlyFans policies and their updates, and, make sure you're educating creators on platform rules and educating chatters and stuff like that to prevent any violations, because if an OnlyFans account gets banned, you are never getting it back, okay? You can consider stuff like professional liability insurance as well to protect against claims, and yeah, just make sure you're just building an ethical reputation, right? I wouldn't have lasted this long in this industry if I wasn't just super transparent and ethical. Just uphold integrity and ethical behavior in all business dealings. This is a business. This is a professional environment. We're not fucking pimps like people say, right? This is not what that is. That's just ignorance on the people's behalf that just can't accept that this is a legitimate business and they're going to be poor forever, right? That's simple as that. I don't give a fuck. So foster good work environment for all the creators, participate in industry forums and discussions and share knowledge and network, right, and so on and so forth. And that's some of the legal and ethical considerations. Now, some key success factors and pitfalls, right? Some key success factors: set clear goals, develop actionable plans, right? We talked about this in the mindset module, right? Like in terms of like setting goals and stuff like that. Regularly assess performance against objectives, right? Do pre-mortems and stuff like that. We're going to, again, talk about that in the advanced part at the end. We're going to talk about systems thinking, pre-mortem analysis, that evolution phases of business and so on and so forth. That's going to be more towards the end. But, that's what you need to be doing. Invest in training and resources for your creators, right? We invested pretty much every single penny we made for the first 3 years in this business. We didn't make a penny. We didn't make profit because we just rolled it back into making an amazing service for our creators, right? We wasn't in it to make money. Our creators were getting extremely fucking rich, but we literally wasn't making any money. And our creators are probably thinking like, oh my God, they missed me making so much money. But like with the general reality is we was rolling all the profit back into the business to continue to scale and continue to make the best product and service for our creators, because that's how you win long term and that's how you create a moat around your competition, right? So invest, don't be scared to invest. If you're doing this, just make profit for yourself and buy a Lambo, you're not going to be a good entrepreneur, right? So invest in training resources for creators, for your agency, invest in talent. That's a really important thing. Invest in mentors that have walked the walk that you want to do. Don't invest in bullshit 997 courses. Like, don't worry about that shit, right? Like, that's just, don't do it. Provide guidance on content creation, right? Branding, audience engagement. You want to be really developing your product, right? The people that are product focused in this are gonna win, right? If you're super product focused and service focused, and product service, same thing. But if that's how you think as a founder, you just want to make the best service possible for your creators, you'll win in the long term, I promise. Okay. Again, you're gonna want to be looking at marketing and using multi-channel marketing strategies and collabs and paid and social media and all these different things. And you're going to want to make sure you've got operational excellence, right? Building SOPs from the get-go, documenting everything, right? Building hats, building policies, streamlining processes, building systems, getting tools, make sure you're tracking and make sure you're looking at the metrics and the data you're getting the feedback so you can iterate and make the system better and do petri dish experiments and so on and so forth, right? And just make sure you're maintaining all accurate financial records and reporting. As a business owner, you need to be looking at your financials every single day. You need to know what's going in, what's going out, profit, loss. Look at your balance sheet every single day, right? You need to be obsessed with what is coming into my business. Because if, for example, one day you have a spike where you make 50 grand and then you don't know that, you're not really conscious of it, you need to be knowing, okay, we usually make 30 grand a day, but today we made 50 grand. What caused that? And then can I like look into that and can we continue to do that? And that's, you need to know your numbers, right? Like I was never a numbers guy, but you have to be a numbers guy. You have to turn into an operator if you want to scale long term. And we're going to talk about that stuff in the advanced modules, right? Now, again, innovation, adaptability, right? You need to be adaptable, especially in this industry. It moves fast, right? You need to embrace new trends, new technologies. With AI coming along, right, there's going to be, we're talking AR, augmented reality, we're talking VR, right, virtual reality. That's all going to be coming in, which is just going to explode the profitability of this business. Bear in mind, in 2019, this business has grown 11x on the creator side. So there's now 4.1 million creators on the platform. And on the user side, it's grown 22 times, right? There's now 316 million users, and it grows by 500,000 new users every single day, right? Since 2019. So we've never, the growth of this platform is absolutely ridiculous, and it's only going to get enhanced by the future technologies and AI, right? We're talking chatting. You're not going to need to hire and pay staff to chat for creators anymore. You're not going to have to chat yourself. We're going to be able to have AI chatting that can speak and deliver a better customer service to the subscribers than any human being, because they're going to be able to look at their digital footprint, track them cookies, deliver a personalized experience to know exactly what they like, know exactly how to sell them, store data on them. Oh, this guy replied 20 days ago. This guy used to speak to us 20 days ago and I sold him XYZ. He's now come back. I remember, I'm going to sell him this YZ because I know exactly how to sell him, right? Like AI is going to be far more advanced. And so preparing for that and being in the industry when that happens, you're going to see explosive growth in profits in everything, right? Like this is going to be ridiculous, right? When you get your hands on that type of technology. So that's going to be key as well, right? So be willing to adapt, and that's going to be key, right? You need to stay on top of those trends, and that's key. Common pitfalls, right? Some big common pitfalls of agencies: neglecting compliance, right? Overlooking legal obligations is going to lead to fines, lawsuits, platform bans. Regular compliance checks are essential. Poor creator relationships is one of the biggest ones I see. This is why my agency has done so well, is because we've got an amazing product and service, but we've also got amazing client relations, right? And so poor creator relationships is going to lead to the downfall of your agency, right? Lack of communication and support is going to result in churn, and you need to be prioritizing relationship building and responsiveness over a lot of things in this particular industry. Inefficient resource management is another big pitfall, right? Overextending resources at the start can impact your service quality. I see people that before they even, they sign their first creator, they've got $5 grand liquid in their account, and they spend that $5 grand on one creator before they've even made profit, just to, just because they want to deliver. It's like, I get it, it's a good mindset behind it. You want to go above and beyond, but it's stupid financially, right? Don't do that. You need good resource management. And then again, another thing, a pitfall is scaling operations responsibly and planning for growth, right? Most people don't build SOPs, don't build systems, don't track anything. They have no data. They're not looking at metrics. They're not iterating on systems. They're not doing anything. They're not documenting. They're just making emotional decisions. Oh, let's do this because I think this. Or let's do this because I've seen this guy on YouTube say this. Or maybe we should do this because I'm seeing everyone do this. So that's the worst way to run a business. You're never going to win, right? You need to be looking at, okay, so the reason our outreach system isn't working is because I've got XYZ metric that's telling me this, and this. And so we need to improve our outreach message because the data shows that that's where the bottleneck is. And we're not going to know where the other bottlenecks are further down the chain because we haven't optimized our outreach message and it's not within KPI, right? You need to know every fucking aspect of your business, and you need to know the entire, you need to know all these systems and metrics, right? That's the point, right? If you don't, you're not going to be able to scale. You're not going to be able to grow. You might take a lucky jump where you sign a big creator and you make 100 grand for a couple of months, but eventually your income is going to come back down. You're going to be broke and unemployed, and that happens to a lot of people, right? Risk exposure in this industry is crazy. A lot of people work with 1 or 2 creators and get absolutely wrecked in the long run, and they never build true. They never become operators. They never become good business owners or leaders, and they just think they got lucky, they sign a big creator, they capitalize on it, they make a ton of money, and that can happen, right? I've literally seen people go and sign a creator making 100 grand a month, and she's come from another agency, and this new agency's just set up, and she's joined them, and they make 50K a month for 4 months, and then she leaves, and they don't do anything, they don't utilize it, they don't build, they just fuck themselves. They start going buying Lamborghinis and dumb shit, and then they're fucking unemployed, right? So don't be that guy. You need to know your metrics, you need to know your data, you need to build systems, you need to scale operations responsibly, and you need to plan for growth, right? Ignoring market trends, another massive pitfall. Failing to keep up with industry trends is going to just render strategies obsolete, right? Again, every system you build is eventually going to face entropy, right? Entropy just states that all things eventually die. And so your system, when it's working, you need to milk the fuck out of that system, right? If you've got a good traffic generation system to OnlyFans, milk it, because eventually it's going to die. And you need to be able to pivot in these industries because they move fast, because continuous learning is vital, right? That's going to be key. Relying on just one traffic method or one system is not going to work for you in the long run. You are going to get wrecked. So you need to be investing in marketing initiatives, investing in knowledge, investing in mentors, and so on and so forth, right? And that's going to be key. So that is it for this one. I will see you in the next one. Peace. Welcome to the acquisition part of the program. Now, again, congratulations for making it this far. You're really sticking it out, and you are definitely one of the special ones, because there's not going to be many people that get through this far. So if you've got this far, I implore you to stick with it, because you're on the right path. Now, acquisition, right? In this module, we're going to be talking about finding clients, how to actually sign clients, the sales process, the onboarding process, the strategies to find and get clients, and so on and so forth, and pretty much how to book appointments, right? Now, the key to acquisition is understanding the fundamental psychology behind why strangers convert into clients. And if you can comprehend the unconscious drives that motivate human behavior, then you can create compelling offers and marketing messages that not only meet but exceed the needs of your target market, right? So if you understand what drives people, their motivations, their desires, and you show them how you can bridge that gap with your offers and marketing messages, then you will exceed the needs of your target market, right? And so if you can recognize that the market's desires come first, and you're going to be building all your marketing and all your offers around the market's desires, not around your product and service, then you're going to have a lot of success, okay? And your offer and marketing messages is going to deeply resonate with your potential clients. So it's just going to ensure that you have success. Now, client acquisition is built upon 6 foundational elements, and those elements are drive, goal, problem, pain, action, and confidence, right? And each of these 6 foundational elements go into the other one, right? So they all feed into each other. So the drive feeds into the goals, which feeds into the problem, which feeds into the pain, which feeds into the action, and feeds into the confidence. And how that looks is the drive is the unconscious force which propels behavior, leading to the goal, right? Which is a desired future state that your dream customer has. And then, but however, there's then obstacles that are hindering this goal that your dream clients have. And that then becomes the problem, which then creates the pain, which is an unpleasant emotion that therefore motivates action from your potential clients to alleviate that pain. And the only other caveat to that is, for an action to occur, the individual must have sufficient confidence in the solution offered, right? So the easiest way to explain it is, this is an OnlyFans creator, right? She's a stranger, this is you. And she has all these unconscious drives, right, that she has in her life that wants to get her to, like, you know, she has all these unconscious drives that therefore she then sets a goal, right? And the only issue is, you know, these drives, these unconscious drives, she wants validation from the marketplace. She wants to make more money to prove some person wrong. It can go deep and deep and deep, right? But she has all these unconscious drives that she might not necessarily be aware of, which creates this goal, right? And there's this goal of you. However, there's just a big ball of chaos in the middle, which is the problem, which is stopping her from getting that goal. And so therefore, she's now sat in this painful position because this problem creates pain and she doesn't know how to solve it to get to her goal. So there's this gap from, you know, her drive to this goal, but she doesn't know how to bridge this gap because there's this big chaos of ball of problems that is stopping her from getting that goal. And so she sat in this fire in pain. And for her to take action to get to her goal, she needs you and your service and your offer to give her confidence that you can bridge this gap and unravel this ball of problems and get her to her goal. And if your offer and your marketing message and your service can do that, then she will take action, right? So your offer, your marketing, you're going to be stood on this pillar of confidence, and you're going to be like, look, stranger, I can help you meet these unconscious drives and get you to your goal. And it's actually really simple, and we've done it for hundreds of other people. And look, this is exactly how you do it. This is the methodology. This is step by step. And then she's going to see that, and then she's going to be like, oh my God, this is amazing. And then boom, right? You bridge the gap for her to her goal. You unravel the problems for her, right? You are unraveling the problems for her, and then she can just go straight to her goal so she can stop being in pain, right? That is what it is. That's what acquisition is at a fundamental psychological level, right? And so an essential concept to this is the action threshold, right? And this represents the tipping point at which a person's combined levels of pain and confidence compel them to take action. The equation here is pain percentage plus confidence percentage divided by 2 equals the percentage chance of action, which illustrates that increasing either factor raises the likelihood of conversion. So if someone's on a sales call, like a creator, and they're teetering on the edge, like they can't quite make the decision, then it's because you haven't triggered the action threshold. Everyone has different action thresholds, right? Someone's could be 20 out of 100 if we just compare on a scale to 100, right? It's just an arbitrary number. That's not how it actually works. But let's just say, 20 to 100, and then you could have another person that is 90 action threshold in a scale of 1 to 100. Now, it's going to be a lot easier to trigger the person at 20 than it is at 90, right? Because you don't have to build as much pain and confidence on the person that has a 20 action threshold, because it doesn't take much for them to take action. But the 90 person, you're going to need to build enough pain and confidence. So when you build in your offers and your marketing messages, you should always be thinking, this needs to trigger the highest action threshold. You want to build your offer around the people that are 90% action threshold, right? So that's going to be key, right? And again, if someone's teetering on the edge on the sales call, they can't quite decide whether they want to work with you, it's because they're either not in enough pain or not in enough confidence. And so that's your job to either amplify their pain or amplify their confidence, inspire confidence, right? By showing them that you can actually do what you say you're going to do, whether that's testimonials, whether that's your offer. Your offer can inspire confidence, so many different things, right? But your goal is to bridge the gap. And so you can amplify that pain temporarily to get them into a position where they're now of benefiting from your service, right? So you need to trigger their action threshold, and by amplifying the client's pain through exploring problems, discussing consequences, and highlighting unmet needs, and enhancing their confidence in your ability to provide a solution, you lower their action threshold, making it more likely that they will commit to your offer, right? It's not necessarily like you lower their action threshold, you just meet their action threshold, right? So, if they're on a 50, they could literally be on a 50, let's just say their action threshold is 57, they could be on a 56, and they're so close to wanting to take action, and you just need to show one more testimonial, for example, or ask one more consequence-based question, and it would take them to a 57, and they trigger their action threshold, and now they take action and join your service, right? Another critical concept is the gap, right? This refers to the disparity between an individual's current situation and their desired situation, often revolving around key life areas such as health, wealth, relationships, and happiness. The entire world economy operates on this principle as people continually seek products and services that help bridge this gap. Your role is to position your offer as the vehicle that effectively closes this gap for your clients. And to facilitate the process, you must tap into the reservoirs of confidence and the reservoirs of pain. Now, confidence can be sourced from your compelling offer, how it's positioned to solve their problems, from yourself, right, where you're just demonstrating unwavering conviction in your ability to deliver results, and from your clients, right, so through testimonials and case studies. And offer is the biggest asymmetric advantage here. You don't have to have all these things. They all help, right? But if you just have a dialed offer and a decent level of confidence, you'll do really well, right? Those are the most important things, right? So you don't need testimonials and case studies to do well. That's something you'll get over time, right? So pain can be sourced from the conscious problems, right? Unconscious unmet needs, current undesirable situations, and desires for what they don't have, and the consequences of inaction. That's where you get pain, and you amplify that pain by asking targeted sales questions in your sales pitch, in your interview process, right? Now, by strategically amplifying pain and building confidence, you guide potential clients over their action thresholds, and this means that they're more likely to take the necessary steps to alleviate the discomfort, namely engage in your services. Crafting your offer with the psychological framework ensures this not only addresses their surface level needs, but also resonates with their deeper drives and motivations. Ultimately, creating a successful offer and having successful client acquisition systems is about bridging the gap between where your clients are and where they want to be. And by focusing on these psychological drivers and meticulously addressing each foundational element, you position your offer not just as a service, but as an essential solution to their profound needs. And this approach makes it exceedingly difficult for potential clients to decline, thereby significantly enhancing your agency's ability to acquire new clients effectively and build better, more efficient, more predictable, more reliable, more scalable, more sustainable client acquisition systems. So that's going to be it for the acquisition fundamentals. Now let's jump into the rest of the module. How do you create an irresistible offer? Now, this is a very vague question just because there's a lot. To create an irresistible offer, it's going to take me 6 hours to go over it. It's that in depth. To create my offer for my agency, it took me 3 weeks just to come up with the offer. And so I can't really dive into the depths of how to actually do that today. It would just take way too long. But the foundational principles is first, before you can even think about creating an offer, you need to understand why people actually convert from a stranger to a client in the first place. What makes creators want to actually convert in the first place. If you don't understand that as a fundamental principle, then you can't actually create a good offer, right? And so you need to know to convert a human from a stranger to a client, it requires 6 things, right? Which is going to be drive, goal, problem, pain, action, and confidence, right? And so all those things then feed into one another, right? So drives create goals, goals create problems, problems create pain, and pain creates action, right? And so you need to understand the principles behind why people actually wanna even become a client in the first place, right? So you want to look at it as right, you got a stranger, then they've got all these problems, and then they've got, I'll draw this out on a whiteboard just so everyone can, because this is, I'll explain the fundamentals behind this, and then then once you know this, then you can be right, okay, now I understand how to create an offer. I would literally listen to what I'm about to say, and then go and read $100 million offers by Hormozi, and that's all you'll need to actually understand how to create an offer, right? But you need to understand why people buy and why people convert from a stranger to a client in the first place, right? So bear with me, I'm going to try and draw this out. Let me just see this quickly, right? So let me grab my whiteboard. Here we go. Let's see if you can see this. Ugh. Right. So, right, is this camera tracking? Right, perfect, right? So in terms of why people buy, right? We have to first realize, right? So let's just say, right, we've got this person right here, right, which is our stranger, right? So this is our stranger. So we've got a stranger you. This is your model, your prospect, your person that you're trying to sign to your agency, you're trying to get them to show your offer, right? Then this person, this stranger, right, has all these unconscious drives, right? So he has things in his head that drive or she has things in her head that drive her, right? So all these drives are maybe a drive for love, a drive for power, a drive for financial freedom, wherever these drives are, right? But the thing is, those drives is what makes them set goals, right? So they have all these drives like power and love. And because of these unconscious drives that they have, they want to achieve goals, right? And so the issue is, so they want to achieve their goals, but the issue is they have all these problems, right? So they have just an absolute mess of just absolute problems. And then their goal is down here, right? So their goal is you. So there's this massive problems in between them, the OF model, and the actual goal that they want to achieve, right? So you've got the OF model. Let's just say she started an OF because she wants to be financially independent, and the end all be all goal of her life is to make 10 grand a month. Well, that's there, right? So she wants to make 10 grand a month, and she has all these unconscious drives, like the fact that maybe she wants to prove her friends wrong or her parents wrong, and she wants like this financial autonomy and freedom to do what she wants because she hates working a job. So she has all these unconscious drives which make that goal, but there's all these problems standing in the way, and so in the meantime she's just in this like absolute pool of pain. So this is like fire, right? She's sat in this pool of pain because she can't get to this goal she wants of financial freedom because there's all these problems here, right? So how do we actually convert her? How do we actually get her to take action, right? So if we wanted to take action, let's just say action is up here. If we wanted to take action, then us, need to position our offer with confidence, right? So like, let's just say then we have us on a pillar, right? And then we're stood you, and this is you, right? So you are you. Got this pillar. This is a pillar of confidence, right? So pillar of confidence. And so the goal is to get this stranger to see you with your service, and you're pretty much saying, look, I can unravel all these problems for you to get you to your goal, right? And so the only way that this person, though, is going to take action, so it's fine. You can be in the market and be like, look, I can help you unravel all these problems and get you to your goal. But that's not enough. But that's what everyone thinks is enough. Everyone just thinks by being like, look, I can help you. I have an agency and I can do all these things. That's not how it works, right? Because to get someone to, because remember, we have to get her to take action. So to get her to take action, we have to be stood on a pillar of confidence, right? And so that pillar of confidence can be you having conviction in your service, your offer being really good, and the fact that you might have testimonials. Those are the three ways to build confidence, right? So you either need testimonials, you either need a really good offer, or you need a lot of conviction in what you do can actually help it, right? And so you don't need all three. The offer is the 80-20, like the Pareto principle. Like the offer is the main thing that's going to push the needle forward. If you have all three, then this pillar is just like gold and shiny and even better, right? But you only necessarily need like, the main one's going to be the offer. That's like, if you have a really good offer, then you can actually get a confidence to get this OnlyFans model to be like, all right, yeah, I want this particular person to unravel all my problems for me because I believe that they can get me to my goal because I've got confidence in their offer and all the testimonials that they've showed me and all this kind of stuff, right? So like, that's what you need to understand first is like, right, this is how someone buys. This is like the psychology behind why someone actually wants to become a stranger, wants to become a client in the first place. And so, yeah, you need to actually find a way to build confidence, which is going to come from your offer, right? So that's like the easiest way to explain like why people buy in terms of like offers. And so once you've established that, then you can be like, right, okay, how do I in my offer position my offer in a way that's going to create this pillar of confidence, right? How do I add risk reversals? How do I make sure that there's no risk for her and that she doesn't end up in a worse place? Because the only thing people want to know, right, is that they're not going to end up in a worse place by working with you. That's all these creators want to know. Like, as long as you can guarantee them that by working with you, they're not going to be in a worse position than they was before, and they might even just be in a slightly better position just from working with you, even if they didn't get the result, then they're going to work with you and they're going to have confidence, right? So if you don't have testimonials and all of that stuff, that's all you need is a good offer, and that's going to build your pillar of confidence, right? So after that is to answer like your question. Again, it would be a lot just to sit here and explain offers, but once you know that, just go and read $100 million offers. Honestly, it's probably the easiest thing for you to do because it's a really good book. So finding clients, right? How do you actually find creators to work with? Now, I'm going to keep it simple, keep it short, but it's pretty easy, right? It's pretty fucking easy. Like finding clients is not the hard part. It can get advanced in terms of like, you know, ads and this kind of thing, but there's a ton of easy ways for you to find clients, right? And that's all that matters. So the first one, right? The first method of finding clients is just going to be girls you know, right? Like the easiest way is to just get a girl that you know. Everyone probably knows. There's that saying that you're only 6 connections away from a person. So like, for example, like Elon Musk, right? Let's take an extreme example. there's probably someone in my life that can connect me with someone else, that can connect me with someone else and someone else and someone else 6 times down the line that can connect me with Elon Musk, right? And so this actually is true as well. I could probably do in less than 6 for Elon Musk in particular, but my uncle is friends with Elon's brother, and he knows him very well, so I could go and message my uncle, ask him to set up a meeting with his brother, blah, 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 right? I'm like 3 connections away from Elon Musk. This is an example, but you probably, even if you don't directly know any girls like from your area or local girls that do OnlyFans, or maybe willing to do OnlyFans, then you probably know a guy that knows someone that knows a girl, right? Or you know a girl that knows another girl, or it's probably not even 6 connections away, right? And so that's the easiest one. Reaching out to friends, exes, I wouldn't do exes to be honest, but whatever you want to do, right? Who actually may be interested, because if you explain the level of money and the opportunity that there is on OnlyFans at the moment, then you will probably be surprised by the outcome of how many girls, especially, which we're going to get into. The next method really is students and uni girls. These are really, just keeping it real, like the biggest gem, biggest gold mine. A lot of university students, some of our best clients are university students. And they're just a very, there's a demographic that works really fucking well. And, approaching university students can be really good. You probably know that one chat guy, or you maybe know some club promoters or wherever, but these types of girls just perform better because they instantly just fit into a younger demographic. They're in university, and there's a lot more marketing plays you can make with those types of creators. And also, they want to make money, and so once you explain the level of money, you'll probably be shocked by the outcome and the amount of university girls that will want to work with your agency, right? Some of the top creators on the platform are all started when they were in university, right? So that's the first 2. Then you've got Instagram, right? By far the easiest and best method is probably going to be Instagram. Now also ads as well, like in terms of, that's a more advanced strategy, but like running ads. But we're not going to get into that because you don't need ads to actually find clients, right? So Instagram is definitely probably the easiest method, just because you can literally find one OnlyFans creator, which isn't hard. They pop up on our feeds all the time. And once you find that one, you follow her, you start engaging with her content, and also once you look through her followers and you look through her following, who she's following, you'll find another OnlyFans girl, and then you follow her, start engaging with her, and then you follow, and then you find one OnlyFans girl, and you can just find a bunch of others, right? As soon as you find one, you can pretty much just find unlimited. So you find one, you look at their following, you can pretty much tell from their profile picture and who they are that they're an OnlyFans girl. You click it, find out they're an OnlyFans, boom, and then you can just find massive lists, right? You can also use a software called OnlyFinder, which is a website. You're gonna have to scroll for a while because there's a lot of ads and shit on there now that are not promoted as ads. But you can mess around with OnlyFinder. It's pretty easy to use. Just go to onlyfinder.com. I think it is. Let me check right now. OnlyFinder. If you go to, let's have a look. Onlyfinder.io. So if you go to onlyfindersearch.com, you'll find it. You can search OnlyFans profiles by name, keyword, location, ethnicity, new, top, free, like all these different things. OnlyFinder can be good, and they'll have their Instagrams linked or their Twitter linked, and so you can go on OnlyFinder, scout through a bunch of girls, and go through this. So I'll show you real quick. So as you can see, we're on OnlyFinder, so I can literally just type in United Kingdom, and then these are going to be ads initially, so you might have to scroll for a while before you start finding some people, because you don't want to be going after people with 550,000 likes. You could obviously and go for the big creators, but you're gonna have to scroll for a while now. It didn't used to be like this, but as you can see, the Instagrams are connected as well, right? So you can start to scroll for a bit, and then you'll start to find people that you can reach out to. So all these girls you could reach out to, right? So for example, whoever this couple is, you can go on there, I can click their Instagram, that's going to take me to their Instagram, and I can reach out to them, right? So boom, takes me to their IG, and then I can drop them a message on IG, right? And you can do that on this. So this is a really good website to just find a ton of leads. And again, once you found one, you can just go on their Instagram. If we take this girl, I clicked their OnlyFans. We can take this girl, right? And then you can go to her following, I'm not logged in. But you can go to her following, you probably find another OnlyFans girl in her following, go to her, and it's a spiral, right? So that's another easy tool as well. But again, IG is really good. And also as well, you can, there's other methods as well. So you could, for example, look at fitness influencers on there. A lot of those people have OnlyFans and stuff like that. That's one method, right? You can go to like local gyms, stuff like that. You can filter by location and go to like fancy places like, fucking Boa Steakhouse or, fancy nightclubs or Cat Chalet and all these places where this type of demographic might potentially hang out, right? Again, as well, like students and stuff like that, you can also find them. You could do like outreach, look for a university page, see who's following them, do outreach to the university page and just go and select any potential models, right? Again, like bars, clubs that have student nights, you can do that as well, right? And they can be like, that's a real ideal demographic, especially for starting. So yeah, that's what you can do there. Then again, same strategy on other platforms. Twitter, same thing. Find one on OnlyFans girl, look at it following, look who's liking it, post, go and find other ones, right? Again, once you found one, you can keep finding more. Same with TikTok, right? And what I would recommend doing on all these platforms is creating a new account specifically for lead generation, specifically for prospecting, right? So create a new account, go and follow 100, 200, 300, 400, 1,000 OnlyFans girls, only OnlyFans girls, and only like and engage and comment and save that type of content on that page. And then all you need to do after a week of doing that on TikTok, after a week of doing that on Instagram, after a week of doing that on Twitter, you're only going to be served that content. You're going to be pushing new girls you're not following yet, go and follow them, right? Your explore page is going to be covered. So that's the best strategy. Just engage with that type of content. You'll get fed that type of content, right? And it's just going to become way better for you, way easier. So you don't have to go and find a girl and look through her following, find another girl, look through her following, find another girl, or look who's engaging. You can just literally start to get fed it, right? So if I go on my agency's Instagram right now, that's all we do. We only follow OF girls and we only engage with OF girls. So every single post is going to be something related to OnlyFans girls, right? My explore page is, again, pretty much 90% of the time going to be filled with OnlyFans girls, right? And so like that's going to be the key. And that way, like, all my posts on here, just OnlyFans girls, OnlyFans girls, OnlyFans girls, right? So like literally every single post, right? And so all you need to do is just go and follow a bunch and then you're good to go. You'll start to get fed that type and then you can just find girls, because girls will get pushed to you that you're not following. Your explore page will push you girls you're not following, and then you can use those and go and outreach to them, right? So that's going to be another way to actually find those types of girls. And you can also go and find, like on TikTok as well, go and look for like, low-level TikTokers, like who are doing just like the very general broad like dance trends and this kind of thing. Look for the 5,000 followers, 10,000 followers, those types of people, right? That maybe would be open to doing OnlyFans, or find the low-level TikTokers that already have OnlyFans that are doing those broad general trends that don't really know what they're doing, that have bad funnels that you can really help, right? They probably got a bad offer, they're probably bad at creating content, they probably are not. They haven't got anyone to hold them accountable. They probably got a terrible price point. They probably have no idea what they're doing on the chatting side. So you can really like help them with all aspects, right? So those are the people I would recommend looking for to start, rather than approaching like these massive creators that are already making 50,000 a month or 100,000 a month and trying to get a high percentage and fucking it up because you have no idea what you're doing. So I would recommend always just like, this is what I would do, is look for those types of creators, right? People making $1,000 a month, $2,000 a month that you can really take to the next level of 10 grand, 20 grand a month, right? That's what you want to be looking for when you're starting. And then, once you start to grow your portfolio, you start to sign more models, you start to understand you've proven a process with one model, and now you want to scale and acquire more models, then you can start to look at taking on higher end creators, right? Maybe they're already making 10 grand a month, or maybe they're already making 100 grand a month, but they're unhappy with the agency they're currently working with, because spoiler alert, all the girls making above 30, 40, 50K a month, all 99% of the time working with an agency, or they have someone on that ops end, right? So those types of girls, you know, we've signed girls that are already making 70 grand a month and we've taken 50%, and people are like, how the fuck are you taking 50% if she's already making 70 grand a month? Why would she give you 50%? It's because she was already giving 50% to the other agency anyway, right? And so like, it's not much to ask. She was never actually getting the full 100% to get to 70 grand a month in the first place, right? Like, she probably signed with our agency when she was making like 5-10 grand a month. They got her up to 70k a month. They've been stuck there. Now she's stuck there. She wants to work with a new agency. And so she's obviously willing to just go and continue to give us 50% or 40% or wherever it is, or wherever our offer is. And that way, you know, we're instantly got a cash injection of 35 grand a month, right? So you can go and sign higher level clients as well, but I'd only recommend that once you know what you're doing and once you've proven a process, right? And so that's going to be starting. You're going to start that by finding these lower level creators that are making 1k a month, 2k a month, that you can, you know, almost like prove that process on, right? Practice on and get them up to where they could be, right? So that's pretty much like all you could also look on Reddit as well, and you can go to subreddits like OnlyFans Girls 101 and stuff like that. Again, you can use Twitter. It's pretty much all the same. It's all the same stuff. In person you can do as well if you're like really good in person. If you want to go to strip clubs, stuff like that, you could do that as well. Nightclubs, all this kind of stuff, right? You know, especially if you want to go out on student nights and you just, you know, you don't want to force anyone to do this business, but you just like suggest the idea, or maybe you find girls that are already doing it, or you ask them to connect you with people who are doing it, and blah, 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 right? There's tons of ways. If you're very extrovert and you want to do in person, and you can, right? Or if you want to use that Chad guy that everyone knows, right? Use the player, right? You know, maybe the guy that's sleeping around with a lot of girls or wherever, then, you know, maybe he's already sleeping with OF girls, or maybe he has a network of OF girls, then you can use him, right? Same as using club promoters, same as using strategic partners. There's a video on using strategic partners, like using influencers to reach out to people for you, right? And this is now like building a recruiter system, right? So you pay them, you know, 10% of their earnings every single month if they recruit girls for you, right? Or you can pay them one-off fee of like $500 for every girl they bring, or $100 for every girl. Depends where you're at, right? We pay our recruiters a percentage, so, you know, it depends on what deal we create with the actual model. Like if we send them on 50%, 40%, 30%, wherever it is that we do there, right? Or if we collect cash up front, doesn't matter. Wherever we do, that depends on how much the recruiter gets paid, right? So for example, if we sign a girl and we take 50% and she's like a good gem, then we'll pay the recruiter like 10% every single month, right? And so you can do stuff like that. You can build recruiter funnels, whether that's going to be with the player guys, you know, with the guys that just have big networks of girls anyway, with the guys that are the club promoters who know all the girls. Maybe it's the photographers, right? The videographers, whoever it is that you can like build into your recruiter funnel, whether it's influencers, other like modeling agencies, wherever it is, right? You can start to build a recruiting funnel, and you just have pretty much affiliates, right? It can be other OF girls as well. Like we've reached out to OF girls that we haven't worked with as our agency, and we have brought them on to recruit, right? One of our best recruiters right now is an OF girl that just does OF on her own. She used to be a part of our agency, but she prefers to just do it on her own. And, you know, she only makes like 4k a month, but she recruits tons of models for us, and she gets paid a lot from that, right? Because we're giving her 10% every single month of all these models that she's bringing us, and she brings a lot through, right? Because she has a decent sized following, and she just brings us models. And so she's a part of our recruiter funnel. And we have influencers that also recruit models. And so we have this entire recruiting aspect of the business where people are doing the work for us and bringing us models. Referrals is a big one once you start to get clients results and all this kind of stuff as well. And obviously ads and all this other stuff. But these are all the ways where you can actually find clients, right? And that's pretty much everything you really need there. So yeah, go and set up those accounts, go and start to like those posts, go and reach out to people, go and be resourceful, take notes. Make sure if you haven't taken notes, go and watch this again, take notes, and then go and act on those notes. Because if you don't act on things I'm saying, you're just intaking a bunch of information, you're actually learning, right? Learning is that if you actually change your behavior, right? It's not just intaking. So go and actually change your behavior. Go and like rewatch this video or pause this video if you've already been taking notes, and then go and look at those notes and go and actually implement. Go and start reaching out to people. Go and start getting recruiters in place. Go and start building those Instagram pages specifically for the point of finding leads, right? And prospecting. So that being said, that's going to be it, and I will see you in the next one. Peace. Right, so there's only really 4 ways to tell others about your service, right? And those 4 ways we're going to get into, and I'm going to explain this in depth. This might be a long one, but these are pretty much the only things you ever need to worry about in terms of like actually getting leads, closing those leads, and signing people to your service, right? Now, this is pretty much the only way one person can generate their own leads. There are technically other ways, but they require you to use leverage to achieve them, right? So the first one is going to be warm outreach, right? Now this is one-to-one, right? So people who know you. It's the cheapest and most reliable way to find clients. And you can do it without being a robot or a weirdo in the DMs and sound like a human being. So if we break down warm outreach, right? This is pretty much going to be like inbound and stuff like that, right? So first, obviously, is get some type of list, or you want to own traffic, you want to own attention, right? So people that think that they don't have to have a list or don't need any leads are wrong, right? If you just think that you don't need any leads, you don't need a list of people, then you're wrong, right? Pull up all your phone contacts, your social media, your emails, everyone there is a lead, right? And obviously, again, this is broad because they might not be a lead for your specific business, but they are a lead, right, realistically. And so like, you need to start building up a list, right? So like I said, when you are doing outreach, you want to be tracking everyone you're reaching out to, right? You want to use the social outreach tracker and you want to be tracking everyone you're reaching out to. So if you reach out to Anna Paul, for example, once you've reached out to her, you want to put the link to her Instagram and everything in a lead tracker and build up this like lead list of potential leads, right? And so you want to build that list, right? Then when it also comes to warm outreach, you realistically want to like start picking platforms. So what do you actually want to be using, right? You want to be YouTube or TikTok or X or Instagram, right? It doesn't really matter. Even if these platforms change, the fact that people pay attention will not change, right? So pick the one that you think you can get the most contacts on and have the most leads on. I think Instagram's the best for this business, so that's what I would recommend, right? But YouTube is also extremely powerful, arguably better than Instagram for inbound, but we're going to get into that, right? Instagram is just a bigger lead list in general. You can build up a bigger lead list, right? Because even from YouTube, people are going to actually DM you from Instagram because you can't obviously DM on YouTube, right? So they kind of both go hand in hand, right? So then I'm not going to cover the actual like warm outreach, like what do you say, this and that, right? Because we're going to cover outreach and stuff in some other modules. But like just to basically quickly blast through it, it's just super friendly stuff, right? Like realistically, warm outreach is going to be like people that you know or people that know you, right? So if you do know a girl in university that you go to university with and you speak to her and she knows who you are, then that's going to be warm outreach, right? You're not a stranger, you're not cold. That's all it is, right? So you don't want to just go pitching your product and service. You just want to start a conversation as you normally would, right? And that's all it is, right? That's all it is. And it's warm outreach. They know who you are, so it's very comfortable. And obviously you're going to have bigger response rate. And as long as you're reaching out to the right people, you're going to be good, right? And that could be reaching out to potential clients. It could be reaching out to people to recruit for you. Warm outreach is going to be the easiest way because those people are already familiar with you and know you, right? And you can build up an even bigger and easier list of warm outreach as you start to build an audience through organic content, stuff like that, which we're going to talk about next, where you can start to do warm outreach on people that follow you, for example, and those are more likely to message you back because they've just followed you, right? But we'll get into that, right? Now, a couple of things, right? When you're doing warm outreach, you want to make it easy for that person to agree. So you want to give them a good deal, especially if you've never done it before. Let's just say you do warm outreach to a university girl that you know well, and she does OnlyFans, but maybe she's not doing well. Just if it's your first time doing it, just make the offer really good. Like, look, I'm not going to start by taking 50%. I just want to like do it for 2 weeks for free. Or a month for free, just to see what we can do and show you what I can do and see if I can actually help. If I can actually help and I prove a process, then let's just be partners and go 50-50. That way it's like lower risk for you, right? So like you want to do stuff like that when you've never had experience and play the long-term game, right? Otherwise you're just going to create a, but like that one person, if you fuck her account up, can lead to, she's going to go tell other people about you. It's going to be a disaster. I've seen it happen, right? So if you have no idea what you're doing, because at the end of the day, even though you're learning from this program, you're still going to have to do the actions. And that's where you're going to learn a lot, right? When you're actually doing the thing. right? And so just do it with one girl to start to prove a process. And we're going to talk about proving a process before you go and start taking on 100 creators when you've never done anything before, right? We need to prove processes first, and again, we'll talk about that in future modules, right? With the warm outreach, it's gonna be a lot of follow up again, right? You might reach out to someone warm. You want to keep following up, right? It's not needy to follow up. Just follow up to people. The worst you can get is ignored or no, right? That's all that can happen. It's free. This is literally a free method to get clients, warm outreach. So, it's not going to be, you're going to have to do some work and follow up and actually put a lead list together and reach out to people, right? That's going to be key. Keep that list warm. Keep people, give some value, like just keep the list warm, keep speaking to them, and build out like a daily checklist, right, of the people you want to actually reach out to, and put the goal as well of how many people you want to reach out to. Now, depending on your contacts and your audience and all this stuff, your warm list is going to be bigger or smaller, right? So I'm not going to give you specifics there because everyone's situation is different. If you already have a massive influencer, if you're an influencer watching this and you want to start an agency, then again, it's going to be different for you because you're going to have a way bigger warm outreach list because you've got a ton of followers that you can warm outreach, who know who you are, right? Now, that's warm outreach. Now you've got organic contents next, right? So making organic content is how you will be seen by the many. So usually the people who know you, right? That's what organic content is really good for inbound, right? So this is really about like building inbound systems. So for example, you're going to be producing free content that contains value to your specific avatar. So OnlyFans creators. So you're going to be making videos on YouTube and Instagram and TikTok, providing value to that demographic of OnlyFans creators, right? And that is going to be super key because then you can start to build a reputation, right? And then you can start to do more of it and see what works and double down on what's working. And you're going to start to get people reaching out to you because you're providing value and they're going to want to work with you. And that over time is very powerful. It takes a long time to build inbound systems and it takes a long time to build that organic content funnel. But once it's working, it's really good, right? If I ever make a YouTube video on like tips for OnlyFans creators or whatever it is, even if it only gets like 3,000 views, I'll always get people to reach out to me from it, like creators that want to work with me because of it, right? And so that's really key because it just creates a ton of leverage. And the bigger it gets, the easier it gets, the more people, right? And the pros of that is obviously it's way more scalable. So posting organic content is way more scalable than warm outreach because warm outreach you're eventually going to run out to people, right? And you're also going to start to build up a reputation, but it is a harder skill to learn and it's going to take a long time. And I mean, you have to stay consistent. So the hardest part of it is staying consistent for 6 to 12 months when you're not getting any results. Like staying consistent with organic content for 6 to 12 months when you're literally getting no results is very difficult. So you're posting all the time, you're not getting any results, you're not getting any followers, it's difficult. But if you stick through it, it'll work, right? You're going to grow a warm audience who then can reach out to you. It's going to make all your advertising more effective because if you combine organic content and an audience with ads, then that's the holy grail, right? And it only costs time. It's free, right? It only costs time, so you can get the highest return per dollar. And over time, again, it's just going to create so much leverage for you. Now, the cons are it is difficult to personalize. You are going to be competing with a lot of people. Maybe not in this niche in particular, but in general, in the content game, you're going to be competing with people. So it is difficult to stand out. So learning content is a skill. And if you're good, people will copy. So it's hard to innovate, right? And that is like the sort of pros and cons of the organic content, but you have to do it. It's a must. Like you need to start doing it, right? Don't be a baby. Now, also when it comes to organic content, you want to look at the give to ask ratio, right? So you want to give, ask, kind of like jab, right hook, like what Gary Vee says, right? Now that is how everything works, how Facebook ads work, how radio works. On radio, you listen to 47 minutes of music for them to play 13 minutes of ads, right? On Facebook, if you get 4 posts of what you want or 3 posts of what you want, then you get hit with an ad, right? And that's how it works. Give, ask, right? So give value, and then I like to actually give value, but then make an ask, right? So I give some value, and that ask is like, comment the word X or DM me the word blah, blah, blah to get this free thing. So you're still giving value, even though you are taking, you're also still giving now where you can consistently give without truly like asking without giving, right? So that's how I like to do it. It's reciprocity. It's a psychology principle, right? That's just how it works. 3-to-1 ratio is really good. So give, ask nothing, and then give and ask in the same bracket on that fourth, right? So if you keep giving as well, people will eventually just start to ask anyway, right? So that's what I like to do. And when you ask, again, just you can either use lead magnets or you can sometimes directly ask, related to your offer. So you can specifically pitch your offer, right? You can just go straight for the fucking juggler and ask like for the sale. You can just ask for the sale, right? Lead magnet is obviously as well another key, right? So that's pretty much what when we talk about organic content, like that is the inbound systems you can implement. Creating videos on YouTube to your client avatar and giving value, and then making those asks as well, so people actually reach out to you, or you can do warm outreach from the new followers that you get and all this kind of stuff, right? So they kind of go hand in hand, inbound, and you can also do warm outreach as well. And that is what we're going to talk about when it comes to the organic content side of showing your service, right? Now, the next part is cold outreach. Now, cold outreach is one-on-one, right? So the two we've just talked, the one we just talked about is kind of one-to-many, right? Content. Going back to cold outreach, that is again one-to-one. So kind of like warm outreach, right, where it's one-to-one. Cold outreach is also one-to-one, right? So what that means is cold outreach is like the go-to strategy in this industry, is usually the go-to strategy, just because it's like the lowest barrier to entry, easiest one. But then, it's all about volume, and it's all about proving a process and then just going all in and finding a system that works with cold outreach, because everyone does the same shit. Everyone has the same agency-based pages. Everyone sends the same shitty outreach messages. Everyone spams creators. Everyone just does dumb shit, and everyone just copies everyone, right? So you want to come up with your own system, and you want to iterate, and you want to find a system that actually works, right? You don't just want to copy what everyone else does, and you've got to be super fucking consistent when it comes to outreach, right? So when we're doing cold outreach, what that means is we're advertising to people who don't know us. They have no idea who we are, right? And cold audiences, they've never seen or met you before, and so there's obviously a lot of stuff that's going to really matter, like having an optimized profile is going to be really key. That has social proof and all these things, right? Your message needs to be dialed, right? Your process needs to be dialed. Your system needs to be dialed. Your follow-ups, everything, right? You need to be consistent. You never want to stop cold outreach, because the minute you stop cold outreach, even if you've got more clients than you can handle, you still never want to stop cold outreach. You always want to continue, right? So that being said, you just want to find a system that works, right? And again, cold outreach can also be texts. It could also be emails, right? And obviously we're going to use DMs as an example, because that's what the main thing is for this industry. The difference between warm and cold is trust. People in your warm audience trust you, whereas cold audience, they don't know you. And so compared to people who know us in our warm audience, strangers in the cold audience present three new problems, right? Sometimes you don't have an actual way to contact them. And if you do, you can mainly only send like one message. You've got to make a good impression, and that comes down to your profile and all these other things. And even if you can contact them, they likely will ignore you. And so you need really good follow-up systems. You need to be ruthless with follow-up. Follow-up in 4 hours, then in 8 hours, then in 24 hours, and then in 48 hours, and then another 48 hours, and then another 48 hours, and you follow up 8+ times. And then you continue, and usually the conversion happens between the 8th and 12th follow-up, right? So just be persistent with it. And again, even if you do get their attention and they reply, a lot of the time they're not interested, right? And these are objections to overcome. And so there's tons of different ways to contact them. You can obviously just go through IG and use the method I talked about in finding clients, and look at all the other methods. You can scrape lists. You can scrape a bunch of different things that would have OnlyFans girls on. You can buy lists from brokers. You can look for them, right? And that is how it is. The harder the way to get leads, the easier it will be to close as well. So that's going to be key to know, right? Looking in groups, stuff like that is going to be key. You can even go and buy paid groups and join networks of OnlyFans creators and stuff like that, and start doing cold outreach in those groups as well, right? Now, what to say is just personalize it. It always needs to be personalized. The first outreach message has to be personalized to every individual. It has to be different and personalized to every individual. If you're not personalizing that first message, then you're not going to win. And it's all about value. You could send 100 cold outreaches and you might get 2 replies, right? And that's fine. And those 2 replies might ignore you, and then it's going to take consistent follow-up. And again, you want to be putting all those people you reach out to in some type of list on a Google sheet, so you know who you've reached out to, and you know I've messaged this person 6 times. I've messaged that way. You can keep track and you actually build a lead list, right? Again, personalize it and then just give big fast value, right? Straight away. Similar to warm outreach, right? Personalize it, give big fast value, right? If you know how to conquer the cold audience, you should also apply that to your warm audience, right? Because it's just going to make it even easier. And again, they don't know us, they don't trust us, and so you need to personalize. You need to almost act like you know them. And cold outreach to look like a warm outreach is going to be key, right? So the best way to do that is to actually know something about the person you're contacting, like where they're from or their interests, and you can, what they do, you can find all this sort of stuff out on their profile and from doing a little bit of research. But personalization is what gets your foot in the door when it comes to outreach, right? Especially cold. So again, do a little research on them, invest some time, maybe pay some people, softwares, wherever it is, and use notes to figure out, like, get a bunch of notes on these people and use it to figure out, like, something about them so you can personalize the message, right? Yeah, it's a lot of effort. Yeah, it's probably going to take you like 6 hours a day to do outreach or 4 hours a day to do outreach. If you're not putting that much time in, then you're not going to get clients. Again, it's a free, low barrier to entry method. So if you want to win, you've got to go above and beyond where everyone else is doing, right? Everyone else is lazy, and that's why everyone else doesn't get results, right? So again, the problem is as well with outreach, like I said, they don't trust us, so you need to give big fast value. And again, we're going to talk about the actual outreach methods in the 3-step conversational flow, but yeah, that's mainly it. And again, follow-ups are going to be key. That's going to be key. Also, touch points are going to be key. So if you go to their Instagram, go and hit them up on Twitter. If you can find that, go and hit them up on email, go and hit them up on Reddit. Like, touch points is key and follow-ups is key, right? Just be omnipresent, right? So that's pretty much key. You want to set benchmarks as well. You want to actually set KPIs like 100 outreaches a day, 60 follow-ups a day, 20 conversations had a day, and 2 meetings booked a day, right? You want to set those KPIs so you actually got something to go at every single day, right? That's going to be super key. And again, that's what you need to do if you actually want to win. And you got to track all the leads and put them in a database like on Google Sheets as well, right? So yeah, it sounds hard. Why bother? You're probably like, well, this is just too difficult. Well, yeah, it's hard, it's boring, but why bother? Well, if you're just starting out and you've got no money and you have no idea how to run ads, you don't have the skill of ads, or you don't have the skill of a network for recruiters or anything like that, then when it comes to cold outreach, it's the easiest. You can still get clients. Like, we signed all our clients, and the majority of our best clients came from cold outreach. And you don't need to create lots of content or ads. Your competition are not going to know you're doing it. It's incredibly reliable once you've proven a system and you found a system that works. There's fewer platform changes. Compliance is less painful, and there's no spokesperson, which equals a sellable business if you ever want to sell your agency, right? Now, the next part is paid ads. I'm not going to cover that just because it's too advanced, and unless you've got like $200 to $300 a day to spend and you've got a media buyer that's on payroll, which a media buyer is not going to be cheap. You're going to be looking at $4,000 a month on a media buyer to run the ads for you. You're going to need then a $200 to $300 a day budget, and you're going to have to run that for a couple months. You're going to need the skill of creatives, and you're going to need a video editor and all this stuff. Like, ads is very high skill, high leverage, and it's not for beginners. You don't need ads. Like, you don't need ads at all. Just stick to the other 4, right? But this is the core 4, right? The core 4 is, again, ads, organic content, which is inbound, cold outbound, and warm outbound, right? So those are the 4. Stick to those first 3, right? Warm outreach, cold outreach, and organic content, right? That's all you need to do. Do them all. Do those first 3 and just do them all. And if you find and prove a process for each one, just double down on that and continue to do those things and be consistent with it every single day. If you want to get results, you need to be consistent with all 3 every single day. And yeah, it's going to take a longer time. Yeah, it's going to probably take 5, 6, 7, 8 hours a day of just doing that. But that's going to land you your first clients, and those clients are going to make you a lot of money. And so, yeah, this is the game of business. If you're not willing to do this, then again, you should leave this OFM Conquest server, right? So that being said, that's going to be it for the core 4. Again, warm outreach, cold outreach, post free content, and run paid ads. Again, leave the last one out. It's too advanced. You don't need it. So yeah, you're only going to need that once you're an agency making 100, 200 grand a month. That's when I would look at running paid ads, or you've got a big budget and you've got the skill and you've got the media buyer, right? Otherwise, stick to warm outreach, cold outreach, and posting free content. Other than that, I'll see you in the next one. Peace. So cold outreach is starting to feel like putting your dick in a pencil sharpener, maybe waiting for it to turn on. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. Maybe you mince your cock. Who knows, right? That's what cold outreach probably feels like. You're probably sending hundreds of DMs a day, thousands of DMs a day. Maybe you're trying mass DM bots. Maybe you're outreaching on models pages. Maybe you're outreaching on agency pages. Maybe you're outreaching on your personal brand. But nothing seems to be working. If you do get replies, it's probably a model calling you a cuck, or probably an agency laughing at you, right? So how do we fix that? Is cold outreach still viable? Does cold outreach work? Yeah, it does. But you've got to follow a specific framework. Now, I made a video a couple of weeks ago on cold outreach where I covered the 3-step conversational flow. But today I want to go more in depth. I want to give you the secret. I want to give you the secret sauce, the keys. I want to give you that special sauce, right? That unvaccinated sperm level secret sauce, right? That was weird. So this is what we're going to do, right? We're going to cover how to book 250 meetings per month from cold outreach. Now, are you going to go away from this video and book 250 meetings a month? Probably not if you're on your own. If you've got a team of growth specialists, 5, 10 growth specialists outreaching for you, highly possible. If you have 5 to 10 optimized profiles, highly possible. We've done it. You can do it too. But even if you can just book, I bet for some of you, even if you can book 30 meetings a month or 20 meetings a month would be game changing. So let's show you how to do that, right? Because no one's telling you how to do this shit. No one gives you a full-on breakdown. This is going to be a long video, but I'm going to break it down. You see this board? And I'm going to break it down, right? So let's just go. I've got some notes on my laptop as well, just so I don't miss anything. But booking meetings on Instagram through Messenger isn't hard when you know your market segment that you're going after, and you know their pain points, and you know their inefficiencies, right? And so if you don't know anything about your ideal client, if you don't know anything about your model, if you don't know the pains they're dealing with, the inefficiencies they're coming up with, then outreach is going to be difficult. But if you know that, it can be easy, right? And so we're going to use this framework to not only figure that out, but to be able to actually convert them, get them on a call, right? Now, this is called the 3-step conversational flow, and it's the best outreach method by a mile that you've ever seen, and no one else has given you this much sauce on YouTube for free, right? But in order to make this process work, you will need to know the inefficiencies that your market is dealing with, how to create social context and familiarity, how to bring out inefficiencies in a conversation, educating to create curiosity and create an authority/trust, and number 4, offering a value call, right? So in order to make this process work, in order to be able to even book 250 meetings a month, you need to know the inefficiencies your market is dealing with overall, and then based on those inefficiencies, you need to know how to create social context and familiarity, how to bring out those inefficiencies in a conversation. You need to know how to educate the prospect to create curiosity and to also build our authority and trust around you. And then you need to know how to not sell the service, but sell the call, offer a value call, right? Now, we do a lot of 2-call closes, so we don't just go for a sales call and close on the call. We do 2-call closes, value call, and then the sales call. Sometimes, if we feel like we'll close them on 1 call, but that's because our sales guy is super advanced and that's easy for him to do. The easiest way to do it at any skill level is to go for a 2-call close, but if you feel confident and it's vibing on the first call, just close them on the first call, right? That's obviously easier, but 2-call close works really well. Now, let me have a look at my notes. Before we start any of this, right? I'm just going to grab my laptop so it's easier, but before we start any of this, we need to know what inefficiencies are, right? So what are inefficiencies, right? Now, inefficiencies can be outdated systems and processes that your market is leveraging to attain its main goal, right? Inefficiencies is something that's keeping them from attaining that goal. Inefficiencies can be knowledge gaps that your market has, and inefficiencies can be anything that you know is standing in the way of your prospects and their desired goal and state, right? So before you start any form of outreach, especially on Instagram Messenger, you need to have a list of inefficiencies to look for in a conversation, right? And so like you need to get that messenger conversation flow down, right? So the way to look at this is what is standing in the way of your prospects and their desired goal or state, right? So if you're an OnlyFans model, what are the inefficiencies you'd be dealing with? What is standing in the way of you getting to your goal? Whether that goal is 10K a month, 50K a month, it doesn't matter. What is standing in the way? Now, this is why it's so important to know the market segment that you're going after, and why you don't want to just be maybe 1 month sign a model that's making 60K a month, the next month sign one that's starting from new, and then the next month do one that's making 10K, and then 5K, and then another 20. You're all over the shop. They're all different market segments, all dealing with different problems. Have an ideal client, have a client avatar, and go after that specific market segment only. If you want to go after university girls aged 18 to 24 that are making less than 10 grand a month, go after that market segment. If you want to go after celebrities and launch their OnlyFans, maybe they don't have an OnlyFans yet, but they want to do launches, go and do that. If you want to go and work with girls that are already making 50K a month, go do that, right? It's up to you. If you want to start girls from zero, do that. It doesn't matter. You can make money in all market segments, but just know the market segment you're going after. The market segment we like to go after is models making less than 10K a month, right? And so we know, based on that, all the inefficiencies that those models are dealing with, all the problems that get in their way of their desired goal, we know what they are, right? So for an example, if a model is making 4K a month, then she's gonna have problems like traffic, probably, right? She can't seem to scale traffic. It depends on how long she's been at 4K a month, but traffic's obviously gonna be an issue. Chatting's obviously gonna be an issue. Funnel, content optimization, welcome messages, bio, offer on the page, subscription price. Like, there's so many inefficiencies that she could potentially be dealing with. We need to know those, right? So that's the first thing you need to do. You need to come up with your ideal client, know exactly the market segment you're going after, and then craft and find out all the inefficiencies that market segment's dealing with, right? And so that's the first thing you want to do. And you should have a minimum of 4 inefficiencies that you can find in a conversation with a prospect. And these need to be painful obstacles. So something that's painful that they need to overcome if they actually want to get to their desired goal and state, right? So the first thing we've got is creating social contacts and familiarity, right? Now, these are the steps. These are the 4 steps. It's called the 3-step conversational flow. I don't know why I called it that, but it's actually realistically a 4-step conversational flow. The reason I don't like to say 4 steps doesn't sound that nice. 3 steps sound easier. When people think, oh, it's only 3-step process, it's better than a 4-step process, so I've just named it a 3-step process. In reality, it's 4. But for the title of this video, it's going to be called a 3-step, right? So, the number one goal with outreach is obviously to get responses, right? And so if you don't get the prospects responding to your first message, then how can you even expect to convert them on a call, right? If they don't respond to your first message, how can you expect to even get them on a call and convert them, right? It can't happen. So how do you make sure that you have the highest response when doing outreach? Well, you simply have to make sure that the prospect's in the right state of mind, right? So the right level of the brain that can accept that information that you're trying to communicate. So what does that mean? Well, there's 3 levels of the brain, right? We have the reptilian side of the brain, which is also known as the amygdala. We have the limbic brain, and we have the neocortex, right? Those are the 3 levels of the brain. Now, the amygdala, aka the reptilian part of our brain, is instinctual and has the sole purpose to keep you away from danger. It's pain fleeing, right? And so that's why, negative hooks in content work so well, because it hits that amygdala, right? Then we have the limbic part of the brain, which is the emotional and feeling part, which is the driver of a lot of our behavior, right? But then we have the neocortex, which is the thinking / rational logic part of our brain, right? And now when you're doing outreach, the reason you want to create social context and familiarity is because you want to get the prospects out of the reptilian brain or out of the limbic brain and into their neocortex, right? So you want them to use their neocortex when converting with you. And if they're stuck in their reptilian brain or limbic brain, you're not going to be able to get through to them, right? They're not going to listen. They're going to be emotional, right? And obviously, with models, they are more emotional. Like, females are more emotional biologically, right? So you need to get them into their neocortex, which is why it's so important to create social context and familiarity, right? So the process to actually create that social context and familiarity. No one's going this in deep on outreach. I'm giving you a fucking psychology lesson talking about the brain levels. No one's doing this shit, right? So the process to create social context and familiarity, the first message you send, this is another issue. Everyone thinks mass DMs are going to work, or spamming, or just doing the same outreach message, or sending these big, long oh my God, please don't do that. If you're sending like big, long paragraphs explaining this is what our agency does, blah, 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 blah. If you're even trying to sell in that first message, you're a fucking idiot, right? You're an absolute idiot. You're just going to attract low quality talent, if any at all, or you're just going to have a bunch of models cursing you out, right? You are effectively sticking your dick in the pencil sharpener and just turning it on. There's no point, right? You're losing your dignity. Stop fucking sending long-ass messages saying how great your agency is and how you can get them to 100K a month. We're not selling our services when we're messaging. This is the issue everyone makes. They try and sell their services in their fucking opening message, or even after they've been conversing with them for 4 weeks, they're trying to sell their service. We're never selling our service in the DMs. Make note of this. Ingrain this in your brain. You are not selling the service. You're selling the call, right? You're offering a value call. That's all you're selling. You're not selling the fucking service in the DMs. That's the number one way to just get ignored, right? And also follow-up is key as well. Remember, fortune's in the follow-up, right? Which we'll cover. But the first message should mention something familiar to the prospect, and this can be taken from their profile or the understanding that you have about their market segment, about their niche, about their journey as an OnlyFans creator, right? And so, like, that's the key thing. Now, yeah, there's obviously tons of ways you can think about that. I'm not going to give you any opener examples, purely because if I give you an opener example, every single person that watches this video is going to go and copy the same opener example, and it's just going to fucking destroy everything. The models are just going to be like, this is the same outreach message. I'm not going to give specific examples of the outreach message. I'm just going to tell you how to craft them. So you need to come up, and I'll tell you what, I'll give you an example of if someone was outreaching me, how would they create social contacts, familiarity with me? Let's just say, let's just say an email copywriter was approaching my personal brand, right? Something they could say, hey Dylan, were you running a business before Melossom, right? It's creating social contacts and familiarity. They've done a little bit of research to figure out I run a business called Melossom, and they're asking me, was I running another business before Melossom? So I'm thinking, interesting, why is he asking that? Let me reply, right? But a couple of things. Engage with their content and leave a comment if you're not receiving many responses. That's a good one. And the most key part of all of this, it doesn't matter so much of what you message them. It's not in the specific wording, right? But a lot of it comes down to profile optimization. A lot of it does, like a lot. Like if I send 50 DMs a day on my account, I'll probably get 15 responses, which is pretty decent, right? 15 responses, maybe 20 responses on a good day. But that's because my profile is really good and it's optimized. Whereas if you're not, if you decide to skip the most important part, which is optimizing your page, it doesn't matter if you use this or not. You can still maybe get some results, don't get me wrong, but you're not going to get as many as you could. So that's the most important part of all this. If you take one thing away from this, because you got the brain of a fish and maybe you can't take in all this insane information I'm giving you, if you can just take one thing away to ingrain in your brain, profile optimization is the most key part. By far, not even close. Not even close, right? And I don't mean profile optimization on an agency page. Agency pages don't work. The only way an agency page works for outreach is if you're actually willing to show all the models you work with, and they're actually decent sized models. They're well known, they're pretty famous, and you're showing their results, and you're literally putting it all out there. I personally don't want to do that because we've done it with a model before where we've put her out there, we've run testimonial ads of her face, and we've like really put her out there, put her results out there. And a bigger LA agency that realistically, just being completely honest, can offer more than us in terms of collaborations. Oh, we'll get you collabs with Sky Bree, Riley Reid, blah, 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 blah. She left our agency for them, right? Which is why personally I don't like to really put my models out there of who we work with, and also why all of our models sign NDAs with us, right? But if you want an agency page to work, that's really a good way to do it. If you're really secure and safe, and you got models in 2-year contracts and all this sort of shit, maybe you can do that route, right? But for people starting out, you're not going to have big models that you can even show off anyway. So an agency page is going to be irrelevant. Like, it's fucking irrelevant. If you haven't got big models you work with, then it's pointless. Like, good agency pages, like Blurresca, I think, have a decent one. Untouched have a decent one. So there's a couple, there's pros and cons to it, but I'd rather personally have personal brand or use our models pages, right? And you're pretty much like LARPing as a model. Is it LARPing? I think it's called LARPing, right? So yeah, profile optimization is a super important part of actually creating social context, like really important. And so make sure you have obviously nice pictures of yourself. Make sure you have some video content for the prospect to actually consume. You know, you want like an authority post, you want like a value-based post, maybe a case study / testimonial post. You want some stuff that they can consume, right? And you also want to make sure that you got engagement on your profiles too, right? Because that just creates social proof and makes the prospect feel like they can trust you, since other people can trust you, right? So go and get articles. You can pay for articles. Like, it's all socially engineered. If you really want good articles, and this is some secret sauce, so listen up. Go to a site called LinkedIn News and you can pay for articles. You can literally pay like $160 to be featured in 100+ different articles, like Yahoo Finance, Business Insider, all these crazy things for like $100, and just get ChatGPT to write the article for you about your agency. Or take a different angle, right? Don't say you're an agency, say you're like a social media growth firm or something like that, right? Because again, that whole agency space is getting played out because people are just, you got a bunch of 18-year-old kids who watch Andrew Tate that think they can go and start an agency, right? Whereas 3 years ago, an agency was actually looked at as like, oh my God, an agency's reaching out to me. Yeah, I really want to work with you. So much easier. Now, agencies, dead, being killed by all these little Andrew Tate wannabes, right? So, and that's nothing against Tate. I'm just saying the people that copy him, right? So, that's how you're going to create social context and familiarity, right? Not just in the message you send, the first message, being like customized, but the profile itself, right? That's how you create social context and familiarity, right? Now, number 2, bring out inefficiencies in conversation. So you've created you've created social context and familiarity. Now you want to bring out inefficiencies in the conversation, right? How do you do that? Well, firstly, you need to actually know what the inefficiencies the market's dealing with is, right? We've already done that, right? You should have done that. And so, therefore, you ask questions around those inefficiencies, right? How are you currently going about getting traffic to your OnlyFans? How are you currently going about driving subs to your OnlyFans? How are you currently going about making more money and chatting? Wherever the inefficiencies are, right? How are you currently going about funneling people? Blah, 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 blah. All the inefficiencies, come up with questions around there, and you need to be able to bring those inefficiencies out in conversation. So you create social context and familiarity, build a little bit of rapport after you've done it, and then start bringing out inefficiencies in conversation, right? And you'll get better over time as you continue to do this, right? And you want to explain and the solution, right? So let's just say, for example, they are, I don't know, let's just say they're doing something weird for traffic. Like, let's just say that they're really grinding for traffic. Like they're doing like GGs or wherever, right? You could obviously, if that's an inefficiency you bring out, like they only know how to do GGs, you want to show them what's higher leverage, right? You like one input to get 10 outputs, right? So for example, okay, you're doing GGs, great, but you do know you could just create an organic content in this specific way. And that organic content, if it blows up and gets 10 million views, 20 million views, that one piece of content can go and sell people forever, right? Whereas GGs, you're constantly buying the next GG, constantly chasing, boom, 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 right? Whereas content's ultimately higher leverage, right? And so you can explain that, right? So bring out the inefficiencies in the conversation, right? I always recommend that you ask a minimum of 3 questions to get a clear picture of what the prospect's struggling with, in order for them to have enough information to use against the prospect when it comes to pitch the value call, right? So we're not selling our services, we're selling the call. So when it comes to pitching the call, you want to have brought up at least 3 inefficiencies to figure out what the most painful one is for them, so you can then leverage that and attach that value to the call, right? So if traffic is what they're dealing with as an inefficiency, and you feel like, and you've also figured out another 2, but you feel like traffic is the most painful one, that's what you're going to attach as the value on the call, right? Which we'll get into. I'll show you how to do that, right? So number 3, educate the prospect and create authority and curiosity, right? So before you try and educate or even pitch a call, you need to find a minimum of 2 painful inefficiencies. If you don't, the prospect won't see the need to jump on the call, right? The value of the call needs to compensate for the friction and energy they need to put in booking a call. Waiting for the call to show up for I'm reading this too fast, right? So before you try and educate or even pitch a call, you need to find a minimum of two painful inefficiencies. Those inefficiencies again, traffic, chatting, right? And it could be specific ones in terms of traffic and chatting. That's obviously very broad, right? So let's just say, you find those two painful inefficiencies. It's definitely something they need to improve, and you obviously get them to agree that that's something they need to improve, right? Now, if you don't do that, the model isn't going to see they're not going to see the need to jump on a call with you, right? If you don't come up with the inefficiencies and you don't dig into those inefficiencies, when it comes to pitching the call, they're not going to see any need to want to jump on a call with you because you haven't figured anything out. You haven't solved their inefficiencies or explained that you can solve them, right? And so the value of the call needs to compensate for the friction and energy that it takes to jump on a call, right? They've got to click the booking link, they've got to put their email in, they've got to book the call, they've got to wait for the call, they've got to show up for the call, they might have to do their makeup before the call, wherever, right? It's a lot of friction to get on a call. So therefore the value needs to outweigh the friction, right? So you need to attach a reasonable amount of value to the call, which is why you need to find a minimum of 2 painful inefficiencies, right? And you need to educate them. You need to educate them around those inefficiencies, right? Remember, like I said, if chatting is an issue, blah, blah, blah. You explain you ask them a question about chatting. So how are you actually going about maximizing chatting, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I'm only chatting for 4 hours a day at the moment, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so have you ever considered doing this, and chatting for 24 hours a day and doing this, and this is the results you could see if you do that, blah, blah, blah. You're educating them around their inefficiencies, right? Oh, no, I've never considered that. Oh, my God, that's really a good idea. Boom, 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 right? You've educated them, right? So something else to think of when you're educating the prospect, creating authority and curiosity, right? How do you solve it, and why is it worth solving that way? So what's their inefficiency, right? Wherever their inefficiency is, how do you solve it, and why is it worth solving that way? That's what you're telling them. That's what you're explaining to them, right? And then also another good thing when you're educating the prospect, who have you helped solve it, and what outcome did they receive, right? So let's just go through this as an example. So firstly, how do you solve it? Why is it worth solving, right? So you found a minimum of 2 painful inefficiencies. How do you solve it? Why is it worth solving this way? We solve it doing X, Y, Z, and it's worth solving because X, Y, Z, right? Wherever it is, depends on the inefficiency. Who have you helped solve it, and what outcome did they receive? And we actually helped this model solve it. And the reason it's worth solving that way is because we actually took it from struggling doing 5K to 20K, right? But wherever, right? However you want to do that. Then question the prospect after you've done that, after you've educated them around that, question the model, question the prospect if they've ever heard of this process or thought of using it themselves, right? So we helped to solve it this way, blah, 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 blah. This is how we solve it. This is why it's worth solving. Have you ever considered that? Have you ever thought of doing it that way, right? You're questioning them on it, right? And so let's just say, again, I don't want to give specific messages because people are just going to copy where I say word for word. So I'm trying to think of another scenario. Let's just say, what scenario can we use? Let's just say I'm coaching agencies and I want to sell someone on my program, right? An example could be for this framework, right? So 2 painful inefficiencies, how do you solve it, why is it worth solving, who have you helped solve it, and what outcome did they receive, and then questioning the prospect if they have a year to this process. If we put that all together in the sense of I'm selling agencies, it would be something like, we normally leverage highly trained $3 hour VAs to book 5 to 10 meetings per day, and we've recently helped a client leverage a VA to generate an extra $20,000 a month while paying $500 a month for the VA. Have you ever thought about leveraging highly trained $3 hour VAs before? That's putting it all together, right? So you can go and figure out, reverse engineer what I just said for the model space, right? Again, I don't want to give specific examples in the agency space because people will just copy what I say word for word and everyone will start using it and it's just going to become fucking cancerous, right? So let's not do that, right? So that's number 3. Educate the prospect, create authority and curiosity. Number 4, the last step, right? Even though it's the 3 step. The 4th step, offering a value call, right? So depending on the prospect's reply, you should establish if the point you have just shared made them curious enough to make sense of jumping on a call with you to learn more. If they're not too interested, simply jump to another inefficiency and educate them again. Try to find the thing that makes them curious. Most of the time, it will come from the biggest obstacle the niche faces. Traffic, chatting, a bunch of others, right? But they're probably the biggest. Once they seem interested and engaged, simply make the following offer. Again, I don't want to give example frameworks because everyone's just going to rip it. But you're pretty much just pitching, at that point, you're just pitching a call. You know, like, would you be free to jump on a quick call? Would you be free to jump on a quick call where I'll walk you through the stuff you just talked about, right? Again, I'm not going to give specifics because everyone will just rip it and everyone will sound the same. And then once they agree, you don't send them the booking link until they agree. If they say, yeah, like it makes sense to jump on a call because I want to learn more about what you've educated me on, then you send the booking link, and then you just get them to book. Pretty simple, right? And then you just, send them the link, get them to book. And then if they don't book, if they leave you on red at that point, follow up with them 30 minutes after, right? Just ask them a follow-up question, could they find a time that worked, right? If they still don't reply, again, remember, the fortune's in the follow-up. So you're going to follow up 30 minutes after if they've left you on red and they haven't booked, because that can happen, and it's fine. Don't worry. If you've got that far and they haven't booked, it's fine. Don't worry, right? If after 30 minutes they still haven't replied or they've left you on red again, then you want to follow up again 24 hours after. If they still haven't replied, follow up again 48 hours after, right? You've got to be ruthless in the follow-up game. So, you send them the booking link, they ignore you or they don't reply or they don't book. Okay, that's fine. 30 minutes later, follow up again. Still don't reply, 24 hours later, follow up again. Still don't reply, 48 hours, follow up again, right? And so that's what you want to do. Now, once the call is booked, right? You want to send them an intro video to you and your solution by email. I showed you how to do this on one of my most recent videos. It's a Calendly video. I show you the Calendly and booking process. It's way more professional if you can do it. If you don't have any current models, you're brand new, then don't worry about this process. It's not that deep. Like, this part's not the crucial part, but it helps if you do have case studies and stuff, right? And so the more the prospect knows about you, the more they trust you, and the shorter the sales cycle is, the easier it's going to be to close them, right? And so, like, if you do have case studies and stuff, this is going to be good for you. And again, if you want to know how to actually, the technical of setting this up, then go to my video called Calendly and Booking Process or something along those lines. This is the process, right? So when the call's booked, send them an intro video to you and your solution by email. So if you're going to book on Calendly, you can set up an automation to where it does it perfectly. I will show you how to do it in that video, so go watch it. I'll link it if I remember. Then all that email needs to do is your story video, so a bit of backstory, what you do, who you are, what your solution is, etc. Build a bit of rapport, build a bit of trust. The before and after state of your customers' videos. So, like, for example, a before and after state of your model. This is Eileen. I don't know why I came up with the name Eileen. It's just the first thing that comes to mind. This is Eileen. She went from $200 a month stuck with the same issue that this girl stuck with, traffic, for example, to within 90 days of working with us, now she's making 50 grand a month and has bought her dream house and is living her life wherever, right? And then the case study video where you actually break it down. So as you can see, we're in the account, boom, boom, boom. She was making, like I said, $200 a year. We did this. And then the second month we did 10K. Then the third month we did 30K, and then blah, 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 right? And so if you follow this process, it equals dollars. Dollars in the bank account, right? So that is the best outreach video you were ever going to need to watch. And yeah, that's pretty much fucking it. Like, that's the most in-depth outreach breakdown I could give anyone. But again, the key is going to be profile optimization, right? So to recap, the 4-step conversational flow, aka 3-step conversational flow. You need to know first, before any of it, you need to know the inefficiencies of the market segment that you're going after is dealing with. But the 4 steps are how to create social context and familiarity, how to bring out inefficiencies in a conversation, educating to create curiosity and create an authority and trust, and offering a value call. Once all that's done, you've booked a call, or once all that's done, remember, follow-up game, follow-up. Sometimes it takes 7 to 12 times to book a call, 7 to 12 times to follow-up, right? Some simple follow-ups, if they've really started to ignore you, the first 3 follow-ups you do, the 30 minutes, 24 hours, 48 hours, that's all going to be related to the call. Did you manage to find the time? Is there anything I can do to help you find the time? Maybe then you send a funny GIF, right? And that's what you can do for the first 48 hours. After that, you want to start to go back to create context and familiarity, or ask curiosity-based questions. So for example, even though, let's just say they're from the UK, even though they're from the UK, for example, reach out and say, hey, Eileen, you're from the UK, right? Question mark. That's a curiosity-based question. That's going to drive her to reply, right? Because she's like, why is he asking you why I'm from the UK? Like, that's interesting. Let me reply. And then she'll reply. Then you're back in comms, and then you go from there, right? Boom. And then again, you just go. If you don't, go back to finding an inefficiency, educate them around the new inefficiency, and then again, offer the call again, right? And then pretty much what you're going to be doing. That call is, you could, if you're really good at sales, then you can close them on that call. If you're not so good at sales, you do a 2-call close, right? So this is just the value call. Remember, we're not selling the service. We're simply just selling this value call. Our entire outreach framework is based around selling this one value call. On that call, you're going to help her solve her problems, right? Maybe you help her craft a little roadmap or whatever, right? But you're not exactly going to tell her like how to do it in depth, right? And so what you do then is on the call, you say something along the lines of, at the end of the call, you ask some questions to get an agreement, like, oh yeah, is this, have you found this helpful, blah, blah, blah. Is there any other like sort of questions you have around it? Then you can be like, right, what I can do is like, I can actually help you implement this if you want. So I'll tell you what we can do. I've got to jump because I've got another call with a client in the next 5 minutes, but I'll send you my calendar now. So book in. We'll pencil in a longer format second call, and I'll show you how I can actually help you implement this together. That way, you don't have to go and figure it all out yourself and go through the work and time and effort. We can actually help you do it if it makes sense and if it's a good fit. We're not going to try to sell or anything. If you think it's going to actually make sense for you to want to work with us to implement this process, plus all these other things that you're having issues with, we can help you take care of all of that. So let's just pencil in a second longer format call. Use my calendar, and you get them to book on that first call, right? They need to book in. So just book in now, and then let me know the time you got. Boom, boom, boom. Once they've booked, end the call. Nice meeting you. Look forward to our call in the next 2 days or 1 day. You don't want to let them book over 2 days. If the first call is on Monday, then they need to book in that second call for Tuesday or Wednesday. And you're just getting off the call pretty much explaining that, you're going to go and get, like, you're going to go and, you're busy, you need to jump off, and then you go away, and then you pretty much just sell them on the second call, and the second call is where you sell them, right? And so like on that first call as well, you want to ask more questions, because once they're on the call, that's when you want to dig deeper into like their inefficiencies, and you want to like really start to figure out like where they're at, so you can actually solve their problems. That's the point, right? Good stuff. Let's go. Come on now. Right. So let's just get straight into it. So we're going to talk about personal branding. Everyone's requested this for a while, so it only now makes sense to go about personal branding. Now, before we get started, I'm going to talk about personal branding in a way that no one else really talks about it. I kind of want to give you like the theory behind it. I want to like sort of explain a bit of backstory of like, what is a personal brand? We're going to look at like, we're going to look at traditional personal brands. We're not just going to look at online personal brands. We're going to look at historic personal brands like the likes of Eminem, Michael Jordan, right? We're going to really like dive deep into the theory behind a personal brand, and why it's important to have one, the benefits. And we're also going to go over a bit of philosophy around the personal brand, more of my philosophy around it. So to get started, that's the first thing that I want to do, is just cover the philosophy of a personal brand, right? Now, it's super short, super simple, but this is also something that I want you guys to take part in as well. I've got a little activity for you guys to do, and I'm going to drop it in the chat for you. But here's my sort of personal branding philosophy, right? Now, the first part of my philosophy of personal brand is, remember that personal branding is a long-term game, right? And so you need to congratulate yourself for the actions and the small wins that you take every single day, because you're not going to see results when you start posting today. You're not going to see results when you start posting 4 weeks from now, maybe 3 months, maybe 6 months. You still might not see any results, because the chances are you're probably going to suck at creating content. Now, if you're good at creating content, then, there's a skill gap. Like, content is a skill, right? Like, you can become good at creating content. But even the best creators in the world, you still have to do volume, and it's still all about consistency. And you're still never just going to start off at the top, right? And the issue these days is, with social media and with everyone like always looking for the fast hacks, the one shiny solution that's going to like fix all their problems, A personal brand is not that. There is no real fast track to creating a good, strong personal brand, right? Like I've been building my personal brand for the last 3 years, and I've only got 27,000 followers. Like it's just it's not the craziest thing. Now that being said, I've not put a lot of effort into my personal brand because we put all our effort into building out personal brands for creators, like OnlyFans creators, right? And so we've taken plenty, probably over 50 OnlyFans creators now from a couple thousand followers to a couple million followers. So that's where all my efforts been. But you can apply the same principles to blow up your own personal brand instead of making creators famous, right? So, and even if you got an agency, which everyone in you most likely does, you can also apply these principles to your creators as well, right? It's still a long-term game. So that's the first principle, the first philosophy is personal brand's a long-term game. And if you get in the mindset of oh, I just need to see views now. Why am I only getting 300 views? Why is this not working? Then you're going to quit and you're going to give up, and you have to realize that it's a compound effect, right? So the actions that you take today when it comes to personal branding, you're not going to get rewarded for them until a year down the line, right? So there's a big time lag. There's a big latency of, okay, you're going to put in the work today, tomorrow, the next day, for the next week, for the next month, for the next 6 months, for the next year, and you're not going to see the results. You're not going to reap the rewards from that for a long time, right? But that's just something you have to do, and that's why so many people struggle to build a personal brand, and so many people struggle with content, is because most people give up after the first month or the first day or the first week, right? So it's a long-term game. Now, the next thing to remember is that when building a personal brand, you want to put your goals up somewhere so that you can see them every single day. So if you're serious about building a personal brand, then you want to have a list of goals that you can see every single day, almost like a vision board of where you want your brand to be, right? So that's the second principle. That's the second philosophy. Then we've got, remember that you have everything you need to help your former self out there, right? So if you're feeling demotivated, just know that that person needs you and it's your duty to serve them, right? So a lot of the times when we look at personal brands, what that really means is to build a strong personal brand, you don't have to build it around if you're in here right now and you run an OnlyFans management agency and you want to build your personal brand to get clients, okay, that's great. But you don't have to build your personal brand around the fact that you run an OnlyFans agency, right? Just build a personal brand around you, right? So that can just be a pillar. Yeah, you can run an OnlyFans agency and that can be part of it, but don't just niche down. Don't just build your personal brand around just having an OFM. Don't just be the OFM guy. Try and branch out and do a multitude of different things and test what works, right? If you're really into fitness, that can be a pillar. If you're really into health, that can be a pillar. If you're really into skateboarding, that can be a pillar, right? You are your own niche. You are your own personal brand. So don't fall in the trap of just picking, oh, I just have to make content that serves OnlyFans creators. It's you can do that, but if you actually want to grow and build a real solid following, you need to start to look at right, how could I help my younger self, right? Because even though you might not be where you want to be in life, you know more than what you knew 6 months ago, most likely. And so what could you tell your 6 months ago self that would benefit him to get there faster? Or what could you tell your 15-year-old, 16-year-old self that would benefit him so he could move faster, right? So that's that's a frame of mind that I like to go in when I'm creating content. Now, the next philosophy is stay stoic with views, right? So remember to always stay stoic with views, because the algorithms are designed to keep you addicted and mentally poor as a creator. And so even 1,000 views is a lot. And the most important thing is not to get caught up in the views. Stay stoic with them. Know that there's a bigger purpose, a bigger reason as to why you're doing this. And know that showing up every day is the most important part of content. Because if you don't show up every day, you're gonna flop, right? And so that's the next part, is staying stoic with your views. And then the next thing to realize is personal brands are about serving and leading your ideal viewer. It's not about views. It's not about money. It's not about clout, right? Forget all that bullshit, because you will lose motivation and your content will become 10 times less effective, impactful, and viral. So if you're solely just thinking I want to start a personal brand because I want to make more money and I want to become famous and I just want to get tons of views, you can do that, that's fine, but it's not a pure energy, and so you're gonna burn out. You're gonna burn out when you, after a month or 3 months or 5 months, that you find out it's not making you any money and you're not getting as much views as you thought, and you're just gonna go back, you're gonna go get a job, or you're gonna try to jump to the next shiny object, and it's not gonna work for you, right? So there needs to be a real, you need to find a deeper motivation than just clout or views, right? So that's really important because you don't want to lose motivation. So, build that habit of creating and that's why I like to frame content around like I'm making content for the younger version of me, right? It's the reason I launched this free Skool community is because it's like, right, okay, cool. Well, I want to try and help as many of like my younger selves out as possible. You might not naturally be younger. There's people in you that are 50, 60. There's people in you that are 20, right? But like the point is like I know something that you maybe would like benefit from. And so like it would be a disservice of myself to not create like a free course and put content in that free course that allows you guys to move faster throughout life, right? So that's how I like to think about content. Otherwise, I just have no motivation to make it, right? So lastly, the last part of this philosophy, before we dive into this is just a start, is your external results reflect your internal beliefs, right? So the thing is, it's like, how worthy do you really feel of leading and impacting lives? Like, how deeply do you care about helping those lives, and how consistent and dedicated are you to showing up and improving your craft day in, day out? Because your content and personal brand can only grow as large as your internal world can handle, right? And that's really, really important. Like a lot of the times people think they have content problems or business problems, but 99% of the time is personal problems manifesting in their business, right? So that's just my little overview, my little philosophy, just to really like set the tone of like, right, okay, if you're not of this philosophy, then content's unlikely going to work out for you. And if it does, then you're just going to burn out anyway. And so it's not going to be effective long term, right? So a couple of things that I want you guys to do, I'm going to drop this in the chat. Hopefully it formats right. But I want you to write down your 6 month content goals. So what is your follower goal? Firstly, and then you're going to write down, if you look in the chat I've just put, you can just like make a little copy of that, put it in a Google Doc and just write those things down. So in 6 months, I will be at 5,000 followers. And then you can write down in 6 months, I'll be at X monthly income, right? And then that way you're gonna like you can look at that on a daily basis and be like, right, okay, cool. These are my goals. This is what I'm working towards. If you have those days where you feel demotivated, you can be like, right, this is the reason why I'm doing it. This is the reason why I'm creating this content. It's because I want to be making this amount of money. I want this many followers. I want to impact this many people's lives, and so on and so forth, right? So that's just the first thing to really set the tone. Now we're gonna like actually dive into some interesting stuff. Before I do that, let me go and turn my lights on because it's about to get dark. And so yeah, let me sort this. So that being said, let's dive into this document. I'm going to share my screen, so hopefully everyone can see this. Just drop in the chat if you guys can see my screen all good before we jump in. Everyone can see. Yes, no, yes. Okay, cool. Perfect, 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 perfect. Lovely stuff. Right. So this is what I call a mass movement, right? So this is mass movement theory. This is pretty much what a personal brand is. This is what every personal brand you've ever seen from the beginning of time does. And it's about creating a mass movement, right? It's not necessarily about creating a personal brand. It's about creating a mass movement around that attractive character. So I'm going to refer to two things in this document, right? I'm going to refer to mass movement and I'm going to refer to the attractive character. Now, the attractive character just means your personal brand, and the mass movement means the movement that you're creating around that personal brand, right? So I'm going to stay away. I'm going to use attractive character, mass movement. That's all it means. Attractive character, personal brand, mass movement means the movement around that personal brand, right? So mass movement defined, right? A mass movement defined is an organized effort by a large number of people, especially those not forming a part of an elite of a given society. And it's to bring about pervasive changes in existing social, economic, or political institutions, frequently characterized by a charismatic leader, right? And so creating reality on a mass movement. So, for example, if I were to survey, this is from the OnlyFans management perspective now, right? If I was to survey 100 random models or influencers, how many of them do you think would be excited about an agency taking 50% of their earnings from them? Probably not many, right? And so, like, it's the reason why I'm able to do this and the reason why I'm able to, sign hundreds of clients and realistically take 50% of their earnings from them is because firstly the offer, which we'll get into, but it's because I'm not selling the idea of OnlyFans management, right? I'm selling a movement. So management's boring. Like OnlyFans management's boring. Management is just a tool or a product or a service, but it's actually the movement that changes people's lives, right? So the reason I build a personal brand and the reason we have a Skool group for OnlyFans creators and the reason that like, you know, we create content around OnlyFans creators and the reason that we like do so much stuff with OnlyFans creators is because we're building a movement, right? We're not just another OnlyFans management agency, we're selling a movement. And because other creators can see the movement, they want to be a part of it, right? And so that's what makes your offer so much more irresistible. And so as you become the leader of a mass movement, you'll find yourself progressing from just selling a product or service to creating irresistible offers and ultimately leading a mass movement, right? And it's the same with my coaching. What you guys do right now, right? Like this is the playbook. Like I'm literally like unveiling it all, right? Like this is the playbook, right? I am in our community, I would be known in this sense as the charismatic leader, right? And so like that's because I'm creating a mass movement around the OnlyFans management space. The same thing that I did with the OnlyFans space with models, I'm doing the exact same thing, but in the coaching space, right? And so I understand that this is like the key to impacting people's lives and changing people is right. Okay, cool. I need to impact people and I need to become the charismatic leader and create a mass movement around me. So all you guys in here paying attention right now, like you're all a part of this mass movement that we're building together. And so like this is the same thing that you guys will be able to after this Zoom call today, like you guys will be able to go and implement this thing and start your own mass movement, right? And so I'm not going to like leave anything behind. So as you become the leader of a mass movement, you'll find yourself progressing from just selling a product or service to creating irresistible offers and ultimately leading a mass movement. So this is why a personal brand is so important, right? I have such an asymmetric advantage over everyone in this call because I have a personal brand and I have a reputation, right? And a reputation comes from growing a personal brand. And so like there's so many creators. Let's just say if a creator was going to reach out to me and a creator was going to reach out to you, she's like 99% of the time going to choose me over you because I have some type of social media presence. I have some type of mass movement, right? And so like, even if we have the exact same offer, she's going to pick me because my offer is more irresistible because I've got a mass movement. So this is why it's so important to actually have like just a disgusting advantage over the market. Like if you build a personal brand, you just have such a disgusting advantage over the market, regardless of what market you're in, right? And that's because success comes through people, right? So we've got the product or service, which, for example, in our scenario is OnlyFans management. Then you've got the offer, and then you've got the mass movement, right? And so, like, if you can create a mass movement, that comes last. Like, if you create a mass movement, then this and this is just going to become better, right? So the framework of creating a mass movement. So creating a mass movement, according to Russell Brunson, one of my mentors, I paid $150,000 to join Russell Brunson's Inner Circle, and this is what I learned inside this Inner Circle, right? And so pay attention. Creating a mass movement, according to Russell Brunson, is number one, every single mass movement has had a charismatic leader since the beginning of time, aka the charismatic leader or the attractive character. Number two, every mass movement offers a new opportunity, aka the vehicle of change. It is never an improvement offer. And number three, every mass movement has a future-based cause that the group is moving towards in the future, right? So this is really important. And when you tailor this to OnlyFans management, let's just break this down, right? So every single mass movement has had a charismatic leader since the beginning of time, aka the charismatic leader or the attractive character. So that would be you guys building your personal brand. You would be the attractive character, right? Now, number two, every mass movement offers a new opportunity, aka the vehicle of change. It's never an improvement offer. What that means is a lot of people are offering like improvement offers. So they'd be like, oh, you can join my agency, and if you join my agency, we're going to help you with content and you're going to make more money as a result of it, right? Whereas someone who leads a mass movement isn't selling an improvement offer, because the issue with selling an improvement offer is, well, first you have to admit failure. You have to admit that there's improvement, and ego gets in the way. And so instead you want to sell a new opportunity, right? Like this is the new thing. Like like if you join our agency, this is the new opportunity that you're going to get because it's unlike any other agency, right? And so there's a big difference. And then number three, every mass movement has a future-based cause that the group is moving towards. A lot of people are just like, right, cool, join my agency. This is the service delivery. This is what we're going to do. And we're good to go. There's never any future-based cause. It's like they never sell the vision. It's like, okay, what's the vision of the agency? Like, that's the most important thing, right? Like, the amount of time I spent around Sam Evans and Alex Emosi, the one biggest takeaway is like, you need a vision and you need to have a big vision, and your vision needs to be bigger than anyone else's in your team. And You just need to consistently push that vision onto all the creators you work with, because that's going to solve work ethic. That's going to solve so many different things. Because if you're telling them, like, this is where we're going together, like, as a part of our agency, this is what the future looks like. In the future, we're going to do this, this, this. You're going to get access to all this stuff. We're going to go on content trips. We're going to do this. We're going to do this. Right now, we're here, but this is what we're moving towards. That makes everyone within your agency feel like a part of a family, and you're starting to create a mass movement, right? So that's the framework of creating a mass movement. Now let's go over the attractive character, right? So the personal brand. Your attractive character is the person that your audience will connect with. Think of C.T. Fletcher for powerlifters and gym heads, Gary Vee for millennial entrepreneurs, or Oprah for women. The attractive character is the person that will prove to your audience that their goals, dreams, and ambitions are possible, right? So the job of the attractive character is to like make it unreasonable for everyone that follows you, to just show them, look, this is what's possible. Like me, right? I'm showing you guys what is possible. I come from nothing, right? I grew up with a single mom. My mother got diagnosed with cancer. I had every terrible card dealt to me possible. My life was an absolute shit show. Like, it was really fucking bad. Like, I don't even have to get into it, but like, it was really bad. Like, I had a really bad fucking upbringing, and I was able to come from that to where I've currently got. And like, that's literally me showing you that this is possible. Because if I can do it, anyone can do it. Like, the amount of shit that I had dealt with, and I'm not trying to get anyone to feel sorry for me or any of the shit. I'm simply just showing you, like, I literally came from nothing. Like, and I made something of myself, right? And so like, anyone can do the same thing. And that's really important to understand, right? And that is me explaining to you guys how that works. Like, how do you prove to your audience that their goals, dreams, and ambitions are possible? Well, I just did it to you guys. Like, I've just showed you it's possible by telling my story, right? So the next thing is boring equals broke, right? No one's going to listen to you if you're boring. There needs to be some element of polarization in your content. Now, that doesn't mean you have to go crazy and start saying the most like outrageous shit ever and start being super controversial. But again, that can help, right? Like, it really depends on your character. But if you're boring, you're going to be broke, because no one cares, right? You've got to be your true authentic self. So if you have a really strong stance on something and you really care, but you know that stance might not be politically correct, and so you never talk about it, don't do that, right? You have to be your authentic self. Like, let's just say if you're really big into politics and you love Trump, and you feel like scared to talk about it because you feel like maybe it's going to alienate your audience, fuck it, you have to do it, because you want to build a following that likes you for you. And so you have to be polarizing, because if you're boring, you're going to be broke, right? So boring equals broke. um Now we're going to talk about the introduction to prolific index and the storylines of the attractive character in a bit, but now we're going to talk about the overview of the new opportunity, right? So remember, I said that every mass movement offers a new opportunity, aka the vehicle of change is never an improvement offer. So what does that actually mean? So the new opportunity is a part of your offer, right? It's how you will be packing your product or service into an offer. Because people do not want improvement offers, they want change. So all people have desire, however, few have ambition. So if you're in this call right now and you've got ambition, you're one of the very few. Like, people do not have ambition. Trust me, I've worked with so many people. People do not have ambition. Like, it's almost like a born trait. So if you've got ambition, really fucking tap into that, because you're a special motherfucker, right? So improvement offers are attractive to the rare, ambitious, and overachievers. So if you make an improvement offer, you're automatically going to exclude most people as prospects. So if you have an OnlyFans agency and you're only making improvement offers like, we'll help you get more subs, we'll help you do this, we'll help you do that, well, you're cutting out the majority of the market, because you're only going to attract like some of the, like, you're going to attract like the overachievers, but it's likely that all the overachievers are already doing well and already have an agency. So therefore, you're not actually going to attract anyone, right? And so you're automatically going to exclude most people as prospects. So if your prospects and audience are going to need improvement, they must first admit failure, which is why improvement offers are not very effective. So from personal experience, most people quit because of lack of ambition, which is to follow through and persevere. But most people are quick to jump on new opportunities, right? It's probably the reason why a lot of you are in this call right now is because maybe you've seen an ad on Facebook or Instagram, and you were like, oh shit, OFM, that's shiny, that's new, let me join, let me go and see what this is about. And that's probably the reason why you're on this call right now, because I sold you a new opportunity, right? Even though I didn't sell you anything because it's free, it's the same principle, right? Like I got you to take action because I was showing you a new opportunity, right? And that's just how it was framed. And so that's how this works. And it's the same thing we do with OnlyFans models. We're showing them a new opportunity because people are quick to jump to new opportunities. It's why I don't like to use the word agency anymore, right? It's a buzzword. I don't like to use the word that we're an OnlyFans agency for myself. We don't use that word, right? We frame it in different ways now because we want to sell it as a new opportunity, even though it's the same thing, right? And that's really key. So the future-based cause, right? Remember I said that every mass movement has a future-based cause that the group is moving towards in the future. So what that means is the future-based cause is the last step of creating a mass movement. So your responsibility as a coach and a leader of a mass movement is to cast a vision of what is possible and bring our people, so the members within our community or movement, to higher ground and move them from where they are to where they want to be, right? And you do this by allowing your followers to become part of something bigger than themselves, painting a vision of something that your followers want, and then showing them it's possible. So however you decide to build your personal brand, if you want to just create a followers of young guys, if you want to create a followers of OnlyFans creators, however you decide you want to build your personal brand, it's really important to understand that your job is to bring them from wherever they currently are to wherever they want to be, right? And that's how you have a future-based cause. So you're here right now, you're making $2,000 a month and you want to be making $10,000 a month. Well, I can show you how to actually do that. You're moving towards a future-based cause, right? So, a couple different things, right? Just a short little case study of creating a mass movement. Charismatic leader, Dilno FM, myself, new opportunity, making models millionaires, future-based cause, empowering individuals to embrace their sexuality and feel confident in their bodies, and to strive to destigmatize sex work and promote the acceptance of adult content creation as a legitimate form of expression and income, right? This was a really old case study, and this is like a really basic version of like what it looks like, but you can sort of get a point, right? So review of creating a mass movement. The attractive character offers someone a new opportunity and then guides them to a result with a future-based cause. As you introduce a new opportunity to your dream customers, you will guide them up your value ladder, build a movement by helping them embrace a future-based cause. You will learn more about each component of creating a mass movement in upcoming chapters of this program, right? So this is something that's taken from my program. Now, all we need is the attractive character yourself, new opportunity, and the future-based cause, right? And that is like the foundations for building a personal brand, right? So a couple of things that you guys need to do. The first thing is locking down a short version of your backstory, right? So like I kind of just briefly touched on mine, like my name is Dylan, I grew up poor in the UK. To create a mass movement, you need to lock down your backstory because everything is going to come through story, right? Story is the most effective thing ever. Like if you can tell stories, you can do really well, especially with content, right? So you need to learn to tell stories, but to do that, you need to lock down a solidified version of your backstory, right? So make sure you're writing this note down. You don't have to do the backstory now, but just make sure you take notes of lock down a short version of your backstory. My name is Dylan. I grew up in the UK. I grew up to a single mom, blah, 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 right? And make sure it's actually like authentic and real to you, right? Don't fabricate a story and be like a weirdo, right? Then once you've locked down your story, you want to lock down the goals. So lock down the goals of your company and movement. So what are the goals? Like why, like whatever you're doing, I'm assuming it's an agency, like lock down the goals of that company and lock down like the movement, right? Once you've done that, then you want to lock down the purpose of your company and movement. So why do you want to start this company? What's the purpose of it? And it could be a selfish reason, right? But also, why do you want, like, what is the reason behind, what is the purpose behind creating a movement? Like, was you once like those that you now want to help them? Is it just because you want to, like, there's a lot of bad actors in this industry and so you want to stand out? Like, what is the reason, right? What's the reason and the purpose behind it? And then you want to lock down your core values, right? So these are really important. Like, you need core values because every single person that joins your team, every creator, every employee, they need to understand the core values. And if they break those core values, then the culture is going to go to shit and you need to really lock those down, right? So what are the core values to you? That's something that you really need to like lock down, right? So like if we look at my core values, because it's a really important one, like we've got, where's that? We've got core values, right? So like everyone that's a part of my agency needs to have resilience, right? Empowerment is a big one. Authenticity is a big one. Impact's a big one. Innovation, community, integrity, right? I believe in operating with transparency, honesty, and ethics in all aspects of our business and personal lives. That's really important, right? If someone comes into my company and starts giving me like really weird vibes, like, oh, let's doing this, or let's go and scam people, or ooh, I'm like, right, you're gone, right? Like you, I'm gonna replace you. Like that's not what we're doing, right? So that's really important. And now, secondly, you want to lock down your message and or slogan to get people to identify with the movement. So here's some examples. You guys have probably seen it. You guys might already use some of it, right? And that's because I know how to build a mass movement. So the rocket, right? I always use the rocket and I always say, see you at the top, right? OFM in the name. And these are some stuff from my higher ticket stuff, but like these are the main sort of like core messages and slogans that I use in my brand so people can identify with, right? So you need to figure out what is yours, like what is your slogan, what is your like emoji, or what is it that you're gonna do, right? That can get people to identify. And then you want to be saying that throughout every story, every message. Like if you notice, whenever I write a post in the community, I always end it with "see you at the top," right? And so like you need to do that because people will start to identify with it. And that's how you start to build a mass movement, right? Now, number 6 is you want to be constantly pushing your backstory message and or slogan everywhere it can be seen and heard. And again, this includes, but is not limited to social media bios, social media lives, websites, t-shirts, wristbands, merch. Like it doesn't matter. Like it can be endless, right? Like you want to constantly push your backstory, right? Like all the time, like push it as much as possible. Because even if you think, oh, they've already seen it, I'm just being repetitive, it doesn't matter. Keep pushing your backstory, right? Really important. Then you want to lock down your big domino and you want to lock down your big domino statement, right? So, for example, if I can make audience believe that new opportunity is the only way to get the desire that they want, and the only way to get that is through my product or service, then all objections become irrelevant and they must invest, right? So, for example, if I can make OnlyFans creators believe that, my agency is the only way to get to wherever that specific girl's desires is, 20 grand a month and 10 million followers. And the only way to do that is through my service, then all objections become irrelevant. They must invest, right? So just lock down, like, what is your big domino statement? Now, a couple other things you can do is implement milestone awards, right? So if you start to build a mass movement, you start to build a personal brand, you want to start to implement some types of like milestone awards that the community can actually benefit from, right? Where you're giving back to them for partaking, right? Really important. Giving them like a name, right? So like obviously our community name is OFM Conquest, right? Like what is it for? Like for example, with OnlyFans creators, our name is Creators Hub, right? And so like it's really important. And you've got Creators Inc. and you've got all these types of group names that get creators to identify with that brand, right? Now, 11 is stay consistent with your content creation because you'll be surprised by who is watching and how many people you're touching. You could have a video that gets 300 views and it might just fucking some super famous like celebrity that can give you a big opportunity might have watched that video and reach out to you, and all of a sudden now you've got this massive opportunity because he really resonated with your story, for example, right? Like that's literally happened to me. And so like there's a bunch of different stuff. Like we signed literally our biggest client with like 50 million followers, which was insane, from a TikTok, literally from a TikTok I made of my story, and she resonated with it and she messaged me and I was like, holy shit, this is crazy, right? And so stay consistent with your content creation because you'll be surprised by who is watching and how many people you are touching, right? Now, traffic already exists, right? So jump into other people's streams. Other subject matter experts already have the attention of your audience and prospective followers. So connect with those people and flow them power, right? So if there's a lot of OnlyFans creators, there's a lot of different people depending on what niche you're going after. There's a lot of OnlyFans creators that have podcasts or that would be happy to like collab with you just so you can get some attention, right? And so you can pay to play. Like you can pay a big OnlyFans creator like $1,000 or whatever to do like a collab with you or to ask you some questions or to get her on a podcast, right? Now you're associating with someone in that space, which gives you more credibility, right? So don't be afraid to pay to play, right? Because traffic already exists. So you don't have to create all the own traffic. If you go and approach a big OnlyFans creator that has a ton of OnlyFans creators following her and you run a play with her, like you're gonna now gain a lot of your audience and therefore you'll be able to like monetize that through your agency, for example, right? So the process of actually becoming an influencer or building a personal brand. First, you get attention, right? Second, you get haters. And third, you get admiration. There's going to be a stage, and it's always going to be there pretty much, but like there's going to be a stage where you're getting a lot of hate. Like that's just what it is. Like every post, no matter how positive, you'll have tons of people hating, right? And that says more about the haters than you. And so don't let that get to you, right? But first you get attention, second you get haters, and third you get admiration, right? So it's really, really important. Now, the actual attractive character, right? If you want people to be interested in you, you have to be interesting. And everyone in you is interesting. If you're not interesting, then it's likely that you're your own biggest block and you just think you're not interesting. But likely someone, hundreds, if not like hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people will find you interesting, right? That's just a fact. And so if you want people to be interested in you, you have to be interesting, which is why you have to be your authentic self, right? And so again, 3 phases: attention, haters, admiration, right? Now we've got a couple. This is the prolific index, right? So remember I said boring equals broke. So these are some different attractive characters, right? So we've got different examples. We've got mainstream, which is San Diego State University, like a university that's like people want to go to, that's like a mainstream brand in America. Then we've got crazy, which is like Nipsey Hussle, for example, right? And then we've got prolific, which is like Scarface. And so these are like the different types of like attractive characters: prolific, crazy, and mainstream, right? So this is like really important. Now, the actual attractive character. So the attractive character is named in russellbrunsons.com secrets book, and the attractive character is the person your audience will connect with. Like I said, think of CT Fletcher for powerlifters and gym heads, Gary Vee for millennial entrepreneurs, and Oprah for women. The attractive character is the person that will prove to your audience that their goals, dreams, and ambitions are possible, right? So some of the elements of the attractive character, right, is the story, which is the most important one. So to come up with a story, it's like, what challenges have you overcome to get to the point where you're at today? What backstory makes you human? Because these elements give your audience a reason to follow you. And this is where affinity is built and connections made. So it also shows that you started in a similar place to them, and now you're currently where they want to be. And so your story gives your audience hope that they can achieve their goals, which should align with your products and services. So don't shy away from repeating yourself over and over and be consistent, right? Really important. So number 2 is parables, which is the moral of the story. So what actionable lessons have you learned from your journey? This is where the significant amount of your content is actually going to come from, is being the digital mentor to your younger self, right? So like I said, you don't have to build a brand around getting OnlyFans creators to get OnlyFans creators. You can just build a personal brand around wherever you want to build it around. If you want to help the younger version of yourself, and all your content centered around like entrepreneurial advice, mindset advice, business advice to your younger self, that's completely fine. You building that personal brand is still going to give you so much leverage to reach out to OnlyFans creators. Like, you don't have to center your entire personal brand around OnlyFans creators, right? Like, I don't talk about it a lot on my personal brand on Instagram. Like, it's mainly around business and entrepreneurship. But like, because I've got a personal brand, I still get creators that message me every day. I still get creators that when I reach out to, it gives me an asymmetric advantage over everyone else. We work with a bunch of influencers as strategic partners. None of them mention OnlyFans ever. None of them are anything to do with OnlyFans, but it gives us an unfair advantage because they're a somebody, right? And that's the point. Like, the creators, you're going to get better responses in your outreach if you are a somebody, right? If you have some type of like content, some type of social proof. And that doesn't mean you have to have a fucking nice car or any of that shit, right? It just means that you are consistent with creating content, you provide value in your content, you start to build and create a mass movement. You don't have to create a mass movement around OnlyFans creators to have success with OnlyFans. You can create a mass movement around anything and still have success within the OnlyFans industry, right? So that's super important to understand. So just think about what it is you want to do, which is why it's important to get clear on where you want to go, right? So you can still run an OnlyFans agency and build a brand around something completely different, right? And that's kind of the point. You build your brand around you, your authentic self. So parables of the story, right? So moral of the story: what actionable lessons have you learned from your journey? And this is where a significant amount of your content is actually going to come from. It's just lessons that you've learned, right? So these lessons are what will provide actual value to your audience. How can you take what you learn to make their journey easier and to help them reach their goals faster? Number 3 is character flaws. It's important to avoid trying to frame yourself as someone that's perfect or doesn't make mistakes. People are attracted to people who are similar and they identify with. Show your audience that you're human and you make mistakes too. This is why like documentation and documenting your journey is so important. It's why it's a big factor as to why E-Man blew up. It's because he documented all his journey from a very young age to show that he's just like everyone else, that he's human, that he makes mistakes, that he was once broke and XYZ, right? And so when he made it, it just added so much to his actual attractive character that now he's just like a superpower, right? Number four is polarizing. I kind of touched on this before, but polarizing personalities are often dictators or democratic leaders whose one way of doing things generally conflicts with the majority values, but he proceeds in spite of opposition. In order to really connect with your audience, you need to show that you're not for everyone. Certain people won't follow or like you, and that's okay. The people who do follow you will be extremely loyal and will likely buy all of your products or services, right? So that's really important, is to be polarizing. Don't be scared of pissing people off. Don't be scared of like pissing, like the other day on my story, I did this on purpose. I was, it was the Trump and Biden, fucking debate. And I put on my story, like, if you support Biden, then follow me right now. And I'm not even big into politics. I just did it to be polarizing. I just want people that like Trump to follow me because they're going to be more business minded. And so I was just like, if you follow Biden, then follow me. Like, you're not for me, right? And that's, I'll lose a couple of good followers from that, but that's not the point. Like, I'm not trying to be for everyone, right? The people that do love Trump, then, for example, and this is just a broad example, there's tons of ways you can be polarizing. It doesn't have to be politics, but like, the people that like Trump have just now build more affinity with me and trust and like me even more, right? And so that's really important, right? You lose some people, but you gain more trust with the people that already like you. So it's important. So after understanding how to tie down your four key elements, you need to form your identity. And so this can be broken into four elements that best represent you, right? So these are the elements, right? So we've now got our four key elements, which is story, the moral of the story, the character flaws, and the polarization. And so now we've got these, we want to actually lock down and form our identity. This is the identity that's going to best represent you and your personal brand. So we've got a couple different things that you need to figure out which one you are. So number one is the leader. Are you the type of person that will take charge, be a thought leader, and call the shots? Maybe not you. It doesn't matter if it's not, right? Number two, the adventurer crusader. Are you the type to try new things in your industry, test out new strategies, and devise creative ways to succeed? Maybe that's you. Are you the reporter or the evangelist? So this is an easy place to start. A lot of people do this, like Jordan Welch. A bunch of people start this way. And this is where you just interview other thought leaders in your industry via podcast or blog, and you will be given high value by association, right? So Jordan Welch is a perfect example of this, right? Like, he just interviews other millionaires. That's like what he started as. And like, if we go to his YouTube, like a lot of the stuff that he used to do, he started to build a really strong foundational brand because he would like interview how this 18-year-old does this, right? Or I spent 24 hours with Iman Gadzhi, or like how this ex-drug addict made this, or asking millionaires how they got rich, asking this, how this 20-year-old. He started by just interviewing other thought leaders in the space. And by associating with these types of people, he actually becomes a charismatic leader to where now he can go and take it and run his own play and do what he wants, right? He doesn't have to keep interviewing people and he'll do well, right? And so there's a really easy and smart way to do it. If you have connections or you can make connections with up and coming entrepreneurs, that's going to do you so much due diligence in the future, right? So like, if you were good at networking, then this might be the one for you, right? Like, it's super easy to make content where you just interview other thought leaders in your industry via podcast or blog or YouTube, wherever, and you'll be given high value by association. There's a reason why like public interviews and stuff like that do so well on all content platforms. Or finally, maybe you're the reluctant hero. So this is my particular one. Maybe you never wanted to be in the spotlight, but you had to because it's for the greater good. This positions you as someone who truly has value to give. You're only in this position because you know that people need your product or service, right? And so this is mine. This is what resonates with me. This is why I started. I never wanted to be in the limelight, but I realized I had value to give people, and I would be doing a disservice by not giving that value, right? And so, like, you need to figure out which one are you. Are you the leader? Are you the adventure crusader? Are you the reporter? Which one do you lean more towards? Which one seems more natural to you? And just pick one. You can't really be a multitude of all these. Just pick one, right? So now let's look at some storylines. So finally, you'll need to learn how to deliver storylines that draw your audience in and teach them how to achieve their goals. People learn better from stories than any other form of information deliveries, right? So some attractive character storylines that you'll probably know is Detroit rapper, grew up in the trailer parks, problems with his mom and ex-wife, history of drugs. Everyone probably knows who that is. It's Eminem, right? And that's why stories are so powerful, right? And there's a bunch of others on you can look at. So, won the NBA finals, having flu symptoms, retired from the NBA in return, to win 3 additional NBA championships, right? Obviously, we all know who that is, Michael Jordan, right? And so like there's a bunch of storylines on your German scientists that had to learn problems as a kid, developed into one of the most brilliant geniuses the world's ever known, right? Obviously, Albert Einstein, right? So your storylines are how you will tie together your 4 key elements and your identity. Your storyline is broadcasted on social media, website, live social feeds, everywhere where you broadcast. And now the storyline options are loss and redemption, amazing discovery, us versus them, before and after, secret talent, and third-party testimonials. Now, I'm going to drop these in the chat because there's a lot more. These go a lot more in depth. And so like I'll touch on a couple of these briefly, but this would be for the rest of the day. Now, these are kind of all psychological principles. So us versus them, right? A lot of your favorite influencers use this. A lot of your favorite influencers use this us versus them dynamic, and they create this us versus them dynamic in their audience. Now, a couple of people that come to mind that are really good at this, and this is a psychological principle. If you read the book by Robert Cialdini, Influence, if you read Influence by Robert Cialdini, he talks about this principle. And a lot of your favorite influencers use them. Sander Sage uses it really well. Andrew Tate uses it really well. Iman Gadzhi uses it really well. Luke Belmar uses it really well. A lot of these big, hyper successful influencers use this dynamic, right? This is their storyline. And they also have a loss and redemption storyline, and they also have an amazing discovery storyline, and they hit all of these, right? And so like these are some of the options that you can use, and the best ones hit on all of them, but us versus them is really important. So us versus them means when you're building your personal brand, if we look at Andrew Tate as an example, the us versus them for Andrew Tate is where you need every us versus them dynamic needs a common enemy. Now, in the Andrew Tate scenario, the common enemy is the matrix or the system, right? And so he's constantly, throughout all of his content, creating that us versus them dynamic. It's us, it's everyone that follows me against the matrix, right? We're all going to break out the matrix, right? This is the amazing discovery that I found to make all this money online. And like we can beat the matrix together. So it's us versus them, right? Now, Iman does the very similar thing with like the puppet masters and the Great Reset and the education system. That's Iman's common enemy, right? And so everyone that follows him also has that common enemy of, fuck the educational system, fuck the puppet masters, fuck the Great Reset. Like, we're going to do it, right? And he uses it as leverage, right? So he's creating an us versus them dynamic because it's like teams. People feel like they're a part of something. People feel like they're a part of a team. And so they're like, right, it's us versus them. And so it just builds stronger affinity towards the attractive character, towards Iman, towards Andrew Tate. Sander Sage does it really well. He released a video on YouTube not too long ago that has like 500,000 views. And his us versus them was like, he was relating to everyone by saying, oh, I used to be a gamer. I really love playing games. I really played World of Warcraft. I'm just a normal guy, blah, 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 blah. So he's creating that like us versus them dynamic of like, we're all gamers. Like, gamers can be entrepreneurs. Like if you spend all your time playing games, you can also be an entrepreneur. Like you don't have to go to school. You don't have to do this. Like I was a gamer just like you, and I was able to make money online. And so this is how I did it. So he's creating an us versus them dynamic, right? And so that's like the most important one. And so before and after is a transformational thing. This is where I was before. This is where I'm at now, right? Secret talent is Eman does this a lot in his videos. Like, I'm going to tell you the 5 secrets to unlock financial time and location freedom, for example, right? Third-party testimonials is once you've got a proof of concept, you've proved that you can do something, you get people to make testimonials for you to show people this is actually real. This can happen for them because I haven't only just done it myself, but this person's done it. This person, this person, this person, this person. You just got a stack of undeniable proof, right? Which makes it more real for them. Amazing discovery is like, I discovered this new opportunity. So for an example would be, I tried drop shipping, it didn't work. I tried Amazon FBA, it didn't work. I tried Forex, it didn't work. Then I discovered this thing called OnlyFans management, and it changed my life. That's amazing discovery, right? Eman does it with, I started as this, I did this, I then built this creative agency, and then I started SMMA, and I discovered that SMMA was the best business model, and blah, 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 right? And then loss and redemption is like, I hit the peak. Life was really bad. It's kind of like my story, right? Life was really bad. And maybe I lost all this money, or I was just depressed, or I was unfit or unhealthy. and I've redeemed myself because now I'm successful, or now I'm fit and healthy, or like whatever it is, right? So these are like the main storyline options for all the types of content that you create, especially when it comes to branding. So on your Instagram stories, making a quick little video, like boom, 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 create a quick ask first stand dynamic. In your YouTube videos, weave this in. In your short form content, weave this stuff in, right? It's all psychological principles, right? And so I would highly advise you go and study what these are in depth. Like, how do you create an ask first stand dynamic? What's the best way to craft before and afters? What's the best way to just say your secret talent and all this sort of stuff, right? And so that is the attractive character, right? That is the attractive character. That is like the theory behind what makes a personal brand work, right? Like that is the key thing that not a lot of people will explain to you. They'll just say to create the content and to do this and to do that. But that is like the theory behind a personal brand. So what does everyone think of that so far? Is everyone tracking what I'm saying, or is everyone just completely lost? Drop in the chat, drop in the chat. Is this making sense? Is this making sense to everyone? Cool, 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 cool. Right, okay, cool, sick. Right, so now let's go over this. Let me pull this up. Right. So the next thing that you guys will need to do is this. So the next thing I want you guys to think about is this. Is creating the why you worksheet, right? So defining your why, right? So the media you produce should serve a specific, well-defined purpose, and this worksheet is meant to be a reference for you to figure out like if you get stuck in future or whatever, right? So this is going to actually help you out. So what is your channel about? Who is it targeted to? Like who are you targeting? What is your goal in growing this audience? And then some like little helpful hints, right? So this is just a quick like sheet. So, you can get specific, if your channel's about cars, what kind of cars? If your audience is car enthusiasts, what kind? Classic, muscle, electric, exotic, right? You can get hyper specific here and use like just a example of it filled out, right? So I'm going to send this to you guys. There's no point in me like covering this. It's pretty self-explanatory. You guys can just like sort of go over this yourselves. Just make a copy. So I'll drop that in the chat for you guys. Now, next thing is the actual content strategy itself, right? So let's go over this. This is the last thing we'll go over today. And I'll make some follow-up videos and stuff on this for the program anyway, but this is the last thing we'll cover today just because I'm out of time. But here we go. Let me just make sure you guys get this. Right. So content strategy, right? So this is how the content strategy is going to work for you guys. So now you've got the theory of behind why you should create a personal brand, what personal brands are, attractive characters, mass movements, being polarizing, all these different things, psychology. Now this is how the actual content strategy is going to work, right? So you are the digital mentor for your ideal viewer persona, right? So like I said, you are the digital mentor for your ideal viewer persona. So what that means is the people that are watching your content, getting value from your content, you are going to become their digital mentor. Now you might think, Dylan, look, I don't have any credentials. I'm dumb. I'm stupid. Like I haven't done anything. I don't make much money. That doesn't matter. You can teach someone something, right? Like I said, you can teach your younger self something. So you are going to become the digital mentor for whoever your ideal viewer persona is. So once you filled out your why you worksheet and you've realized who you're making content for, think long term, right? Who do you want to make content for? Maybe you want to make it for a mixture of people. Maybe you want to help OnlyFans creators, also help entrepreneurs like I do, right? Like I didn't just want to help OnlyFans creators. I wanted to help OnlyFans creators, but I also wanted to help entrepreneurs, right? And so like my brand's a mixture of different things. And so you can do the same thing, right? So you are the digital mentor for your ideal viewer persona, right? So I'm the digital mentor for you guys and you, and I'm also the digital mentor for OnlyFans creators that are up and coming, right? Now, the next thing is your niche, right? So your niche, like you are your own niche at the end of the day. So like you as a person are your own niche, but you can go deeper into like what expertise do you have that they don't have, right? So if you are going to make a brand solely directed for OnlyFans creators, which you can do, like if you're solely going to make a brand that's just straight going after OnlyFans creators, super valuable for OnlyFans creators, all the content centered around it, then that is going to be like the niche that you operate within, right? And so like all you need to figure out is like, right, your niche is what expertise you have now that they don't have and that you are guiding them towards, right? So it's more so like a result rather than a niche, but that's the key thing there, right? So some examples, right? Content creation, getting jacked, losing weight, confidence, video games, online business, learning how to sing, getting better grades, becoming more fashionable, building a dream traveling life, making more friends. These are all examples, right? Now, your value is either teaching them how to do it or telling them why they should, right? So why should they build a dream traveling life? If your niche is, if your ideal viewer persona is people that want to build a dream traveling life, and you're going to teach them how to do it because that happens to be your unique expertise where you travel around the world and go backpacking, then firstly, you can teach them how to do it, or you can tell them why they should do it, or both, right? And so that's where you provide value. So if you want to teach people how to get jacked, you can show them how to do it, and you can or tell them why they should do it, right? So that's that you are the digital mentor for your ideal viewer persona, and your niche is what expertise you have now that they don't have and that you are guiding them towards. So again, it's more so a result than a niche. Now, there's two video types when building a personal brand that's just easy. That's just easy, easy, like just easy to just build that content muscle, because you're going to get better as you start to build the content muscle, and you can start to get super advanced, and you can start to do the Frankenstein methods, which I talk about, and you can start to do all these like super advanced content stuff and like go really in deep into it, but you don't need to start there. That's something that you just build up over time. So the best two things for you to do where you don't really need to have a lot of skill but can still succeed is there's two video types. Those two video types are how-to videos and list videos. Now, how-to videos is going to be something, for example, these are broad examples, right? Because I just wanted to give as many broad examples as possible, but a how-to video would be like, here's exactly how to make more friends in college, right? Super simple video. If you're targeting your ideal viewer persona, people are going to resonate with it, right? So here's exactly how to get more subs on OnlyFans. Like that's going to go after OnlyFans creators. Here's exactly how to make more friends in college. Well, if there's people that are lonely in college, that's going to hit them right in the feels, right? Here's the exact daily singing routine I use to increase my vocal range by half an octave in 6 months. Well, that's going to apply to singers. So if your ideal viewer persona is singers because you're a really good singer, then that's the type of content you'd create, right? Or if you, let's just say you run a copywriting business, right? I run a 30K per month copywriting business, and use the exact 3 steps you have to take to hit your first 10K month as a complete beginner copywriter, right? Or I've helped hundreds of OnlyFans creators go from 0 to hero, and use the exact 3 steps that you have to take if you want to make your first 10 grand per month as a beginner OnlyFans creator, right? Tons of different ways, but that's a how-to video, right? That's the first type. Now, the second type is a list video, right? And so you can come up with endless amounts of ideas. Once you've dialed in your YU worksheet, once you've figured out who you want to, like who your ideal viewer persona is, once you figure that out, these videos, you can just come up with endless ideas, right? And you can also get inspiration from other creators that are in similar niches to you, right? But never copy other creators, always steal like an artist. So if you haven't read the book, Steal Like an Artist, I'd highly recommend it because it's really key for content. So the second type of video is list videos. First type of videos is how to. Now we're going to talk about list videos. So examples of some list videos would be like, if you're in the fitness niche, it'd be 3 reasons why you're never going to lose weight, right? Or if you're, again, going back to like colleges, top 3 best colleges if you want to make 100K a year right out of college. Or traveling, we could use, I traveled to 12 countries in the last 12 months, and you're the 3 dopest vacation spots I've been to by far, right? Those are list videos, right? So it's like, right, you've got the experience, you're providing the value. This is like the thing, this is the list of things that you need to make sure that you get X result or desired outcome, right? So that's really, really important. So you need to now figure out who your ideal viewer persona is, right? So enter their name, and by name, I mean, come up with a broad name for them, right? So like, for example, if you want to speak to like, and I'm not saying pick their names in like, oh, you only talk to people that's called Max. I mean, pick a name for your ideal viewer persona so you can refer to that throughout, right? So like, for example, our ideal persona for OnlyFans girls is Jessie, right? And like, whenever I say like, we need to find more Jessies, in the agency. It doesn't mean like we need to find more literal, actual girls named Jessie. It means this is the criteria of Jessie. So like, you know, she's 18 to 24. She's just out of university. She has some type of social media following. These are all the traits of Jessie, right? If that makes sense. Does that make sense? Let me know if I'm making sense with what I mean by that. So like, you want to come up with a name, and that's like the avatar, right? So the name. So if you want to go after someone, if you want to go after Justin's, right? Like Justin has this trait, this trait, this trait, this trait. Bro, we need more Justins. Like we need to hit more Justins, right? So that's the first thing. What is the name of your ideal viewer persona? Just come up with it, because then you know, and it's easier to be like, right, we need to find more Justins, right? So that's the first thing, is coming up with a name. Then what you want to do is also come up with like the rough age range, like, you know, how old are they roughly? Are they 18 to 24? Like that kind of thing. Then to build out your actual content machine, these are the next 5 things you need to do. 5 situations that they're terrified of, and what are those situations, right? So I'm going to drop these in the chat for you guys. It's the first thing you need to think about. 5 situations that your ideal viewer persona are terrified of, and what are those situations? So if you're in the OnlyFans management industry, and let's just say you're going to build your personal brand to attract OnlyFans creators, what are 5 situations that OnlyFans creators are terrified of? Is it, you know, getting their content leaked? That's a video idea. Let's help them. Let's give them value there. Let's tell them to use Realtor so they don't get their content leaked, right? And just come up with 5 situations, right? Then once you've come up with that, then you need to figure out what they need your help with. So what are 5 specific dream outcomes you have that they wish they had, right? So an example of that is, if you've helped an OnlyFans creator go from 0 to 10 grand a month, well, you've got a dream outcome that they wish that they had, and you can help them get it, right? So that's an example. Once you've done that, you want to come up with 5 limiting beliefs. So what are 5 limiting beliefs that this ideal viewer persona might have? And a limiting belief could be, I don't trust agencies, right? If you're going after OnlyFans creators, it could be, I don't trust agencies, or I'm not confident in myself, or I think I'm ugly, or wherever those limiting beliefs are, right? What are those? Figure them out, right? Come up with 5, the 5 most important ones that move the needle forward. Do some market research, get into forums, get into groups, figure out what these girls are saying, figure out how they speak, right? Look at OnlyFans YouTube videos that have done really well. What are they saying? So if you go to YouTube and you're like, how to make 10 grand a month as an OnlyFans creator, or beginner's guide to OnlyFans creator, you're going to realize these other gurus have already figured this out for you. They're probably going to touch on the limiting beliefs that creators might have, and you can take those and apply that to your content, right? Then once you figure that out, the next thing you're going to want to figure out is the 5 hacks, tools, solutions, paths they don't know of yet that will get them out of their terrifying situation or to their specific outcome, right? So again, if we're going after OnlyFans creators, if they're terrified of getting their content leaked, and you happen to know a solution and you've helped other creators not have their content leaked, and their limiting beliefs is they don't want to do OnlyFans because they're afraid they're going to get this content leaked. Number 4, you now have this tool like Realtor, for example, which is a software that removes leaked content and scans the internet for leaked content. You now have that, which now gets them to their dream outcome. So now that piece of content is extremely valuable, right? For that ideal viewer persona. So if an OnlyFans creator lands on your page because you're doing cold outreach, and one of your pinned videos is, you know, how to stop your content from getting leaked, and you give them what they need without asking anything in return, they're going to know, like, and trust you now, because you've got them to their dream outcome, right? They're terrified of getting their content leaked. You've come in, provided value around it, crushed their limiting beliefs, and given them the tool to actually fix that problem for themselves, right? You're building affinity, you're building trust, you're building brand, really key. And then lastly, you want to come up with 5 truths that will change his or hers life, right? So that is the things that you need to come up with. Make sure you got a note of those. That is going to be all I can cover today, because I'm late to another meeting. But I thought I'd spend, you know, I got to get the message across. So, you know, it is what it is. The other meeting can wait. But hopefully you guys found some value in that. If you guys want to see me do, like, you know, any more of these types of stuff, spam W's in the chat. I need to see W's in the chat if you want me to do more shit like this for you guys. Yeah, other than that, I will see you guys inside the Skool community. Don't be a stranger. Drop me a message if you need help. And yeah, if you guys have any feedback on improving the program, then I'm always looking to improve this program to become the best free community in the world. So appreciate you guys being on the journey with me. Big love, and I hope you have a blessed rest of your day, evening, night, wherever you're at. And I will see you at the top. Peace. Right, so Calendly, which is obviously a free online appointment scheduling software. Now, it says free, it's not really free. You can use the free version, wouldn't recommend it. You don't want to use the free version. So as you can see here, highly recommend using the professional version. $12 a month is nothing. Like, come on, $12 a month for the best fucking software out there. If you really want to ball out, use Teams, but you really don't need Teams. I just literally use professional. So yeah, boom. You buy Calendly, set up the account. I'm not going to go through setting up the account. It's pretty self-explanatory. Start professional, set up the account, and go through that. Once you've set up the account, you're going to be on My Calendly. And you're going to want to go to event types, and you're not going to have anything new in event types because you haven't set anything up yet, right? So yeah, in event types, I'm going to show you how to create the Calendly link that you'll be sending to the girls for them to book in a call. So yeah, first we're going to go over event type, and then we'll go off one-off meetings, which you can do as well. But event type is the main thing you're going to be using, and that's what you can see right here. So event type. Boom, you're going to want to go to event type, you're going to want to go to one-on-one, then you are going to want to go and name this 20 min free OnlyFans discovery call, or 20-minute free OnlyFans demo call, right? Then you're going to add location, Zoom. You can write a description if you want, there's no need to. Then you're going to want to go to hit next. Right, now this one, this is going to be the hours that you're available to take the call, right? So select hours that you're actually available for, right? So obviously we've got 10 a.m. till 10 p.m. here as an example. If you're not available from 10 a.m. till 10 p.m. to take calls, obviously don't put 10 a.m. till 10 p.m. So, you know, if you're only available at, say, like 6 p.m. every day until 10 p.m., then boom, you leave it there on a Monday, and you know you can do the rest wherever days you're free, set that day, right? And that's just for the calls. You can go on calendar view and do it that way as well, and like, you know, do it like sort of manually and get rid of days if you're not available days. So like maybe you're available one Saturday but you're not available the other Saturday, which you can then go to like this Saturday and like cancel that and apply so you're unavailable on that specific Saturday, etc. Right, once you've done that, you're going to want to go ahead and click next. Now, invitee questions. Already on the name, email, and please share any information. You're also going to add one other question, which is going to be Instagram username. Now, this is just because, like, now and again, you might just have the call, like calls booked from, you know, your link in your bio on Instagram, like from your website, and you might just have calls booked. And if they don't have their Instagram username, you're not going to know who they are, and you're not going to be able to sort of vet them before the call. So getting them to include their Instagram name is good because you can look at who the call's with. So that's all you need there. You're going to save and close that. Now, the most important part about this entire thing is the reminders. Now, you're going to want to do email reminders and text reminders. So in this questions part, you don't have to put it in manually. Their Calendly is automatically going to ask for their phone number and their email. So, you know, put email reminders on, hit personalize. You're going to want a timer for 24 hours, 6 hours, and 30 minutes. So this will literally ensure that the email they've put in gets a reminder with the Zoom link to the call 24 hours before, 6 hours before, and then 30 minutes before, right? It just increases the show rate because, like I said, girls are flaky in nature and they will not show up to calls. And that's just this business. Like, you'll get a lot of no-shows, but that's that's what you got to deal with. But there's ways to stop that and increase that, and this is one of them, right? So, same again, text reminders on. Text reminders are obviously a lot better, but they don't include the actual Zoom link, which the emails do, right? So the text reminders, boom, then 15 minutes before, 30 minutes before, And then, you're going to want to save that. And, when you're actually speaking to them in DMs and you send them this link, just mention, you're going to get a reminder like 30 minutes before the call on text and email. The link to the call is going to be in email. But still, as an extra precaution that you need to take and is 100% necessary, say, for example, you're messaging with a girl on Instagram, she books in the call through Calendly. Still on that day that the call is, 5 minutes before the call, you're still going to want to send her the Zoom link to the call on Instagram or wherever platform you've been speaking to her on. If you're speaking to a girl on WhatsApp, you send her the Zoom link on there, because even though she's going to get reminders on her phone and the link's going to be on her email, sometimes they'll forget or they won't see their email, and they won't know where the link is, and then they'll either be pissed at you or they'll just leave her and won't reply. So you have to send them the Zoom link manually as well, because that'll increase your show rate like exponentially, right? Otherwise you'll have a bunch of no-shows and you'll be like, why are these girls not showing up? And it's because they didn't check their emails and they don't know where the link for the call is and they can't actually get on the call with you. So always send them the call link to the Zoom manually, right? So you've got that, set up notifications, and that's literally all you need for this. Back, and then this is sent, and then all you're going to want to do, that's completely set up now. And then, like I said, once you're speaking to the girls in DMs or wherever you're speaking to the girl on the prospect, just copy the link, and then you're going to want to paste the link in the DMs, right? You just send the link to the girls. You don't paste it like I'm doing. I'm just pasting the link just to show you. So yeah, send them that link, that copy link, and then they can go ahead and book in a call. Now, another thing you can do is event types with, show you now, one-off meetings. Now, one-off meetings, this is another tactic you can use. Instead of creating the event and just send them the link, what you can do is make a new one-off meeting for every prospect and every girl that you're talking to. The thing with one-off meetings that is better, on event types, obviously you have all the availabilities, you're going to put what times you're available. But when you're starting, you're not going to have a lot of calls booked, right? And that can look a bit strange to some girls. Now, it's not going to matter massively, but like this is just a little extra tip, right? So, like I said, some girls are going to look at it and think, oh my God, look how many options they have. They must not be busy. They must not have many clients because there's no calls booked. So I'm just not going to book, right? That can happen. So in that case, to solve that problem of not having many calls booked, you can make yourself look busy and make it look like you've got barely any time slots left, which will then make the girl like, oh, I got a book. And you can even use that in your messaging, like, oh, we've only got 4 time slots left for this week, so make sure you book in soon or wherever, right? You can use scarcity and you can use agency tactics, right? And this is like super powerful to get them to actually book the call. So let me just go to December just because I've got calls booked and I don't want to go and expose fucking client information. But right, so here we go. We'll go to December. Now, what you can do, like I said, make this one-off meeting link, and this is the link you're going to be sending to the girl. Instead of doing the other way, like I said, there's 2 ways to do it, but this way is good if you're just starting and you want to look like you're more busy, you've got more clients, etc. And you can use the urgency tactics in the DMs, like I mentioned, right? So you can literally pick what times you're available. So you can just dot them about. So obviously, actually pick the times you are available, right? So on a Monday, say you're speaking to her on a Monday, and she's like, yeah, I'll book in a call. Then you're gonna go create the one-off meeting. Then you're gonna go, I'm available at 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. Monday. Then Tuesday I'm only available 4 p.m. Wednesday I'm not available at all. Thursday I'm available at 3 p.m. 7 p.m. and then Friday I'm available that. And then you can send then next, and then that shows that you're only available this times. Next one-off meeting, publish meeting, and then copy the link, send that to the girl, right? And then on that link, if you look, it's just going to show up like, oh shit, he's only available on December. And then it's like, oh, he's only available 3 p.m. and he's only available 4 p.m. And then, he's only available on Tuesday, 4 p.m. and he's only available on Monday at 3 p.m. 5 p.m. So it looks like all these are booked out. You can only book on these days, right? They're the only available time slots, and there's not many time slots. So like I said, you can use that in your messaging, like there's only 4 time slots left for this week, so make sure you book in a call, blah blah blah. And this just makes it look a lot better than having a Calendly where you've got a lot of options to book, like all these options and then like all these times. with the event types, right? So yeah, with Calendly, that's another little tip. You can either just do the event type, which is gonna, like, you know, the event type, or you can just do the one-off and you'll have to create a one-off link every time you book a call. So obviously if you're getting like 20, 30, 40 calls booked, this isn't ideal. That's when you're going to use the main sort of just event type in general. But like I said, when you're starting out, it's great to just create a one-off meeting individually every time. And obviously, yeah, go that and do that route. But yeah, this is arguably the most important part. And I know I say that at every section, but it's all important. But this is really fucking important. So make sure you get this down. And I've laid it out for you perfectly. So setting up your calendar and booking process. The amount of money you're able to make and the closing rate are highly dependent on the process a prospect goes through before they jump on a call with your sales rep. This Calendly scheduler setup process will increase the show up rate as your closing rate. So it's not only going to increase the people that actually show up to your calls that book, but it's also going to increase your closing rate. And I'll show you how. This is some top tier game. No one is doing this shit. This is some next level game. The amount of money I paid for this information, oh, crazy. Now, this training is for Calendly, but you can easily adapt this into Go High Level if that's what you use, or any other software you use. I would recommend Calendly, right? Step 0. Creating the event type. So event name, you know, going to go on Calendly, going to create the event type. So for example, breakthrough strategy session or walkthrough call or OnlyFans audit call, whatever angle you're using, right? Location is Zoom. Description. So for example, like, you know, if we go to Calendly, you're literally just going to go and create event type. One-on-one, me. And then you're going to say walkthrough call, location, Zoom, boom. Okay. Now, description. Use this to describe what the prospect can expect from the call. Free value that they can implement. Right. Date range. We recommend 7 days at a time. So you know we're gonna go next. I'll literally do this with you guys live. Right. So date range. We're gonna do 7 days. Okay. Duration. You know, set your own schedule. Set your custom hours. Whatever you want to do. Right. And then before 15 minutes after, so this is going to be the break that we get in between because we don't want to be back to back, we don't want calls overrunning, and that's what I say here. So before and after 10 to 15 minutes break. Now you've done that. Now the next step, the questions you should ask in the scheduler before a prospect gets in the call. This is going to be so key. You need these questions for them to book a call, right? Now you ask these questions in this section. You ask them here, you just add question, one line, multiple lines, etc., right? So I'll do this with you guys, right? So name, email, link to your OnlyFans profile. So this is going to be a question. I'm not going to do all of it just for the sake of time, but let's just delete this. Add new question, boom, make sure everything is required. Link to your OnlyFans, one line, apply. Next question, what is the next question we need to ask? What are your social media links? This needs to be a medium text box. So for that, we're going to go boom. Instead of one line, we're going to go multiple lines, required, boom, okay? Then, what are you looking to get out of our meeting? Again, medium text box, boom, 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 required, one line, multiple lines, apply, okay? Then, current monthly revenue. This is where you're going to have a drop down. This is going to take me time, so I'm not going to do all this, but I'll show you how you do it. Boom, current monthly revenue, required, okay, one line. Then you're going to do check boxes. Then you're going to do, you know, 0 to 10K per month, 10 to 20K, etc., right? Like you get the point, right? And I'll just delete that for now. But you're obviously gonna have multiple, right? So then they can click which one they're at, and obviously I show you what you need, right? So 0 to 5 or blah 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 blah, right? Now, next question. You already understand. There's no need for me to continue with this, right? So we'll just discard this at this point, right? So let me just discard this. Leave. Okay. Now, you're just going to implement all these questions here into that Calendly, right? So you're going to do revenue goal. Where's the main reason why you had, like, these are all key for you to find out, because this is going to increase your closing rate, right? So because you're already going to know their pain points, you're going to know where they're at before the call. So you don't need to ask these questions. You can just hit on them, right? So ask all these questions and make sure you implement this, right? Now, these are additional, so make all these, so these are all the important ones, from what is your phone number all the way up to name, right? So these are the important ones. These are the ones that we use. Now, you can also add more qualifying questions if you want, depending on your the market part you're going after. So maybe you're doing mass content distribution for OnlyFans models. Maybe you're doing viral content creation. Maybe you offer all these suites of services. So you can. This is the point, right? So if you offer all these suites of services, what services do you want to inquire about? You can add that as an additional question, right? So that's what you could do, but we've just kept it simple and we haven't, but that's there if you want to do that and you want to leverage that. Now, number 2, where's the prospect lead after booking a call? If you have a social media that has a lot of social proof on it, we recommend you lead your prospects there instead of a website. If you have a website with content, a lot of case studies, articles, testimonials, then send them there, right? Reminders. We recommend setting 1 to 2 reminders through email and text, and we send 1 email reminder and 1 text reminder of the meeting 2 hours before, and that's the minimum requirement there for reminders, right? And you do that in Calendly. You simply, once you create an event type, I should have just kept this open. Once you create an event type, let's just go to next. Boom, boom, boom. You've done all this. You've asked the questions. You go to next. You've done the questions, you come to notifications and policy, you come to email reminders, text reminders, and then you personalize, right? So you can do 3 if you want. You can do up to 3. So you can do like 24 hours, 2 hours, and then 10 minutes. Like, you can do what you want, right? But I've given you my recommendations in the program, and you could do the same with email reminders, right? You could, with email reminders, do 12 hours, 1 hour, and then 20 minutes, right? It's completely down to you, right? Do that, boom, 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 save, right? Okay, cool. So you've done that part, which is the reminders to actually remind them to show up. Now, the most important part is the nurturing flow. So before the prospects jump on a call with me, they receive the following emails. The first email, and I've showed you examples, is first piece of content 1 hour after they book a call. So 1 hour after they book the call, they're going to get an email that says their name, and it's going to say, the subject line is going to say, check this out. Hi, their name. Thank you for booking a call. I like to provide some valuable content to people who book a call with me and my team. So I thought I'd share this piece of content that goes over the importance of having 24/7 chatting on OnlyFans. Click here to watch the video, and then it's a Loom video of me explaining the importance of 24/7 chatting, right? So I'm indoctrinating them, right? Then 24 hours before the call, I send them a written confirmation request. So written confirmation needed. This is to make sure that they show up. So if they don't respond to this, I will go and hit them up to make sure they've received the email, just because I don't want to be sat there waiting for someone to show up and I'm like, oh my God, are they going to show up? So this makes sure that they show up, right? We've even added stuff on you, like, if you do not reply to this email, you will be blacklisted from all our services. And I'd actually kind of recommend that you do that, because it adds a lot of authority, and it adds it just adds a lot of authority and makes them want to, even if they don't plan on showing up, at least they'll let you know, and then they can rebook or reschedule. And then you can even say, you can either offer them a link and say, we've done this as well. We've tested tons of these. We've done if you don't reply and confirm that you're going to show up for the call, then you will be blacklisted. And also, if you can't show up for whatever reason, here's a one-time link to reschedule. So we're adding this. We're not actually going to blacklist them. It's not only a one-time link, but we're just putting that out there. So that's how they feel. They feel like, fuck, I'm going to get blacklisted if I don't show up for this call, and I might never be able to receive the help that I need. Or if I can only reschedule once, so I may as well just show up, obviously, right? But that's there in case they can't show up for whatever reason, emergency or whatever, right? So due to high demand, we require written confirmation that you will need to attend the call, Please reply to this email to hold your spot within 24 hours, or else your appointment will be cancelled. In the meantime, you can check out this piece of content where I cover how to scale past 50K a month through OnlyFans. I'm just indoctrinating them with valuable content while doing this process. So that's the second part, is the written confirmation request, which is they're going to get sent 24 hours before the call. You need to set these up. They're super easy to set up. You can copy mine exactly and make your own videos, right? Then 12 hours before the call, they're going to get another piece of content, and this is going to be a case study. So 20K monthly recurring revenue in 4 weeks. Find this helpful. Name. Thanks for booking a call. Name. I look forward to chatting with you and hope I can provide great value during our strategy session or walkthrough call or audit call, wherever your angle is. You can implement to grow your OnlyFans business. In the meantime, you can watch this video where I go over how one of my clients went from 5K per month to 20K per month in 4 weeks using only our organic TikTok and Instagram strategies. Click here to watch the video. Speak soon. Best of luck. I'm indoctrinating them. They're watching the videos. They're getting a ton of value, right? And that is the sequence, right? That is the 3-step nurturing sequence, and you can set that up in Calendly pretty easily, and I'll show you how to do it like right now. So like pretty much, let me just go into it. So we're gonna go into Calendly, and we are gonna, I need to delete these, fucking hell. Let me delete these quickly. So once these are deleted, the examples. So this is one of our ones that I set up for the purpose of this video, right? So breakthrough strategy session, we've called it. Now on this breakthrough strategy session, we've got everything set up, like the questions, etc., right? We've got all these questions set up, and now this is the workflows, right? So we've got these workflows, and this is what this is. So this is what this is, right? This is going to be the automated emails and stuff, right? So if we go to the workflows tab, this is how you set them up, right? So once this loads, you create a workflow, you do it on an event type, you pick the event type that you would have already set up. Oh shit, I'm making an event type. One sec, my bad. Let me go back. Right, let me try this again. I can just do it from this way as well, right? So I can just go to workflows view, and then I click new workflow. Sorry, I don't click create. So, you know, you can go, so let's just say, right, you've made you've set up everything on you set up all the questions, you've done everything I said. Now you're going to come back here, and you're simply going to go to, so as I was saying, you're just going to come back here, and you can literally just simply go to workflows, and then on workflows, you are going to literally click new workflow. My screen is lagging. Okay, this is, I am completely lagged out, I think I'm back. Right, okay, so you're going to go new workflow. Once you click new workflow, it is going to take you to this screen. Once it loads, then you can literally just create your own workflow. Sometimes I'll even just click this because it's easier, but you know, create your own workflow. So for example, you're going to look at what we got you, right? So let's just set up one, and then you can do the rest. So this is going to be an hour after they book the call, right? So an hour after they book the call. So this is going to be hour after they book the call. Is there an hour after they book the call? Let me just check. Hour after they book the call. Okay, so this is going to be before the event starts. This is going to be sorry, it's going to be new event booked. It's going to be 1 hour, and then it's going to be send email, right? So that's what this is going to be, right? 1 hour after the event's booked. Then we're going to go next. Then we will then set up here, right? So 1 hour after the event's booked, and then you can just do everything we've got here, right? And just make sure on this one, you make sure you include the reconfirmation button, because this is going to be making sure that they're actually going to show up, right? So yeah, I'm not going to like go through it. It's pretty simple. You can literally just come in here, copy this. Okay, check this out. Okay, so literally we're going to go here. We're going to find name. Okay, we're going to go space, check this out. Then we're going to just write what's in here, right? Thank you, blah, 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 blah. So blah, 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 blah. Then insert a link here. Boom, boom, boom. Insert that link. Okay, boom. And then thanks, Dylan, blah, 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 right? Done. Boom. Workflow set up. Save. Good to go. Make it the name you want. So for example, we would just name it this, boom, name that, boom, boom, boom. You get the point, right? Pretty simple to do. And that's going to make sure that they get their emails. So yeah, that's going to be it for this section. This is super key to increase your sales and to increase your show rate. And this is advanced Calendly setup, and that's going to be it for this section of the program, which is create and leverage with outbound plus building organic infrastructures. So yeah, ton of value in this one. Just go and implement this now and go and see the results. And again, patience is a virtue. So test, refine, and I'll see you at the top. Peace. So the sales script, I'm just going to run you through this sales script and how you should utilize it. If you have no sales experience, this is just the easiest way to start and get your foot in the door. So there's not a massive module that's going to teach you everything you need to know about sales and all the little things and closing and opening and all these different things, right? This is just going to be the easiest way for you to just get results, right? That's the entire point. It's just like I've boiled the script down so anyone can read it. It doesn't matter if you're introverted, extroverted, you don't even know what sales is. You can read this script and get results, right? And we've proven it across working with hundreds of agencies, and it just works, right? So obviously, as you start to gain experience, you can start to come up with your own sales process and this and that. But for everyone in you, this is like literally perfect, right? So again, you are going to need to customize this script to your language, because this is obviously tailored to how I speak, right? So if you don't speak the way I speak, you have different, if these words are not going to come naturally to you, you need to adjust the words to you, right? So that being said, this is the overview of the sales script. Now, the first part of this sales script is ultimately the goal is to just qualify the model, right? It's to qualify them, making sure that they're a good fit, and asking questions early on to draw out any red flags. So you always want to open with this, right? Explain why you are here. So it could be anything. This is just a phrase. I say growth consultants. You could say talent manager. You could say CEO, whatever it is you want to do. And then, you can just break the ice a bit, right? 1 to 2 minutes of small talk. And then you follow this process, asking them questions, right? And the point of this sales script, we're asking questions and we're trying to get them to say yes as much as possible, right? So as you can see here, we say at the end, this is something crucial for everyone to know. Don't just think you can miss this out. Like when you say, does this sound good? Don't just think, oh, I don't need that, that's not important. No, it is. It's there for a reason, right? Everything in this script is here for a reason, right? So don't take it too much into your own words where you're just not doing any of this. There's specific wording in you at the start. Does that sound good, right? Again, we have a you. Does that sound good? We're trying to get them to say yes. The more they say yes, the more likely they're going to say yes towards the end, right? It's just psychology. So you start by just asking some basic questions, getting them to, dive a little bit deep into their situation, maybe make them feel some pain. And then you get into more of the specifics and switch gears a little bit, and then you ask some more questions. And you can, again, change this wording over time. Like you could word this, for example, so what's the current process of taking a stranger and turning it into a customer? You could word it even easier and say, so what's your current process of actually getting subs to your OnlyFans, right? That could be simple, and that's actually probably a better question. And you can do that, right? So then you've asked your questions, you've done some fact finding, you've seen if they're a good fit, seen if you can draw any red flags early on, and then you're going to use what they've said, right? You're gonna then explain to them. You're gonna dive a little bit deeper, right? So this is where you're gonna dive into their pain a bit, dive into their inefficiencies, and then again, you're gonna ask why, you're gonna ask what that would mean to you. Don't miss this stuff out, because we're trying to get them, it's like a therapy session, we're trying to get them to explain to us, right? We're trying to get them to open up. And then we use what they've just told us almost against them, and we say, look, so we've already established you're trying to get from X to X. Would you agree that working with an agency is how you're gonna make that happen? If they agree to this frame right here, then you're in a very good position to close the sale. If they don't, you might have to do some objection handling you might have to figure out why, right? And you want to dive a little bit deeper. If they agree then you move on to the next part where you actually go into your offer pitch. Now, I'm not going to go in depth of how you craft this offer pitch on this video, but this is just a basic generalized way to state your offer, right? So don't copy this if you don't offer this. This is not our offer either. This is not what we offer. This is not what our offer looks like by any means. This is just a generalized example of an easy way to put what it is you do. And then again, you hit them with the, does that sound good, right? Then once you've done this, you've done the fact finding, you've dug deep into their pain, you've got them to agree that they should work with an agency. That's how they're going to get their dream outcome, right? You've played that scenario, then you're going to go into the worst case scenario and the best case scenario, right? Just to really anchor them in each, right? Then again, after that, you pretty much just ask if they got any questions. Once you've explained the situation, right? You've explained the best case scenario, worst case scenario. Ask any questions. And you obviously frame this as like, have you got any questions before I get into how onboarding at their agency works? You're almost like forcing the close, right? You're already framing that she's going to close, right? Really important. And again, this is where you might need to do some objection handling. There's an objection handling sheet right here that you can look at and go through just common objections and common objection handles there, right? Then again, if she has no objections and she doesn't have any questions, go straight into the onboarding side of the things. So, explain to them, you've explained your offer, you have explained, how much the price is, whether it's 50-50, whether you're going to do 2K retainer, whatever it is that you choose to do. You've already explained that. Now you're going to go into onboarding, where you get them to sign the agreement, do any objection handling, and sign the contract on the call, and then you're good to go, right? That is it. Then you just pretty much go through the onboarding process. You add them to the WhatsApp group, you do everything you need to do there, tell them they're going to book in the strategy session, blah, 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 and life's good, right? You signed a client, so congratulations. Peace.
Yo guys, so I wanted to include this section as part of the sales training to effectively give you guys some understanding on why sales is so important, not just in your business, but in your personal life as well, and how the two are intrinsically tied. So, the way that I see it myself is that sales itself is integral to every aspect of life. It can all come back to sales, no matter what we're talking about, whether it's relationships, friendships, your hobbies, everything is sales. It really is. And when you start to realize the linearity between sales and everything else, it kind of becomes impossible to navigate the day without seeing something as sales or constantly encountering it everywhere. You can even be watching a video on YouTube, you're being sold in the ads. You're looking around for something to eat in the cupboards, there's brands everywhere and barcodes on boxes. Everything is sales. Now, it's a sell or be sold to world. That's the way that I see it. If you're not selling, you're buying. And effectively, this is my first point, that it is a sell or be sold world. So your choices are as follows. You can be the person who's being profited off, in the sense that people are leveraging what value they have to provide to you and asking for your money. Or you can be the one who's learning a skill so that you can provide value to those individuals and sell to them. Now, we all like buying things, obviously. It's just in our nature. I think we like to acquire new information and new things to make our lives easier, and sometimes just to have that enjoyment. So, I would say it's a much more difficult existence if all you're effectively doing in your life is buying, and never having the skills to leverage to actually get money, to actually get income, because you're then being sold to on a continuous basis, and you're never going to have the leverage to buy the things that you want or provide value, which I would say in turn is a vacuous existence. So sell or be sold. That's my first point that I want to bring up. Now, another thing I noticed when it comes to sales is that effectively you have to help people to help yourself. And I say this because if we look at anything right now, it kind of comes back to what I just said there. If you're not providing value, then somebody else is providing value to you and you have nothing else to give to the world. And that in itself is a vacuous existence. And there's only so much that materialism can do for you in order to help you progress forward in life. And for the most part, it's nothing but a mere distraction. So if you're in a position where you're not helping other people, then you're not going to have fulfillment. And we do live in a world right now where everybody is so dead set on idolizing other people, whether it's other creative artists for their ventures or whether it's other celebrities for their achievements. It's never, I'm celebrating my achievements because I've done X, Y, and Z. So the way that I see it fundamentally is that you have to help people to help yourself. If you don't have any value to provide, then nobody's going to want to be around you. Nobody's going to want to be invested in spending time with you. Nobody's going to really want to be in a position where they're going to want to work alongside you. And you're only going to attract other people who are like yourself, unable to provide value. So you have to help yourself by helping other people. Because if you're able to provide value to other people, then you will build a network surrounded by other people who want to help other people. And then in turn, you're now surrounded by, well, hardworking individuals. And if you're obviously creating something that doesn't help people and you're just coming at it from a sense of I want money or I want to achieve this for myself or for my family, and you don't care about the service delivery and what you provide to other people, then I guess your business will only scale so far. And maybe that's the reason why you're stuck at 10K a month or 20K a month, because all you're thinking about is how can I get myself to the next, not how can I help my clients get to the next. Because we always want the result, and as opposed to working on the services that can get us to the result, we're trying to create these shortcuts or put ourselves in these situations where maybe perhaps we can leverage certain elements of things that we have so that we can get to where we need to be sooner. But that doesn't help your clients, and in the long term it doesn't help you. You have your personal brand, you have your agency, you have whatever it is that you're running right now, regardless of what business you're in. And if you're in a position where you're not doing what's best for your clients and you're just doing what's best for the result or your family or the money that you earn, or insert egocentric reason as to why you want X, Y, and Z here, then you're not going to get X, Y, and Z. You're going to get a bunch of pissed off clients, a really bad client retention rate. You're not going to scale. Your business is going to fail, and you're basically going to be back to square one from where you started. So I guess you have to help people to help yourself. That's another thing that I wanted to sort of brush upon. So I suppose providing value is the only way to succeed. That's kind of intrinsically tied to the previous points. I guess all these points are kind of tied together effectively, but yeah, so if you're not providing value, then you won't succeed. And the only way you can provide value is by finding something that people need that helps them with a problem. So obviously, if you're a OFM, you're clearly helping these girls or these guys who don't have the time in their day to manage themselves. Maybe they don't have the knowledge that you have. Maybe they have children or other elements of their life that keep them busy and prevent them from scaling in the way that you can help them. So it's about finding what it is that you can provide to your clients or your potential clients so that you can succeed. Because if you cannot provide value, then you won't succeed, and nobody will want to be with you. And it's funny because this is something that is intrinsically tied to every element of life. For example, let's say you're a girl right now and you don't have the inherent values that a male that you're attracted to is looking for. He's not going to want to date you. And it's the same with the other way around. If you're a guy and you don't have the resources to start a family, or you don't have the makings of a great man, then why would a girl want to date you either? Same with your clients. If your value in your business isn't there and it cannot be seen, then they're going to go find another business that gives them the value that they necessitate and the services that they deserve. So when I speak to clients on a daily basis, or when I speak to people, I think to myself, what is it that I can provide? What is it that I'm so sure that I can provide that's going to make your life better? Because with that conviction and that belief and the understanding of the service delivery, I can lean hard. And if you don't believe in what it is that you can do, if you don't believe you can make their lives better, then you're deceiving these people. And if you're deceiving people, then you're basically on a mission to try to get as much money as possible, and you're going to maybe get a few clients that you can trick, and it'll get to a point where they're going to leave negative reviews. They're going to tell other people that you're a terrible agency. They're going to say to other people that you aren't worth your salt. They're going to leave bad reviews, and it's going to be a negative spiral downwards. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that providing value is the only way to succeed, and there are no shortcuts to providing value. You have to learn your service, you have to learn your skills, and then you have to go about providing them to the clients as promised. If you're telling people you can do something and you can't, then you're deceiving them. So I would say effectively brush up on your skills, brush up on your services, learn what it is that you have to offer. Because if you don't have anything to offer, then what makes you different from your competitors? What makes you even sure that you're going to acquire clients? Because maybe you're doing something that you shouldn't be doing. I mean, I wouldn't effectively try to write songs if I didn't know how to write songs. I wouldn't effectively try to lift weights if I didn't know how to lift weights. I would end up hurting myself. So why would you end up hurting other people and yourself in the long term because you don't understand what it is that you're doing? You learn to do the thing, Then you execute upon it. Maybe you learn some elements of it along the way, but you basically make sure that you're providing some form of value and give it to those people so that they're not feeling deceived. So I guess that is my third point there. So when I think as well about sales, I think about the difficulty in conversations with prospects. And I think this is something that a lot of people are very scared about. They're scared to have conversations with their prospects about the really, really serious elements as to why they are on the call initially. So let's say, for instance, I'm speaking to a client and they're telling me, well, right now, I can't do it because, I don't know, maybe I have a really bad health issue going on with one of my family members right now, and this is the reason why I can't do it. Now, you could probably just let that go and go, you know what, no worries. Yep, I don't want to push there, because at the end of the day, you've got something going on with your family. That's a really good reason. It's a valid reason. I have humanity, therefore I will let you be. But then you need to really ask yourself, are you doing a disservice to that person? Because think about it realistically. If this person needs your help and they're on the call initially because they came because they needed help with something. So now they're giving you some excuse, whether it's a valid one or not, as to why they shouldn't do their thing. And if you think about it effectively, they're here because they want to change their circumstances. So if they're pulling something up like that to use it against you as some form of leverage or, an emotional leverage, well, in actuality, you letting them go is a disservice to the reason they came initially. They're there because they need your help. And if you're basically saying, well, you know what, that's fine, then what you're effectively doing is you're allowing them to run away and throw a scapegoat, and that's not going to get them to a position where they change. So if you believe in your service and it's like, well, in actuality, I understand where you're coming from. I can see what's going on right now. You've got these issues with your family and you're suffering, and you can't afford for the healthcare. You can't afford to find the time because you're working 70-hour work weeks. You only get to spend time with your family member whilst they're ill. Is it perhaps beneficial for you to learn a skill so that you can maybe get some of that time back, earn more money by doing less work, and effectively spend more time with your family? Because if that's something that we could show you how to do, would you be open to having a discussion about this? And all of a sudden, you're now in a position where they've kind of thrown you that scapegoat and you've thrown it back to them to say, well, hold on a second. If you really care about this situation that you're in, then don't utilize that as an excuse. Utilize it as a reason for action. Because if you're giving me a reason to give me inaction, then your situation remains the same. But if we flip that on its head and say, well, look, in actuality, that is not an excuse for inaction. Right now, you need to do this more than ever because you have an ill family member, because you don't have the time to spend with them, because you need that money to pay for their healthcare. Whatever the reason is, you can then say to them, look, that's great. I understand where you're coming from. That's a horrible thing to hear. And I completely understand, what you're going through in that regard. Or maybe you don't understand what they're going through. Regardless of how you wish to angle it, the bottom line is that a reason for them to not do it or to do it? So I guess difficult conversations with your team, with your family members, with your real life close friends, with your business partners are going to make it easier for you to have these conversations with prospects. So when they throw these scapegoats at you, you can go, well, hold on a second. I've had this conversation before. I've had it with a friend. I've had it with a family member. I can give you an example. So another example, I was speaking to one of my family members the other day, and they suffer with quite bad PTSD because of elements of things that have happened in their life. And I was trying to explain to them from a logical standpoint why I feel like that was perhaps affecting them. And then through explaining that, I kind of got through to them to re-motivate them to start making actions in their life to put themselves down a more positive path. And it was a really hard conversation to have. It was a very, very difficult conversation to have. And it happened over numerous different conversations over a course of time. But if I had avoided that and never really spoke on that, then the problem would have persisted and continued. And it's exactly the same with your clients. In that hypothetical scenario I just explained there about the ill family member, it's like, okay, well, if I just allow them to throw that scapegoat to me and I catch it and I'm like, okay, I understand your family member's ill. We definitely won't sell you, right now. I understand where you're coming from. You need time to spend with your family member. You can go. We won't even try. Well, you're allowing them to persist and throw that scapegoat to keep their situation flatlined and unchanged permanently. But if you have the difficult conversation, if you lean, if you object, then you can basically have that difficult conversation with them and get them on board to see from the lens that you see so that they can see what you see. Because that's the whole point of the sales call. They clearly want to buy. They clearly want something that you have. It's just they don't know how to go about getting it. Or maybe they need information. Or maybe they need somebody to push and show them that it's unreasonable to not believe. So that's what you're there for. And if you can't do that, then, and you're not ready to have those difficult conversations because you're not the type of person to like confrontation, or you're not the type of person to like to object when it really gets to that almost dicey, anxious, I can't even explain it, but feeling in your stomach that comes as soon as they're about to say no, then you're going to fail miserably in sales. I love that feeling when it comes. I get excited because I'm like, okay, I know what this person's going to say. I know how they're going to behave, but I'm going to get you out of your own way because I understand exactly how you think, or at least I have an inkling from having this conversation with you, and I'm going to get you out of your own way because your thoughts right now haven't served you. Everything you've done up to this point has not been of benefit to you, because if it had, you would not be on this call. You would not be trying to work with my agency. You would not be trying to work with X, Y, and Z, because if it was working for you, then you would not be seeking the solution. You would be providing it. A lot of it boils down to common sense, but I guess that is my fourth point. Difficult conversations with your team, with your friends, with your family will make it easier with your prospects. So try to have those difficult conversations. If you're avoiding them in your relationships, if you're avoiding them in your family, if you're avoiding them in real life, you're going to avoid them on these calls, and you're going to be someone who avoids confrontation, and you will not close as many deals. You will not have as many clients because you will be afraid of having those conversations. So I guess my final point is that there is always a logical solution. So what I mean by this is that in the world of sales, there's always a logical solution to somebody's objection, to a problem. If you're a business owner and you're trying to create a service, you might think that there's a commonality that you can see in a specific problem with a specific type of client. And I guarantee if you look deep enough into it, you will find a logical solution to that problem that you can provide in your services. It's the same with objections. You might get the same objection from a specific type of client again and again and again. But if you can learn how to handle that objection, if you can understand the logic behind that train of thought, you will always use logic to get to the root of the problem and cut it off from its head. And it is very similar to the examples I just showed you there, where, for example, they were stating in my hypothetical scenario that an ill family member was every reason they shouldn't be joining my agency and working hard right now. But then the logic of that would be, well, if we think about that and we unpack that, well, right now, if we put you in a position where you continue to do the same of what you're doing now, is that really going to benefit your ill loved ones? And they're probably going to say no. And then you're going to go, right, so we identify that you're on this call right now because you've been looking into this for a very long time, right? They're probably going to say yes. Okay, so your family member right now is in a position where they're struggling and you're struggling too, right? They're probably going to say yes. And you're going to say, okay, well, I understand where you're coming from. I may not understand the full capacity of what it is that you're going through right now, but would it be unreasonable to suggest that maybe perhaps if you learn how to leverage this information that you don't have, the new information is going to get you access to new skills that will ultimately allow you to make new types of money versus you doing more of the same, walking away from this right now and continuing to create and generate the same amount of income, the same amount of sort of goals predicated on the information that you have now. And it's undeniable because it's rooted in a logical solution, which is that effectively more of the information of what they have now that they're operating on, the same information is going to get them the same results. Whereas if you utilize new information, that's getting people new results and helping them achieve higher levels of what it is that they're after, whatever your business model is, then effectively you can do so and offer that to them and say, like, look, with this information, you'll have new results, you'll have what you want. So logical solutions are everywhere. And it's all it is really is effectively finding what those logical solutions are and providing them to those who need them. Because if you don't know how to think about things logically, then it's going to be very difficult to navigate those things on a fly, especially when somebody throws you a curveball or an objection you've never heard before. But I could take any objection in the world because I fully understand logic. And I know that if somebody's going to object to something that doesn't have a logical backing, then there's probably some validity in their objection, in which case I know not to push. And I can sort of get a grasp on that individual as to why maybe perhaps I don't need to push. Maybe they don't want to be pushed. But effectively, for the most part, I would say that most people want to be pushed because they wouldn't be on the call in the first place if they didn't want to be pushed and effectively helped to make an informed decision. So I guess what I'm trying to say with this one is that there is always a logical solution, and it's just a case of utilizing your logic to flip those sorts of curveballs or scapegoats that are thrown at you on their head to say, like, look, you can absolutely use that as a form of negativity and every reason as to why you shouldn't be doing this. But let me show you how you should use this as a reason and every reason to start doing this. So I hope this helps somebody. I know it's quite convoluted, but I'm going off this unscripted. There are just my thoughts out loud. And hopefully this helps somebody with a sale. So I'm going to chuck this into the ether and hopefully you guys can enjoy it and unpack some value for it. So I'll see you on the next one. Yo guys, so this is the first part of the sales training, and this is why you can't get a client. Now, I don't mean that in a condescending or patronizing way, but a lot of you are struggling to get clients, and that's fine. It is a difficult process if you make it difficult. Now, I'm not focusing on the outreach part of attaining clients. You can go to that section if that's something that you're struggling with. This is purely based on the sales calls themselves. Now, these are some of the key reasons as to why you can't get your client, and I'm going to skim over them, explain in my experience what I have done to make sure that these pitfalls aren't something that I fall into and on my calls my clients fall into. So without further ado, let's get into it. So the first one is belief. So many people are spending their time contacting clients, models, trying to sell them on their services. But most of you don't even know what your services are. And you don't even believe in yourself and what you do. If you can't sell this to a close friend, how are you meant to sell it to a stranger? Belief and conviction is the number one part of sales. If you do not believe in what you sell, you cannot sell it. So you need to master your craft, learn your skills so that when you're on those calls, you can lean so hard because you know that at the end of the call, if they're not on the other side with you, signing that agreement, then they're at a loss. And if they're at a loss, how can you sleep at night? So you have to believe that you are the best option for them that can positively affect their life. Because without the understanding of this, without the actual belief there, you will not sign any clients. And if you do, they won't stay with you very long. Now, another thing that I notice on a lot of people's calls is they talk too much. You need to ask probing questions to find out why that client or potential client is on that call to begin with. They clearly have been thinking about needing help with management for a long time. Maybe it's manifested in the fact that they're not earning as much money as they could be with their chatting. Maybe they're really struggling with the marketing aspects of social media. There's so many elements to this business that there's clearly a reason as to why they're on that call with you. And until you ask the questions to find out the driving force as to why they booked in initially, then you don't really know what to focus on selling them on. And if you can identify that problem and then explain to them in detail as to how your service can fix it, well, they're probably going to buy from you, because people are on these calls initially looking for agencies because they have a problem they want to solve. So you need to find the problem, and once you've identified it, explain to them how your service can fix it. Now, if you're talking about all these things that you do as an agency, yet their only issue is TikTok marketing, then you aren't going to sell them on all these other things. You're deviating off the beaten path to go somewhere else that isn't actually essential. So what you want to do is find that main service, that main pain point, and focus on that. And that is how you will get them to sign to your agency. Now, my next point is that you oversell them. You're going in, trying to make this fantastic pitch that's 40 minutes long, telling them X, Y, and Z, you're the best in the business, etc., etc. It doesn't work. You need them to let them sell themselves to you. Now, you might be thinking, how the hell do I do that? Well, there's a multitude of different ways of doing it. You can put them in a place where maybe there's a level of scarcity to what you do. Well, Lisa, I mean, I feel like we're a good fit for each other, but the way that I'm seeing it right now is we have limited spaces available on our roster. And I'm just curious right now, with your current circumstances and the fact that maybe you're earning a little less than some of the other models I've spoken to, I mean, what makes you feel like you're a good fit for our agency? So you can do things to essentially flip the script, because even though you may have initiated to bring them onto the call with you by outreaching them, getting them to book on, you can still make them sell themselves to you by taking the position of authority. If you genuinely believe that your service is their saving grace, then you have that leverage over them. Because remember, there's a million other clients out there, but you are the agency that believes in themselves and has the service to solve their problem. So if you genuinely believe that, then you're going to not oversell them, but you're going to be in a position of authority where you can let them sell themselves to you. But you can't do this before showing the justifications and evidence for being able to solve their problems. So don't go into this too early, or you will mess up the whole sale. You have to build that rapport, that authority, and show them that you have that service delivery and the answers to all their prayers before you do this. So I advise that you sort of master this, and it's very difficult to explain, I suppose, but it's one of those things that you're going to have to learn from experience. Now, the other thing is that you say the wrong things. This one is super, super funny because I always pull people up on it all the time. Well, I got my model to sign the contract. It's an agreement. We do not call it a contract. A contract sounds like something sinister. It sounds like they're being binded down and caged. You have to remember, every model that comes to your agency is here for your services. They're here by choice. They can stay and leave if the service delivery isn't there. We are not binding them. It's an agreement. We are giving them a service to help them get to the next, because we have the ability to do that. So many people say, well, yeah, you signed the contract, you haven't paid because you did this, you did that. That's where you get sales resistance. And even if they're signed to your agency, it makes no difference, because the bottom line is you can get sales resistance after you've signed them, because the sales process never ends. You're constantly delivering and reselling on your services in the conversations you have daily, in the communication lines that you have open, in the way that you deliver your services. So in order to do this effectively, you have to make sure that you do not say the wrong things. Talking for too long, asking them the wrong questions, comparing yourself to other competitors, saying negative things about other competitors rather than remaining impartial. There's so many things that you can say that are wrong in a sales call that it would be almost impossible for me to go through all of them. And I suppose this is where scrutinizing people's actual sales calls is going to come in clutch to help people individually. Now, my last point is that you're the same as everyone else and their mum. And by this, what I mean is you probably have a theme page that was bought on Instagram, and you've created an agency, you have no personal brand, you are going up to girls that are posting, or guys, their most intimate content online and expecting them to sign to your agency. Ask yourself, if you were one of those models, would you sign to your agency? Where is the trust? Where is the authority? Where is anything that provides guidelines to you being the be-all end-all of agencies that they should sign to when they've probably got hundreds messaging them in their DMs? So you have to be different. You have to stand out. Whether that's being charismatic on the actual calls, whether it's leveraging these things in the training so that your calls are professional, whether it's developing the personal brand so that the belief and the trust is there before the call is even initiated. You see, obviously, there's things you can do on the sales calls themselves in order to make them more beneficial and have a more positive experience. But the sales begins even before the call itself. It begins with your personal brand. It begins with the trust and authority in your content. And then it leverages into the contact points, the set. From the set into the entire process of getting them onto that call. And even after the call, if you manage to get that model to sign the agreement, then from that point onwards, the onboarding process is still sales. The service delivery is still sales. The communication between you and the model is still sales. So if you're in a position where you're the same as everyone else, hitting them with the same boring outreach template, the same sales pitch, the same faceless account with no personal brand, the same onboarding process, and the same mentality of I now have a model, therefore I don't need to lead with service. Well, that's why you can't get a client. So guys, I hope this has been of some value to you. And these are just some brief points that I wanted to touch upon that I've seen time and time again, that I feel some of you do need to hear. And maybe some of you already know this, and that's completely fine too. But if this provides value to somebody who's struggling with regards to not being able to attain clients, then, I mean, great. So guys, I hope to see you in the next section. And yeah, hopefully this is going to get you some clients. So take care, and we'll see you in the next one. Yo guys, so welcome to this next part of the sales training, and this is how to close a client. Now, I don't like the name closer. I don't like saying the word close. I feel like it sounds very final. It sounds very demeaning. If I said to you right now, I closed you, I feel like that's quite demeaning. It sounds like you've been beaten into submission. So I will use the jargon, I will use what people understand, with it being very prevalent in the sales world, but in my personal opinion, in my personal estimation, I don't like to be referred to as a closer, and I don't think you should use that specific jargon. Without further ado, let's get into how to close a client. So the first thing you want to do is make your offer irresistible. Now you might be thinking, how do I do that? Well, if you craft an offer that is so good that they feel stupid saying no to, then you're going to be in a position where you sign more clients. It really is that simple. You could do things like maybe having a 1-month trial. You can maybe do things like fluctuating percentages. There are so many different elements of how you can make your offer different to everyone else's and irresistible. You have to remember, if your offer isn't suffocating or binding in some way, then they're going to feel like they have the freedom. And if you really can deliver those results, well, once they've had a taste of the Kool-Aid, they're going to want to drink it indefinitely. So you need to be confident in what you do and your services to the point where you can offer stupid things that you actually deliver upon. And then during that trial, Bob's your uncle. They're loving life. It's why some of the biggest corporations in the world do free trials of things, because they know that you're going to get hooked on the Kool-Aid and you're going to want to drink it. I'm sure you've all signed up at one point in your life to a 30-day Netflix trial and you've left it running for 12 months and forgotten all about it. So to that point, make your offer irresistible. Now, there's logical selling and there's emotional selling, and there's a place for both of them. Logical is obviously focusing more on the statistical side and the fact-based nature of what your services provide. Now, emotional selling is obviously focusing on their current circumstances and their emotional drivers to pull the sale forward. So the way that it looks is that you can obviously understand your services and sell them on the logical, the statistics of it. Well, Lisa, I see right now that you're stuck at 5K, but if we can show you an effective way in the next month on how to get you to 10K, would you be open to rocking with us? Logical, right? Emotional. Well, Lisa, I understand exactly where you're coming from, and I can see right now that you're struggling to make ends meet. You just said that you're not in a position where you can pay your rent because you're only earning a few K a month. Well, look, I mean, what if we showed you a way where you could learn how to make 10K a month, and all you'd have to do is create content, and not only are you going to be able to make your rent on time, but you're going to be able to buy a few extra nice things for yourself. I mean, you said earlier that you don't even get a chance to go out on a date with your boyfriend. I mean, that's not right. So let's do this. You rock with us for the next month. We'll get you to that 10K. You're going to be going on dates with your boyfriend way more often than you have been, and you're going to make rent and life's going to be good. So what do you say? And that's emotional, okay? You're leveraging her personal circumstances that you've probably found through the fact finding, kind of in a manipulative way. But the difference between manipulating someone for their benefit and manipulating them under false pretenses is that if you're doing it under false pretenses, then it's deception. And if you're doing it because you actually can help them, then you're basically speaking the truth. And even though you're leveraging that emotion to drive the sale forward, you're not doing it in a dishonest fashion, because you really can get her on a date with a boyfriend. You really can help her put her food on the table and pay the rent. So you have to understand logical and emotional selling. The best person on the internet by far for logical selling is Alex Hormozi, okay? He is logical through and through. For emotional selling, I would honestly look at Jeremy Miner. He is so good, and I've learned a lot from two of these people, and I genuinely stand by them as two of the best in this space. And if you can combine the way that they sell together, it is deadly. It's really deadly. Now, tonality is another huge aspect, and you probably can tell from the way that I speak. I put focus on certain words. I bring volume down. There's so many different ways that you can leverage tonality. But you have to understand that the person with the most colorful palette when it comes to their words is going to have a much more interesting presentation, a much more diversified conversation. And if you know how to focus on tonality in specific words, you can emphasize. See what I did there? You can emphasize on specific parts of the presentation to get their attention. You can also skim over things here nor there that aren't relevant, or maybe you don't really want them to focus on. So master tonality, understand logical and emotional selling, and you'll be ready for game time. Now, the next thing I want to say is be ready for no. You are going to get no's. People are going to say to you, I don't want to be your model. I don't want to sign to your agency. I've got other people I'm interested in. No is okay. No is the best part. If you know that they're going to say no, then you can be ready for the best part, which is where you start doing the objection handling. And I'm going to do an entire section on objection handling to explain how I tackle some of these objections. But being ready for no is going to basically be like, right, it's game time. It's time for me to start understanding more as to why they're saying no, getting to the bottom of their actual issue. And then once I've gotten to the bottom of that issue, handling that specific objection so that we can change their mind, so that they can see that we are actually a good fit. If we are a good fit. If we genuinely aren't and they're saying no, and you believe that you cannot deliver on the services that they necessitate, then let them go. No is okay. No is okay if you can't deliver on what they need. You know, you wouldn't force somebody to be in a relationship with you and marry you if you knew that they weren't the perfect partner for you and you could see the next 10 years of your life together being a living hell. So why do it to a client for a couple of K? It does not benefit you. It does not benefit them. They're maybe going to leave a bad review. They're going to tell their friends about how terrible of an agency you are. And through word of mouth, you're going to lose 10 more clients that you may have had if you actually delivered a good service to somebody rather than focusing on someone who didn't need it. The next thing is it's a dance, not a fight. Okay, I agree with you. Completely understand. I see where you're coming from. Okay. Always be in agreement, if that's even a word, but agree with them, essentially. Because you're always taking that childlike curiosity to the whole thing. I completely understand where you're coming from, Lisa, but I'm just a bit curious. What makes you think that way? Why do you feel that way about what you just said? I noticed that you made an expression when I said 50%. Is there a reason for that? Or so I suppose what we're doing is we're making sure that they understand that it's a dance, not a fight, and you're not fighting with them. You are in a position where you are basically making sure that you're not forcing your sales pitch onto them. You're not forcing them into making a decision. You're constantly agreeing with them, even when they say something that you maybe disagree with. Because the way that you do this prevents any sales resistance. If they believe that they're the master of the sale and they're the one who's making the decision, they're probably going to buy. People love to buy. They do not like to be sold to. So it's a dance. It is not a fight. Stop telling people that they need to do this or they have to do this, and don't speak in definites. Always take a childlike curiosity to the whole call, to the whole entire conversation, and I promise you it will go way, way smoother. Now, the final point I want to make is if you care more about the prospect than they care about themselves, you will get the sale. If you believe that your service is going to be the thing that changes their lives and the trajectory of their income, their accounts, their socials, then you're going to win. Because the person who cares more wins. And if you don't care or you don't believe, then guess what? There is no sale. There is no client. There is nothing. But if you genuinely care and you know that this is the thing that can get them to the next, I promise you, you will do everything in your power to get them over to the next. And if you can understand this and truly believe it, once again, we're talking about belief. I spoke about this in the previous video. But if we can believe it, then you're going to care. And the belief coupled with the care and your knowledge of your services and what you can do is going to be the ultimate weapon in making sure that you can close a client. God, I hate saying close. Anyway, hopefully this is going to help you close your clients, and we will have another video coming up real soon. So yeah, hopefully this one helped also. So we'll speak soon, I guess, and good luck with those closing. Yo guys, so in this section, not only do I have a guest, but we are going to cover the fact that sales has changed, right? We all know that sales has changed ultimately, but who knows it better than Sam in our internal team? So guys, welcome. This is Sam. And yeah, he's going to basically run you through some of the things that he believes make sales the process of change. So effectively, we were talking earlier about how you are a doctor and a therapist. So if you could elaborate on what you mean by that, I'd love to know a little bit more.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think when I say, like, sales is about being a doctor, what are doctors really good at? Like, you go to the doctor's office, what are they asking you? Well, they're asking you, hey, so how did, let's say you hurt your elbow, right? Well, how did it happen? How long has, that weird creak in your elbow been going on, right? Like, was there something that you noticed that started as well as when that, pain started happening, right? They're gonna fact find in a way and get more information on the source and root and all about the different problems and inefficiencies that you're running into as a patient. So it's this actually exactly the same thing, right, as a model, right? If you were asking a model, for example, okay, so you've been stuck at 5K a month. How long has that been going on? I mean, what do you feel like is kind of the cause of that? How, like, what's been starting that, right? And just be truly curious about your prospect. You know, doctors are kind of known for being caring, so to speak. You should be the same way and put your full attention on the patient or the prospect.
100%, 100%. And I feel that the majority of the models that you guys will be speaking to as well, they are quite emotional by nature. So leveraging this can be a really good way to effectively strike them at the chord, which is the emotions, right? So if you can figure out what their inefficiencies are and utilize a more emotional based type of selling, it's 100% going to basically help you sale. So when you say tie downs, could you elaborate on your definitions of tie downs that you've experienced in your process selling with us?
Yeah, so tie downs are almost, I'm sure you guys have heard this, and I think Dean, you already talked about this as well, but tie downs are almost like ammunition that you can build up as the sales call goes on, right? So for example, a good example of a tie down would be at the beginning of the call. So Dean, obviously, you know, if you, and let's say Dean was a model, right? Let's pretend, right? So Dean, obviously, I mean, you would say you do actually have time to put into really, you know, blowing up your OFM and getting to that 15, 20K a month we talked about, right? What's the point of that question? Well, Dean's, if he's going to say one of two things, right? He's going to say, yes, I have total time, right, to actually put into this thing, or no, I don't have time. If he says no, hey, Dean, it's probably not the best fit, right, for our agency. We need models that are able to go all in, nothing against you, whoop-de-woo. It's not really important, but 99% of the time, they're going to say, oh, yeah, Sam, I have all the time in the world to actually do this. So at the end of the call, when you're asking them to sign the contract or agreement, as you should be saying, right, and actually get started with your agency, you're going to want to say, hey, listen, you know, at the beginning of the call, you told me that you do have enough time to actually put into this thing. And this is only if they say, well, I don't have time. I don't know if I have time to actually do this, right? I want to be able to give my full effort. Hey, Dean, at the beginning of the call, you actually told me that you do have all the time in the world, I think is what you said, to actually put into something like this. I mean, is something changed, or what do you mean? So when you tie that down, it's in human nature and human psychology, people don't like to go against what they've already said, right? Like, so that's why a lot of people aren't very open-minded in arguments, because they said one thing and they're sticking to it. It's the same way here, right? You want to tie them down, and then they try to bring any BS or any, you know, kind of objection later. You already covered it with the tie down.
Yeah, fantastic. It's basically like a preemptive strike that you leverage to make sure that moving forward, they can't really say anything to undo what they've said. And it's kind of like, I've got you moment, but without trying to make it, too demeaning. It's a way of calling them out kind of on what they've said to reaffirm what they want to do to get them to where they want to be headed, 100%. So this is something that a lot of people don't get. Remembering that it's just a conversation. Like me and you are having a conversation, speaking, it's natural, it's fine, there's no role play, it's just, two guys chilling. But most people go into a sales call and they have so much fear and anxiety. Like, what would you say to those people who kind of struggle with having a genuine conversation?
I would say congratulations on being normal, right? Like, I remember when I first started sales, you couldn't say my name. I was like, hi, my name is Sam. I couldn't speak correctly, right?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
No, literally, like I'll show you the recording after this, dude. Like, it was.
Oh wow, okay.
I have the first recording of my first trainings.
Oh
Listen,
wow, okay.
it's like brushing your teeth every morning. You know, having sales calls is not gonna feel natural right away. It's just not, right? But brushing your teeth for the first time probably was kind of weird too, right? I'm sticking this thing in my mouth and brushing, and now you do it every single day without hesitation. It's the exact same thing with sales calls. It's just like a sport. If you play basketball, you play soccer. Well, how many reps are you getting in, right? Because the more and more you actually do it, the more natural and seamless it's going to become. If you like, nobody, I hate when people say like, oh, I'm a natural salesman. Oh, I'm a natural born closer. Usually that means that like they talk slick or like talk fast. Those are usually like the worst salesmen, because salesmen need to be listening. So do not get discouraged if at the beginning of your sales career or signing models, right, you're just like, oh, I can't even speak right. Relax, take a deep breath, and realize that this person on the other screen or in person or however you're doing it on the other side of the phone is reaching out to you because they need help. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be entertaining the conversation. You have the leverage. You have the keys to the castle. You can help them. Keep that in mind and realize that, hey, this is just another person. And the more and more I do this, the more seamless and easy it's going to become.
Yeah, beautifully said. And also, I guess some of these girls as well, they are so anxious. They've probably done their makeup.
Oh,
They've
yeah.
probably they don't want to put their cameras on. They're probably more scared of having the conversation than you are. So if you're coming into it with fear, it's just going to be fear and fear kind of holding a mirror to each other,
Yeah.
which obviously really help the situation, right? So if you can kind of be the person to sort of, have the authority and help,
Yes.
without being condescending, you can guide them through their fear. And that's what sales is, right? Like, it comes back to the whole therapy thing and the doctor situation. A doctor isn't going to come in and say, you're dying. They're going to put you, they're going to give you the symptoms and they're going to break it to you in a way where it makes sense. And they're only going to tell you when they have the definitive information there. They're not going to just say to you, be in this situation when you're scared. So yeah, 100%. If you can leverage that to be the authority in that position, you can guide them through all the fears. And I guarantee they're probably more scared than you are.
No, you actually yeah.
100%, 100%. So baby negatives and pullbacks. I want to know how you utilize this sort of framework, because I feel like some people may know what this means, but some people may not. So yeah, I'd love to know how you utilize this.
The term baby negatives comes from Alex Hormozy, who I'm sure a lot of you guys watching know. But I love baby negatives. And sometimes in an industry like selling solar, going door to door, I don't know how much of that they do in the UK, to be honest, but in the US, that's a big thing, door to door sales. I learned this from a guy named Giona, who actually he's making like $50,000 a month in solar sales, knocking doors. And he says the moment that you think you're doing too many pullbacks, and I'm going to describe what that is, but the moment you think you're doing too many pullbacks, do more, right? What that means is, let's say, you get a model that's kind of skeptical, or maybe, they're like kind of hesitant, or they feel like they have they feel like they're better than you in a way, or you kind of just getting that vibe, right? They have this overconfidence and they say, well, why would I even need your help? Or what is your agency actually going to be able to do for me? You're like, what are you talking about? And a pullback, or an example of a baby negative, would be, hey, listen, Dean, I don't actually know if we can help you. Okay, like full transparency, that's why we're on the call today, is really just to understand your situation more, because at the end of the day, we are not a good fit for everybody, right? What is that doing? That is disarming the prospect or the potential client, right? When they hear, 99% of salesmen are going here, no, we're the perfect fit. We can do this. We can help you with X, Y, Z. We can do exactly that. They're not going to hear somebody that's going, hey, whoa, I don't actually know if we can help you yet, right? So I think Hormozy said, I was literally listening to it today. He says, sales is seduction. It literally is just like picking up a girl, or a girl picking up a guy, right? It's pulling back. It's kind of playing hard to get. Now, you don't want to play too hard to get, like you're a terrible fit. Like, no, but I think you kind of get the point with that. And then a baby negative, to kind of, flip the script a little bit. I use this a lot in high ticket closing and high ticket sales for online offers. A baby negative saying, hey, I'm just going to be real with you, Dean. Like, you're not going to make that 10 to 15K overnight, right? You're not going to be driving the G-Wagon tomorrow. There's an investment involved. Like, obviously we need to get paid for our services, but at the end of the day, if you do take this thing serious, if you do actually follow through with all the different tasks and content calendar, whatever, you're offering to the model, and you do actually follow through with that, that's 100% achievable. So what is that doing? You come off as a very honest person when you just be real with them. Like, hey, it's not going to be easy. 99% of these gurus online are telling you it's going to be easy. You walk in the park. That's not true, right? So it comes off as very trusting when you do that.
Yeah, 100%. Once again, wonderfully said. And I think it's grounding people in reality as well, to make them aware that this will get them closer to where they want to be headed, not further away. And it might not be the solution to all their problems, but if it fixes one or two, then that's going to be the main thing that moves them forward. And also, going back to your other point about the baby negatives, like I always say, flirt with your prospects, not to the point where you're, coming onto them, but flirting with them in the way where you're having fun with it. And there's like this bubbly charisma that's injected into the conversation. If it's, like I said, someone who's fearful, you have to do something to lighten that mood and make it a bit more fluffy. Otherwise, it just feels like two people coming at each other, and it creates that resistance. And also, to go back to your point with Hormozy, he also says about you can only have one person in the angry boat, right? So if someone's coming all of that stuff, and he's saying, yo, like, you know, what can you even do for me? What can you even do for me? When you have that pullback and you do that, those baby negatives, it really does help with regards from taking yourself out of that boat and then putting them into it and vice versa. So it's a really good one to basically get yourself out of a bad situation, because they want to escalate, right? They want you to rise to it, completely disarmed. Okay, so upfront commitments. So when you talk about upfront commitments, I'd like to know like what your tactics are around handling them, because I know a lot of people struggle with actually getting, for example, models to sign agreements on the call, being able to get them to actually agree to signing to the agency on the call itself. So what would you recommend in terms of sort of leveraging your skills to get upfront commitment?
Yeah, so I'll be fully transparent here. To be honest, you know, a lot of people I think would disagree with how I do it. I've seen a lot of success with it. I've tried a lot of different ways in sales calls, and this is what I've seen the most success with. It almost just comes down to like a point of transparency of why you're on the call. So the way I would, you know, do a general sales call, maybe not even OFM specific, is, you know, fact find a little bit, get to know the prospect a little bit, get to know what they're looking to do, and truly understand like what they're after. And then before you transition from, you know, fact finding and understanding that you can help them into presenting how you can help them, there's a little thing in the middle that I call an upfront commitment. And I'll actually utilize baby negatives with this, but I'll say, hey, you know, I'm just going to be completely honest with you, Dean. I know we can help you, right? Like the way, you know, like everything you just described. And of course, this is after I've gone very in depth and asked the right questions. Everything you just told me, I mean, I know we can help you. And I know you're actually a perfect candidate for our agency. But, you know, like I said, obviously, Dean, you know, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to happen overnight. And that G-Wagon and helping out your family, it's not going to come easy. But my question for you is, Dean, like if we can actually show you today a process and a system and a step-by-step system to get you and your OFM career from, you know, 2.5K a month right now to 20K within the next 3 months. And if you truly do feel like we can help you do that, are you just like open to the idea of actually getting started today? Because full honesty, Dean, like that is my goal, right? Is to get you started only if you truly see that we are a good fit. So, I mean, Dean, would you say that you're open to doing that if, you know, all the boxes are checked, right?
Oh yeah.
Great.
No, 100%. Yeah, it's a good way of framing it, because you're putting them into a position where you're basically leveraging everything you've extrapolated from the conversation to figure out what it is that they want and their goals. And then when presented with that actual goal and that vision, they're not going to say no to you, right? So if you've done a good enough job of the fact finding, if you've done enough good of a job qualifying them, when you're in that position and you're faced with that, they're not going to say no to you, because they're going to feel silly saying no to their dreams, to their potential, because otherwise the other option is that average results, right? So yeah, that's wonderfully said.
So even to build off that, like it's just full transparency. It's like, hey, listen, we're both on the call for a reason. You want to grow your agency. I can help you grow your agency. This is pretty much what you're doing with that. Listen, I'm going to show you a real way to do that. Are you actually like willing to get started today if I can show you a real way? That's all you're doing, right? It's just full transparency. And, you know, let's say they say, yeah, of course, like if I can see it actually, you know, truly working for myself and like I love the process, of course I'm open to get started today. Okay, amazing. And then I'll take it one step further. And, you know, full transparency, you know, Dean, I'm going to break it all down to you. Like my goal is to give you full clarity, right? And all I'm going to ask at the end of this call is just to make a decision. All I'm going to ask you is just to say a simple yes or a simple no, right? Can you give me one of those two answers at the end of this call? 99% of people are going to say yes, right? And you know, the reason I ask that is because I don't, you know, I don't know about you guys and how much you guys have been in sales watching this, but I know for a fact that, you know, the odds of somebody getting started after getting off that first call is very low, like very, very low, right? In my personal experience. So I'm giving them the power. I'm not saying you have to get started. I'm saying, no, I just want a decision, right? You just want decisive prospects. That's huge.
Yeah, 100%. I think so many people as well, they don't kind of ask for that yes or no when they're going through that process. So when it gets to the end of the call, it allows for them to have that, well, you know, the objections, right? And you don't want objections. There's some sadistic people who seem to think that the more objections that are stockpiled at the end of the call, the better of a salesperson you are if you handle the objections. You don't want the objections. You want them removed. If your qualifying process is what it should be, then by the time you get to the end of the call, you're going to be in a position where you don't even really have any objections.
Yeah.
And especially if you ask questions like that, it's going to frame it in such a way where, well, yeah, you're going to have pretty smooth sailing with regards to actually getting your client closed. So in regards to building the gap,
Okay.
When you say building the gap, I'd love to know, because I obviously have my own definition of this, and I'm sure it's very similar to yours. But
Yeah.
yeah, take
I
it away.
So this is how sales are made. This is because Hormozy says this. There's kind of like two processes of making a decision. There's a logical side and an emotional side, right? Logical side is, does it make sense? Would it work for me? Like, has it worked in the past? Could I see myself doing it? Like, whatever. That's logical. It's very like yes, no answers. Emotional is what's gonna make people to act fast, and logical side, I think, is what's gonna like justify those actions in the long term. So on a sales call, we want people to take action fast. So we need to leverage, yes, logical, so that it makes sense long term for them, but also emotional to get them to act. So building the gap is this. Imagine, you have this like big canvas, or not a canvas, a canyon, right? There's this big canyon, and one side's over here and one side's over here. This side is the prospect's current situation, right? So you want to find everything about the prospect's current situation. What do you do for work? What are your pain points? Why are you struggling with XYZ? What's going on with, your relationship, whatever, right? You're finding out their pain points here. And then there's that big gap, and then it's your wanted situation, right? Like where do they want to bring things to? I mean, I want to drive the G wagons. I want to be rich. I don't want to be broke anymore. I want to take care of my family, retire them, right? Current situation and wanted situation, right? Desired outcome. In between that is the gap. So the bigger you make the gap, the more emotional it's going to become for your prospect, which allows them to act faster, right? So the more questions that you ask about, and the way you ask these questions is, tell me more about that. Or has that had like an effect on you? Or like what else has kind of, caused you to feel that way, right? That's building the gap. And the bigger and bigger that gap gets, the more and more emotional it becomes, the faster and more people take action.
Yeah, that was wonderful. And I got to give kudos to the tonality used there as well. And I know it's not on my list of things, but I want to touch upon that really briefly, because I noticed how you use tonality there to kind of provoke curiosity and get the questions you wanted answering without actually asking too much. So can you just explain a little bit about how you leverage tonality to
Yeah.
people who maybe don't understand it on a level where, it kind of makes sense to people who, like yourself, do it second nature?
Yeah. I'll say this, go watch Jeremy Miner about tonality. 100%. Jeremy Miner is amazing at tonality, but full transparency, I think he takes it too far sometimes. I think that,
Yeah,
it's
I said that. I said that in the
I,
previous training.
I think that the tonality aspect, he's like, he sounds like a complete Hollywood actor. Like,
Absolutely.
what is wrong with that? Like, I think that's a little far, right? But tonality is super important. Like, and you can just do a test. Go tell your friend and your roommate or your mom, just saying like, just practice tonality, or just practice it throughout your day-to-day life, and it will become more natural. The high tones, like, oh, I'm excited, I'm energetic, and the low tones, like maybe I'm more curious, and like maybe I don't understand, right? And maybe like the stern tones, like, I mean, what do you mean? Like that kind of thing, right? So I'm not an expert at tonality, full transparency. But Jeremy Miner is. Go check out Jeremy Miner and just practice it in your day-to-day life, and 100% it'll happen naturally.
Wonderful, wonderful. No, I really think you're sick at tonality, but it's one of those things I think comes to people's second nature when they've been doing sales for so long. And it's a
Yeah,
hard thing to explain. And it's one of those things that the more you do of it, the better you get at it. So yeah, it's not really something that you can fake as well. And I feel like when you do
no,
try to fake it, you do come across, like you said, Hollywood actor, a bit
yeah.
too far-fetched like Jeremy Miner. And it's funny that you say that, because we said that, well, I said it in the previous training too.
No, I
So
remember I watched it. Yeah.
amazing, amazing. I'm glad you agree. So okay, with that being said, then a lot of people get really scared and anxious about going for a close, especially with models. They're like, oh my God, sales resistance, friction, what do I do? The anxiety starts coming, they start feeling this way in their stomach. I embrace that. I love it. I'm like, I'm
Yeah.
ready to go for the kill. And I feel like that's like the makings of someone who's like good at closing, right? But what do you do about that feeling in your stomach? What do you do about that sort of anxiety that comes when it's time to go for the close? How do you
Yeah.
overcome that to
Impact.
actually win?
The one answer I got is you got to do reps, right? Like every single time you ask for the close, it's going to be a little bit of like, oh, like, it's something holding you back. But I promise you, the more times you go for the close, I mean, you have to ask your prospect, you have to ask your prospect to get started. You just have to. Grant Cardone, Uncle G, as we call him in the States. He ran a long time ago. He ran like a interview, and his interview was just brought a bunch of people in and he asked them to sell a glass of water or yourself. And, you know, he would just say, sell the water anyway, whatever. Right. And all he was looking for was people that would just say, are you ready to buy the water? He would literally just ask for people and look for people that went for the close. Everybody else was trying to, you know, dance around it like, oh, it's great for your vitamins and your health and minerals and gut health, whatever. But none of those people actually said, well, Grant, this water is 5 cents. Are you ready to purchase this water? Are you ready to buy it? Nobody's doing that. Salesmen are scared of that. And the way you get over that is reps. You got to practice, but understand that, hey, listen, you told them at the beginning of the call, if you did your upfront commitment, right? Like, this is what this call is for, is to get them started. So ask them to get started. And I probably am guilty of this. Like, I do it a lot. Like, I'll ask for the close at the end of the call. I'll be like, yeah, every single objection that I handled, you know, your time handled. Are you ready to get started? Oh, no. Okay. Now it's your spouse. Well, handle that objection. Now are you ready to get started? Oh, no. Okay. And there's something else, but ask for the close. You have to.
Yeah, yeah. And I suppose as well, another thing I would add to that is if you genuinely believe in your product, you're not going to really feel any fear to actually ask for that close. The only reason you'd feel that fear initially is because you either can't action upon your deliverables or you have a fear of this specific type of thing. And like Sam said, you need to do more reps, figure it out, and be in a position where you can ultimately, get the experience in so you can start doing it. And with any form of practice becomes the best way of moving things forward. So I'm going to ask you one last question, and it's about smoke screens. Let me know what your sort of definition of smoke screens are and how you leverage them in these sorts of calls.
Yeah, I could talk about smoke screens forever, and there's a billion of them. All a smoke screen is a fake objection. So when somebody says, I need to talk to my spouse, 95% of the time, that's a smoke screen. I need to think about it. Well, like, no shit. Like, of course you need to think about it, right? So that's a smoke screen. So what you have to do is, I love this. Who's I think Jeremy Miner says this. He says, understand what the prospect is saying and not what they're saying. So yes, they might say, yeah, I love everything. I just need to think about it. Right. Well, they're not saying they actually need to think about it. Right. Of course they need to think about it. Like, you know, think of a red truck. I'm sure you'll think of a red truck. Like, you can think about it right now. Right. But you're not going to say that. So instead of saying, oh, okay, yeah, go ahead, think about it. Go for it. And leaving that smoke screen, right. Say, okay, amazing. And then get past that smoke screen. So the way you would do that is, okay, amazing. Right. You need to think about it. How much time do you need to think about it? Okay, beautiful. And then just so I know, I mean, is there anything specifically I can send you over that you can actually process? Oh, not really. Okay, cool. Right. I guess what would it be you actually need to think about? Because I mean, at the end of the day, Mr. Prospect, I know that, you know, you can think of a red truck instantaneously, and thought does come instantaneous. And I want to make a logical decision. I want to think about it here. So at the end of the day, at the beginning of the call, I asked you to make a decision. I mean, what would you really need to think about? Or is it something else? Oh, it's something else. I don't have the money. Right. And then you'll get to the real objection. That's how you get past, you know, different smoke screens. And there's a billion different ways to do that.
Yeah, 100%. And like tonality, body language, there's so many ways of being able to read when someone's kind of lying. And the more experience you have, the easier it becomes. But no, that's fantastically said. Well, thank you very much, Sam, for all of your time. And yeah, very much looking forward to having you potentially for another one in the future. And I hope this helps you guys in some way or another. And yeah, thank you very much for your time. We'll get you on soon.
Let's go, man. I'm hyped.
Let's go.
Peace out, guys.
Watch this shit. Watch this sign. Hey, how's it going?
Hi, okay, thank you.
How do I pronounce your name before we start the call? Because I think I know how to pronounce it, but I don't want to just like call you the wrong name the entire call.
No, it's...
Okay, sick. Pretty much just determining to see whether we're like going to be a good fit for each other. And that's like pretty much how it's going to go. Does that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, that's fine.
So just to get like, before we get into it, like what inspired you to actually start your OnlyFans account?
I don't know. I just knew like a lot of girls were doing it, and basically one day like I was just getting up for work at like 6 a.m. and I was like, and everyone was telling me like you would make a lot of money, you should do it.
Yeah.
I literally signed up that night, put it on my Instagram, and then I did like $1,000 in the first day, so I was like, oh my god. And then I just thought like, I might as well keep going with it and see where it goes. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, that's just, I get that's like similar story a lot. It's crazy, like it's mad what, like how you realize that you don't just have to go the traditional path of like doing a 9 to 5, and then you just realize like there's a lot of other ways to make money. But yeah, that's definitely interesting. Are you like aware of agencies, or have you ever talked to agencies before, or do you really know what they do, or?
Yeah, so my friend signed up with this OFM guy. His name was Dylan as well.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I hope this is going to be a good story.
No, it's not a good story.
Oh, well.
He wouldn't let her have the password to the account. He was just doing everything. And then I got like, you know, I'm quite, like I know when something weird's going on. She's quite like taking advantage. She gets taken advantage of quite a lot. So I just said like, ask him to log in, just, you know, check what's being said, because her mum got sent loads of videos of her and we didn't even know what had been sent.
Okay.
And he wouldn't give her the password. And then we managed to get the password off him like 2 days later, logged into the account. He blocked everyone, so they'd all got refunds and withdrawed like some of the money. And she'd been doing it for like 2 months and didn't get a penny.
No, that's crazy. I've viewed some seriously, like you can probably imagine, like I speak to a lot of girls and even guys, and I use some crazy stories of like these like super like sketchy agencies, but like I don't know, I just feel like I need to almost make something to where like I'm helping creators not get like putting out like this is the red flags you need to look out for.
He had posted pictures of him on Instagram like that was photoshopped in with these like famous girls, and I reversed image searched into it, and it came up with like all the ones, like all the photo, because it was a photo like I think like Kylie Jenner had posted or something, and he like photoshopped and stuff in. It was so funny.
Was it like contracts and that in place, or no, not really?
No, he wasn't. He was only 17, but he told her he was 18. And
God.
After she asked for the password, then he said he's going to ring the police and report her for sending nudes to a minor, but she thought he was 18. It was so bad.
Holy shit, that's crazy. So he's not even legally allowed to be doing this business model anyway, which is...
No, literally.
Yeah, that's wild. It's frustrating like when I hear these stories, because it puts such a bad name on agencies, because there's so many like little fucking kids that just run around saying that like, oh, I'm gonna start an OnlyFans agency and blah blah blah, and they don't actually realize like what goes into it. Like there's so much that goes into it. Like for example, like obviously you need DMCA partners to make sure that your content, like if your content was to get leaked, that can get taken down straight away. Like there's people that don't even understand that and know the basics, and I'm like, if you can't like stop your model's content from getting leaked, like how the fuck are you going to provide anything else? Because that's the easiest thing to do. And like,
I didn't even know about that, because I searched my name the other day on Google and loads of stuff came up and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, you can get it removed. So oh yeah, no, we can get that removed. So like pretty much we have a DMCA partner called Rolter, and what they do is they every single day they have a team that searches the internet for like your name, your like OnlyFans username and everything, and they like go on all these different websites, and then if there's anything leaked, they take it down. And then every single day we get a report from them saying like, let's just say your username, Charisse, we've taken down, we've removed 5 leaks today, and we've taken down these websites, and we've put in these DMCA requests on these 3 websites, and like we get reports like that every day. So that's something that at least you know you don't have to worry about your content getting leaked, because it does happen sadly in this industry.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, okay, that sounds really good. So I didn't even know that I could do that.
Yeah. So what content are you currently offering to your subscribers, like in total?
So on the main page, I did just like underwear pics for like when I first started. There's a few pics of like my boobs out on my main page, and like videos of me just like doing stuff with my boobs, like, and they're sort of out, but like not fully out. It's like a teaser sort of. Yeah. And then in the pay-per-view, like I don't know, I've been sending stuff that's like, I don't know how to explain it, like just like videos that aren't like that crazy, like not actually doing anything. Yeah. I've been doing them just like every day, like pay-per-view. But if someone asks for a custom or something like a bit, you know, more thing, then I have been doing it for like $40 to $60, depends on what it is. Okay. Like a minute-long video. Okay,
makes sense. And what like sort of is there? I'll send like after this call, if obviously it goes well, I'll send you like sort of like an onboarding form and stuff anyway, and you can answer these questions. But like, is there like any like sort of how do I put it? Like, is there any barrier that you were not comfortable going past? So like, for example, like, where do you see yourself going? Obviously everyone's different, right? Some people are happy to do boy, girl, girl, girl. Some people just do solo. Some people just only do like just the basic nude stuff. Like, where are your sort of limits?
Well, like, I don't really have many limits, really. Like, I would do like stuff for myself or stuff for the boy. I wouldn't do stuff with a girl, probably not, unless it was just like lingerie pics together or like naked pics together. I don't think I'd do anything with a girl. But like boy, girl, yeah, I probably would. And I think I've already sent one already before, but it was like a 20-second clip. I haven't done any like proper full-length videos.
Okay.
I haven't done. They're all like a minute or under. Okay,
no worries. And obviously, I think you're doing around 4K a month right now, right?
Well, it's only been since the 2nd of June I really started it, so I think I'll probably do maybe 5K by the end of the month.
Okay, great. And how much sort of revenue would you actually like to be making in the next 12 months? Like, realistically, what is your goals in the next 12 months? Yeah, 12 months time from now.
Well, realistically, at least like 40-50K.
Okay, that's achievable. Okay, great. So yeah, let's just shift gears real quick. Obviously, you want to go from 4K a month to 50K a month. I kind of like, why do you even want to go from 4K a month to like 60K a month? Like, what's the reason behind it? Like, obviously, I understand you want to grow, you want to make money, but like, what is the like true like sort of reason behind wanting to get it?
Well, to be honest with you, I've never been the kind of person who's just happy like settling. Like, I always like to sort of do more, and like I have high goals for my life. Like, I've got a lot of things I want to do. I don't just want to be doing like the bare minimum and like just getting. I want to be able to like live my life how I want to live it and not really have to worry. So I feel like, and in this industry, I know that can happen. Like, it can. I just feel like it's something that I don't want to just do like enough to just like be comfortable. Like, I want to just do as much as I can, really.
Yeah, like obviously getting to 50K a month, like, it's by any means it's not an easy task, but like as long as you're willing to put in the work required to get there, then it's definitely achievable. And it, like I said, it varies from case to case, but you know, some models can hit it very fast in, you know, maybe 3 months. If where your position's currently at, you know, if they're making 4K a month, 5K a month, sometimes it might take 3 months, sometimes it might take 6 months, and like I said, sometimes it might take a year. It all just depends on, you know, how fast you grow, how much work ethic you're willing to put in this sort of being a content creator, and like obviously listening to our guidance, and then obviously our methods as well obviously make a massive difference. But like, so obviously we've established you want to go from 4K a month to 40-50K a month. Would you agree that like sort of working with an agency is how you're going to make that happen?
Yeah, 100%. I would agree with that, because I mean, if I even did that by myself, which I would probably struggle to do, like I wouldn't be able to manage the account at that point. So like, I feel like it would be too much. At the moment, I've kind of just been promoting mainly on Instagram and Snapchat, and I've rinsed it. Like, everyone who follows me, like, I've seen they've subscribed if they're going to, or if they've ignored it, they're not going to. So there's like new audience coming in, and I don't know exactly how to approach that. So I feel like having an agency would definitely like help me in terms of like promoting the page and like managing it correctly and stuff.
I think like I say to a lot of like it's not just like the services that you're getting from us, it's the knowledge and the experience in the industry as well. Like, we understand how to do everything, and you sort of like you could 100% like you could go away and figure out yourself, but like you're pretty much like this, the only way you can like truly sort of buy time in this life is to sort of gather knowledge from other people who are experienced. You know, sometimes you have to pay for that knowledge. Sometimes there's many different things you can do to acquire that knowledge. But like, it makes so much more. It makes your life easier when you're working with people that have the knowledge to get to the place that you want to go, and that way you can learn and sort of grow like with us, rather than trying to go by yourself, figuring it all out, managing everything yourself. And realistically, like, we've found like even the models that do really well, like the cap we've kind of seen over the last like 2.5 years is like they usually get to around 15 to 20K a month, and then they can't really go past that unless they start to actually hire staff, they start to hire chatters, they start to hire social media managers, all these different things, which obviously is a lot of effort, and it takes a lot to actually, you know, get to that point. But yeah, obviously I'll just sort of like briefly explain what we do. We are like a full service management agency, so we literally take care of everything from managing your account, which means you will have your own dedicated account manager, which is going to take care of managing, categorizing your content, you know, like PPV, custom, feed posts, all that kind of stuff, you know, setting subscription prices, you know, just optimizing the overall account. And then that's all you need to do is share the content with us, and we'll obviously manage the posting, the captions, maximizing the income. And then obviously the main thing is we want to build you into an influencer. We want to grow your fan base. And obviously in order to grow a financially successful account, it's going to be important that we focus on gaining new fans, but also keep your old current fans happy and subscribing. And obviously we have a lot of proven strategies that we're able to do that. You know, we're going to provide you with TikTok, Reddit, Instagram, dating apps, all these like different strategies, which we'll get into. And that's going to obviously help maximize your organic social performance. And like I said, we're going to assist you with content creation, and all that good stuff. And then obviously lastly, we're going to manage your messaging. And as you already know, like the messaging function, maybe you don't already know, but the messaging function is where you're going to earn the majority of your income. And obviously when we're managing a creator's direct messages, we're looking to build genuine connections. And obviously I genuinely believe, and I'm not even saying this to sound cocky or to try and say any like thing, but like I genuinely believe that we have like one of the best chatting teams like in the UK by a mile. They're all in-house. They're all in an office. We're not hiring $3 Filipinos like the rest of these other bullshit agencies. Like we really go all in on chatting because we understand that's where the majority of money is going to be made. So why don't we get really good at this aspect of things? So obviously you're going to work with our chatting team. We'll brief you through the chatting strategies, and obviously that's sort of how we're going to maximize your earnings. So does that sound good so far?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
Okay, sweet. So yeah, pretty much like obviously after everything you've told me, I just want to go over like what the worst case scenario looks like. And the worst case scenario is you work with us, you don't get any results, and you know you're not happy, and we just go our separate ways. It's as simple as that. We're not going to try and log you into any bullshit contracts. We're not going to, you know, we're completely open and transparent. Like I said, if you're not happy, if we can't get you results for whatever reason, then like I said, we'll go our separate ways. No harm done. And obviously that's the worst case scenario, but a good scenario. And a good scenario is what we've done for pretty much every one of our other clients in your situation. And the good scenario is obviously we get you to your best months, and then even scale past that as far as we can go, right? And that's sort of like what we've done for pretty much the majority of clients that we've worked with. You know, we're always able to take this very, very, very rare scenarios where we're unable to take them past their best months and even further. And yeah, that's like sort of what we got. So if you've got any questions, just in general, like obviously feel free, and just fire away.
Okay, so do you know, obviously at the moment I've done like just over like 4K this month.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think I like for the first 2-3 months, like while things are gonna be like I'd get less than that? No,
definitely not. You'll probably see like as soon as we put our chatting team on, you'll probably see like an instant increase. Like it can sometimes be pretty crazy. Like I don't want to set your expectations too high, but like I'll just give you an example of a model. Obviously this model is making a lot more, but we signed a model recently that was making about 30-40k a month. I think she was doing around 36k a month, like net on OnlyFans. Obviously OnlyFans take 20%, which is bullshit, but it is what it is. She was making about 36k net on her profile, and like literally just from our chatting team, she was making so much money in subs, but like barely anything in chatting. And like we checked our chatting team on, and we literally did $12,000 in 24 hours. And like that was just from the chatting alone. So like we instantly like increased, like our chatting team is really good to where like I'll be shocked if you don't see like a pretty decent size increase within the first 24-48 hours on your account. Obviously it depends on the quality of your fans, but that's usually what like the scenario that we see with a lot of our creators. But this is why we do the month trial as well, just to make sure like obviously everything's working with you, and just everything's going smoothly. But yeah, the 4k a month that you're making now, we should easily double that within the first month. It shouldn't be too much of a challenge.
And just like the thing is with most of my subscribers, like at the moment I'd say like 70-80% of them are just people I know who are just really nosy. So like they're not buying pay-per-views, like really, they're not really interacting with the page that much. And then I say only 30% who like do buy pay-per-views and do like reply and like all my posts, but like it feels like I need like more subscribers, because like most of the people are just people I know who are a bit nosy. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. Obviously, yeah, 100%. Obviously, new subscribers is going to be the goal, because you always want fresh traffic coming in. But like, also like this is something that we see often. Even models that we sign from past agencies is the chatting like sort of strategies that they have, and the chatters they have in place don't really know how to, like, I guess, milk the customer as much as they possibly could. And that's like something we're really good at, and that's why on a lot of the models that we sign, we always see like a pretty big jump in messages within that first 24 to 48 hours, like a pretty big spike, because the last agency or whoever's been chatting last doesn't really know how to sell in the DMs as well as they could, and then we come in and then we sell all these people, and then all of a sudden there's a massive increase in the models. Like, how did you do that? Are you magic? Like, I can literally show you messages of a model saying like, how are you doing this? Like, are you magic? And it's no, we're not magic. We're not doing anything special. We just know how to sell our messages, and we know how to maximize that income from each subscriber. And that's like something that we do really well. But yeah, it will be interesting to see, obviously, if you go ahead with it. Have you got any other questions?
Do you know like the social media aspect, like in terms of growing my accounts? Like, do you think I would, like, because I don't know, like, obviously completely how it works, but do you think I would be able to do that? Like, I would be able to grow like my Instagram and stuff?
Yeah.
So, like,
carry on. Yeah, what do you mean by that? What do you mean, like, do you think you'd be able to do it? If you're
like,
going to just elaborate.
Obviously, you want to make, like, when you don't just manage your OnlyFans, like, you want to build them up their own following so that they get the subscribers. Like, do you think I'd be able to do that?
In what way?
Like I don't know how I would, like, get more, like, followers and
Oh
stuff.
yeah, no. We'll like, so like, we're pretty much gonna like hold your hand through the entire process, right? So like, pretty much how it works is, obviously, when you join our agency, firstly, what we're gonna do, like, after this call, like, I'll send you the contract. We can have a look at it on this call if you want. And it's just a 1 month free trial. It's a 1 month trial, not free trial. Sorry, it's a 1 month trial contract. And if you sign now, what we're gonna do then is we're gonna get you onto an onboarding call, and that's gonna be with my marketing team. So Jack is probably likely gonna take that call. Either Jack or Adam are probably gonna take that call, and then they pretty much on that session is gonna like see where you're at. They're gonna analyze all your socials and almost put together a content plan for you and a marketing strategy to obviously grow your Instagram, grow your TikTok, and start to like build you up as an influencer. And now obviously that doesn't happen overnight, and it usually takes like a good month to really start like seeing some solid progress. And it's usually around the 3 month mark where we start to see some pretty like explosive growth. And then once we get there, we can obviously then talk about collabs with other people to sort of bring you up even more, collabs with our other models, collabs with some really bigger influencers when you get to that stage, and like sort of build your brand and build your following that way. So like, we're going to help you do all of that. Like, we're not just going to manage the OnlyFans stuff and chat for you and then like leave you in the blind and like just give you all the guesswork of like, you've got to go and grow your social media now. It's like, we've got all dedicated teams. We have a 7-division organization. We have a sales team, we have a marketing team, we have an executive team, and like pretty much we're gonna put all these people and use all our resources on you to try and help maximize everything in every scenario. So we're gonna have a content plan for you on social media. These are the posts we need. This is the brand that we're gonna go down, because we need to like figure out as well what type of brand that you're gonna have, because if like, you can't just like, you want to stand out from the rest, right? You don't just want to be another random influencer girl that's really good looking. You want something that is different about you. You want like that attractive character that's going to bring in more people. Like, there's a reason why you have people like the Al Brooks and the Bonnie Locketts that do so well, is because they have a good marketing strategy behind them, and they have that attractive character aspect, or they're known for something in specific. So like that's our goal, is to find out what that could be with you, and then brand you down that route, and then put a plan together to actually achieve that. And like I said, it's a complete organic play. And then once we start seeing results, we start growing your following, then we can start looking into collabs and all these other things, if that sort of answers your question.
Okay, yeah, no, that definitely does. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, have you got anything else you want to go over?
With the percentage, how much is it?
So we take 50%, and like I said, that's just to cover everything. And we never take lower than 50%, just because, like, at the end of the day, not to sound, like I said, like a twat, but we understand that our services, in comparison to all these other bullshit agencies, are well worth the percentage, considering to what we offer. Obviously, we got a team of 50 people, we pay our staff, and it's a pretty big operation at this point, so it doesn't make sense for us to take less.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That does make sense. That's fine.
And then, yeah, obviously in terms of like, obviously the 50% split, how it works is we will usually do a weekly payment plan. So for example, we invoice you for the fifth, let's just say week 1, you make $1,000. Then at the end of that week, we will send you an invoice for 500 of that dollars. Obviously, if you're making net profit, we're not like, obviously OnlyFans take the 20%, that's not included. Like, we're not taking 50% gross of the entire account. We're just taking of what you make. So if you net $1,000 in a week, we'll invoice you for $500, and we'll do weekly payments like that. And that's just sort of like how we pay our staff weekly. So we pretty much do it that way for those reasons.
Okay. Do you think at the moment, obviously after the percentage, do you think I'll be taking home less than what I am at the moment?
No, it shouldn't work out like that at all. For the food, like I said, it'll be interesting to see with this month period. Like I said, you can literally opt out and leave whenever you want. So like, if after the first week you're not happy, then you can literally just hit me up and say, Dylan, like, fuck you, your agency sucks. Like, I hate you all. Like, I'm leaving. Like you could literally do that, and I'd be like, yeah, no worries, it's fine, I understand, and we could go our separate ways. But like, yeah, like, it's pretty much like I said, it'll be interesting to see, because it's always different. It's always different with each model. But there shouldn't be a scenario where you're taking home less. Like, worst case scenario is you're taking home the same amount you're taking home now for like the first couple of weeks, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, that's perfect. Then that's fine. So, with going forward, did you say there's like a contract?
Yeah. I'll send it over to is the email you sent me good to send that to?
Yeah. Let me just check it. Yeah, that's the right email. Yeah.
Right. One sec. Let me try and sort this. Give me a couple minutes.
Okay. No worries.
Just trying to process this a minute. It's always whenever I want to send something, my Wi-Fi tends to shit for some reason.
Oh God.
Right, if you check your emails, you should have had something. Maybe give it like a minute or so. What's your second name? Is it Ama?
Yes.
Okay, just so I know for this contract. Oh, one sec, I think it failed to send. Let me try send her again.
Okay.
So how long have you been doing OnlyFans total for?
So I made an account like last year, but I didn't advertise it anywhere. I just like posted a few pictures, and like random people would just find me. But I just didn't want to promote it because I was too scared. And then I didn't go log into the account for ages, and they kept sending me emails like, oh, we're gonna cancel all your subscriptions because you haven't posted in like 60 days or something. So I went back on it, and then I just started posting like pictures, and I just put it on my Instagram, so I thought, fuck it. And then I literally had like so much money that night, and then the next day I just didn't go into work.
Fair enough. What did you used to work as?
I'm in a call centre doing life insurance.
Oh man, what was that like?
Yeah.
That's an interesting. Well, like sales, like you were selling life insurance. Crazy.
Yeah, I was class at it because I was a girl. I do like a really fake like voice.
I've sent that. You should have it. You might have to check your spam. It should definitely be there.
I've got. Is it on Panda.
Yeah, Panda Docs. Yeah. You can have a look over like terms of agreement in terms of obviously the contract obviously commences once you sign it. There's a 1 month trial period, and then obviously on that date that you sign the contract, we're going to take obviously partial control of the OnlyFans account, and then you know you can read the rest and scan over that quickly. And
perfect. Fine. Okay, lovely. So do I just need to sign that now?
yeah, you can sign it. You can sign it now if you want, and then like I said, once that's happened, I will then send you a link to book in a call with Jack whenever he's free, and then he's just going to give you like an onboarding session. So just going to make sure like, you know, we've got everything in terms of the OnlyFans side of things. He's going to obviously get to know you, come up with a plan for you, and then he'll send you like 2 things to fill out, like 2 like questionnaires. The one question is like for the chatters, so the chatters can like get to know you. It's a quite in-depth questionnaire, so it might take you like maybe 20 minutes, but it's just so the chatters can like really replicate you really well, and just so they like understand everything about you, like your interests, your hobbies, like your favorite color, like even the simple stuff, and that way like we're able to obviously chat as best as we can. Obviously when the new subs come in, it's not going to matter because these people are not really going to know you anyway, but we just like to do it just because it makes a lot more sense. And then the other form is just going to be like a form where you just put like all your passwords in, so we're not like plaguing you with annoying like messages back and forth like, can we have the password for this, can we have the password for that. It's just like all done in one, and then Jack will do that on the call with you. So that's like the next steps pretty much once you sign.
Oh, okay, perfect. So when will they be like taking control of the account?
As soon as you sign in now, I will literally drop a message in the team chat, and we can start whenever you're ready. We can start tomorrow. We could try and potentially start tonight if you want. It's completely down to you. Like tonight might be a push, but definitely we can sort of get everything ready tomorrow, but it's completely up to you.
Okay, lovely. I've just read that now and signed it.
Right, sweet. Okay, great. I'll sign it on my end as well. And yeah, like I said, I'll get back to you with a call to book in for Jack and 2 potential forms. I'll also we do all our communications on WhatsApp. Like we've tried all these other professional platforms in the past, like fucking like I didn't even know, like Slack and all these other ones, but we just found it was like a lot more difficult to communicate on there. So we just do all our communications in WhatsApp just because everyone has WhatsApp and it's a lot easier. So I'll add you to a group with a couple important people on my team, just so we can get the onboarding stuff sorted. And then, like I said, we'll go from there. But yeah, we would just be active tonight if you want to get started tonight. But if you want to just chill for the rest of the night, just drop me a message tomorrow, and we can get started tomorrow.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'll just send the details to you then when you message me back.
Yep.
But yeah, thank you so much, and I'll let you know if I've got any other questions or anything.
Okay, awesome. Well, yeah, nice meeting you, and like I said, look forward to working with you. And yeah, let's make some money. Let's crush it.
Yeah, literally. Well, thank you. Have a nice evening.
Yeah, you too. Bye. That's how you close a deal, guys. No cap. No cap. So this is the legal agreement that you can utilize when signing OnlyFans creators, right? So once you've signed the creator, you are going to need a legal agreement to send them via DocuSign or PandaDocs or wherever you software you want to use. And this is an example of the agreement. Now, this is not legal advice. I'm not giving you any sort of legal advice. I'm not saying you should use this. This is just a complete example. If you want to get the example of the terms of agreement and the contract termination agreement for when a creator leaves or you get rid of the creator, then they'll be linked in the description or somewhere. They'll be linked wherever. So yeah, this is the terms of agreement. You can see everything here. Again, you know, you'll need to adjust these. This is an example. Like this is just a complete example in terms of like this stuff right here, like services provided, just blanket statement examples, right? But you can have a look through this yourself, look through it with a legal professional, you know, do what you want. You know, for example, if you're going to take 40%, then you would adjust this year and you can see everything. But stuff will need to change depending on your agency, how you're set up, all the different things, country, etc. Obviously, I'm from the UK, so this is a UK-based agreement. So I have no idea if it's valid in the US or wherever. But I'd ideally, you know, put this into ChatGPT if you want and ask it, is this good in the US or wherever you want to do. I know this is good in the UK, but again, I would advise that this is not legal advice. You can go and look through this with your lawyer, attorney, wherever you want. But I'll leave the terms of agreements that you can take a look at down below somewhere around you. And yeah, so pretty much, again, legal agreement is for signing the creator. So you are going to sign this, they're going to sign this. I would recommend using PandaDocs. We use PandaDocs, but you could use DocuSign if you want. And again, this is like if the client wants to leave, or you want to stop working with them, you would terminate this agreement, right? So you can have a look over these, leave them somewhere around you, and yeah, that's enough to be said for this. So onboarding, you've just had the sales call, you've locked in your client, you've signed them on the call, right? I'd highly advise signing them on the call. It's very rare that my sales guys will ever let people get off a call without signing the contract. There's definitely instances of it, but that's just like that sales instinct that they have. And usually as well, if they're uncertain about whether that client's actually going to be any good, we'll kind of let them get off a call and I might reach out to them after. But yeah, that being said, I would highly advise always signing the contract or the agreement. That's another tip. Never call it a contract, right? That creates sales resistance. Never say to a creator that you're on a call with, yeah, I'll send over the contract now, make sure you sign it. Always say, I'm going to send over the agreement, right? Never use the word contract. Ingrain that into your brain, right? So after you log in your client, you're going to need them to sign your agreement, right? And if you don't already have your own agreement, then we've got one in the legal agreement section, maybe a couple of videos under this. There's not a video on it, it's literally just a link to our legal contract. And we've also got our agreement termination clause as well, so the contract termination. So if they ever want to leave, you can terminate the contract or agreement, wherever you want to say, and be good, right? Now, remember, a lot of these parts of the contract are tailored to UK businesses. So, and again, it's not legal advice. Go and speak to a fucking lawyer or wherever. I've got to say this. You know, if our contracts get you in trouble for whatever reason, then again, that's on you. I'm just giving you my template. You can change it and do whatever you want. If you want to put it in ChatGPT and change it to the US or Europe or wherever, then do that. But I'd highly advise you just go and speak to a legal consultant. But again, our contracts are pretty good, pretty rock solid. And yeah, right. So you're also going to need to collect some data, right? Some information, right? Once they've signed the contract, you're going to need to collect some data on the onboarding process. So stuff like what we do is we send them a model information form. And on that form, it is, I'll show you right now, such an interactive course. Look at this. Wow. We send them a form where this is a form specifically so we can get accurate information for the fans to believe it's them when we're chatting, right? So we ask all these questions really in depth. We send them this is part of our onboarding process, right? So we get them to answer this form, and now we've got really accurate data, right? So you want to create a form like that when you're onboarding your creators, asking them stuff like, their nickname, their age, their boob size, their body type, their favorite color, favorite food, where they're from, if they're religious, if they have tattoos, favorite music, all stuff that you're going to need to know. And again, you can ask ChatGPT to create this, so you create a form for you, so you can just get as much accurate information to make the fans think that you are that person when your chatters are chatting on behalf of that girl, right? So also key information, then you're also going to need on another form. Then make another form that is key information. So that's going to be name, phone number, email address, photo of ID or passport or driver's license, right, to make sure that they're above age, and also to make the contract legit. A bank statement within the last 3 months as well, right? Their OnlyFans logins, any social media platform logins that you need, and any additional information that the model wants to include as well, right? You're going to need a form with that. So once they've been onboarded, they've signed the agreement on the call, you then add them to the WhatsApp group with you and your team, or just you. If it's just you, don't add them to a WhatsApp group, just message them one-on-one, right? And then you send them these two forms, which is the model information form for the chatters, or if you're going to be chatting for yourself, right, to start. And again, the model information form for the main details that you need to progress forward, right? So that's pretty much the entire onboarding process. Pretty simple, pretty lean. That's all you really need. So yeah. So before we get into the OnlyFans account optimization side of things, the back end of OnlyFans, how it all works, and the chat-in section, I just need to say that I'm not able to include everything that I wanted to include about chat-in and OnlyFans because of the nature of that side of the business. A lot of it is going to be against YouTube's guides. Now, there's a lot in here still, and there's a lot of really good and valuable information. However, I'm not able to include all of it. So if you do want to get the rest of that, literally just go and join my free Skool community, and it's all in there. It's completely free. There's nothing to sell you. There's no upsells. There's nothing at all. But I can't put it all on YouTube because it will be against guidelines. And so if you do want to see the entirety of the chat-in module, just go and join my free Skool community. But I would advise you to watch this first because I've included it in a linear fashion. So you've got all the key core components anyway, so you don't have to worry about like going off and going to watch it now. I would just recommend you watch through the entire course so you get the understanding, and then once you've watched through the entire course, then go to my Skool community and then watch like, you know, some of the more advanced lessons on chatting. But I've got everything you could need anyway in this section. There's just a few bonuses in terms of like, you know, some of the other advanced strategies that are only in my Skool community. So that being said, I would advise you to watch through the entire thing because you're in flow, you're doing well to get this far, and so don't get distracted now and go into the Skool and then start being all over the place. Like, watch this in a linear fashion because this is how you'll get the most results, right? So yeah, that being said, I will see you in the OnlyFans and chat module.
Okay, so in this video, I'm going to take you over OnlyFans as a platform. So I'm just going to cover all the basics of OnlyFans, what you can do on the platform, and just kind of show you around just so you get the gist of things. So one of the first things is, of course, messages. So, of course, you have your messages. This is where you're going to find all the fans to reply to, etc. And, of course, just like any sort of other platform, you would just click on to obviously see the message. Then, to upload, send a fan content, you're going to want to go to the vault, right? So in the vault is where all the content that you've already sent is going to be. So, the majority of the stuff is going to be in there ready for you as a chatter straight off the bat. So what you can do is you can just select, different sort of pictures or whatever you need. And then, you go down to this section, you have your messages price. You can just price this content at wherever you want. And then, it's ready to go and send out to the fan. Obviously, you can write the caption on it if you want to. And then another little tip you can do is, let's just say you have like a nude picture and then you have one of it with lingerie on. You can kind of like tease the fan. So if it's a high ticket product like a sex tape and you have a trailer to it, you can tease the fan by sort of doing this and clicking that. And then, as you can see here, it says free preview, so they will be able to see this picture for free. But of course, the main stuff that they want to see is obviously going to be on the paywall side, right? So this is just like this would just be like a tease, sort of lingerie pic, and then of course this would be like the nude pic that they actually got to pay for. So it just like teases the fan. You can do that with sex tapes, like I mentioned. You can like kind of have like a sort of compliment, like a intro to a sex tape, like a 20-30 second video. And then, of course, you can just sort of put the full video behind that then, so they can have a little, if it's something $40, if you show them a sort of like teaser of what it's going to be, and then, the actual PPV itself is 22 minutes long or something, they're going to convert a lot better because they've seen kind of like, it's kind of like a try before you buy, do you know what I mean? They've already seen a little bit of it, so they want to see more. And, you're probably going to get better conversions when it comes to that type of content. So, one of the next sections is mass DMs. So, up in the top, you have a new message. If you click on that, it's of course going to show you this sort of like template where you can schedule or send out a mass DM. So, as you can see here, you can either click on the fans, or you can scroll across and you have all these different lists that you've kind of built up, right? So as you can see here, these are like medium spenders. I think it's like guys who've spent like over $150. As you can see, if I click that, it would send it out to 60,000 fans. And then what you can also do, Inflow has something built into it where it will go back and every expired fan, it will actually follow them. And then what that will do, it doesn't cost anything, it's free, but it'll follow the fan, and then you can still target that fan even after they've not subscribed. So even after they're an expired fan, you can still target that fan and still talk to that fan, and you could still potentially get money out of guys who are not even subbed to the OnlyFans. So I would say it is pretty important to have that feature on. It is on the auto follow section on inflow, and yeah, you can just literally just go over to that, and it'll do it automatically for you once you set it on, and then you start to build up a following list. Then you need to sort of make more money on even the expired fans. Of course, with this you can also exclude fans. So if you have fans that are sort of like really high spenders, big spenders, you don't really want to mass DM them sort of fans, right? Because they're very like sort of smart. They understand that you're sending certain things out to all these different guys. They kind of get it. So with fans like that, you would actually approach them differently and actually say their name. And what you'd also do is, of course, you would exclude them out of the mass message, right? Because of course you don't want them getting the message that you're sending out to everyone else. And that's just another little tip you can do. So another thing you can do is actually schedule the mass PPV. So if you wanted to, you'd actually schedule this if you wanted to for a day, a time, whenever you feel like it. But for the most part, I would suggest sort of just doing it manually, because what we tend to do is we tend to build out lists. So if your chatters are talking to guys, but you want to send out a mass DM to sort of start more conversations, you would then build out like a little list, which I'll show you in a second, of like chatting now, and then what you can do, you can exclude them guys that you're already chatting to. So then that way, you're not actually, messing up the flow of them conversations that are already going on. And yeah, it just, it excludes them from it, and you don't have to worry about it. And then, the last thing you want is sort of schedule a mass PPV or mass DM, and then, you're talking to a fan, and all of a sudden a random thing, and he's just sat there confused thinking, oh, why have you sent that? So yeah, that's just the last thing you don't want. So that's just another little thing that you need to keep an eye on. So making lists, that's what you're going to do is, let's just say this was a fan, and you would go up into the top right, and you would just simply click add/remove from lists. And like I just mentioned, you're going to want to build out a list where you make a chat in now list. You might make a list for time wasters. You might make a list for like just individuals. You might make a list just for people who are submissive, and all that sort of stuff, right? You just want to sort of make lists because you might have close family, friends that you just don't want to sort of DM that model, pictures of that model to them sort of people. We've had it in the past where sort of like family, friends, they say, oh, scheduling content. So of course, with the posts, like the actual feed posts themselves, it's probably best to just schedule them for the week or sometimes a month in advance if you have the content ready. And what you can do for that, you can just go down into either my, you can either click on my profile, and of course this is going to take you to the homepage, or you can just sort of click on queue, and then what that will do, it will just bring up this, and you can either schedule a mass message, or you can obviously schedule a post. And then you just pick your times and your dates, and you just sort of click post, and then you would again put your caption there. And then in this case, it probably will be sort of stuff from your actual files themselves, because it's probably not content already in the vault at this point because it's new content. And then you can just schedule it for whenever you want, and it's just another thing you don't have to worry about for the week. So you don't have to schedule a million posts every single day. So here we have the vault, and as you can see in the vault, you can actually categorize content. So in the top here, you have create new category, and then you can label stuff. So we tend to have like your general long form masturbation videos. Then we have sort of like sex and script sections. Then we have sort of like just nude pictures, tease content, etc, etc. And then it just breaks it up, because if a girl has like JOI instructions, and then she has sort of like bondage content, then she has the list goes on. you can kind of make yourselves and your chatters' lives easier by sort of categorizing the content, making sure it's all neat and tidy, and then that way, if a fan asks for, you know, feet pictures or something like that, they can simply just go down to the feet category, click the feet pictures, and send them straight to the fan. Here you obviously have your notifications. This is just going to show you obviously people who subscribe in, any purchases you have. Of course, on this account I'm using as a dummy just to show you guys around, and it's obviously going to show you any tips and comments, any tags you need, mentions, anything like that. It's just going to show you all here, right? I get into the bio. So if you go over to the settings, it's going to bring you up all this stuff, right? And what you can do is you can just simply go here and then, of course, set up, you know, like I said, the bio doesn't want to be something long. You don't want any of them sort of massive lists where it says that she does JOI content, tease content, double penetration. You don't need all that. We've just found that, like, for the most time, guys don't even read it. And for the most part, it's just like you're telling the fan what he's getting already. Whereas if you just keep it like short and sweet, and something like "let me make you come," or, you know, your favorite e-girl, something along the lines of that, it keeps the guys curious, and then that way they have to join the OnlyFans to obviously see what's on the other side, right? And then of course here you have like your location. You can put your website URL there, you can put your Amazon wishlist, and then of course you can actually set up sort of promotions, right? So here is where you're going to want to edit the subscription price. Most of the time, if you're signing a model already, you're not going to touch sort of this at all, unless she has a very little amount of fans, and, you know, she's obviously underpricing her page. But a little tip for this, if you do ever want to change it, so if you have it at $25 and you wanted to put it up to $30, what that will do is it will kick off all the fans that have got their renew on, because essentially you've upped the price and that fan has opted in to the $25 price, not the new $30 price. Whereas if you wanted to make the page cheaper and you wanted to make it $20 or $15, the fans wouldn't have to opt back in, because you're actually giving them a discount. They've already agreed to $25, so, you know, if you change it to $15, they've already agreed to the higher price. So you'll actually keep that sub, and that renew will actually stay on for that subscriber. Here we have a promotion campaign, and what you're going to want to do here is you're going to want to always run a first month discount, and you're going to want to run it on the max you can, and then you're going to want to put something like only eight spots left, something like that, right? And then you start that campaign. You don't have to go back and forth. The guys think that it's only 8 spots left, but realistically it's on unlimited, so you won't have to ever go back and actually, you know, redo that every single day. Sometimes it can be very tedious, and, you know, the last thing you want is this offer running out, and, you know, you get a TikTok blowing up where you've got all this traffic coming in, but the barrier to entry is like $15. So by running the promotion all the time, you're actually giving, you know, the page, you're giving the fans a low barrier to entry, so that they can just get their foot in the door, and then, like I mentioned before, all the money is made in the DMs. So if you're good at chatting and you've got good chatters, then that's where your money's going to be made. So, you know, you always want that promotion running, because it makes a massive difference in subscribers on a daily basis. So another thing is adding tags. So when you start to get into boy girl content, you're actually going to need a tag from the person who is featuring in the content, just so they have consent and kind of prove to OnlyFans that they are 18 plus. So when you send out a sex tape, what you're going to want to do is you have something called a release form, and as you can see here, you're going to like click on release form and you can get a new release form. It's pretty basic. It takes a couple of seconds. You simply just put the guy's name in, or girl's name in, who the model is collabing with, and then you send the link off to the model so that she can send it to the person she collabed with, and then they got 48 hours to fill out the form. If they don't fill out in 48 hours, very simple, just come back in, do the same process again, and just send off a new link. And then once that's done, the release form is complete. It will stay on OnlyFans, and then every time you sort of sell any boy-girl content, you would go into the tags, and here would be a release form where you can then click on that tag, add it to the content, and then that way the fan will be able to see the content for themselves. If you don't do this, then every time you send content, you'll start to have flags on your account. OnlyFans will pick it up, and also the people who have previously bought that content, they actually won't be able to see the content. So, fans will probably get a bit annoyed and start to think they've sort of been scammed, etc. So it is pretty important to keep up on, and it is something you do not want to miss out on. So the next thing is content upload. So to get the content in the vault, there's two ways you can go about it. You can either set up like a dummy account of yourself and you can subscribe to your own models, or you can go into the scheduling section and just schedule the post for like, a couple of weeks in advance, but just make sure once it's uploaded and scheduled that you actually delete it, because otherwise the last thing you don't want is it going on the actual OnlyFans page itself. So the first way to do it is obviously, like I just mentioned, you'd come into the DMs with yourself. So you would go into the settings, give yourself a free trial link, and add the content you want from your files into, the page. Wait for it to load up. Take a couple of seconds, and then that's all you want to do is just send that out to, yourself. Essentially, you're sending it to your own account. So from the girl's account, from the model's account to yourself, essentially. And then what that will do, it will actually put it into the vault, which I'll show you in a second. So if I go into the vault now, it's taking a couple of seconds to load for some reason, but it is in the vault. It's just not loading. There we go. It's now in the vault and it's ready to go. So that's one way to do it, and I'll show you the next way in a second. The other method is, of course, like I said, scheduling the content like in a couple of days in advance. So that's all you're going to want to do is literally just go to post and, just literally just upload a piece of content. I'll grab a screenshot here. And then what you will do is you just schedule that for like a couple of days in advance. That will then get uploaded. As you can see, your media is currently processing. Once that's processed, you can then go ahead and just delete the post. And then what that will do, it will put it into the vault. So it is there for you to actually, go back on. So that's if you don't want to actually, send yourself a free trial link, etc. That's where, that's probably your second best option. Hopefully that helps you sort of get the gist of things, how to navigate the actual platform in itself. And yeah, I'll see you on the next one. So in this video, I'm going to go into a bit more detail on chatting and sort of just the basics, but I'm just going to show you like general examples and how to actually say certain things in certain situations, etc, etc. So the first part is obviously you're going to want to, like I mentioned before, the chatting style, right? You don't want to be talking like in a sort of like formal manner way. You just want to be like sort of like a lot of slang words, just like you would genuinely when sexting, and sort of like if you are just like sort of talking to a girl or wherever, you would just use that same slang to these guys. So of course with younger girls, you're gonna want to go with the approach like I said before, like the sort of slutty sort of college girl. Of course with any sort of mature women, you're gonna want to speak slightly more formal, but still keep it kind of slangy, but you kind of get what I'm saying. It's probably going to be a lot less sort of like daddy talk and all that sort of sexting, if that makes sense. From an absolute beginner's sort of standpoint, this is just going to go into detail on like sort of what to do in like different scenarios and how do you say certain things in certain situations and kind of like take control of the conversation. even though you're not taking, you're not dominating the fan. You're just sort of taking control, and you kind of like guide the conversation to flow in the way you want it to flow. So obviously the first part is, how do you reply if a guy sends a dick pic? And I know it sounds stupid, but a lot of people, they don't understand what to say to them. And that's all you simply got to do, is just say like, oh my god, that's so hot. And then always try and lead it up with like a compliment after it. So like, or a question. So it's always got to be like, are you stroking it nice and slow for me? Or are you stroking it? Like something along the lines of that. Just because it brings the conversation, it drags it a bit more, and it like sort of makes him wanna, it makes him feel more into the actual conversation. You're actually encouraging him to, do things, and it's that sort of stuff. Now the second part is obviously, how do you reply if a guy asks for a video call? So of course, first thing you're gonna want to do is you're gonna want to, of course, make sure the model does them first. And if the model does do them, then you would just get a fan to obviously schedule a date, like pay first before they actually schedule the call. Because a lot of people, they sort of like schedule a date in, and then when it gets around like sort of paying, the fan doesn't want to pay. So, by taking the payment first, then you arrange a time, you're sort of like giving yourself, you're not wasting your time. You don't want to arrange stuff, going back and forth with the models, and then all of a sudden the guy doesn't pay, and then you look kind of stupid because, you should have realistically took the payment if you know that the model does video calls anyway. And then, of course, once you've taken the payment, like I said before, you can then, of course, go and schedule the time. Now, of course, if the model doesn't do them, what we like to do is we like to say like, I like to get a bit more comfortable before I jump on call, if that's okay. It's okay if we get to know each other first. Something along the lines of that. Even though we know the model doesn't do them, by doing this, it still keeps the fantasy alive, right? So these guys will continue to sort of talk to the girl because they're like, oh, she just got to get a bit more comfortable with me, and then she'll eventually get on call. So, the last thing you want to do is sort of say to a fan, like, I don't do it, and like something along the lines of that, and you're just sort of killing the fantasy straight away. And you never know, like that fan might never come back because he's just like, oh, she can't fulfill my fantasy, so I'm not going to talk to her. Whereas, of course, if you sort of say, if we get a bit more comfortable and talk a bit more, then he's going to continue to talk and potentially spend money in the meantime. So, how do you reply if a guy asks for a custom? So, custom requests are pretty much when a guy asks for a video, and he gets the model to do that for him. It might be saying his name, doing something in particular that he exactly wants, wearing a certain piece of clothing, etc. And what you want to do is, when, again, same with the video calls, you want to obviously ask the fan first what sort of video is it going to be. If it's just a normal masturbation video with like saying his name or something, that's fine. If it's anything sort of like extreme, like something you think, oh, let me go and ask the model, if she's comfortable in doing so. Like one example is, we have in the past is tipping custard on yourself in a bath. It's not crazy, it's not like, disgusting, but it's a weird one that, some girls may not be comfortable in, of course, tipping custard on themselves in the bath. So, yeah, that's one thing you want to make sure. If it is something sort of weird or out of the original, you want to just go and ask the model herself, is this okay, before you, of course, take the payment. Then what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to take the details on a custom sheet. So I'll show you what a custom sheet looks like now. So as you can see, that's all a custom sheet is something very basic like this. You're just going to want to take obviously the username of the OnlyFans account, just so it's easier for you to find when the model does obviously do the custom video. And you're going to want to obviously take their name, their actual name, just in case. A lot of fans, when they ask for custom content, they're going to want their name said in the video. What type of content there is, length of it. You could sometimes put how much they paid as well next to it. And of course, date requested, any notes, and then, whatever the fan actually tells you, just put it in sort of red writing, just so the model, when you send this, she knows that this is exactly what the fan has said. So that's what he's going to want. And of course, after that, you're gonna obviously want to take payment, like during that process. And then, of course, if the model doesn't do custom, requests, then again, just simply say she doesn't do them, and you can then sort of just, upsell with content you already got. Because sometimes guys will ask for something, and you'll have something very similar, if not the same, in the vault already. So just use that to your advantage. You don't want to be missing out on any money. And most guys will just go ahead and pay for that. And again, you can sometimes say that you want to get to know him a little bit more, because then that holds off. He thinks the more he talks, he's going to eventually get a chance to, of course, get the custom video. So that's just another way to sort of delay and pause this whole scenario. One thing I forgot to mention also is if it's something crazy like pee, poo, anything like that, anything that's fluids, like some guys are into, obviously like girls on their period and stuff, anything like that, just don't put it on OnlyFans, because it will get your account banned and flagged. OnlyFans don't have anything to do that comes out of the human body, like pee, poo, vomit, anything like that. They don't want it on the platform. So if you do have any sort of requests like that, at most time you just don't bother with it. And unless the model is, she says that she's down to do it, bit of a weird sort of request, like I said. But as I said, you can put a silly price on it, like £2,000, £3,000 or dollars, and potentially you'll buy it. And then you could obviously, you would send that out on like something like Telegram, etc. But like I said, for the most part, it's very weird. It's very weird. We've never really had this sort of scenario happen to us. So we just tend to say no and kind of leave it at that, just because I can't really imagine any of the models being sort of down to do something like this. So the next one is how to reply if a guy asks for a meetup, right? So obviously these guys, you can just say that you want to get to know the fan more. This will give you more time to sort of, stall the scenario, and you can actually, milk the fan a little bit more, because he thinks, the more time he's going to talk to you, the more he's kind of going to get in a better chance, the more money he spends, etc., etc. So, you can obviously go down the route, which I'll get into later on, with the aggressive chatting. But like I said, we'll talk about that later on, because I don't want to confuse this with sort of basic chatting. But for basic chatting, you don't want to ever like sort of mention anything about meeting on OnlyFans, because they won't allow that word anyway. You can sometimes allude to the fact of arranging something. That's another word that we can sort of use. But for the most part, with a basic sort of simple strategy like this, you don't really want to sort of hint to say like, show me your serious or anything like that. It can, get a little messy, but that's another strategy that we're going to get to in, the next couple of videos. This one is how to reply if a guy asks for a meet. So of course on OnlyFans, you can't actually say the words like meet or anything along the lines of that. You can sort of allude to the fact of saying like maybe we can arrange something or something along the lines of that, but that's like another strategy, and I'll get into that in another video. But for this basic sort of simple strategy where you're not sort of, you're just sexting guys, you're not actually sort of, encouraging them to meet up or anything, you're just going to want to sort of still say to him like, I want to get to know you a little bit more, and that will obviously stall the process, and maybe you can extract a lot more money out of him that way, because he thinks, the more he spends, the more he has a chance of meeting up. Like I've mentioned if he doesn't buy much content but he keeps on asking to meet up, you can sort of, go in with the sort of approach of, well, if you don't want to see me here, you clearly aren't serious, and then, you're going to start getting him to buy content that way. But like I said, that's only if guys literally keep on, but they don't spend any money. You can just kind of like guilt trip them off that one scenario. And if they obviously ain't going to spend any money after you saying that, then, I just wouldn't bother with them after that, because at the end of the day, they're not going to spend any money. The next one is how to reply if a guy asks for panties or socks. So, of course, first you want to make sure that the model does them. And when the fan asks this question, you're going to want to say, of course, yeah, I sell them for X amount. So whatever the price you sort of price them at anywhere from $150 plus. You know, we've had some panties get bought for like over $500 before. So, you know, it just depends on the model, depends on the actual fan themselves, because some of these guys will spend a lot of money on, you know, some things we would never spend money on. So always try and push for high prices. If it's a whale and stuff, you're never going to want to like sort of, you know, play it down low. At the end of the day, it is a physical item, so, you know, you can put a hefty price on it. 150 is pretty low. You know, anywhere from $300 up is a very good price, to be honest. But what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to just sort of get into tip the amount first. Again, it's the same scenario as any other sort of custom content or, you know, phone call. You're going to want him to get into tip first to actually prove that he's going to buy these panties. Then, once he's obviously tipped the amount that you've asked for, then you're going to want to obviously get his address. Now, you're going to want to be like sort of careful. You're not going to want to ask him directly on OnlyFans, really. In the ideal world, you can get away with it sometimes, but it's not recommended. And what you're going to want to do is you're going to probably ask him for his email or something, or maybe his Snapchat, something along the lines of that. And then that way you can kind of get his address off him like properly. And then, you know, OnlyFans don't like that sort of information going back and forth on their platform. So by doing it on a, you know, an external platform like Snapchat or email, you know, you're not obviously putting your account at risk. Now, of course, if the model doesn't do them, again, just simply say you don't sell them to just anyone. You know, you want to get them to know a little bit about you more, etc., etc. So again, you're not killing that fantasy. You never really want to tell these guys like, oh, like I don't do it. You always want to keep that fantasy alive, like no matter of the situation. So the next part is, how do you reply to a guy who's obviously, he says like, oh, you sent me this twice, or something along the lines of that, right? On OnlyFans, you have this section where it says gallery. So if you click that gallery, it's going to show you what you've sent to the fan and what he's actually purchased and what he hasn't purchased. And then this way you can kind of tell like if the guy, you know, obviously is lying, because some guys will lie just to get a bit more free content. So, you know, this is just your way of making sure that you can double check that, of course, a lot of you will be using Inflow, which is a software that already tells you what's been sent and what's not anyway. But sometimes, you know, bugs happen and, you know, guys do get sent content twice. So, of course, if that does happen, you can just simply just send him another piece of content just to make up for, you know, the mistake you've done. How to reply if a guy asks for a Cash App? So, obviously, if a guy, you know, a lot of guys, they don't want to spend money on OnlyFans because it comes up on the bank statement OnlyFans. So some guys will say, you know, can I send it to you on Cash App, or can I send it to your bank, etc., etc. So you're going to just want to say, for the most part, just send it to you, because I find it a lot easier. And, you know, some guys will, you know, just say, oh yeah, no worries, and they will send you it on OnlyFans. And then some guys, they just won't bother at all. But unless it's actually a lot of money, you know, I wouldn't really bother sort of entertaining the fact of, you know, just getting an extra $50 on Cash App. It's not worth the hassle. You know, obviously if it's a lot of money and he's 100% like serious, then it's worth doing. But for the most part, I wouldn't bother at all. And then here, I've obviously, you know, plugged a couple of sort of examples of PPV captions. I've also put some on the PDF for you as well. So, you know, just use them. You can obviously use a couple, and, you know, they're just general examples just to show you sort of what you want to be looking for and how you want to be sort of talking in the mass PPVs. Okay, so in this video, we're going to go over some systems you need in place to keep you on top of all of your customers, and just to keep, you know, your chatters and stuff all organized so everyone's all on the same page. So the first thing you're going to want is a management sheet. So this is our management sheet. You can make something very similar to this. You can obviously just go up here and click make a copy. And that's all this information sheet is. You would assign this to each sort of group of chatters. So of course, you're not going to want to give chatters information on models they're not working on. So what this does, you can just sort of make this sheet, and in this sheet, this will just be for all the chatters that work on just them accounts. So for example, you would have, you put the models' names there. Let's just say you have, like I've put for example, Jade, Clay, and Maisie, for instance. You'd put the models' names there, just so when the chatters look at this, they know what models they're going to be working on and their names. Then, as you can see here, just a little key. The links are obviously for where all the model information and the Google Drive are, and the chatter timing, which is the timesheet. That is, of course, where your chatters are going to sort of log in, log out, and that's where you're going to see how many hours they do a week, and then whether you pay them. Most of you will probably be paying hourly rate, so you can work out how much you actually need to pay them from what they put on their timesheet. The chatter sales tracker is, of course, just a separate sheet, and that's all you're going to want to be doing is pretty much just copy and pasting if you do want your chatters to obviously track their sales during their shift. I mean, if it's not a commission-based job, there's no really need to actually sort of, get them to track their sales, because it's just pointless. But, you can also do that as a sort of better measure just to see if they're actually selling during their shift, etc. But for the most part, Inflow actually has that built in. So as long as you put the shift start and finish time and actually schedule them in for their shift, it will actually track all their sales for you. So, of course, they won't have to do, a tracking sheet. So then you have skill codes. With skill codes, as you can see here, influencer, I means just she doesn't show pussy, and a little bit of nude sometimes. P means porn, so she can almost do anything but has limitations. X just means all out, she can do everything, she can squirt, blowjob. She got boy, girl, girl on girl, anal, content, everything. She has everything under the sun. So, of course, if you've got that, then, there's no really limits, there's no really questions you need to ask. If a model will do X, Y, and Z. Then you have your links. So obviously, as I said before, in the links you just put the model name there. This is her sort of Dropbox or Google Drive. You can put the link there so they can always have access to it. Then you would have, her information sheet here, and then, that's just for that model. And then you'll then, chatters can start their shift. They can open this one sheet up, and they have all the information they need in one place. You can also, put what time you want to schedule posts and stuff on it also, if you wanted. Then, this is just another example I wrote out. You can have sort of like very basic information. So as I put there, Jade, skill code X, and, you can literally just put like your Instagram, your TikTok, your Twitter, your Snapchat, or YouTube, if she has them things. You put them there just so, the chatters can, maybe if a girl is gone live on TikTok, you obviously don't want to be chatting on an account when, people are live on TikTok, because it doesn't make sense. Same with Instagram. So, just another thing to keep on, because sometimes, a fan will say, oh, I seen that you're out on Instagram, and then, a chatter can quickly go over to the girl's Instagram, check her story, see what she's doing in a day-to-day, and then, go from there, really. Obviously, login details is just inflow, so they don't need access to any of that. Country, Canada, city, you'd also put the city, occupation, influencer, whatever they do as a job, age, obviously that's the wrong date of birth stuff, but just general stuff that chatters can just have a quick glimpse of, just to see what your limitations are, etc., and maybe some notes, just general stuff that they might want to know. So as you can see here at the bottom, it says what she does. So does she do FaceTime calls? Does she do Snapchat ad backs? Does she do custom videos? Does she do dick ratings? Does she do panties and socks? And as you can see, yeah, she does it all. And then you can obviously put next to it how much you charge per minute, how much it is for one custom video, etc., etc. So it just gives you, that little bit of a guideline for a chatter, so that, you're not having chatters coming to you every single time going, oh, how much does she cost for a custom? How much does, so-and-so, how much for this, how much for that? It's literally all there for them, and as soon as a fan asks that question, they have the information right in front of them. Then you have your section where you're going to log all your customs. So on this sheet, this is just going to be pretty much for the models that they would be working on. So of course, down the bottom, as I mentioned, they're going to have a multiple sheets for like each model they're going to be working on. So let's just say a chatter works on 3 models at a time. Let's just say this model's name is Clay. You'd have it there, and then like they can go back and forth, right? And if a custom gets logged, the chatter on shift would just put their name here, then they would put the length of the content here, the actual guy that requested the content, put his name here, and then what sort of video is it? Is it a custom video? Is it a picture? Is it panties? Snap back, etc, etc. You've got all there. Then you can obviously put the price, and you can then put if the customer's paid, declined by the talent, approved by the talent has been contacted, it's pending, or if it's complete. And then of course over on the right side here, you just got general sort of notes that the fans want. And this is just so you can keep on top of everything, because you can then just look at this at the end of the month or wherever, and you can just kind of see like how long or how many customs you get in, and who logged each custom, etc, etc. It's just so you got one thing all in one place. So then you have your timesheets. So this is just pretty much where you're gonna want your chatters to log in, log out, just so you can track how much, if they're on hourly rate, you can then just look at this at the end of the week. It's gonna add it up for you, and then of course you can just go and pay them. And yeah, you can just put their name there, any notes, so if they have a day off or anything like that, you got it all written down so you know what's going on. Maybe they had to finish his shift an hour earlier and someone else covered them for that hour that they left early, something along the lines of that, just so you know if you look at the sheet and for some reason some days they've done less hours than others, you got the reason on the notes, of course. Then if you scroll across, you would just have like sort of, this is just a monthly sort of schedule, just to say that they've been paid and how many hours they've done. That's literally all that is. And like I said, this is just a pure example, just for you guys who have some sort of like template to go off. Then you have your model information sheet. So this is pretty important. You're going to want to sort of send this to your model when you onboard her. And this is because, it just gives you the general sort of day-to-day stuff that you would need as a chatter. So, some of the questions are a bit in depth, and we just tell models if you don't answer anything, just simply leave it blank. It's not a problem. But by having most of these, the chatters can kind of if a guy asks a question, especially if you got sort of long-term fans that have already been there, and then you are coming in as an agency, you're obviously going to want to know some information about her, just so if any of your like sort of long-term fans say any like sort of questions, you'll probably have the answer just so you can cover yourself and we don't have to go back and forth with the models every single time. It also shows on the bottom like what sort of content they're open to and what they what's their limits. So that's just another big thing by having sort of the model is just telling us what she's open to doing, and it just saves a lot of confusion, a lot of going back and forth by just having something this simple. Once it's done, and then you don't have to sort of relay everything back from the chatters day to day. Then you have your custom order list. So this is the sheet that you're actually going to send out to the model. So I know in the actual management sheet itself, it had, obviously you could log the customs there, but that's just for like sort of the agency to look at, just to see who's doing what, etc, etc. And then of course you don't want to send that to the model because they'll be able to see all the information of all the other models. So we keep it separate by putting it in here, and then that way we just fill out all the simple steps: username, actual name, content type, length of content, date requested, any notes, and what the fan has asked for would be in red writing. And then simply once it's done, the model will obviously put it in the Google Drive. We can just come in and sort of just clear her out. There's no point to really tick her off unless she has a lot of customs. That's more for her to sort of tick them off as she's doing them. and then of course we would just go to the management sheet, and then whatever that custom is, you would just mark it as complete, and then you know it's been done and it's been sent out to the fan. The other thing you're going to want to use is Screenshot Monitor. So this is just a software that pretty much, you know, you can get your chatters to sort of download it on their computer, and then what that's going to do, it'll actually track their sort of start time of their work, and it'll take a screenshot of the monitor every, well, it's whatever you set it as, but you can set it to every 2 to 3 minutes if you wanted to. And then that way, you know, you're actually looking and keeping an eye on your chatters, you know, making sure that they're actually doing the work and they're not just, you know, scrolling on Facebook. And, you know, it actually tells you the activity, how active they are. You know, you see how effective they are, you know, how much of their shift have they actually worked, because it'll actually track the mouse itself. So the mouse movement, it will actually pick that up and it'll see their activity. And of course, if their activity is low, that means that they, you know, not working. So you're going to want to aim for at least, you know, a good sort of 80% activity is a pretty solid chatter, you know, they're working. And again, you can also put this and set it up so it works out they pay for them as well. That's another good thing. And it's pretty cheap. I think it's like $9 per account, so nothing too crazy. And like I said, it's just as if you're in the office with them. You know, if we was all in an office together, we'd all be able to see each other work and see each other's screens. So it's just literally the exact same, in my opinion, but obviously just virtually. So hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. Hopefully that helps you, you know, stay organized, stay on top of, you know, all your customs and your chatters, etc. And yeah, just them little things, they make a massive difference. And, you know, organization is key when it comes to sort of scaling your agency and, you know, getting more models on board, etc. Okay, so in this video, we're going to talk about chatter flow. So when you're chatting, you're obviously going to want to sort of follow some sort of chatting flow, right? So the main things that we go off is kind of, you're going to want to know a bit of small talk, right? You know, how's your day been? What have you been up to? You know, what are you up to now? Etc., right? Just general chit chat, general small talk, just like you would normally have with any other normal person. Then what you want to do then, you want to just identify where the fan is. So where is this fan? Is he at home? Is he at work? Is he in the gym? Is he out eating lunch? Where is he? Because we want to know where, if he's in a position to actually masturbate, right? Because we don't want to sort of, you know, push section on guys that are not in a position to masturbate. Now, you can have obviously the odd cases where, you know, guys do masturbate in work and stuff. And, you know, we would suggest, you know, egging them on just slightly, like saying like something along the lines of, do you want to get a bit naughty for me in work? And then from there, he's either going to say, yeah, show me something, or he's going to say, no, wait until I'm home. And then in that case, you can say, all right, no worries, babe, just drop me a text message when you're home. I'll be waiting for you, or I got a surprise for you. It just, you know, sparks his curiosity, making him want to come back and actually talk to you later on. But of course, if a guy is in a position to masturbate, you're going to obviously want to sort of push them into, you know, sexting. So, as you can see here, this is what you would do if a new fan come in, right? So, a new fan comes in, you know, you welcome the fan, you say like something like, he's going to come in and say, hey babe, you look unreal, something along the lines of that, right? You're obviously going to reply, you want that sort of feminine energy, oh my god, thank you so much baby, you're so sweet, how are you today? Or, hey babe, thanks for subscribing, I can't wait to get to know you a little bit more, how are you? Just something plain simple, but it, you know, it adds a bit more to it to make you seem a bit more interested in the fan and, you know, want to get to know more. And then, you know, you just go back and forth with that general chit chat, like I said, good, how are you? So what are you up to? Nothing much in bed. And then again, pushing straight into sexting, or really, can I show you something? So obviously, that's one thing I would say when chatting. You're obviously going to want to say to the fan, can I show you something? So that way, you're like, you get them in the position you want them to be in order for you to actually send them content without them actually knowing, right? And then obviously he says yes, and you'd be like, okay, give me a sec. And then that's where you sort of, you know, go off and you have like your sexting sort of sequences with, you know, all the videos, and you act like the model is recording that in real time. So as I put you, wait a minute or so as if the model is recording, and then of course you would send the PPV caption with something like laying you, playing on my clip for you already, I can't help myself, something along the lines of that. What we like to do when we do sex is we want to sort of make the fan feel like it's all for him, right? So as you can see here, we use the words like for you, so he thinks like, oh, like she's doing this in real time for me, because at the end of the day they can't see what's on the other side of that sort of paper wall until they pay, right? So by doing something like this, like for you, and just making it feel special and making them feel like that video is just for them, that's going to obviously, you know, make the chances of them converting into a buyer much more higher, right? And then of course you would just sort of go into a plain simple sexting session, continue sexting with the script that your model has already created, and, you know, continue upselling content every 2 to 3 messages, you know, send another video with a PPV. And as I mentioned previously in the sort of pricing section, you can just sort of up the prices as you please. Another thing to do when you are sort of sending mass PPV messages is you're going to want to try and say questions like, would you fuck me like this? Or do you think you could stretch me out like this? Something along the lines of that, because then you're sort of like egging the fan on to buy the content without him knowing, because he's like, oh, well, I need to open this to answer your question, if that makes sense. So that's just another little tip that we use is, you know, asking questions of like, what would you do if you walked in on me like this? You know, do you think we could do something like this, etc., etc., right? It just makes it seem like, you know, that guy has to open it in order to continue the conversation with the model. So another example, this is just, you know, if it's an existing fan, of course, conversation starter, you know, mass PPV, a mass DM gets sent out, sort of saying, hey babe, what are you doing? Or fuck, I'm so wet right now. You know, you can either go with the general sort of like, hey, how's your day been? Or you can go straight in with something really sexual. And then that way, you know, you're going to get into sexing a lot more. You kind of like skip the small talk, if that makes sense. As you can see here, fuck, my pussy is so wet right now. How about you show me? See, as I said, you're going to be like straight into it. Nothing crazy. You know, he give me 2 minutes. Okay, don't be too long. You know, send the first part of the script and then you just continue. You know, he's obviously paid for it. And he's like, oh, fuck, babe, you're so hot. Thank you, babe. Are you nice and hard for me? Yeah, babe, I'm so hard for you. Send another part. I'm getting so fucking loud for you. Again, like always saying, you know, I'm getting so fucking loud, like for you, or like right now. Always mention them sort of words because he thinks it's happening in real time, right? And, you know, again, just continue sexting as you normally would. If he didn't pay, then what you would do, you can kind of like still get the fan to pay by sort of saying things like, I made that like specially just for you, or babe, you don't want to see me, with like, you know, the eyes and the crying emoji. And then you can also just say to it, open it, babe, I made it just for you. And then, you know, surprisingly they do go back and actually open the video because they kind of feel guilty, right? They feel like, oh, she's made that just for me now, I've made her sad. That's another thing you can do. You can say like, oh, it's made me so sad, you don't want to see me. And these guys will go back and they'll obviously purchase the content. And again, they, you know, just continue sexing as normal. I'll go into an actual, you know, live example for you now. So when it comes to pricing content, obviously you're going to want to be using something like Inflow that's going to obviously assist you with, you know, pricing content, what to price it at for like each individual fan. So as you can see here, Inflow shows you a graph of the previous spend of the fan. So as you can see here, this was a sexting sequence. They went from sort of the $15 range up to 30, 45, 70, then 110. And, you know, you can kind of see the patterns, similar patterns, right? And that's what you're going to want to be looking for the next time you go in with this fan, right? You know, you spent that before, so you can just push the boundaries again. And as you can see, that's what they've done here. So this was one section session. And then, of course, they started again here, and they started at $36. And, of course, you know, went up, and something probably happened. They probably just, you know, stopped. But, you know, that's what you want to do. You just want to look at what a fan has previously spent and, you know, just kind of go off that. Usually you can kind of get away with going with the average spend just to start off and then make your way up that way. Of course, with this fan, slightly different. Yeah, he has spent a lot of money, but starting at $46 is pretty sort of hard to make your way up from there, if that makes sense. So, you know, you just want to ease the fan in. You don't want to sort of hit them with a $40 price tag straight off the bat, because that's something we call a hard sell, and it never really works. You know, there's no rapport built up, there's no connection, they're not emotionally vested into the situation. So why are they going to spend $40? Whereas, as you can see here, the reason why he's gone and spent, you know, $30, $45, $70, $110 is because during these stages there was sexting going on and he was emotionally invested in that situation. So of course, you know, he's waiting for the next thing, so he's going to keep on buying until, of course, the sequence is finished. And as you can see on it, it actually puts the max amount a guy has spent as well. So of course, you know, that's just going to tell you that the max this guy has ever spent in one sort of transaction. And that can also help you and assist you with, you know, how far do you really want to push it. Like, probably with this fan you could get a lot higher. He's more of a tipper, not really a sexter, as you can see from his tips. But, you know, you still want to try and push down limits as much as possible. And, you know, the guys will show you the limits by either saying, like, oh, this is getting a bit too much or too expensive. And then, of course, you know that's their limit. And, you know, other guys will just sort of continue and, of course, get to the sort of the highest you can get is $250 for sort of 1 ppv usually. So, yeah. Some things you're not going to want to do when you are sort of chatting is, you know, with pricing content is, like I mentioned, a hard sell, right? So this guy, clearly he hasn't paid for the $80 price tag because there was no rapport built up, there was no sexting involved, and it was just, you know, this guy asked for pictures, and, you know, instead of pictures he got sent a video, and he said, why settle for pictures when you can see a video of my pussy? And it was $80, and he said I could have this one already. So of course that was a sort of indication that he's spent, like, it's a lot of money, and why is he going to spend $80 on one video when he hasn't been eased in to spending at all yet? It's just, that's the first thing he sees. Yeah, this is what these guys see, right? They literally just see this for, you know, $80, and, you know, why is a guy going to spend $80? It doesn't look sort of appealing, right? Whereas, like I mentioned before, if they're sexting and they're sort of emotionally invested, then of course they're more than happy to spend $80 on one video after they've already spent X amount before, because they've been eased into that spending and they're getting used to that sort of like little habit. So another little trick that we use when it comes to pricing content is, as you can see here, like on OnlyFans, it shows you how long the video is, right? So this video is 8 minutes 29 seconds, but that's because they've only sent one video. So if they added like a 10-second video onto that video, it would be a bundle, and then it would show up like this. So as you can see here, there's 6 videos in this bundle, and what this does, it's like a little sort of mind trick to think the fans are getting more for their money. So let's just say you've got a fan that doesn't spend a lot of money and he's very hesitant all the time. What you can do is you can add like a full-length video, and then you can add like a 30-second or 10-second video just to make it seem that little bit extra, and then you'll actually get a lot more fans convert because they feel like they're getting a little bit more for their money. And it's just like a little mind trick that we do, and it can be very good for, you know, them time wasters and them sort of people that don't spend money at all. And yeah. So another thing of pricing is, of course, custom content. Now, a lot of people, they don't know how to really sort of what to price content at. So this is just like a little guide of what to sort of go with if you're not sure what to sort of price custom content at. So usually it depends on the model. If she has a lot of fans and she gets a lot of requests, then obviously you're going to want to put your sort of barrier to entry higher, right? You're going to want to make customs a lot more expensive, so that model has, I know it sounds stupid by having less customs to do, but, you know, a custom video should be worth the model's time. And if it's like, you know, if she's getting like 10 a day and it's only $100, yeah, it's £1,000, but, you know, it's a lot of work just for £1,000, whereas, like, you know, how much more could you make by just selling the content that's already in the vault? So it can be quite annoying to some models, like having a lot of requests. So sometimes, you know, if they do get annoyed, then you can just up your prices so they have a lot less customs, but when they do come through, you're obviously making a hefty sort of profit on whatever custom actually comes through. So as you can see, custom videos, right? So you can either do per minute or per just set a price. Usually you can just go off of whatever the fan says. If it's a bit, you know, out of the norm, you can charge a lot more for it. You know, if it's just a general normal masturbation video, you can charge, you know, optimal prices like $150 plus, right? And a little tip you can do when you're doing that is you can get the model to only say, if you ask for his name, you can get her to say his name only for like the first 30 seconds of the video. And then what we can do, we can then go in and obviously crop like the first 30 seconds out and use that video as a long form PPV content video. And, you know, that just saves them all the time, right? You know, we've maximized our sort of, she's invested her time into that video, and now we can go and take that video and use it for multiple people, save us just having that one piece of content, you know, just for that one person. It would just go to waste. Another one is, of course, dick rates. So custom dick rates, a lot of guys sometimes ask for them. You can charge, you know, anywhere from, usually the optimal price is anywhere from like sort of $50 to $150. We do tend to have some models that do like $400 plus for just like a custom dick rate, which is, you know, a 2-3 minute video, and she just rates the fan's dick, and that's literally it. But what you can do for this is, some guys, they won't ask for their name in it, so you can get the model to do like 3 or 4 generic sort of dick ratings, you know, one with a long dick, one with an average, a curve, and you can sometimes do like a hairy, and then you just have them in the vault, and you could, you know, send out a mass DM if you wanted to, saying like, tip me $40 right now and I'll rate your dick, and then you have a bunch of guys tip in, and you already got them videos there. You just haven't got anyone's name in it. So that's just another little tip you can do when it comes to dick rates. So custom pics, usually you do it in bundles. So a guy will say like, oh, I want 15 pictures or whatever. It generally varies on, again, what the content actually is, and how many he wants. So I would say like, you know, 15 pictures, you can probably get 15 pictures for anywhere from like $150, sometimes $200 plus, right? So anywhere around that range is a pretty good price, because at the end of the day, it's just like a couple of pictures, right? It doesn't take the model long. It's not like a video, and the chances are with pictures as well, we can use them in the future. So, you know, it's a win-win. Calls, obviously, they vary as well on whatever the model's comfortable of. Some models do, you know, per minute, so some will do like $30 a minute, some will do like $100 a minute, and along the lines of that. And then you can sort of go into the minimum amount of minutes that you're allowed to buy. So, you know, maybe you'd have a minimum of 3 minutes just because you want to make it worth your time. So then maybe it's $100 a minute, and then that costs that fan $300 to, you know, have a call. But for the most part, it's kind of like down to you, what you want to sort of, you and the model, what she wants really, because at the end of the day, it's her time, so what she wants to price it at, usually for calls is, you know, it's kind of her call. Then you got panties anywhere from, you know, $150, $250, $500. Again, whatever you want. At the end of the day, it's a physical item. You know, you can get away for selling panties for like 1.5k, etc. But it's totally down to you again. And I would say, you know, a good price is anywhere from $150 plus, to be honest, just for the average guy. But yeah, $250 to $500 is usually what, you know, we usually see on a sort of weekly basis. Then you have obviously socks, $80 plus for socks. Sometimes, you know, $150 or wherever. Not many people buy socks, to be honest. But, you know, the options there if a fan does want that sort of thing. Then you got Snapchat. So Snapchat, you know, girls, they just add them back. You know, we just set up like a Snapchat for them all, where they can sort of just, they see a day in a life of the OnlyFans model. They don't see anything else. They don't really see no nude. Sometimes there'll be a private story for like tease content. Nothing crazy. Like, you know, these models are not going to speak to the guys on there. It's just so these guys can get an ad back on Snapchat. And, you know, they just get to see that sort of like daily insight of the sort of model's life. But yeah, for the most part with chatting, it is literally sort of what do you think that customer is going to pay for that content? So, you know, you don't want to go too high, like I mentioned. You just want to look at the average spend. What have they spent before? You know, what do I think that this customer is going to pay for this sort of content? Of course, like if it's a sex tape, yeah, you can push for them higher prices. And then, of course, a normal sort of 3-minute masturbation video, anywhere from sort of $15 to $25 is an optimal price. That's what we usually tend to see most guys spend money on, in around that price range. Then, of course, you know, you got your sex tapes then, that's anywhere from like sort of $45 up. You know, we've had times where sex tapes have sold for like sort of $250, $500 for just one tape. So it all depends how like sort of exclusive you want to make out. If it's just your first ever sex tape, of course you can up the price more. There's many ways you can go about it. You just got to kind of think, you know, what is a good price for this, and more, you know, just testing different prices, seeing what people sort of pay for. And like I said, every single fan is different. So, you know, you don't want to just stick to certain prices, because you might be leaving a lot of money on the table by not having, you know, sort of all these fans get what this one piece of content that everyone wants for a certain price. You could be like, sort of limiting yourself to the maximize of your profits. But yeah, for the most part, it is just sort of, what do you think is this customer is going to pay for it, and just kind of going from there, really. This is a live example, right? So a mass DM has been sent out saying, what are you up to? And I believe this was a new fan at the time. So this is the very first conversation that, you know, they had. And he says, just chilling, what about you? You know, same babe, how are you today? Blah, blah, blah. Just, you know, general chit chat back and forth. And then he obviously mentions, I can't remember how I found your page, but I'm glad I did anyway. And then, you know, bit of banter. Hi, really, you can't remember? I'm glad you did too. Must have been on some social media like TikTok, and I found your page from there. Happy with what I see. So then obviously the chat has looked at this and gone, right, this is an opportunity to, like, you know, show this guy what he's you know, came here to see. So, you know, makes me so happy you're in. Do you want to see a little bit more? Sure, be able to see how naughty you really are. And then first PPV sent out, laying in bed from my clip view, $15, nice and simple, you know, new fan, testing his limits just off the bat. He then obviously goes and pays. So naughty babe, rub that clit, get nice and wet for me. I love to play and suck on them big tits too. So another thing you want to do is, whenever a fan says that you'd love to do something to you, you're going to want to say like, oh, I love that, because then it makes him feel like it's more of his dream girl, if that makes sense. So you're just playing into any fantasy that these guys obviously throw at you. You're just saying you're going to love it, for the most part anyway, right? And as you can see here, the chat has gone, I love my nipples being sucked too. And then the fan has obviously come back and it said, do you know, such a good girl. So obviously he's like, oh, like this girl is, you know, my type. And then, you know, another PPV sent for $25. That's why I like you. I keep on getting carried away. That's why it took so long to reply. You know, I love being daddy's little girl. Daddy's little girl. No worries, babe. I want you to enjoy yourself, and all that sort of stuff. So it's just general sexting. You know, couple of messages you and they. Then another PPV sent. Fuck, my pussy is so fucking wet right now. I haven't been this horny in so long. I can't help but ride my cock thinking it was you fucking me like this, like a good little slut I am. So again, you know, touching on the point that, you know, this model's obviously going to grab like a dildo or something halfway through the section session, and, you know, played on the fact that I wish this was you stretching me out. So he's like, oh, you know, she's thinking of me here right now. And again, I'm so fucking wet right now, you know, saying I haven't been this horny in so long, making it the guy feel like he's doing something to it, do you know what I mean? Like, you're making him feel like he's doing something special to the model. And of course he's gone and, you know, paid $40. Sounds good. Stretch that pussy for me, all for you. I can't wait to come. So obviously near the end of the script here, and, you know, can't wait to come for you. Daddy's good little cum slut. I'd love to choke you while you take my heart. Hoping to come over me. And then, you know, just a little bit of sexting back and forth again. And, you know, he's mentioned about your hair being pulled, and again the chat has gone, fuck, I love having my hair pulled. And then he then says, you really are bad, I'd rather blah blah blah. So this guy, you know, the more he's throwing at us saying, you know, I want to do this, I want to do that, and we keep on saying, oh, I'd love having this done, I love having this done. He's like, oh, like this girl is really, you know, she's really dirty, she is my type. And then, of course, the last PPV gets sent out for $80. Like I said, it's a new fan, so we're just testing sort of normal prices. And, you know, fuck, Daddy, it just comes so fucking hard. Like, again, for you, I'm laying you and I can't move. I want you to watch me fuck myself. Imagining I'm taking your cock, like a good little slut, until you fill me up. Like a good little come down by arm. So, again, mentioning your, like, I want your cock, like, I don't want anyone else's. Like, it's all for him. Like, it's all this is just for him. All these videos are just for him. That's what you want to make out for this guy. And of course, this guy finishes, and you know, a little bit of small talk at the end, and then the conversation dies out. So that's just, you know, one example. I'll go into example 2 now. So example 2. Again, thinking of you, hope you're having a good Sunday. Oh, thank you so much, babe. I'm good so far, just doing some paperwork. That's good to you. Oh, no way. You know, general chit chat, right? You know, this guy's at work, which is quite surprising. And he obviously says, I wish I was there. And then, you know, the chatters look, there's an opportunity to start sexting, right? And this is the first part of it, you know, to help me. Like, I want you to come here to help me. And then he goes, Lord, says the model's name. I would help you in any way you needed. I'm so hard for you. So this guy is actually in the office, and you know, the next one's sent. That's why I like to you. I'm so wet and horny for you. $18 paid. I want that tongue all over me. Love your moans. And then he's obviously sent a picture of himself in the office with his dick out, and then they've gone in again, you know, with sex in section. Just keep on, you know, a little bit of small talk in between it, like as you can see, it's nothing crazy. A little bit of small talk, then send the PPV, and again, see, he's at the office, I'm the only one here on Sunday, blah blah blah. A little bit of small talk, you know, as you get closer to the end of the sexting session, at the end of the script, sorry, you're obviously going to want to say that the model is about to come, right? Because you're going to run out of videos eventually. So by doing this, obviously, you know, again, fuck baby, I just come so hard for you, my legs are shaking, I haven't come that hard in so long, blah, blah, blah. You know, just making him feel special. And we've noticed by adding like a bit more descriptive writing to sort of like the more expensive sort of videos, it does get fans to obviously convert a lot more. And again, nothing crazy with the sexting session. It was just a short couple of videos, so it was nothing crazy. You couldn't really price, you know. This guy wasn't a really good spender, so we was pretty. I think the chat was surprised that, you know, he's gone and paid these prices. And that's, you know, that's that sort of sexting sessions. And that's all chatting is really. It's just, you know, sort of taking control of the situation and just knowing when to sort of send the PPVs. And you'll eventually get used to it, and it's just something that you pick up over time, and the more you do it, the more things you're going to pick up, and you're just going to get better and better.
So this is a pretty interesting module, module 11, about what is the country you should hire from. There is no like perfect answer because it depends on what quality you want, what you want exactly. So where to hire English chatters, you have two choices. The first one is native English speakers, so USA, UK, whatever. Or choice number 2, non-native speakers, third world country, like the Philippines, for example. This is just an example. Okay, so okay, let me go back. If you're looking like for a high performing chatter with the best English possible, obviously you want to go for UK or like USA, and your main target will be like student, but they are not available all the time, or guys that just do not have a work and that spend all their time at home. You can also target native English speaker, but are like digital nomads who live in Thailand, for example, where the cost of living is way less, okay? So that you can pay them a kind of low rates compared to the USA, but they will still work for you because the place that they are living in at the moment require, lesser cost of living. If you're looking for chatter to make sales, but you do not care too much to have like 10 out of 10 like English, you can go for third world countries such as the Philippines. They still do the work perfectly well when it just comes to selling content, which is the most important. This is what I use most of the time, okay? So it's up to you to decide whether you want to recruit only chatter with experience, okay, or without experience that you train. Obviously, it comes with, pros and cons. Like without experience, you have to train them, but then you can train them exactly the way you want. If you take experienced chatter, you will spend less time training them, okay? But at the same time, they are going to have their own habits, and it can be a little bit hard to, can be a little bit hard to manage and train, okay? If you have a choice, obviously, just go and pick chatter with experience because it will cost you way less time. But be careful of like scammers, etc. because obviously, if the guys do not have an agency, they do not work for a model, it is for a reason. Either they are just shit, or maybe they are not stable like in their work, they are always like absent, they are not serious, or maybe they are scammers, okay? So there is like really a lot of pros and cons with the models, with the experienced chatter or not experienced chatter. Knowing that if you do not have any experience yourself, you are obviously not gonna be able to train a chatter or even assess if a chatter is good or not, or is performing well or not. It's not possible. That's where like chatting agencies, are very useful because they have the experience. They have only experienced chatter that are trained, just like man. If you do not want to bother like having to do all of that, okay? In my experience, 95% of the chatter they just lie about the experience, okay? And if you do not have experience yourself, you're not even going to be able to tell if they lie to you and they are completely shit or not. Okay, so advantages of native English speakers. They have obviously good English, okay? They know the English slang and the psychology. They usually, not all the time, usually they perform better than a non-English speaker on average, okay? And they have a very stable internet connection and electricity, for example, if they live in the US or the UK. Obviously, there is cons. Lack of professionalism, but this is the same like for the guys in the Philippines or third world country. It's just like it is for almost everyone. They lack professionalism, sadly. Little availability. They are way less available than the guy from the third world country because they have way more opportunities of work and they are way more like lazy, etc. They usually do not last over time because they have plenty of opportunity of work. Okay, and if they are smart, they are going to just take your model or create their own agencies, etc. So it's kind of hard. They are very, 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 very expensive compared to like third world country chatters because obviously their cost of living is very high, for example, in the US or the UK. So you will have to pay them a lot, okay? It's hard to recruit because they often have no experience, okay, and it's complicated to work with them because for them it's the shit job to be a chatter. They want to be like managing models, doing cool stuff, etc., etc. Conclusion on native English speakers: if you have a good network and model that earn like more than 20k per month, etc., and you have a good percentage of the model, or maybe you do AI models, okay, this is a good choice, okay? However, it is complicated to set up, okay? Trust me, it's complicated to set up. And it's it's ideal if your model, like you have maybe like an influencer that is like a pain in the ass. She wants like a 10 out of 10 English, etc. She's like a TV presentator, for example, like I already have, and she wants perfect English. Okay, yeah, maybe UK or US is good. It really depends on the model. Now let's take a look at non-native English speakers. That do not mean they have a shit English. That just mean that they do not have a perfect English. For me, if you want my opinion, that's what I use most of the time because it is the best price for quality that you can get. And as a chatting agency, I'm looking for price for the quality so that I can deliver good pricing for my clients and good quality. Best point is that they are very cheap. 2 to 3 times cheaper than like a US or UK based chatter, and they are not 2 or 3 times worse. They are kind of the same if trained and monitored properly. They are easier to recruit because they have no work in their country. Like in their country, like it's very hard to find a job. So they do online jobs, but it's very hard to find a good paying and reliable online job. Okay. They are okay to work on smaller account. That's how I'm able to work even with like beginners account with no minimum, on OnlyFans or whatever platform, which UK or US based chatter will never be able to do. Can easily bring other chatters, okay, because usually they live in like families and communities, and they can train chatter and bring them to you very easily, so that's very good. The cons of non-native speakers: lack of professionalism, but it's kind of the same as the US, but sometimes it's even worse, okay? I mean, they are loyal, they are way more loyal, the Filipinos chatter, but like sometimes they can have like a problem and not even tell you, so it's very bad. Like I'm from France, and from France, if you're not available to work, you call your boss, you explain the reason, etc., and they from the Philippines, for example, they can just not be here and don't give a shit and not give you a call. I mean, for random, obviously in my agencies don't work like that. If they are not here, they are just fired. But most of them, that's how they are. Poor level of French. No, it is not about French. It's about English. So, yeah, poor level of English, I would say 70%. They have a trash English. Obviously, we do not take them into our agency. It's your job to sort them, and do not take the one with trash English, and do not try to train a chatter to learn English. You are not here to make them train English. You are here to make them sell. So if they have a poor English, you just do not hire them. Lack of knowledge of English slangs. This is a bit, it can be problematic, okay? But most of the time the guys, they don't realize they are just here to masturbate to a model, so it doesn't cost too much like a problem. Doesn't cause too much problem. Problem with internet connection and electricity. Yes, they have way more problem than like US or UK based. But if you have a big agency that is organized with a lot of chatter, one chatter can always replace another one. So this way it's always answered 24/7, because by the way we do 24/7. There is more scammer than with native English speaker because they are in the third country, less professionalism, etc. And for that, what you can do, it's very complicated. You need to build a good relation with them, pay them well, work for a long time with them, so that they don't screw you over, basically. Okay. So in conclusion of the non-native speakers, best price for quality. Obviously, that's what I said. Perfect for getting started with model that do like less than 20K. Fairly simple to set up if you're not looking for high performing chatters. Ideal if your model doesn't care about the level, okay, of English. So yeah, that's about it for the chatters. If you do not want to have to deal with the hiring, just use a chatting agency like mine that is like known for years and that know exactly what to do. All right, so see you guys in the next module. So welcome back for this module number 12, how to hire your chatter, which is very, very important, obviously. I mean, it's how, it's where to hire your chatter. First thing that you want to go for is same as for like hiring models, your network and friends. This is the best way because basically it's very like fast connection is very fast to get your first chatter, but the quality will be obviously trash. Okay, you can ask your other friends in the business, like that have maybe an agency, an old chatter, or a chatter they don't want to take into their agency or whatever. Use your network at first. This is the best stuff that can get you chatter, even if the quality won't be that great at first, obviously. Then you have Fiverr, okay? Very good. There is like chatter that have ads on Fiverr because they are looking to for job, or they have like a small agency or whatever. The problem is most of them it's not that high of a quality, otherwise they would be in another agencies already. Watch out for scammers because there is a lot of scammers on Fiverr. I mean, they are everywhere. Okay, that's why having an agency is actually way more safer than trying to hire your own chatters. Next one, Fiverr, Upwork works even better. Like if you want like a native English speakers, so that's very good. On Upwork, never try to hire by mentioning OnlyFans chatter. They will just shut down the job post. They will shut down your full account. Okay, so Upwork is good if it's for US or even if it's for Filipinos, it works as well. But keeping up the account is kind of a nightmare, to be honest. Then you have Telegram groups. Obviously, everybody knows Telegram groups. It's very cool. You can stack Telegram groups. The good thing is that it's free, but it's full of scammer and inexperienced chatter, okay, that will leave your agency for whatever reason, as long as they have a better offer. And it's obviously full of scammers. Telegram is known for having a lot of scammers. Then you have Facebook groups, very like scalable method to have a chatter because there is like a lot, like hundreds of Facebook groups, okay? So it's good and scalable, but it's super time consuming because you have to join the groups, like do the post every day, having to, you know, sort all the appliances, etc. Appliances, it's very hard and the quality is like kind of horrible, okay? Then you have IG and Facebook advertising. You can do basic advertising, okay, that you see on Facebook and Instagram. It can be image ads. It can be like a video ads, face cam. It works really well. This is very like scalable, but it costs a lot of money. And again, you need a full dedicated team to handle all the hiring and training process. Then you have IG page direct DM. You can directly DM guys on IG, okay, because there is page for people that are looking for job, stuff like that. It can also help, but the other one that I showed you here are the best one, basically. If you cannot find chatter using that, or if you do not want to waste your time doing all of that, knowing that the chatter they can leave at any time, there is, I mean, it's full of scammer, etc. You can always just join my agency, okay? I mean, work with my agency. So see you guys for the next module in a minute. So welcome back to module number 13, which is how to select your chatters. Here at first you do not have to think too much. You can just do like video calls, okay? If you hire chatters from your own network, you don't not need like a huge Google form or list of questions. You can just call them, basically do a video call, so it's easier. You know like who you can trust, okay? It takes 3 minutes to know if a chatter like can be a good fit for your agency, if he have experience or not. I mean, experience, it's hard if you do not have experience yourself, but if you do have experience, then it's easy to see if the chatter know what he's talking about or not. Obviously, you want to always try to hire a chatter that already have some experience. Okay, so at the moment that you have 10, 15, 20 people to interview, like to sort, then you obviously need a Google form. Okay, this is a must-have. You can do it without it if you want actual good chatters. Okay, the best way is to create like an application, like a form, okay, to apply. You can use like Google Form. It's completely free. Okay, easy. Don't make the Google form too long, otherwise nobody will apply at all. Okay, trust me, I did it. I had like 15 or 20 questions or even more than that, and the people that clicked on the Googling and the people that actually like complete the form is ridiculous. It's very good that all the answers of the guys are on the single Google form, because you can then have a sheet with all the answers that they basically provide and base your decision on that without having to do too many calls. Okay, so what information to get? Their email and their Telegram. That's the first two things. You always need two way to contact them, because for example, if they give you a Telegram that is not working or they made a mistake, then you can't contact them. I mean, if it's a good chatter, it's a very bad thing that can happen. So always have their email as well. Okay, and you contact them on the two ways. Then their PC setup. If you hire like chatter from a server country, you will be amazed that some chatter they just have a phone to work, which is obviously not what you want. They need to have a PC, and they need to have a good PC, good connection, etc., etc. What country they live in? Obviously, if you're looking specifically for chatter for the UK, you will ask them where they're from, or chatter for the Philippines, etc., etc. Why hire him? If the chatter cannot even tell you why you should hire him, it tells you that you know you are not going to hire them. Okay, it gives you at least how the guy think. Okay, if he's dumb or not, basically. Explain the steps of a sale. If the guy is not even capable of explaining the simple steps that you know are during a sale, that happen during a sale, how do you want him to do sales? Yes, you can teach him, but it's very hard, and it's harder than you think to train someone about sales. It's a full-time job. Okay, there is tons of stuff that you need to know. If you need to teach them everything, it will be hard, like hard as fuck. Okay, so after that, you're going to put them to go through a scenario. Okay, so scenario number one, okay, basically it's like a phrases scenario, and then they have to give the answer, okay, the next answer. So scenario number one, the model is saying, here, here's the last video I just made for you. I have a 5-minute orgasm. I put like $80 for this video. You will not be disappointed, believe me. And the customer say, it's way too much. No, it's way too much. So this is a basic sales objection because of the price. Then what is the chatter going to answer? Okay, you see, you will quickly see if he answer like a completely shit, like no, that's the price. It's bad. You see what I mean? You have a way better answer to give. You know, like yeah, but it's you know, it's private part. You see what I mean? Like you can say like you know, I'm an expensive girl, you know, I don't do this often. You can tell so many stuff, or you can also negotiate the price a little bit. Okay, this would be a good answer. Or if you give this video for 80, the customer negotiate and the chatter say 20, it's very bad. You do not want to negotiate that much. Okay, scenario number, this is just example of, you see, create your own scenario. Okay, the client say, I'm just masturbating thinking about you. What is the guy going to answer? Is it a completely dumb question, or is it a like logical answer? Okay, so that's about it for this module about how to select the chatter. I try to add like more stuff, but to be honest, do not do too many like more steps, because you're just going to not have enough applicants. Okay, This is just to screen the guys to see which one seems to fit, okay? But the real deal happen when you're live with them on a call and you give them live situation, because all of that they can bullshit, they can have help of their friend, whatever, but when they are live video interview, they cannot, okay? So do not try to overcomplicate this step, okay? The real deal will happen when you do the live interview. All right, so see you guys in the next module. So welcome back to the module number 13, how to select your chatters. Let's get straight into it. In the beginning, you don't really need to have like a too complicated, hiring process, interviewing, etc. You can just do like a video call, like you can just call them on Telegram, or like do like a Google Meet or whatever. This is the first thing that you can do, okay? If you are doing it with your network or even with random chatter, you don't need to overcomplicate the process. You can just make a video call. It takes like 3 minutes to see if a chatter is, I mean, obviously you need to know how to chat yourself. If you do not know how to chat yourself, it's useless. You have to train yourself how to chat, and then you can hire people, okay? That's how it works. It takes 3 minutes to see if the chatter is good for you, is good enough or not, okay? Then when you have 10, 15, 20 different people, then it's taking a lot of time to schedule the call, which one you want to interview first, etc., etc. Okay, so what you're going to do to organize and select the chatter without having to do an interview for each and every one of them, you will do a Google form. It's that simple. Okay, so as you can see, this is what information you need to get. Okay, so you need to get their email so you can contact them by email, because when you ask for their Telegram, sometimes they write complete shit, or maybe they do not even have Telegram. So you want to have their email as well. Okay, so email, Telegram, their PC setup. They need to tell you what kind of PC setup they have, because some they will say, yeah, if you hire from the Philippines or other third country, they will say, yeah, I have a phone or whatever. If they have a phone, obviously it's not gonna work. Okay, what country they are living, okay, why you should hire him. If he doesn't even know how to answer that, then it's useless to try to hire him. Yeah, then he needs to explain the basic steps of a sale. If he have no idea of how to sell, or he do something completely trash, it's going to take you too long to try to train him, like from basically being completely trash to being good. Okay, then you need to put them through like a scenario, okay, like a real life conversation, okay, real life scenario that he would encounter on OnlyFans, for example. So the model say, here's the last video I just made for you, where I have a 5-minute orgasm. I put like a price $80 for this video. You will not be disappointed, believe me. And the customer say, no, it's way too much. This is a sales objection that happened in like 80% of the conversation. You will see how he answers to that, even if you do not have trained him first. Again, if he answers something that is completely dumb, do not waste time with this chatter. You are going to just waste your time, basically. Okay, scenario number 2. The client say, I'm masturbating, thinking about you. Okay, this you put this in the Google form. Okay, with the scenario and the guy that apply, he answer, continue the conversation. Okay, so the client say, I'm masturbating, thinking about you. What does the model, so what does the chatter should answer? Same, if they answer a complete random stuff, it means that they are too dumb. Do not waste your time. And if it's good enough, then it's good enough, it's perfect, you can go. And then if all of that is good, then you can basically interview them. And this is what we are going to talk about in the module number 14 in just a minute. So welcome to module number 16, how to train your chatter. This is very important. Whatever, if it's a chatter that have experience or no experience, you still need to train them, because you cannot think that they are going to do good without you training them. It's not happening. You cannot just put a chatter on an account and expect him to do good. It doesn't work like that, sadly. So we are getting to the heart of the matter. It's where the war happened. Basically, knowing how to chat is one thing, okay? Knowing how to recruit a chatter is one thing, is another, but knowing how to pass your knowledge on a chatter is another thing that is quite hard to do, okay? This is why it's a struggle that all the agencies, all the models are having, and that's why you're looking at this video. So you would tell me, what's the solution, okay? How to do it, okay? You need to set up like your own chatting course within your own agency with your own process, okay? And that's why you have this course. You can just basically reproduce what I do. Everything I've taught you in this course, you need to structure it according to obviously your needs, to your budget, to your knowledge, etc. And create your own training course. You can't accept to just tell some stuff, random stuff of the chatter and expect him to follow it. You need proper documents, proper training that you are going to give to the, to the chatters. But do not expect the chatter to just look at your training and just apply it, okay, perfectly. It doesn't work like that. Again, I know it's quite sad. Even if you do like a course or whatever, just videos, and even an evaluation at the end, you will realize it's completely different what they do like in a course, for example, or like a written evaluation, than what they are actually doing with the chats in front of a real customer that say some like random stuff, and they need to adapt to reply fast, still follow your training. It's completely different, okay? So that's why I say here, there is a world of difference between theory and practice on the actual OnlyFans account. So you tell me, okay, but how do I do then? What's the solution? And I'm going to give it to you. Have a dedicated trainer in your agency, or if you do not have, it will be yourself, to help the chatter learn the course and apply the course that you put in, okay? All the processes, okay? Obviously, it's very hard to do this and at the same time do the marketing, and at the same time managing the model, whatever. It's hard as fuck, okay? That's why I have a chatting agency, and that's why I have a lot of clients that completely outsource the chatting, because they do not want to have to deal with it, okay? And there is lots of agencies, they don't even realize that their chatting is complete shit and that they are wasting time and money on that, okay? What you need is basically HR, like resource in your company, someone that will manage the chatter, that will train them, monitor them, etc. Okay, obviously this person needs to be, I'm covering everything. Obviously this person needs to be very experienced and know exactly what you want your chatter to do, okay? So what happened next? Of course, okay, it doesn't stop there. So just let me like read this, because it's quite funny. You cannot put like a chatter on an account and praying that it will be good enough. Okay, it doesn't work like that, sadly. Okay. So now you have a chatter, you have a course, and you even have someone or yourself that is training the chatter. Okay, before they go on an account. But then what happened next? Okay, and I'm going to tell you what happened next. It will be about how to monitor your chatter, okay? Because you have to do a daily monitoring, okay? Nightly monitoring is the same at night if you have a 24/7 chatting, and obviously that's not an easy task, okay? You have to see the chatter as like a 2 years old like child, or just like a McDonald's employee. You cannot leave them for 2 hours and expect them to do good, because they They don't give a shit about your account or your company as long as they are kind of earning money. And you'll be surprised at the lack of seriousness of even like US chatter or UK chatter, and obviously of Filipinos chatter or just people like working for you as a VA. It's incredible how not serious they can be. So in the next module, I'm going to show you exactly how to monitor your chatter, how to track them, and how to do all of that. So see you in the next module. So welcome to module number 16, how to monitor your chatter. As I said in the last module, it's one thing to have chatter, it's one thing to train them, but then it's a completely other task to actually monitor them on the account day and night, every single day, okay? You have to think about chatters as like a 2-year-old that you cannot leave by himself for more than 2 hours, or like a McDonald's employee. If they are left unsupervised, like it's going to be a mess very quick. And I worked at McDonald's, so I can tell you exactly how it goes when there is no manager. They don't care, they take like break, they have fun, etc. You have to know, like, if they are just like a chatter, basically, it's for a reason. Okay, they are not like autonomous or like self-managed. They obviously lack seriousness, otherwise they would just be like a manager of their own agency, okay, or already like a chatter manager or something else. Okay, so I'm going to tell you how to monitor them. The best stuff that you can use is Discord, because they can share their screen like live. It's completely free, it doesn't use a lot of resources, okay? Obviously, you have tons of other paid solution that I already tried, but to be honest, I just prefer to go with the free version that is scalable a lot, okay? At first, you will just manage and monitor the chatter yourself, but quickly you won't be able to do it properly, because then you have to go to sleep and then you don't know the quality of the chatter, you don't know if he stopped chatting for like 30 minutes, making you lose money, etc., if he missed sub, whatever, and you do not know if he's scamming on your account, redirecting some customers outside of OnlyFans. You cannot know it because you sleep at night, for example. If you use a chatting agency, like mine, for example, we have managers that manage like the teams every single minute at night, day, whatever, okay? Each shift, not every day, not every, like each shift, you need to analyze your chatter performance and give them feedback of what they need to improve, okay? You can base your like criteria on sales, number of messages, like the answer, like rate, like the delay they have, the level of English, like whatever you want to base on, and you need to give them feedbacks right during the shift, okay, or right after the shift. If they send a mass message on time, do they do follow-up messages? Do they welcome the sub well on the account? Do they report information to build the client avatar? Are they really following the script? Are they following the pricing chart? All this type of stuff, you need to look at it every shift, obviously, okay? You need to understand that a chatter will never improve on its own, okay? It needs to have a manager that points the mistake and make sure they improve on that, okay? Of course, you will never be able to do all this job by yourself, because you have to sleep at night and because you basically are supposed to manage the model and do the marketing. So quickly, we need to hire a manager, okay? To take care of that for yourself, or hire a chatting agency, okay? So see you guys in the next module, and I'm going to tell you exactly how to hire a manager and when to hire a manager, okay? So in this video, we are going to talk about how to hire a manager, okay? As I told you in the past module, to have a chatter, okay, to have a manager, you need to be a manager yourself first. How are you going to teach someone what he needs to do if you do not even know what a manager must be doing? Okay, it's not possible. So you have two choices. One, internal promotion, okay, or two, basically external hiring. Okay, you can either take a chatter, put him to manager, or take a guy that is already a manager or a chatter in another agency and then bring it to your agency. Okay, but he doesn't have a work at the moment. You know, you have to have like $500 to $1,500 to invest. If you do not have that, do not think that you can hire any good quality manager. And trust me, it's better to have a good quality manager, okay, than having or having like no manager, than having like a trash manager that is wasting your time. Trust me, I've done that. It is the worst thing that you can do. So unless you have unlimited budget, you can only hire a manager when your business is profitable after you have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chatters. Okay, so at first it's very hard because you have to basically be the manager yourself. So you're going to be the manager of the chatter, but at the same time you're going to do the marketing, but at the same time you're going to manage the model. Very, very hard thing to do, especially if you have 24/7 chatting. Okay, if you do the manager yourself, it's going to eat your brain and take all your time very, 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 very fast. Okay? So the best thing that you can do if you have a 1, 2, or 3 chatter, you can just take the best chatter, okay, and try to put him as manager / trainer, okay? But be careful, to be a manager, you need to have the right profile, like the right mind, the psychology, okay, the good mindset. You cannot have a manager that usually is a chatter and count every single minute he do, and if he stop at 4 p.m. he stop exactly at 4 p.m. He must be able to do more hours, to be very like invested with you, etc. A few tips. Okay, and obviously he needs to have the right mindset and the right type of guy. Okay, if he has no authority and he is not autonomous at all, he won't do shit. Okay, believe me, I already made that mistake. I hired the wrong guy and it was a fucking waste of time and a waste of money. You need to hire the right profile. Another thing is, always hire someone that is already experienced but working with you for weeks or months. Okay, you cannot take a chatter that did like 3 days with you and try to put him as manager. It's way too risky. They can scam you. They will do like maybe a shit job. Sorry, I'm in front of it. So that's obviously something that you do not want to be doing. Okay. You can also hire a manager externally. Okay. It can be like just a chatter that is motivated and you train him as a manager, or you take a guy that was a manager in an agency and bring him into your agency. The problem is the risk of scam is very, 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 very high and you are not letting him work. So what you can do is that you just take a manager, say, hey, you're going to do a few weeks. If you do a few weeks as a chatter in your agency, then you can put him like as a manager. Okay? But again, hiring a manager externally is very, very, very risky. I do not advise you to do that. Okay, so to recruit a chatter, it's best to take from your own company, like the best chatter, for example, because he will be the best to train your chatters. Okay, and preferably a chatter who has been in you for several weeks, months, to avoid scam. Okay. And obviously he needs to have the right profile. The manager in the long term should be able to recognize what chatter needs to be like retrained, etc., or what chatter is just fucking bad and needs to be fired. Okay, so he needs to have the balls to fire a chatter. Obviously he asked you before, but you see what I mean. Okay, obviously if you do not want to waste your time with that and focus on the marketing, focus on bringing subs, you can always use a chatting agency. All right, So see you guys in the next module. So pretty interesting module we're about to cover. It's about planning. I will plenty of questions about that, and I spent months basically developing like the perfect planning. And what's the answer? There is no perfect planning. It depends on your needs. Okay, so having a stable schedule like planning is essential. Okay, if a chatter cannot fit into your schedule, do not work with them. It's a waste of time. Okay, never hire a chatter that is working for another agency. It's the worst thing to do, because obviously their mind will be split, and trust me, a lot of chatters try to do that and you don't even know it. Okay, if possible, never hire a chatter who can only work like for a few hours per week. It's same, it's a waste of time. You have to train them, it's not stable, it's not something that I recommend. Okay, if you see the slightest red flag, okay, of a chatter, poor education, or like he talk like really bad, no respect, whatever, he can be like a scammer or something like that. If he cannot like fit into your planning, just move on. Okay, there is a chatter on the market. Do not go and try to waste your time with random chatters. And knowing that if you have bad chatters, it's not the fault of the chatter that is bad, it's your fault. Your hiring process is bad. Okay, so you have several solutions for the planning, but there is no best solution. All the planning has like pros and cons, and I'm going to explain. Okay, in the beginning, when you are just starting, you can obviously just chat yourself. Okay, and then you will hire like a guy from your network that can do some of the most important hours in the evening, for example. Okay, so at first there is no planning, it's not a problem, because you have a very small business. Okay, and small business is not perfect at first, and it doesn't need to be. For example, from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m., for example. But soon you will need 24/7 fast, because otherwise you're just sleeping on a lot of money. So, few solution. There is more to that, but I don't want to give you too much stuff. Okay, and all of the planning, I tried everything. Okay, I'm in this business for almost 3 years now. Trust me, I had the time to test everything, and this is also based on where your chatter are from and your needs. Solution 1, 12-hour shift. Okay, it's good for third world country. It's people that are used to like work in the mines or in the field, but really it's not a joke or whatever. It's the reality still in 2024. It's in their like culture. So online it's kind of the same. They prefer to do 10-12-hour shift. Okay, and I did polls on hundreds of chatter that I manage multiple time. Most of them, they prefer 12-hour shift. You can say yes, but maybe it's not optimal for the work. Okay, but it's a different culture, and obviously they have a lot of like rest days. Okay, so they can be 100% for 12 hours and then have like 2 rest days. And trust me, a lot of them they like it. Okay. Solution number 2, 8-hour shift. Perfect for US or UK people, or for example French chatter, like 8 hours as well, because it's in their culture, it's in their nature. Okay, they that's what they know. Okay, that's the normal shift. You can also do 6-hour shift, good for like English students, or if you do not even have like 24 hours, you can have 6-hour shift. Okay, usually we do 12-hour shift with 3 rest days. Okay, 8-hour shift, 2 rest days. 6-hour shift, you have 2 rest day or 1 rest day. Or you have the next planning, which is the solution number 4. Okay, that I already tried. Flexible, it's YOLO. Okay, basically you have a planning on like Google Calendar, for example, and each chatter will put their own hours into the planning. Okay, and this means that they are basically going to have their own planning, and obviously then they need to stick to the planning. Okay, if they cannot if, for example, they say, yeah, Saturday I work from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. If they wrote that on Wednesday, but on Saturday they are not showing up on the actual shift, okay, on the actual account, then they do not have the rights anymore to put their own hours. It's done. There is only the spots left that you can assign, and the other chatter that are really, that have a stable planning, they always show up, then they can still pick their hours. So this can be really good when you're first starting with like chatter from the US, etc., etc. All right, so that's about it for the planning. Do not need to complicate it more than that. I already told you a lot. So welcome back to module number 19 about chatter payments. Okay, you have basically like 3 different options, even though for me option number 1 or option number 2 is the best one. There are like huge number of possibilities depending on your budget, the amount of model you have, and the level of chatter you want, and the country you're hiring your chatters. Okay, I'm just going to give you a few solutions that works. Okay, solution number 1 is about percentage only, between 5 to 20%. It all depends on the size of your account and the level of the chatter, and also the percentage that you have on your own model. Okay, obviously if you have 50%, you have less money to spend than if you have like 80% on your model. Okay, solution number 2, you have and the thing is about the solution number 1, when you have like percentages only, the chatter will be highly motivated to make sales. Okay, but they will not be motivated at all to do to just do casual conversation, following all the process, because all they care about is money now. And now the money this customer will continue to make in 2 weeks or months is money now. So it's not the best way, because they are just going to go for the sales. Okay, it's a good thing, but it's the bad thing at the same time. Solution number 2, you have salary per hour and percentages. For me, this is one of the best solution. Okay, because you have 2 things. You have the fact that you're able to follow process, still build relationship, okay, with your customer, and that's what you want, because it's hard to bring subscriber. You want them to do the best quality as possible. Okay, and at the same time, they have a percentage commission on each sales they do, so they are motivated as well to do more sales. Okay, so this is very, very good. If you're hiring like Filipinos, you can pay them like $3 plus like 5%, something like that. And obviously this is not the overall price, because you also need the price to hire the chatter, the price to train the chatter, the cost of the managers, the cost of the software, etc. So don't think you're just going to pay that, but at least you have some of the typical pricing you have to have a performing Filipino. For English native speaking speaker, $5, 5%. That's the usual base that I recommend you to go for if you want performing chatters. The last one is salary per hour only. Filipino, I put like $4. It's like 3.5 to 4, but the thing is, like, below that you will have trash chatter, and it's just not worth it to bring subs to then have like shit chatter ruining the account and not making enough money per subscriber that you bring on the account. For native English, $8 to $10 is the average pay if you want to have good one. If you want to have shit one, you can try to pay less than that, but it's very hard. Okay, the thing with the dollar only, it's fixed cost, so it's easy for you to know exactly how much you pay and how much you're going to pay. But the thing is, they are not motivated to make sales at all. Okay, that's the problem of the solution number 3. The other stuff that you can do is percentages only and dollar per hour. Okay, plus adding another commission based on objective. For example, yeah, if we reach like 5K this week, you're all going to get this amount, but it's kind of biased because it depends on the model of the number of subs that the model that the account gain. It's kind of hard to do, okay, and the chatter doing a night shift is not going to do the same money as a chatter doing like you know, day shift, so kind of hard to do. Now how to actually pay the chatter, there is not much to say about that. Bank transfer, okay, with an invoice, etc., if you have a real company, or crypto, because it's instant and you do not have to do invoice, etc., etc. For the crypto, you can just have like a Binance or whatever, or a Trust Wallet, and send it directly, okay, and that's about it. If you have problem for payment, you do not want to deal with that with the chatter, etc., you know, you can just use a chatting agency like mine, okay. It's very simple and we take care of everything. So I hope that you liked the everything that I taught you, okay. And if you have questions, I can always do like, you know, some live calls, etc., to answer all of your questions. So see you guys in the next video.
Hello, I'm Stephen, and I am going to talk to you about some of the operational elements of running your business. Specifically, I'm going to talk to you about the operational elements of running your sales and service business. Sales and service being the chatting element of your agency. Now, I call it sales and service because sales and service is what actually it does. It doesn't just provide chatting. For me, it provides a sales service and it provides an actual administration service as well. So I'm going to break this down into 3 specific scenarios for you, each of them development of the next. We're going to talk about beginner agencies, then we're going to talk about intermediate, and then we'll talk about advanced agencies and the management structures that apply to those agencies effectively. So we'll kick right off. I'm going to lean heavily into the whiteboard on this one because it's the best tool for it. So let's imagine then, first of all, right, you started your agency, you're getting active, you're in the chat environment now, you're starting to make bread. You're chatting though, right, and you're asking yourself the question, well, what am I supposed to do here? Like, I've got traffic, I'm making money, but I can't do anything else now because my account requires constant attention. This is when you should start to hire chatters. Now, I'm not going to delve into the hiring process in itself, right, too much, because that's a whole subject in and of itself, but you're looking for chatters wherever you can find them. There are a variety of places you can look, but mostly speaking, you want to get somebody in who has a reasonable amount of acumen in the space. That doesn't mean experience. What I mean by that is you're asking yourself, does this person know how to speak English properly? Can they have an actual conversation? And if the answer to that question is yes, then you've hired your first chatter. There they are, on the board. First chatter. He's got a happy, smiley face. They're active, they're in the account, they're making money on the business, everybody's winning. It's a great time. From there, you then ask yourself, right, so how do I upskill this individual? How do I make them fit my business? And this is the baseline for all of the things you will do in the future. So we're talking about training here. We're asking ourselves questions like, right, would I actually need the chatter to do? Because chatting is like, you're saying, oh, right, they're chatting, they're talking to the customer, they're talking to the sub, they're taking money for the product that's being sold. It's simple, right? But then there are layers and complexities to that. Like, is the chatter then going to be making up scripts? Are they then going to be doing advanced concepts like creating customs? Are they going to be building relationships with the individual? There are loads of things you can have the chatter do, and you need to understand ultimately, well, which of those things are they going to do? What am I going to teach them to do? And also ask yourself, what are they naturally good at? Observe the person that works in your business and ask yourself, is this person good at a specific thing? Are they really good at sexting? Are they really good at making up stories? Are they really good at just building a relationship and having a one-to-one with somebody? Like, observe their actual skill set and lean into that. Because by understanding what they're strong in, you can then enhance the stuff they're not as strong in and tailor your training towards the individual in that. That's going to build up the baseline for all of the training material you do. And I would strongly encourage you to have that across a variety of different mediums. We're talking about having it written down in a standard operating procedure. You want to have it in video format like this, where you're telling them, right, this is what to do, this is how to go about it. Join those two formats together. Have your standard operating procedure delivered as a video as well. You can have tests. You can have all sorts of, you can have live training where you do it on the job and you walk through stuff and test it in that live environment. There's tons of ways to deliver your training. But keep it broad and keep it accessible to as many people as possible. That's absolutely critical. Now, you've got one charter, right? Everything's going well. You still need to run a 24-hour service. So ultimately, you need to build up to 3 charters. There we go. We've got 3 chart people in the environment now. They're all having a great time, right? Everybody's chatting. 3 charters at 8 hours each is enough to run a 24-hour service, right? You've ran 8 hours a day, now you've got a 24-hour service. That's happening in your life, right? So that's enough for a handful of models. People often ask me, how many models should a charter service? And I don't talk about how many models they should specifically service, because that's not actually a good metric or measure to understand. But more importantly, I ask myself, how many actions per hour can an individual execute? Now, I estimate that roughly they can do about 200 to 250 actions per hour, right? So we'll put that up, 200 to 250 actions per hour. Now, with that in mind, that tells you that the baseline is about 1,600 actions per shift. So then you need to look at the model themselves, the actual client that you're servicing, and ask, how many actions per minute, per hour does that individual require? If it's a big account making 100k a month, it requires hundreds of actions an hour, because it's going to be busy, there's going to be a lot of conversation happening, there's going to be a lot of stuff going on. If, however, it's a quieter account, it may only need a handful of actions per hour, so you can have a charter look at a lot of those accounts at the same time. Like, if you have like a bunch of accounts and they only require, 3 or 4 actions per hour, theoretically, a single charter could look at about 15, 20 of those accounts on a shift at any given time, because there isn't a lot of action happening, there isn't a lot of stuff going on, not a lot of complex conversation, not a lot of complex sales occurring. However, if you've got big accounts, you need to be telling yourself, right, well, charters need to be active on those accounts and they need to be focused in. Those customers are coming thick and fast. There's a lot of them. They have a whole variety of demands. Like, they're variable requests. They want customs. They want to be scripted. They want to have video calls. They want everything, right? And you need to be able to handle that demand across the board and get on the attack constantly with a variety of different service provisions, which is why you should have a charter looking at that on their own. You shouldn't have a charter looking at that and looking at another account of the same size, because it will ultimately harm the business. So then, as you grow from beginner to what we'll call intermediate, let's say you've got a handful of clients and they're all doing well now. Let's say they're doing 20 to 30k a month. You maybe only want a charter looking at 2 of those accounts at the same time, and maybe a couple of smaller ones. You've only got 3 charters. So now you need to ask yourself, right, well, how many charters do I need to service that? You maybe need 3 more. Maybe you need 2 teams, right? We've got this, this, and this, right? Cool. So you've got charters that have been with you for a while, and then you've got charters that are brand new into the business. So they're dealing with your smaller accounts because they're still training. These guys here, they're long term in your business. They know what they're doing. They're helping you out. They know your clients. They know the customers. They know how to act in the business. They know what is going on. So you look at that and you say, right, these guys can train the new guys that are coming in. You give them a little bit of bonus. You give them a little bit of benefit for doing so. Maybe you make them a training manager. Maybe you make them a chatting manager. What does that actually mean, though, for your operation? Because as you scale horizontally and you get lots of models, you then need to ask yourself the question, at this intermediate level, like, how many charters do I actually need? Drive it back to that question. How many actions per hour am I executing? And if I take on a new model, how many actions per hour are they likely to require based on their revenue position? Once you know that information, you can then scale your chat operation out so that you have hundreds of charters, thousands of charters potentially. And in your original charters, you want to be upskilling those guys, making them into managers where it's appropriate. Remember, though, that not all good charters become good managers. Some people are only good at selling. They're not good at coaching training. So you need to keep an eye on that. What does that fall back to? The initial point I made, looking at their strengths and weaknesses. If you make them a manager and they're not strong in one of the areas where you need them to be, then work with them on that, upskill them, train them. No one is good at the job when they start. Everyone is promoted to the point of incompetence ultimately. And that's an actual thing that happens everywhere. It's not just in this industry, it's in every industry. People get promoted to incompetence until you fix it. And you can always fix incompetence because you can always train it out of them. So if you make someone a manager, then great. You've got managers now looking after your chatters. You look after these guys, they look after these guys. But let's say you're at this advanced level, right? You're making, 200, 300, 400, 500k a month, right? You're a $500,000 a month agency. What does your chat operation look like then? It looks like this. There are chatters everywhere. There are hundreds of them, right? Boom, boom. There are buckets of these guys and girls, 2024, right? Hundreds of them. And you still get this initial layer of individuals in your business. They're here looking after that top end. Now you've got line-ins happening all over the place. Managers everywhere. They're looking after all sorts of stuff. There's tons happening. Chats everywhere, clients everywhere, making money constantly. Every second of the day you're making dollars. And it's because of the structure that you've created where you have managers from your basic level, feeding into intermediate people that you hired before, that then feeding into these new teams that you're constantly developing out. And that then allows you to ask yourself questions like, where does my quality layer come in? How do I handle that on a daily basis? Who manages who? How many heads per manager, etc., etc. So I'll give you some breakdown stats. I'll give you some of the numbers that I use. For every manager that exists, they will manage 10 people, maximum. A 10-to-1 ratio is about right. So for every chat manager, they will have 10 chatters underneath them. And for every senior chat manager, they will manage 5 chat managers because that relationship is more complex. They've got more to do, they've got more data to do. What is each role responsible for, you might ask? Well, let's talk about that. The chatters are obviously responsible for chatting. They're there making money, they're getting that dollar per hour value, driving your business forward. Managers, for me, they're quality people. They're making sure that the chatters are active on shift, they're actually doing things properly, they're making sure that your processes are followed, they're making sure that stuff's going the way it's supposed to go in order for you to get the outcome you're looking for. And these senior managers, what do? They make sure that works. You're probably sitting there saying to yourself, this sounds like you're spending a lot of money and not getting a whole lot of value out of these people because they don't actually generate money. These guys are generating all the cash. These guys make it scalable and effective. If you don't have management layers in place, you cannot control your chat environment at this scale. If you've got 50 chatters, you literally cannot scale your business and not have managers in it. If you don't have management structures in place, your business will collapse aggressively and painfully, and you'll be standing there with no clients at the end of the month, you won't be getting paid, you'll be broke, and well, I mean, that's a disaster and that's not what we want. So let's summarise, right? If we're talking about operations and we're talking about scaling your chat business, as a beginner, start here. Hire a handful of chatters, get 1, 2, 3 on, make sure you can service a 24-hour shift. You want at least 3 bodies to service a 24-hour shift, in my opinion. You could do 2 12-hour shifts and have 2 bodies, but obviously if you have 3 bodies, you spread the risk a little bit more. Once you've done that and you start to get a bit more intermediate, ask yourself, how many actions per hour am I using? How many things happen on that shift? You can track this in your CRMs, inflow, that sort of vibe, right? Once you know that you're breaching the 200 action per hour limit, you need to start thinking about bringing in other chatters. Make the chatters you have managers. Bring in other chatters to service the business. Keep building layers on top of layers until you hit this advanced level where you've got dozens of clients and hundreds of chatters to service them, with a quality management in the middle that you've hand-reared with your training, with your setup, with all your business experience, being led by some of the most original people in your business. And that structure is the structure I use even today to run a 7-figure business. It has never failed me yet. I do not believe it's going to fail me in the future. And if you stick to this sort of formula, you cannot lose. Hopefully that was helpful.
Right, so I want to show you how an OnlyFans management chatting team makes $32,000 in a day, right? So I'm going to break down exactly how we've made $32,000 today from our chatting alone, right? So yeah, let's just break it down. These guys are popping off right now. They want to do it 35k. The target's only 30k. These guys want to hit 35k, but I think they're going to miss it because there's only There's only 30 minutes left, so they would have to find 2.5k in 30 minutes, which would be interesting if they did it. We'll see what they do. They'll probably do another count just before 12 or just after. Or, but yeah, these guys have smashed it. They $32,000 so far in 23 and a half hours. It's not even a full day yet. And I want to show you and break down exactly how we did this and how you can implement this too, because I've never seen anyone else talk about this in this industry. And this is honestly one of like the keys to our success in terms of chatting. And I just don't see anyone else even having chatting like we have. When I've been posting about this on my story today, everyone's been like, how the fuck are your chatters like that? Like how are they on, like, look at these guys, they're on smoke. Everyone's like, how are your chatters like that? It's like, I'm going to break down how we actually are able to sort of like cultivate this environment, right? Now, the first thing is we treat our chatters like a sales team, right? So we've invested over $50,000 in sales training, like real good sales training from some of the top salespeople in the game, like Mike Barron and all these kinds of like 8-9 figure entrepreneurs, right? And we've bought a ton of sales training, and we have tailored that sales training to our chatting training, right? So we have what we built is called our Chatting Academy. And this is specifically for our chatters, like we don't sell this or anything, but we've built like a Chatting Academy. And what that is all the sales training that we've bought, all the knowledge we've accumulated from that, we've mixed that in with our chatting strategies and mixed it in with this industry. And we've sort of got like a hybrid that we put our chatters through to train, right? So the training is a very key aspect, and also the hiring process, right? So with our hiring process, we're looking for unicorns, right? Each of these people are unicorns. Like, these people are all goated. They're all very good at what they do. And it's hard to find these people, right? And how we've been able to do this is because when we're at the next stage of our agency, where we're looking to hire chatters, what we'll do is we've got a hiring VSL, which is just like a 15-minute Loom video where I'm talking through what exactly this role is, what they'll get from working with us, why they want to work with us, and I'm really selling them on why they should work with us and why they should trust me and why they would want to work with us long term. It's really a sales video where I'm like, people forget this, right? They hire people and think, yeah, I'm giving them a job, so they should want to work with me. But that's not how you do it. You need to always be selling the people that work for you. Like, all these guys that work for us, we're still selling them on a daily. We're selling them just as much as they're selling fucking simps on our models, right? So like, you've got to sell your team on the vision and on the purpose and the core values of the company, and you've got to build that strong foundation and strong culture, and that's how you get a sales team that goes out and fucking smashes 32k in a day, right? And we might hit even more. We might hit that 35k by the end of the day, like I said. So the way we do this is our hiring process. So when we hire, we have a talent acquisition funnel where we put out feelers for chatters, whether I use my personal brand, whether we use like our agency connections, whether we're sending this hiring VSL, we're getting it out there, right? We're getting eyes on it. We're trying to get as many people to apply for the chatting role as possible, right? So let's just say we have, 50 people apply, right? What we will then do is those 50 people that apply will have watched that hiring VSL that I've made, selling them on why they should work with us and what they get. Then at the bottom of that VSL is a form that they will have to fill out. Then based on the answers on that form, and also on that form, they have to submit a Loom video where they take a video of themselves explaining why we should pick them, what they bring to the table, why they want to work for us, why they think they'd be a good fit, and we get them to sell themselves to us, right? So then me and my team will go through all those 50 applicants, and let's just say we pick 20 of the best ones. What we'll then do is take those 20 people through a 2-week, 6 days a week intensive training, and that's through our Chatting Academy. And then at the end of those 2 weeks, that's completely free. Like, we don't pay them. It's just they have to go through this training for free if they want to work for us 6 days a week for at least 90 minutes a day, right? So we take them through the Chatting Academy. Once they've gone through the Chatting Academy and they've got this certification, right, then we will give them all KPIs, our standard KPIs, and they need to hit those KPIs within 2 weeks. So then we set them off for 2 weeks, put them on accounts, and then they're chatting for 2 weeks and we're tracking their KPIs. If any of them go 2 days without hitting KPIs, we instantly just call them, give them an option to leave, and we'll figure out what's going on. If in that 3rd day they don't hit it, they're gone. But within that 2-week trial period of the 20 people that we've hired, put through training and are now trying to hit those KPIs, we'll usually, out of every 5 people, we'll have 1 superstar. So usually every 5 people that we hire, put through the training and, have 2 weeks to hit their KPIs, usually only 4 out of those 20 people will actually hit their KPIs every single day and even exceed them, right? Those 4 people are ultimately, after the 2 weeks trial, the 4 people that we take on. We cut the other 16 people, and we have a really higher fire, rapid iteration sort of process to find the best talent, right? Now, so, again, walking you through that process, right? We hire those 20 people, take them through 2 weeks of training, give them 2 weeks to hit their KPIs. Usually we'll only then pick 4 people out of the 20 people that actually hit their KPIs day in, day out. We'll run with those, we'll keep training them, we'll put them on our accounts, and then we'll get them involved. And then the main thing, and this is where we're able to do, after the training aspect of things, right? What we're doing is gamifying and incentivizing the chatting, right? So as you can see here, right, this is our main chat, right? So we have day shift, night shift, and we have the money team, what we call, right? So our day shift is like a long shift, so it's like a 12-hour shift, and this is what we call our long distance team. Then we have a night shift, which is our 8-hour shift, and these are our medium distance team and middle distance team. And then we have our sprinters, which is our money team, which only do a 4-hour shift. They work from 8 to 12, right? And they our money team, they're going to drain people. They our best of the best, right? So our 12-hour team is usually the newer people, mixed in with a couple good people that have been with us for a while. Then our 8-hour team is usually, again, they're obviously all good. Our 8-hour team is different. Then our money team only works 4 hours a day, and they are our best of the best. They crush, right? And the reason we do 4 hours is because it's hyper concentrated for 4 hours, and we know that they're just going to milk people, right? So if we look at today, ignore the graphic, the VA on my account obviously forgot to update the date on the graphic. But as you can see, right, 18th of November, start the day with a count, right? Count means whenever one of the chatters say count, the VA on my account will send an update of what the daily target and how close we're getting to that daily target, right? And this just gamifies it, right? And now also bear in mind, we're able to cultivate this environment because we incentivize the team. I'm going to get into that in a little bit, but I just want to show you through the chat first to give you an understanding of how we do things, right? So boom, count, we're at 0, right? We just started the shift, new day, 12:01, right? So within 2 minutes, all these obviously collected $69, right? And now you can see, boom, boom, boom. Yo everyone, we've smashed it all week. If we hit our target as a team today, then steak dinner's on me at your favorite steakhouse, right? So this is what we call a spiff of the day, like a team spiff, right? And this is our weekly thing. So obviously today it is Saturday. It's the end of the week, right? So I'm yo guys, we've done super well all week. And this is just a little bonus at the end of the week, a little incentive, something small. Sometimes we might give away movie tickets. It depends what it is, right? But this is just yo, I'll get you steak dinners on me if we hit our target today, right? Just a little incentive that gets everyone super hyped, right? Light work, easy, appreciate you, Dylan, let's go. So then 40 minutes into the day, count, we're at $730 for the day, right? Boom, 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 yes. An hour into the day, we're at 1.7K already, an hour into the day, right? Come on now, solid stuff, let's go. Count. An hour 40 into the day, we're at 2.8K, right? Keep up, money calling, milking a whale right now. Sheesh, come on, let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Count. So this is now 3 hours 30 into the day. We're at 5K, 3 hours and 30 minutes into the day, right? Let's go, good shit, boys. Off to print more cash. Let's go. Boom, boom, boom. Tip. You're a simp. You're a pimp. Blah, blah, blah. Tip. Another one. Count. Blast me. So 5 hours into the day, we're at 5.9K. Pump up the jam. Let's go. Yes, sir. Then at 8 o'clock, so 8 hours into the day, we're at 7.2K. Let's go. Then we're at 11K at 10 p.m. Then at 2 p.m., we're at 16K. Again, boom. 5:30, we're at $19,000 for the day just from messages and tips across all our models accounts. This is. Come on now, let's go. Well done, fellas. New set ready. Jack saying, boom, thanks, let's go. Count. So, count. It's $22,000 for the day at this point in time. This is 6:45 p.m. It's not even been 24 hours yet. Damn, you guys, even like, this is the environment we create, right? This guy's not even on shift and he's coming in saying like, damn, you guys are crushing it, because he's so involved in the game, because he wants to hit that 30K target, and it's a team game where he's like monitoring it to see, are they going to hit that 30K target? Because he's finished his shift, right? So again, boom, boom, keep crushing it. Target before 10, boom, boom, boom. Bless them, count. So everyone's like saying count at like 8 o'clock, count. 4 minutes later, VA sends, boom, 26K, right? Good shit. Sheesh, come on now. Easy. Everyone's active, right? Money team's in, right? 15 minutes, money team's in. Boom, 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 count 27K. Let's go. Everyone's active because Jack's added everyone. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone's active. Look at this environment, right? 28K at 9 p.m. These guys like meh. Like, look at this shit. Like, they're like meh for 28,000 in a day. Going back to work, cock teasing me. That's my job. 2.5 hours left. You got a guy in a script right now. Yeah, facts, back to work. Easy W. Again, boom, script. So at 9:31 p.m, sending in a script, $145 tip, boom, right? Like, they're just showing what they're doing. This guy, $200 tip, boom, boom, Gora. At 9 o'clock, they're like, oh, did we hit there? 29K, right? Fuck, so close, haha. Like, still got 2 hours to make $800. Yeah, true, peak time as well. Literally empty every, like, look at this shit. Look at this environment, right? Like, bankrupt, like, boom, boom, boom. Like, it's just a good, like, you can tell they enjoying work, right? Now this is wild, bro. What's this? Yeah, that's fucking wild. How I like subs to come in, boom, boom, boom. And then, boom, 30K, right? Everyone's like, count. Did we hit it? Boom, 30K. Sheesh, let's fucking go. Smashed it. Haha, we eat in tonight, baby. Rock it. Like, look at this culture. Like, this is, no one chats like this. Like, look at the shit. It's insane. Like, again, count, like, literally a couple minutes after. Obviously, they've only made an extra $400. Count again, like, they made an extra $400 again. You lot are active. Boom, boom, boom. And then, obviously, now you can see when at the start of this video is not, new set. I said, keep in targets like this. I'll be organising a trip to Dubai for you all. I think we'll hit this 35K target. Count. Let's see where you go. 32K. Adam. Okay, maybe not 35K. 30 more mins. Easy dubs. Regardless, we all killed it today. Blah blah blah. Look at the shit, right? So 20 minutes left of the day. We'll probably get another count now at around 12 o'clock and see what we hit. But we'll probably finish off the day around probably like 33K, I would guess, unless we do hit 35K, which, great. But this is how you cultivate a team, right? And this is what your chatting should look like, right? So like incentivizing a sales team effectively, like a chatting team is a sales team, and this way the majority of your revenue is going to come from. So you need to get this dialed in. And if your chatting doesn't look like this, then you're doing it wrong, right? Because this is the optimal way to chat, right? And incentivizing a sales team effectively, it requires a balanced approach. So now, all these people are not this hyped over a steak dinner, right? That's a small psychological incentive spiff of the day, right? Now, the reason they're so hyped is not only because it's a game and it's gamified, but they're hyped because we also set these guys individual targets and individual spiffs. Like, Adam's hitting these people up on the ones and being like, yo Ryan, like if you make like 4K today, I'll get you a Starbucks coffee for the next week, right? Like little things like that. And then also not only that, but the main reason they're incentivized is because if they hit their weekly targets and their monthly targets and goals, then they get big money bonuses, right? Like, I mean, big money bonuses. So they're all hyped for themselves. They're all hyped for the team. Like this little steak dinners and the movie tickets, the stuff like that is just a team game. Everyone's on the same mission. It's something small, but these guys are super motivated because they also have their own individual targets to hit and their own KPIs to hit. And if they hit them, then they get incentivized with different things. And knowing what each individual team member likes and wants is also key, because they're turning up to work the next day thinking, oh, if I hit my targets again, I wonder what I'll get as a bonus, right? Could be a steak dinner. Like, we've bought someone F1 tickets before because they're a big F1 fan and they were on smoke, hitting all their targets for weeks on end. Yo, bro, hit your targets this week. We got you on the F1 tickets. Boom, because the F1 was at where he was at. Boom, and he's getting F1 tickets, so they're excited, and it's a good environment to be in. I don't see anyone treating their chatters like this, right? You're either hiring fucking $3 an hour Philippine VAs, or you got in-house UK chatters and you don't know how to run a sales team, right? And it's as simple as that, right? And which is why we invested so much in sales training, right? So incentivizing a chatting team effectively, it requires a balanced approach that motivates individuals while fostering a sense of team collaboration, right? Using targets, goals, and spiffs, which is a sales performance incentive fund, right? Like the little steak dinner, the little Starbucks gift card, wherever it is, right? Movie tickets. It can be highly effective if implemented thoughtfully, right? So to actually implement, first you're going to need to set clear targets and goals, and making these graphics and stuff just makes that clearer and makes it more like a game, right? And cultivating the wolf's den makes it more fun, right? So setting clear targets and goals, also individual targets is going to be key, right? You want to set specific, measurable, and achievable targets that are also relevant and time bound, right? Targets for each chatter and targets for the team, and they should align with their abilities and growth potential, right? So you're going to have better chatters than others. So on the individual level, you're going to have to incentivize them differently, right? And this is going to make a huge difference in how they actually perform and how they stay motivated through their shifts, right? And we've done tons of testing. We've done 3 8-hour shift splits, and we're still testing. Now we're doing a 12, an 8, and a 4 split. Like, we're doing different things. We're always mixing it up and being mad scientists, right? It's about being a mad scientist and experimenting, right? But that's the first key, right? Now, with the spiff of the days and stuff like that, right, you just want to implement short-term incentives for achieving daily or weekly goals, right, or targets. And these can be very effective in boosting immediate performance and be tied to specific things, specific activities that they do. Like, for example, if they hit this amount in tips, or if they get this amount in messages, or whatever it is, right, you're going to incentivize them with little spiffs of the day, right? And you want to tailor those spiffs to your team's motivations, right? A steak dinner is just a nice one that we know everyone in the team likes because we've done it before. So a little steak dinner is something that works, right? And again, this could be monetary rewards. It could be time off, like extra time off. It could be public recognition if that's something that they like, right? Or other perks that resonate with your team, and that's something you need to find out, right? Now, something else to keep in mind with spiffs is that you want to ensure that the spiffs are awarded promptly after the achievement, right? So immediate rewards are going to have a stronger motivational impact, right? And then also those individual incentives are going to be key, like the commission structure, right? Having a clear and attractive commission structure is going to be a strong motivator, and you want to also consider like tiered commissions to incentivize higher sales, and base salaries if they're hitting their KPIs, and all these different things that you can do. Is obviously you want to test and experiment and run that play, right? And also, again, like non-monetary rewards as well can also work, like recognizing achievements with like opportunities for professional development. You know, if there's something that someone else, like understanding what people want, right? Like there's a chatter in our team that is like really passionate about starting his own like sort of clothing line one day. So, you know, I will help him when I got time on that side of things, right? On how you're going to build that from my experience, right? So just like with marketing and stuff like that. So like doing little things like that, like non-monetary rewards, like maybe giving an hour or 2 hours up of my time to go and help him with his clothing brand and give some advice, or connect him with some people that have been successful in clothing brands. Little things like that, just seeing your team win, right? And understanding that it's not their sole life purpose to work for you. You have to understand what they want and where they want to go in their lives, and understand they're not going to work for you forever. You've got to let people go regardless how good they are, and just letting them fly, letting them do their own thing, but also being a good leader is going to be super key for you to actually run a successful chatting team that does 30k days on the daily, right? So that's going to be super key. And again, it goes back as well to personal incentives, like understanding what motivates each individual team member, right? Some might value flexible working hours, some might value remote work, some might value or appreciate opportunities of advancement, some might value just straight physical things like gift cards and stuff like that. You need to figure out what makes each individual in your team tick and incentivize them personally, and that's how you're going to cultivate an environment like this, right? And then again, you're going to have team-based incentives, whether it's profit sharing or team bonuses, like big money team bonuses if they hit their monthly targets or if they hit their goals and exceed their targets. And that's just going to encourage team members to support each other and work towards a common goal. And then also having team building activities, like rewarding the team with outings or activities. Like a lot of our team are UK based. We actually still have like 2 or 3 Filipino chatters that have been with us for a long time. They're absolute killers, and it's very hard to find them. And most of our team are UK people, and so like, you know, organizing a team day out and activities and all that go a long way, right? And that's why I said, like, yo, like I dropped a little hint, like, yo, you guys keep crushing 30k days, I'll be organizing a fucking Dubai trip for all of us soon, right? So it's it's the experience, it's the lifestyle they're getting, right, for doing these tasks, right? So that only not serves as an award, but also helps in building a strong, more cohesive team, because you become good friends, right? And that's going to be key. Now, you're also going to want to monitor everything that happens, right? You want to get feedback, you want to get regular reviews from your team, regularly review performance, and then also provide people with constructive feedback, right? And Adam's doing all this behind the scenes and running these chatting teams. But this is just going to help keeping the team aligned with their goals, right? And then again, be prepared to adjust targets. If you've set a target at 30k day and our team stop hitting 30k days now for the next week, we'll readjust the target, right? To actually, because we don't want it to seem unattainable, but we also don't want it to seem too easy. And the goal is to keep the team challenged and not discouraged, right? So that's something key as well. Like, you don't want to set stuff you know you can't hit, and also make sure that the target's going up. You don't want to do it the opposite way. So for example, like when you look at the start of the day, right? Let's just say from you, right? So at 7k, 30k target, you don't want to be like counting down from 30k. You want to be going up, like the money's stacking, right? So 7k, 11k, 16k, right? Whenever they call in for counts, it's going up. They're getting closer to the goal. You don't want to do a takeaway. We learned that the hard way. So like, we actually used to have it where it was a 30k target, and we would start the day on 30k, and we would like hit down. So like eventually we'd be like 5k left, guys, only 5k left. But we found it doesn't work as well, and little changes like that make a big difference. You want to be going up and getting closer to the target, not going down, right? Just that makes a big difference in gamifying the aspect, right? And again, the goal is to keep the team challenged, not discouraged, right? And then you also obviously want to maintain transparency with your team, how targets are set and how rewards are distributed. And this is just going to help build trust and motivation. And you want an inclusive environment, right? You want to ensure that the incentives and everything does not inadvertently create a toxic competitive environment, but promotes a culture that values teamwork, ethical sales practices, and customer satisfaction as well, right? Like, even though we don't, that's just how you want to run it, right? And you want to make sure that it doesn't get over competitive. You need a level of competitiveness, don't get me wrong, but you don't want it to be toxic, right? And then again, you just want to always be working on continuous improvement, right? We get all our chatters to work on an hour of personal development minimum every single day, and send in the chat with us like what they've done and what book they've read, what podcast they've done, wherever it is they've worked on personal development. And we like incentivizing them to do that, because your level of income never far exceeds your level of personal development, right? So again, you just want to, you gotta learn how to foster that culture, right? And that's the main thing, right? You just want to make sure that this entire incentive system and the gamified aspect is fair and unbiased, and it provides equal opportunities for all team members. Don't have favorites, and just be a leader, be a good leader, and treat your chatting like a sales team. If you're not chatting at this level, then this is something you need to implement. And this is literally $1 million worth of game on this right now. And I'm giving this away to you guys. So I mean, thank later when you implement this shit and you see your targets go from 10k days to 20k days, and you've got just a team of killers absolutely crushing it. So yeah, other than that, I'll pause this loom and I'll make a little update in the next 7 minutes to see what we hit, and I'll end it on that note, and you guys can see what we've made today from the messages and tips. But yeah, so as you can see, we hit $33,000 for today. Not quite 35k, but not bad. And yeah, just want to end the video on that note. And as you can see, 2x off, so close, smashed it. And now our night shift team is ready to start the 8-hour shift. And now we'll set a new target for them, and we'll repeat the same and make another $30,000 day. And that's just how we do this shit every single day. So yeah, We'll get another target dropped in now in 15 minutes, and then we'll go from there, and then boom, boom, boom. When someone puts count, drop that new, it'll start fresh, back at 0, and we'll go from there. But just wanted to show you guys what it looks like to perform at a high level. We're chatting and do $30,000 days. Yeah, other than that, I hope you got some value from this. If you implement this, I promise you, you will make more money. And yeah, I've never seen anyone else talk about this. I think I'm definitely the first person to implement this and treat a chatting team like a sales team. But yeah, other than that, hope you're having a blessed day, and see you at the top. So creating content, the basic system of creating content, TikTok and Instagram, short form content in general, that's what I am going to cover. Now, a couple things I want to go about first is the biggest mistake that people make with TikTok, especially TikTok, but just creating short form content in general, is they spend the entire time overthinking. They're trying to find proxies and VPNs, and I've only ever seen proxies and VPNs actually negatively affect it, right? You have to just think about this stuff on a way simpler level. We've never fucked around with proxies, VPNs, and we've done extremely fucking well, right? Accounts with millions of followers and created some of the biggest influencers in the OnlyFans space. Now, that's because we treat TikTok like a regular person would. You know, if a regular girl's going to start creating on TikTok, do you really think she's worrying about, let me go and get a VPN and a proxy and like do all this fancy stuff and warm up accounts and all this bollocks? None of it matters. Just create content like a normal human and you'll be fine. Make a new Gmail, use an old Gmail. It doesn't fucking matter. Make the account from a number, from a Gmail, it doesn't matter. Either way, a lot of the girls you'll sign will already have Instagram accounts, will already have TikTok accounts. You can use them. It's fine if you fucking use them. It's fine if you sign into them. It's not going to mess anything up. Everyone just has these superstitions. Will it mess you up if I sign into the account? Will it? No, it won't. The only thing that actually matters to determine whether your posts go viral or not is good content. It's as simple as that. And we're going to touch on this in the organic masterclass. But the basic strategy is you need to be consistent, you need to make good content, and that's it. That is it, right? Now, that's all you actually need to worry about. Now, in terms of like the content flow and what you want to do, this is completely going to come down to you, right? So and it also depends on the model, right? If she has accounts and they're big accounts, then, if she wants to continue posting on them and you're just going to direct, then you can. If you want to take control of the accounts and you post for her and you direct it and do the actual physical posting for her, then you can do that as well, right? That's just something that you got to decide on the system that you want to do with your clients. Maybe for some clients you post for them, maybe for other clients you don't. Now, I wouldn't recommend that. I'd recommend you pick one thing and do that. So for example, every client that gets onboarded, you're going to help them with the content and you're going to post that content for them, edit them from etc. Or you're just going to be giving them the content ideas and they're going to be creating and posting in their own time. It's completely down to you, wherever system you want to run, way you want to run it, right? Now, that's the first thing. You want to be super consistent. You want to get posts out every single day, at least 3 times a day, in my opinion. Otherwise, it's just kind of pointless. So, at least one at the very minimum post every single day. But these platforms love consistency, and so if you're just consistently creating content every single day, that's going to be key. Amongst going live as well, TikTok love you utilizing all their features, same as Instagram as well, right? So again, you want to be posting, in my opinion, at least 3 pieces of content every single day. And the whole funnel then is in your Instagram bio, you're going to have the link tree to the OnlyFans, right? Or you can have a link tree that goes to another link tree, and then that second link tree goes to the OnlyFans if you want to protect the account and be safe, right? On TikTok, you're never going to put the link in the bio. You're never going to put direct OnlyFans link. You're never going to put a link tree and then OnlyFans on TikTok. Never do that. The point of TikTok is just to get them to your IG. So one link, keep it simple. Same on IG, one link that goes to their OnlyFans, keep it simple. Don't overcomplicate it. Don't have all these million different links, right? That overcomplicates the funnel, and that's going to be super key, right? So TikTok, when you're posting on there consistently every single day, you're sending the pieces of content for your models to create, you're directing them, you're helping them with it, you're helping them iterate, make changes, you're helping them post, wherever you want to do there. The point of that TikTok is to drive traffic to the Instagram, and then the point of the Instagram is to convert people to the OF, right? And so also the same goes with the Instagram. Instagram is an even simpler funnel because you can actually pretty much put a link tree to an OnlyFans on Instagram, and that's what you can do, right? So that's the basic overview of of how this business works, right? And what you can do as well is getting into different stuff. Obviously now you can look at the actual like we're going to talk about finding content and all this sort of stuff. Recording content, for example, that's something that we can touch on. Now, recording content, make sure they have like an iPhone. You don't want to be recording on like a fucking Samsung. If they got an iPhone or a camera or something that's good, like even the DJI Osmo Pocket 3 is really good for this sort of work. They're only like $600. You know, if they want to invest in that, they can. But again, an iPhone is going to be good. You want an iPhone that actually has good quality on it. I would turn HDR off and turn location settings off as well on the actual iPhone settings. Now that is just helps, like in terms of it's just going to make the content a bit better, right? The little things you can change in the settings, it's going to have a minimal impact, but it will help. Hashtags, all that stuff, very minimal, doesn't make a difference. A hashtag's not going to depend whether a video goes viral or not. If a video does go viral and it's got good hashtags, then, you know, maybe instead of it getting 100,000 views, it'll get 103,000 views, right? Very minimal impact for the majority. And again, done deeper, you don't really have to use any hashtags if you don't want to. Doesn't make a huge difference, right? You're not going to go viral just by having the right hashtags, right? It's all going to come down to the content. That's all that matters. You make good content, you'll go viral. None of the other stuff matters. It's just all a bunch of cope that people want to think about. Oh, I must be shadow banks, I'm not doing well, and I'm copying what these other girls are doing. It's working for them, but it's not working for me. But that's not how content works, right? And so yeah, there's obviously things to avoid as well. Obviously, you don't want to be doing like, especially TikTok now. TikTok's a lot more PG, so you're gonna have to adjust your content styles differently. If you want to go test more explicit stuff on Instagram Reels, I would suggest creating a different account for it, and I would also suggest doing that on a different phone. Now, when you're creating content when your models are creating content and you're posting for them, if that's what you choose to do, if you're going to choose to post for them, and if you're going to choose to have the logins to their accounts, then you're going to need a different phone. And I would highly advise you to have a different phone for each model. So, you know, get like an iPhone 10 for each model. But again, you don't have to do this when you're just starting. The model can post herself and you just direct it with the content. So again, it depends what you want to do. But I ideally, like as you start to scale, if you're going to be taking on the responsibility of posting, then I would get a different phone, individual phone for each model. You don't really need more than one phone. You can have multiple accounts on one phone. You don't have to fucking listen to some of the gurus that are like, oh, you can only have one account on per device. And no, it doesn't matter. We've got creators' phones here that we've got 3 TikTok accounts on and 2 Instagram accounts, and they all perform really well, right? So it doesn't matter. Now, we try to only limit it to 1 account on TikTok and 1 account on Instagram to start. Once we grow and scale those, then we tend to, you know, maybe then start a second account or a third account, or we'll start a second account to test stuff and see what works. But again, I'm going to explain all this in the Organic Content Masterclass, so just keep your eyes for that. But again, don't overcomplicate these platforms. Don't listen to all the bullshit advice out there that's in this OFM bubble. It really doesn't matter. It's just a bunch of guys that are not good at content, and they think there's all these little tricks and hacks and blah, 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 blah. And honestly, none of it matters. Just treat it like a normal person would post content, right? And that's, you don't need to go and buy aged Apple IDs and all this bollocks, right? And that's unless you're going to do black hat stuff and all this shit, right? The worlds get confused. The black hat world interferes with the organic content world, and it's honestly not that deep, right? If your content's not performing, that's the reason why. Now, another thing to consider is if you have a creator, maybe your content is doing extremely well, but it's not converting, then there's a couple of things to look at there. Like, for example, the funnel, make sure all the links is working, make sure the funnel's clean, there's not a bunch of different links. But on top of that, you want to look at your audience analytics, because a lot of the time girls come to us and they're doing really well, they're getting 1 million views, but it's not converting. And you look at their audience and it's all India and Mexico and all these countries that are not going to be able to afford an OF. So that's something you need to consider. And that way you're going to have to start a new account pretty much, especially if it's already big and has a lot of followers. And that's just something you're going to have to do, and never cross-pollinate those accounts. Because if you start a new account and then you use the big account to promote the new account, well, guess what? The new account's going to have a bunch of Indian audience. And once you start that way, it's difficult to go back, right? So you want to be looking for audiences in the big 4 or the big 5, which is going to be US, UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, right? That's where you want the majority of your target audience to be. That's going to drive the highest conversions. Also Europe as well, right? Like, you know, Germany, France, that kind of thing. So that's pretty much the things that you need to know there. Again, phones, you know, you can have multiple phones for multiple creators. Again, just set the phones up normally. If you want to, you know, a lot of the time, especially if your Wi-Fi score, your trust score on your Wi-Fi could be bad, or if you're using public Wi-Fi, it could be bad. So sometimes it's better to just use a TP link. So you can go and buy a TP link, and then you can use a you go and buy a 4G SIM card for it, so you're constantly on 4G when you're using those phones, so you don't connect to Wi-Fi. Because if you have like a high fraud score, high trust score, that could potentially affect these accounts that you make. But again, I wouldn't deep that. But that's also a TP link's handy as well. If you ever travel or you go abroad, you can take this TP link with you, and you'll always be on 4G if you need to upload. So whenever we travel, we take the TP link. Whenever we used to travel, we would take the TP link with us, and we would post for the models. Obviously, we don't do that anymore now because we've got people that post for us. But back then, when we used to travel a lot, we used to just take the TP link with us, connect, you know, 20 phones up to the 4G, and we would post from wherever we're at in the world using that, so we didn't connect to the Wi-Fi, right? So yeah, that is a big part of the TikTok infrastructure is the TP links. So you can use them, but again, we don't overcomplicate it. You can use fresh Gmails, aged Gmails, really doesn't matter. Creating accounts, create them like a normal human being, right? It really doesn't matter. Don't worry about warming them up and doing all this shit. Yeah, other than that, that's pretty much all you need to know for the basic foundational part of setting up TikToks and setting up Instagram accounts. And it's the same with YouTube and any other platform. Just do it like a normal human. Don't go making it more complex than it needs to be, because it just doesn't, right? If anyone's telling you otherwise, they just don't know what they're doing. I mean, I've scaled my agency to 500 grand a month agency revenue, not inflow revenue, like agency, like cash collected, like 500 grand landing in the bank account. So yeah, we did $565,000 last month, and this is the stuff that we do. Like, we don't overcomplicate shit. I'm not, people are like, oh, you must be holding back secrets, they're not telling. No, it's just that simple, but people don't want to accept it because it takes a long time to figure out, and it's a long time to crack these organic systems. But once you get them working, they do. But people will try organic content for a month or 6 months and they won't see any results, and then they quit. And there's so many variables to it, and they constantly jump from new things, and they're not consistent. There's all these other variables that people don't consider, and because people want to look for the one solution, the one easy fix, they start thinking, instead of looking at it objectively and looking at the real reality and figuring out what could be going wrong, they're like, they must be at the specific hashtags we're using, or it must be the time of day that we're posting, or oh, it must be because we didn't use a proxy and a VPN, or all this bullshit that doesn't matter. No, it's not that. It's just your content fucking sucks. That's most likely it, right? So yeah, that's all that matters. I'll see you in the next one. Peace. So in this part of the program, obviously in the last video, I kind of gave a brief overview on sort of like the philosophy and theory behind like organic marketing. I just want to preface, like in that video, when I talk about, you know, you don't have to worry about warming up accounts and this and that, it's the reason I say that is because the majority of creators you're going to be working with are already going to have, you know, 1 or 2 accounts they already have. So unless you're running black hat methods, that's when you need to worry about that stuff, right? So not to confuse anyone, like, okay, if you're going to be running black hat methods, you're going to be creating mass accounts and so on and so forth, then yeah, you probably are going to need to worry about all the intricate stuff like proxies and this and that. But we don't run any black hat marketing, and like that video was obviously recorded, I don't know, like whenever it was recorded, but currently this is present day. Like I'm recording this video on like a couple of days before I drop this free course. It is like the 16th of October. And so like right now, my agency last month did 1.8 mil, and like we've got it to that point without doing any black hat marketing, right? We mess with dating apps in the past, and it's extremely expensive to run at scale. Like it costs us hundreds of thousands of dollars to build the system and everything. And it was just a terrible idea, and it just was a nightmare, right? But I'm not gonna get into that. But the point is, we've scaled our agency to this point without any black hat marketing, solely focusing on organic content and then like paid shout outs, for example, right? So like paid shout outs on meme pages, doing like meme page marketing campaigns, or paid shout outs from, you know, influencers, other creators, or just doing regular collabs. And then, but mainly, I would say 85% of all the traffic comes from just pure organic content, right? And so what that looks like is YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, right? So that's all we're doing. And for example, we took on a creator in August. I'm making a case study on this creator right now. We took on a creator in August. The best views she'd ever had previously on an account was like 3 million views in a month, was like the most ever total combined across like all the videos posted in that month, right? Currently, it's obviously October, and in the last 30 days, like I said, she signed with us in August, and in the last 30 days, we've generated 28 million views across on one Instagram page, right? And then plus hundreds of thousands of views on YouTube as well. And we're not even running TikTok with this particular creator, right? So this is the power of sort of short form. And I've got even crazier examples. Like I've got creators that do over 100 million views a month. And so like, this stuff works, and so I just want to walk you through like the basic system and what it looks like. So for example, right, basic system, right, this is the breakdown of the organic content system into its very core essential parts. Now, you know, we could get super in depth and talk about the subsystems within the system, and we could go far, far, far down the chain. But just to basically understand, right, you've got the inputs, which is the content ideas, the creative skills, the recording equipment, the settings, etc. Then you've got the process, which is obviously the filming, the editing, the posting, the promoting of the content. Then you've got the output, which is obviously the high quality social media content for the actual posts going out, right? The videos going out. And then you've got the feedback in terms of metrics, right? So, you know, engagement metrics, likes, comments, shares, views, wherever feedback, you look at link clicks, etc., right? Link clicks is probably one of the most important ones, link click to conversion rate, etc. And then the environment, which is obviously social media, right? So in essence, a functioning organic content system can be summarized as content ideas plus creative skills plus equipment equals quality, and obviously then metrics, right? And then the environment, social media platforms. Now, depending on, you know, how good these inputs are is going to depend on how good your system performs, right? Because if you put shit in, then you're going to get shit out, right? Bad inputs equals bad outputs, right? So, you know, and then again, like if you have good inputs, but your creator is maybe bad at creating content and filming the content, etc., then, you know, what you get out is not going to be as good. So here's like the basic overview, right? We're going to be using Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube to market these creators to drive traffic to their OnlyFans. Now, if you are making, like we focus, so when I got account warm-ups here, and I know I probably sound like a hypocrite, don't warm up accounts, but you don't ever really need to warm up accounts. If you are going to make a brand new account because this creator doesn't have an account, then you will need to warm it up. But the reason I say don't worry about that stuff is because you're going to be working with creators who likely already have 1 or 2 Instagram accounts, 1 or 2 TikToks, and 1 or 2 YouTubes, right? So you don't have to ever worry. Our strategy, we never really ever have more than 2 accounts per creator because we focus on pure, like, just energy and time. Like, remember I talked about in the video, you know, I'd rather, for example, I would rather make 10 inches of progress on one thing than 1 inch of progress on 10 things. It's the same sort of philosophy with content, which is why we do so well. And people are just like, now we need to make more accounts and more niche accounts, all this, all that. I promise you, that's a mistake. I'm not saying you're not going to get results from it, but you're not going to get results as good as me, right? Because I'm building like the next fucking celebs, the next influencers, because we just go all in on 1 or 2 accounts, right? A main account and a backup account. And we don't even create the backup account until the main account's at like 100K followers. And so we focus on quality over quantity when it comes to social media, right? And that is the key, right? So, you know, the account warm-ups you'll need if you are going to be working with a creator that's never done OnlyFans before and she doesn't have an Instagram and she wants to use a new one, you'll have to look at these things right here, right? And, you know, that's what you're going to need. Now, especially when it comes to like YouTube, for example, most people have got a YouTube account. Like you've probably had a YouTube account, like your creator that you're working with probably had a YouTube account like since she was, you know, 12 years old. And so just use that one, right? You don't necessarily, if you like all you need, if everyone pretty much has a YouTube account, so just use that. Like my YouTube account I post this course on right now, like I had that account for years before I posted content on it because everyone watches YouTube, right? So you don't need like to worry about it too much. And if you're struggling with TikTok, a lot of people are right now, you need to be a lot more advanced in terms of content. And it's a lot different of a platform right now. So if, you know, rather than just focusing on TikTok, if you can't seem to have success with it, then just worry about Instagram and YouTube, right? These are the best platforms for us right now across our portfolio of almost 200 creators at the time of filming this video. So stick to those, right? So marketing platforms, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. These are the account warm-ups. I will leave them in the description so you can have a look at each one if you need to do it. But ideally, you're not ever going to need to do this, right? And again, we're focusing on making 10 inches of progress on one account versus 1 inch of progress on 10 accounts, right? I'd rather have 100,000 followers on one account than 10,000 followers on 10 accounts, right? So that's our strategy. We're going all in. So strategy for Instagram, let's have a look at this first, right? We're pretty much only doing reels and carousels, right? Reels and carousels is what we're doing, and we are posting a minimum of 3 times per day, every single day. And even some of our creators are posting up to 12 times per day, right? Now, that's pretty much what we're doing. We're doing 3 to 4 carousels a week and the rest are reels, right? And they're all mixed in and spread out, but minimum 3 reels a day and minimum 3 carousels a week. Then obviously we're reverse engineering content. We're stealing like an artist. I'll show you a video on like the Frankenstein method that we use, and also like you know, some other stuff. Like all we're pretty much doing is studying the top creators. We've got high level creative directors that work for us. Like one of our creative directors worked alongside like Mr. Beast and A-Rack, and so he's a content genius. And so like, you know, we will figure out what's working and iterate on those ideas, and we'll success leaves clues, right? We'll study success, we'll also create our own success, so on and so forth, right? We're bulk creating with all our creators, so we're not sending trends and trend reports, right? That's so outdated. We don't do that for any of our creators, right? We're not just sending trends and trend reports and trying to find trends every day, and we're not getting our creators to create content every day. Our creators spend 1 to 2 days, maybe 3 at the max, every single month creating content, depending. Now, some of the creators will spend 5 or 6 days a month, but there's never more than a week of each month that our creators are spending on content, and those are like our highest performers. And we bulk create all our content. So like, for example, let's just say the week example, like our high performing creators that are doing 200K plus a month, they might spend a week. So for example, they would spend the first week of October creating all their content for YouTube, Instagram, TikTok that we have tailored and created specifically for them with our creative directors, our team, our entire infrastructure that we have around content. Because you have to think, right, we've worked with hundreds of creators at this point. We've also worked with hundreds of agencies. So I have more data on what content works than anyone in this industry, because no one has access to the same level of data as I have in this industry when it comes to organic content, right? This is our specialty. This is what we do better than anyone else in this industry, in my personal opinion. And I would actually challenge anyone to that. And I will, you know, go proof to proof, view to view with anyone that wants to challenge me on that. There's no one in this industry better than us at organic content. We can blow up creators like nothing, right? And it's because we've collected so much data and insights over the last 3-4 years that we've been doing this. But not only have we collected our own data and insights across hundreds of creators, but also we work with agencies that manage 10, 20, 100 plus creators, and we've worked with hundreds of agencies as well. And so like we've implemented our infrastructure, our organic stuff into those agencies, and it's worked like a charm. And so we've collected then data back, people who've iterated on our systems, made changes. We've got all of that data because we track everything. And so like our organic infrastructure is better than anyone in the industry, which is why we can plug and play into any creator, and within 6 weeks, they will be hitting an exponential growth curve, right? Within 6 weeks, they'll hit an exponential growth curve every single time, as long as they follow our plan and we implement our proven infrastructure and proven verticals, etc., into them as a creator, and they stick to it. Within 6 weeks, they are hitting momentum, and then within 6 months, they're making 100K a month if they continuously do the stuff, right? And it pretty much happens like that almost every single time. So we've proven a process with that. And so, easiest way to look at content research, right? Our creative director is spending like hours a day on social media, reverse engineering content, stealing like an artist, iterating on the best stuff, getting ideas, and then also making our own ideas and all these different things that he's doing. But he's spending a lot of time researching, right? And then he creates a bulk creation plan. So for example, you'll create a plan with 90 videos, for example. If we're like, let's just say we're posting 3 times a day. Let me see the maths on that. I'm not that good at maths. I failed maths, believe it or not. So yeah, 90 videos would be the minimum, because 3 times a day. So you'll come up with 90 video ideas. You will then send them to the creator. and she will bulk create them in a day or two. Plus, we're doing then, we'll get into all the other stuff with YouTube and stuff in a second. But yeah, bulk creation. Now, also, if you have lazy creators, or it doesn't even have to be lazy creators, but an easy way to like get over the hump of lazy creators is at least get one video a day, but you don't need to do it in a day. So just 30 videos in one day. So what we do with creators that have tons of potential, but you know, flaky and lazy and don't always record the content, instead of overwhelming them, being like, look, we're going to record 3 a day, all we'll do is be like, right, we just need 30 videos so we can post daily. And so what we do once a month is send a videographer to them, or we'll pay like their boyfriend or like one of their girlfriends to film for us, and then we will bulk create like those 30 videos. So we'll send them 30 videos. We'll spend like $100, $200 on a videographer to go out, or their friend, wherever, like I mentioned, and film, bulk create all that content in a day. So now we have 30 videos to post throughout the rest of the month. The creator works 1 day a month, doesn't have to worry about anything else when it comes to organic content, right? So that is just easy, and we found that's the best way to overcome laziness, because we're like, look, we paid for a videographer, they're showing up at your door, you're filming content on this day, right? So that keeps them accountable, and you know, we're spending $200 if we get 1 video a day, or even if we want to push it and get 3 videos a day, so we get them to bulk create 90 videos in a shooting session, which might take 4 or 5 hours. That's going to make us way more than $200, right? So the ROI on just sending someone to go and film the content with them is ideal. Ideally, a female videographer that's worked with creators in this niche, or their friends or their boyfriends, etc., and just incentivizing and paying them, right? So again, we're bulk creating. Our creators are not creating content every single day because that's how they burn out. We're also not finding content and sending it to them every single day, right? Now, in months like Halloween and so on and so forth, we tell all our creators to be a bit more on it, because we will be sending stuff that's relevant to the time, to the trends. And we still do, we still are on top of trends, right? So we will still jump on trends and do this and that, but we're not sending trend reports every single day, or recreate these 7 videos. We're not doing recreation. We have extremely high level infrastructure when it comes to creation, posting, research, and going viral, right? So, you know, that's what we do there. And then again, posting, right? We started using Meta Business Suite. So most of our creators now are on Meta Business Suites. So we have, you know, a few different Meta Business Suites that we're posting on. And then some of our creators post ourselves. Now, again, this can get even more in depth. Like, this is just the overview, right? Like, there's a lot more depth that goes into all of this, which would take me, I don't even know, probably 50 hours to go over, maybe more. And so like, we're using Meta Business Suite, right? We are simplicity-based country targeting, right? So for example, what I mean by that is everyone overcomplicates a business, which is where this whole USA SIM cards and shit comes into, right? Firstly, most of you buy the wrong USA SIM cards. You buy like the eSIMs or wherever the fuck they are, the travel SIMs and stuff. They're not going to give you US audience. But fuck all that shit anyway. SIM cards and all that shit's bullshit, right? Firstly, you're never going to hit 100% of a specific audience. But the point is, if you're going viral, you're going to hit all audiences anyway. So it's like irrelevant. But that being said, make it simple on yourself, right? Simplicity scales and complex fails. Why the fuck are you worrying about proxies and SIM cards and creating mass accounts when you could just get one account, be really good at creating content, post 3 times a day, and within 6 weeks, start going viral, right? Or it might take you 3 months, or it might take you 6 months, but eventually you'll hit an exponential growth curve if you follow the organic content system, etc. Right? Now, with that being said, simplicity skills, a lot of people overcomplicate it, and the reason SIM cards get all like this weird thing in this industry is because a lot of people confuse black hat with organic. And not only that, but like people will go and be desperate and sign like a Colombian creator and then be like, oh, how do I get into the US audience? Or they'll sign a German creator and be like, how do I get in the US audience? Or a UK creator, oh, how do I get in the US audience? Why the fuck do you care so much about the US audience? Like I said, firstly, if you go viral, you're going to hit multiple audiences. But secondly, the US, yeah, it's a bigger audience, but it's also the most competitive. And secondly, do you know and understand like how much money you can make by targeting these mid-markets? Like, if you want to hit the US audience, then go and fucking sign and work with US creators. It's common sense, guys. Simplicity scales. You can't scale a business when you're constantly worrying about, oh, we've got 17 Colombian models and we constantly, their accounts keep getting fucked because we need to get new proxies and new SIM cards. You're not going to scale like that. If you want to hit the US audience, go and work with US creators. If you want to hit the UK audience, go and work with US creators. And again, it's not binary. It's not just like that's how it's going to work, because our US creators that are in the US also have a big UK audience. And some of our UK creators that are based in the UK, we post from the UK, they actually end up having more of a US audience because their content resonates more with our audience. So your content can do the targeting as well. But the thing you have to think about when it comes to simplicity is if you're signing a French creator and you're trying to get out to the US audience because that's what you've been told is right, which is retarded, right? Because I have multiple friends with French creators that are in the French market doing French content, making 6 figures a month, right? Like as an OnlyFans creator. And so like you don't need to hit these markets. Stop listening to all the gurus and all this bullshit, right? Because it doesn't matter. Simplicity skills, complex fails, right? So that being said, again, if you have a French creator, put her in the French market. And if you don't want to put her in the French market and you don't want to do the French chatting and this and that, then don't sign French fucking creators. Common sense, right? Choose the markets you want to go after. Have your offer tailored to it, your marketing, your service delivery, your chatting, every single thing. That's what you need to figure out. What is the market segment I'm going to go after? Because that's how you're going to scale. Because otherwise you're going to get caught up. You can do it for one creator, two creators. When you start to scale to my level, you cannot run the business like that. It's going to break, right? So another point of that, because this is a rant at this point, but another point of that, which is really important, is if you're signing a French creator and getting in the US audience, I'm not saying that that's not going to work, right? You have to stop looking at stuff as being black and white, right? I'm not saying that that's not going to work, but I'm just saying you're adding complexity, and the more you do that with, the worse it's going to get, and you're going to bottleneck and so on and so forth. But you also have to consider this, right? Markets are different. A French creator getting shown to a French market is going to do better because they understand French humor, French culture, which is completely different to US humor, US culture. So a US creator is obviously going to do better in the US with the US style content versus a French creator in the US market trying to do US content when she's French. Like, it's just fucking obvious, right? And so like I see all these creators from like Spain, France, Germany, UK, stuff like that, and they're like, Colombia, why am I'm copying this girl, I'm copying this Camilla, this US girl, I'm copying Jelly Beans, and nothing's working for me. Well, yeah, obviously, right? Like, and again, it's not, there's a lot more that goes into this. Like, again, please, like, if there's something that I can give you like benefits, like stop thinking binary, right? Like it's so much deeper than that, and you need to really start to, whatever, that's another tangent, I don't want to go on it, right? But that's the point. I needed to say that because it was important, there was a rant, and that's that, right? So that's the Instagram, right? Strategy, pretty simple. This is just an overview, by the way, right? Same as TikTok, right? Except on TikTok, we're doing lives, we're doing videos, and we're doing slideshows. Slideshows are really high performers, especially on new accounts, right? Research, again, same thing. But like this is the exact same flow. Like these two are like the exact same, apart from the strategy, which was obviously slightly different. And the content you can put on TikTok, it's got to be more PG. Now YouTube, super high converting at this point. It wasn't as high converting 6 months ago, even a year ago. It was still getting views, but now it's insane. I see a switch happening to YouTube, where YouTube, I think, is going to be probably the long-term winner, potentially. It might overtake IG for OnlyFans, in my opinion. So again, you can buy age YouTube accounts if you want to. You can, but again, everyone has YouTube accounts that they've had for years, so just use them, right? Again, we're doing shorts and longs. We're separating these channels as well. We're doing a bunch of things, actually. Like, some of them we are posting shorts and longs on the same channel. Some we're separating. But shorts, I wouldn't recommend doing it unless you have a creative director that understands the shorts platform, because it's completely different to these. You can't really repost like reels and TikToks on shorts and they'll do well. You'll have the odd one that might do well, don't get me wrong, but shorts is a completely different platform, and you really need to understand that. So I wouldn't worry about that. And then we're doing longs, right? So try on hauls, stuff like that for longs, and a bunch of other content that we're testing as well, yoga, etc. And again, all we're doing is researching. This is where everything comes from, right? We're researching the top performing videos. We're seeing how we can iterate on those, how we can see like an artist, how we can just use it as inspiration to create our own brand new ideas, right? Tons of different things, reverse engineering, right? Again, success leaves clues. Even when it comes to the OnlyFans side of things, which is now another tangent I'm about to go on, but it's going to be valuable. All I like literally all you need to think of, right, is success leaves clues. So all the top creators, like, why are you not going and studying them and studying exactly what they're doing? So I do this all the time, right? I don't do it as often anymore because I've got people in place and I'm decentralized, right? The smart business owners decentralize themselves. But when I used to be like in the trenches, like really in this business, like all day, every day, like doing it, like a lot of different things, I would spend hours and hours and hours, right? Just looking and finding the top creators, analyzing their content, studying one creator's content for hours, taking notes on what hooks they're using, everything, right? Like, I'm taking notes on everything. how long the videos, what's the average, what's the average length of the videos, like are they using is there any patterns I'm seeing, is there specific verticals they're using all the time. I'm hyper analyzing every single aspect of everything they're doing. Then I'm going to their funnel. Okay, what's their funnel? What's their PPV strategy? How many matches they send in? Like what's their pin post? Like what's their sub price? Are they running free, paid pages? I'm taking everything, right? Because there's nothing is binary in this industry. It's not like, oh, free versus paid versus no PPV. Oh, free pages. If you ever hear like an OFM guy saying free pages are the best, they're way better than paid pages, that guy has no idea what he's talking about, because it's not binary, right? It's not like paid pages will be amazing for some creators, but then again, there's so many variables on the strategy and this and that, and free pages will be better for other creators, depending on all the variables in that, and no PPV will be better for some. Like I see Jellybean, she runs a no PPV. I think she's extremely smart, and you have all these girls in her comments like, oh my god babe, you missed out so much on the chatting. Like no, she didn't, because if she chatted she would have actually made less, because her strategy wouldn't have worked. The whole reason it worked is because of what she did. Like people are so dumb when it comes to like, they just they'll see on someone's Instagram story, free pages are the best right now, and they start going changing all their pages to free, and I'm sat there like, oh my god, these people are so fucking dumb, right? Nothing is that binary. If you want to watch a really good video on this after you watch this program, go and watch The Genius of Contradiction by Sam Evans. Like that will change your entire perspective on this stuff. But like it really stop just blindly following and listen to what people say when it's like this and this. I try not to be like binary and be like, this is the one thing, because there's so many variables that go into it, and there's so much, like it's just crazy, right? So you have to stop thinking like, and start analyzing. Stop being an emotional driven thinker and start being a data driven thinker, right? Because emotional driven thinking will not get you anywhere. You'll see a post like that where someone says, yo, free pages are printing right now, and they'll show some crazy result, and you'll be like, oh fuck, I need to change all my pages to free. Or you'll start asking people, oh, should I do free pages as well? Like, bro, just stop, right? Just fucking stop, right? You're being an idiot, right? You're not a good operator. Right, like on YouTube again, like we again, research is one of the most important parts. This is how I've built all my strategies, how I've and again, we alloy stuff, we combine stuff. Like if I see a welcome message from one creator and another creator, and I like parts of each, I'll combine them into one, right? Like there's so many things you can do to figure this shit out, right? It's just most people are lazy or don't understand or don't comprehend and just want to blindly follow what these like fucking gurus are saying, and it pisses me off. But sorry, I'm passionate about this shit, which is why I'm doing this free course, and I obviously care. So creation, right? Again, we'll do like 1 to 2 videos a week, right? Creation, and we'll bulk create them. So for example, if we're doing a try on haul, we could honestly create like 8 videos in 1 2-hour recording session, and then just cut them up and then put them on try on holds, for example, if that's the example we're using, and then post them 1 to 2 a week. If you're a superstar, 3 times a week, right? But 1 to 2 a week. Thumbnails are really important, and titles are really important, right? Those are probably the most important things, and the hook as well, right? So again, it's all going to come down to you doing your own research. That's what I want to teach you guys to do. Go and do research, take what I've said, stop being a baby and expecting all the answers of like, I need the exact step-by-step. You gotta go and become an operator, you gotta go and become a good market researcher, you gotta understand this stuff. So go and start looking at the best creators, see what they're doing, take notes, funnel hack them, reverse engineer their strategies, like iterate on them. Don't just copy, that's the key, right? Don't just copy, always iterate. Copying is not gonna get you anywhere, like you're just not gonna do well if you copy. And so, yeah, that's what I would say. And then all that then just comes into tracking the metrics, right? So then we're just tracking everything, certain metrics and KPIs, everything that we're tracking. And that decides, like we will do something for like 6 weeks, for example, like a 6-week roadmap, which you'll learn in the organic content masterclass. And we'll track everything, and then we'll see what do we need to change, iterate on, etc. Right? So that's pretty much the organic content system. These are the only things we're using. We're not doing black hat marketing, and we're getting hundreds of million, maybe a billion views a month, maybe. I actually have to look at the data on that across all our creators. Probably not, probably like high hundreds of millions. But yeah, like it's pretty insane what this can do. So yeah, this is the basic like flow of like the organic system at a very like basic level. But yeah, that's all there is. Not too much to it. Hopefully this helps you in the next one. At this point, we've worked with hundreds of people, creators and agencies. And the people that we see getting the worst results are the ones that focus all their time and energy on black hat methods, playing the cat and mouse game with the social networks, trying to find growth hacks and shortcuts that only end up wasting their time and losing trust with social networks. So the best strategy moving forward is to use compliant systems and tools that will make your workflow as efficient as possible, but to do it in a way that follows the guidelines of what these social networks actually want. So that's what we're going to get into today. And I'm here with Stephen. So welcome to the Organic Content Masterclass. This is how you make OnlyFans models famous. So yeah, let's just get straight into it. Right. So before we get into this Organic Content Masterclass, a couple of things I want to go over first. Now, why should you actually listen to us? Well, this is a creator that I've personally worked with that we have taken from pretty much $0 to $189,000 a month, and we'll probably do 200K this month. It's obviously the 1st of February today, and this was all from organic, no paid ads, no agency dependent traffic, none of that, none of the black hat methods. And the reason I want to show this graphic in specific is purely because if something like this ever happens, which is quite possible right now, relying on trending sounds and copycatting everyone isn't going to work. And that's what all the lazy agencies do. They just think that creating good content and going viral and, you know, getting traffic is all about, let's find out what's trending. Let's find out like how we can copy this, and let's just send our models a bunch of trends that they can go and copy. And that is like the complete wrong way to go about it. That's not how you actually make creators famous. And it, like, we're going to dive into this today. But if we just look at this, like UMG reportedly to pull music catalog from TikTok starting tomorrow at midnight following unsuccessful negotiations, right? So you're going to have to know how to create organic viral content. You're going to have to study organic influencer marketing. You're going to have to know how to get results like this without relying on trends and trending sounds and what's trending and all of that kind of side of things. Steve, is there anything you want to say particularly on this issue, and why now it's going to be more important than ever to actually go all in on just creating good content, unique content?
You've definitely covered it at its core. I mean, one of the critical points you made there was about what lazy agencies do, right? So, like, if you're a model watching this particularly, right, and an agency's trying to sell you on the dream, oh, I can make you famous, or we've got robots that are going to repost your content, and that sort of vibe, like, it used to be the situation where volume was a game. You could volumize your content and reach the maximum number of eyeballs by just putting out 100 accounts and reposting on all of them. But platforms like TikTok, they're wise to that. You can't just go ahead and post the same content 100 times anymore. It's going to get taken down. You're just going to get throttled on all your accounts, first and foremost. And then obviously with this news this week, where like Universal are effectively in a dispute over, you know, the pay situation that's going on there. I'm not going to get into the details. You can go and read the articles and stuff, but a dispute like that can occur with anyone. And with these companies, there are only really 3 major companies in the world that own all these sounds. If TikTok keep going down this route, right, like next it'll be Warner that pulls the sounds, next it'll be Sony after that. There'll be no sounds left, and you're going to end up on a silent platform. But even then, a lot of the creators that I work with don't use music. They use their own voice. They use their own original sounds to generate all of their traffic, and they're doing it all on one account. You know, building accounts that be like 500K on IG, for example, and just pulling in our traffic from that position rather than having all these, you know, these repost accounts. So yeah, it's absolutely critical, more so today than ever before, that you understand the content engine and that you understand the way that organic content is built and produced and put out into the public space to turn your clients effectively in the OFM space no longer into OF girls, as it were, but to build actual influencers. That's what we're going to focus on today.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's super key. I think a lot of people look at it wrong. Like a lot of people are focusing on making OnlyFans girls. A lot of people are focusing on how do I create OnlyFans models? How do I blow up OnlyFans models? When you should be looking at it the other way, like how do I create influencers, right? Because you don't want to create OnlyFans models because that's how it's such a saturated kind of market of just like looking like every other OnlyFans girl. Like, are you just doing, you know, scandal-y class sort of like post where, you know, you're in your lingerie and it's very like sort of, you know, slutty, if that's the word that you would use, right? And everyone is doing it, and everyone thinks that that's what it is. Like, I've worked with creators where they're doing that style of content, and yeah, maybe they get to 10, 20K a month, and then they come to me and work with me, and they're like, I'm like, right, we're not actually going to be doing this anymore. Like, we're going to get rid of this. Like, we're doing a complete new plan. And they're like, wait, really? I don't have to do this to convert subs to my OnlyFans? I'm like, no. We'll actually convert way more if we do this strategy. And they're always shocked. And also, not only that, but they're also actually more comfortable because they're not actually quite comfortable putting that stuff out on social media, on Instagram and on TikTok anyway. And so, like, they'd prefer to be more their authentic self than be branded as an OnlyFans girl. And so, like, every creator I've worked with that's, like, you know, in the millions of followers now, we never went down that route of making them and branding them like an OnlyFans girl. Like, if you look at the top OnlyFans girls, like Anna Paul, like, she's, yes, there's hints of it, but like, you don't know she's an OnlyFans girl. Like, she's not an OnlyFans girl. A lot of people don't even know she has OnlyFans. If you look at people like Katie Sigmund, when she did OnlyFans, like, she was just like that golf girl, that like one of the boys. And so, like, all the top creators, I mean, that are making, like, you know, 500K, 600K, 700K a month, they're influencers that just happen to have an OnlyFans. They're the girl next door that just happens to have an OnlyFans, right? It's like you have, like, the porn star girls that, yeah, they're fun for a night. Maybe you sub for them once and see what happens. But then you have, like, the girl next door, which is, like, the girl you actually want to go after, which is, like, the one that has the wild side. And so, like, you're more intrigued, you'll spend more money, you'll get more subs. And so, like, it's a lot better to build influencers rather than OnlyFans models. And we're going to get into a ton of stuff, you know, treating it like a partnership, not just a dictatorship where you're just like send trends, and you don't actually explain the thought process behind it, or you don't create together. And so we're going to get into a lot of that stuff today. Now, the thing I want to cover first, we're going to cover a bulletproof, acid-tested 3-step process to making OnlyFans creators famous through organic content, right? And the main 3 steps is going to be understanding content as a concept, understanding how to prepare a model for content, and understanding the delivery practice of content. Now, the first thing that I actually want to cover is, you know, what is content? I want to break it down in as much depth as possible, right? So we're talking about organic content. Now, I'm going to open up a Lucidchart and explain, you know, the basic understanding psychology behind effective content, effective scripting, and sort of my essential social media frameworks, right? Now, with these essential social media frameworks, you always produce content that serves the viewer first and yourself second. Now, there's tons of things around this. I mean, even when it comes to working with models, a lot of people always just think, like, how can this model make me the most amount of money possible? How can I create content that's going to convert the most and going to make me the most amount of money? And that's how you get stuck into creating OnlyFans-based content, very sexual-based content. And, you know, because everyone's doing that. Yeah, it works for some, but you actually end up competing on looks most of the time. And you don't actually build any longevity or long-term brand. And so, like, yeah, you might spike up one month and the next month, and you might be up on an upwards trajectory doing 20, 30, 40K a month, but you're never going to get to that influencer territory and be like the Anna Pauls where you can sustainably do 500, 600, 700K plus per month. And you never actually have a core audience. You just have a bunch of horny guys that follow you, and you never really build a true audience, right? And so it's like the quote of, it's better to have 1,000 true fans than 100,000 people that just kind of just follow you just to see what's going on, right? And so you always want to produce content that serves the viewer first, and yourself second. And that means that's for everything, right? If you're thinking, like, right, how is this content going to convert the most? How can I get the most from the viewers? That's not the way. You want to create content for the viewer first. And that's arguably, like, one of the most important concepts when it comes to content. Steve, have you got anything to say on that? Because I know you also find this to be true.
Yeah, like, it's so when we in my agency, when we really started looking at this over the course of the last 6 months or so, and we're like, right, we're making all these OnlyFans trends, and we were building accounts, don't get me wrong, and we were making money and we were making models happy. We started to take on a new kind of client and do this sort of testing with them, like you say, and that was the core lesson we were providing. It was make content for the viewer, not for yourself. Because a lot of models want to make content that they like, oh, I like that trend, I'm just going to make it. And I challenge that fundamental thinking for them, like, why would you make it though? Does it leverage your time well? Does it actually engage with your audience? And we're going to come into this later on in the conversation about what their brand is and why the content serves them. And they're fundamentally tied together. But the whole concept of actually making content that does not service you individually is mind-bending in itself, because it's actually a really hard thing. I found as well as a content sort of director, we'll call myself, right, in the business, because I'm giving them ideas and trying to bring them forward and stuff. As a sort of content director, right, it's really hard to change your focus from that old way. Let's make trends. Let's copy this girl because she's doing really well. Let's copy this industry, or let's copy, that sort of niche space. Like, changing your mindset, because I guarantee everybody watching this is in the same place. They're like, oh, I'm going to follow that OnlyFans girl. I'm going to copy the same trends because my girl looks like her, right? My model looks the same, so I'm going to deliver in that way. And you need to change your mindset entirely, first of all, to think about how you want content to happen. And then you can start to apply some of these principles that's in Dylan's chart here. Because he's going to come on, we're going to talk about like hooks and stuff next, right? We're going to talk about how the brain works. And as we go through that, it's going to become fun. It's going to become very quickly apparent to you that the way you think about content today is fundamentally wrong.
Yeah. And I think learning organic marketing, like how you actually create organic marketing, like learning organic marketing, and especially organic marketing when it comes to influencers, and studying the best of the best influencers that are really good at organic marketing, like working with people that are good with organic marketing, like paying for advisors, like rather than like that's the number one thing that I did, is like I went out and found all the best, like whether it was the actual influencer that's creating the content or the strategist behind them, and I was like, can I please pay you to learn how you do this? Because I seen organic content marketing as like the biggest thing, and now I've got all those lessons and all those knowledge from them, and it was the best investment I've ever made in this space, because it's an evergreen method that can never go outdated. So if there's one key skill to master over everything in this industry, in my opinion, is mastering organic marketing. And if you can master organic marketing, then you're going to be good for forever, because it's something that's never going to die out, because again, attention is the new oil. So yeah, let's just go back over some of these effective essential social media frameworks, right? So now, a couple of things, right? We've got good media, right? So good content it could be educational, entertaining, controversial, emotionally charged, universally understood, related to trending news and topics, right? It could be a mixture of all these things, but realistically you want one or two. So for example, it could be entertaining and educational, which is kind of what we call edutainment, right? And so, you don't have to have every single one of these things, but universally understood is a really big one. And so like, if you can at least have one or two of these, and tend to be the more the better, but you don't want to overdo it either. But like, if you was to hit every single box, then I'm sure the video would do pretty well, as long as you had the other essential parts of the framework in like together, right? And so these are key, right? You want to make sure that you're at least ticking one of these boxes when you're creating content, right? But also it should be triggering in some way, right? And triggering content, it can be specific things. So, is it to do with money or prices? So for an example, if I was to make a video, how I spend my 400K per month salary as an online pimp, right? If I was to say something like that, that's triggering. I'm talking about money. And so like, it's an interesting concept, right? Then you have numbers and comparisons, sex or love, exclusivity and power, survival, self-preservation, happiness, health and well-being, power and control, freedom and politics. And these are just all psychological principles from our cognitive biases that we understand and that will hook our attention, right? And then the last one is replicable, right? Always track the results of content and focus on the topics, aka the verticals and styles, and concepts that are working until you have a formula that works. If you're just creating content with your models, in the sense of like, if you're just sending them trends, or you're just sending them what would work, or even if you are coming up with unique ideas and you're sending it to them and say, do this, and you're not actually tracking what you're doing, you're just randomly waking up every day, there's no clear structure, there's no clear content team that you have, you're just simply like, oh, well, better go and find some more trends on TikTok today, or better go find some what's popping on Reels, this works, because you're following a bunch of OnlyFans girls, this works, I'll just send her these 5 for today, tell it to recreate them. That's not how you have a content machine. That's not how this business works. You're not going to get far doing that, right? At least when I'm talking about ultra famous, I'm trying to make creators make at least 500K a month, right? If you know, I'm not talking about baby numbers, making 30 grand a month, 40 grand a month. If you're happy making 30, 40 grand a month, by all means, you know, continue to do your thing. But it's just going to get harder and more difficult as more people come into the space. So you want to be leveraging your unique personality, your model's unique personality and her unique authenticity, right? And so we'll get into that in a bit, but scripting structures, right? 3 main parts to a scripting structure. And this doesn't have to be like a legit written script, but it can be frameworks. This is how you want to follow it, right? So the hook is obviously the most important part, and we'll dive into hooks in a bit. But the hook, all you're doing with the hook is building a feeling around the video's purpose. So you go to the video's purpose and you just ask why. Like, what is the purpose of this video, and why are we making it? And then that's how you can come up with the hook, and you create the hook around the feeling around the video purpose, right? Then you have the body, which is meant to support the hook with reinforcing statements, visuals, and value propositions. And then you have the value prop, and this is why people are likely going to save your video, whether it's informative, educational, universally understood, emotionally charged, related to trending news and topics, all these different things, right? What good media is. Now, the next thing is going to be the psychological parts of hooks and of content in general. Now, the lizard brain, right? AKA the amygdala. Now, this is the part of your brain that is pain fleeing, right? And so the reason why negative connotations are more effective than positive ones is because this part of our brain, it hits the amygdala, right? Which is the lizard part of the brain, which is pleasure seeking and pain fleeing, right? And pain avoidance is priority. So if you have negative hooks or negative connotations in your content, even if your overall content is positive and your overall message of the video is positive, it's always going to do better and it's always going to catch more attention because it's going to hit that part of our amygdala and get us from our logical part of the brain, which is obviously the neocortex, is going to get us from that logical part of the brain into our lizard brain. And so that's why you see a lot of people using negative hooks or negative connotations in their videos, right? Now, the next thing is going to be the appeal to everyone, right? So the effective framing and packaging of niche information will reach more people, right? And so packaging is super important when it comes to content, and you need to have good packaging and overall like a good brand. And we will get into this in a bit, but packaging is super key, right? Now, the next thing is going to be the EWOC principle, right? Which is all the content you create needs to be effective without context, right? So every piece of media you create needs to be effective without content. And then we'll also cover this workflow in a bit. And then another couple of things on the essential social media frameworks is second person language, right? So what not to do, and this isn't all the time, you don't have to like abide by this specific thing as a Bible, like never use me, my language. But in terms of content that tends to perform better, if we look at data, you want to be using you, your, yours, or our language, right? So for an example, the wrong way to do it would be, let's just say we're making a video about McDonald's. Eating McDonald's makes me feel sick. I don't respond well to the chemicals and preservatives they put in my food. That pops up. Okay, cool. I don't give a fuck. Eating McDonald's makes me feel sick. I'm going to swipe right. I don't give a fuck if eating McDonald's makes you feel sick. I don't care how you respond to the chemicals. Makes no difference to me. I'm going to scroll. Whereas if you change the framing and you use you, your, yours, or our language, it creates a feeling of like camaraderie. It creates a feeling of familiarity, right? And so if you instead say McDonald's is making you sick because of all the chemicals and preservatives that they put in your food, then I'm going to be like, wait, McDonald's is making me sick? I just had a McDonald's. Like, wait, they put in chemicals and preservatives in my food? What the fuck? And then I'm going to be like, obviously, I'm going to be triggered, right? I'm going to be thinking about like, oh, damn, like what the fuck's going on with McDonald's? Like, I need to figure this out, right? And so like, while this isn't a rule of like never use me, my language, because as you get more advanced in terms of creating content, like it doesn't mean that if you use me or my or I language, the video isn't going to go viral. That's not how content works. But this is like just an essential framework to understand, right? Now, a couple other things, right? Personal branding. Now, your account should have a face or regular faces that are always present in their media, right? So cross-promoting girls, you know, you see at the high level when we're talking about like, you know, OnlyFans girls collabing and this kind of thing, right? You want regular faces, you want characters, or just at least have your own face, right? Faceless creators, you know, come on, guys, like it's fucking 2024. Like, stop working with faceless creators unless you're gonna AI face swap them, which is another video. But we're not gonna get into that. I'm not gonna get distracted, right? Now, next
Not for
principle.
here, man. Not for here.
the next principle is the Halloween test, right? So this is what you want to think of when branding and packaging, right? Could someone dress up as the face of your channel, right? When you're building an influencer, when you're creating an influencer, could someone dress up as the face of your channel, right? Is there any unique character traits or any unique things that they have in their content? I know you don't have to have this, and like, but it can help with the overall packaging and branding, right? And if we even look at, if we take the business niche, for example, right? Like Hamosi is a perfect example, right? He passes the Halloween test. You could go and check on an acquisition.com hat, put a beard on and put a nose strip on and a vest, and people would know you're Hamosi, right? So that's the Halloween test. You can think of that kind of thing, right? And now the next thing is going to be the tip of the tongue test, right? Could someone describe your look or mannerisms and have others know who they're talking about, right? So if I was like explaining, yo, who's that guy? Like the guy with like the orange like skin and like the toupee blonde hair. He's like this rich like billionaire guy. You know, he run for president. He talks with his hands. Like, oh, you'd be like, oh yeah, Donald Trump. He passes the tip of the tongue test, right? And so some of the best influencers, best creators, you can do that and they'll pass the tip of the tongue test and you'll know who they're talking about, right? And so that's super key as well. Now, we're not going to cover this today because this kind of stuff is just a basic framework. And I don't want you guys to get lost on these specific things because a lot of people want to focus on the mechanical means of social media, right? So a lot of people want to try and get mechanical advantage because they're too lazy to actually become good at creating really good content. So a lot of people want to think that it's down to time of day when I post, it's down to hashtags I use, it's down to sounds I use. When in reality, like those things have probably maybe a 1% boost if you actually have good content. But otherwise, like you can create viral videos without trending sounds, without hashtags, without the time of day. Like none of that shit really truly matters. The only thing that matters is creating good content, getting good at organic marketing and creating good content. That is the sole takeaway from this video. Just create good content. Copy another OnlyFans based trends and doing bippity bop. Oh, use some underwear. Oh, that's not good fucking content, right? So that's something I want to touch on there. Steve, have you got anything to add to what I just talked about?
First of all, disappointment. That's the first thing I've got to add because I know for a fact, right, that you basically have an Alex Hormozi costume nearby, and I thought you were going to put it on there as part of this video. Dylan's a massive Hormozi fanboy. He's got the hat. I'm pretty sure he's probably got the nose strip, and I've seen him wear the vest. So yep. I was gutted, mate. I thought you were going to go for it, but like we can do another video on that. There we go. We can do another video on that another time. But like, yeah, I think like the most important thing for me in there, right, is coming back to that sort of the core value of the content. Make sure that you're creating proper, unique stuff. This mechanical advantage stuff. This is stuff that black hat marketers try and sell you every day of the week. I know, I've bought this garbage, right?
Because it's fast and easy. People are always looking for the fast and easy answer.
Yeah. And I think that's the point I want to touch on here. And what I don't want to do is I don't want to sit here, right, and try and put people off, right? But I've got a very, very unique personal experience of this, right? Dylan's been mentoring me for some time, right? And we've moved into a sort of partnership position now. But for a long time, right, like I was asking Dylan questions about how to run this business. And one of the questions I repeatedly asked him and other people on his team was, how do I make good content? And he couldn't give me an answer. It's not that he couldn't give me an answer that was the right answer. It's that he couldn't give me an answer that I wanted, right? So he gave me the answer we've just shared with you today, right? You need to understand hooks. You need to understand how the brain works. You need to understand all of the different pieces, right? And that's not the answer I wanted. I wanted the mechanical advantage answer. I wanted them to tell me, you post this many times per day, you post at this time specifically, you post on this platform in this way, and that platform on that way, on this device with location settings and US SIMs and all of this stuff, all this garbage, right? That's the answer all of you want. And I'm going to tell you now, unfortunately, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
You don't, like, obviously you Dylan mentioned it again, you went and you bought some courses and you spoke to a bunch of people and they told you the one thing that you've actually not shared so far, and it's that they didn't teach you how to do it either. You learned roughly what they're doing, and then you had to go and learn to do it on your own anyway. You get the framework, which we've just given you, literally just given you the framework, but having the framework's not enough. You need to actually do some work and start learning. And it's like it is literally a muscle, and you need to develop and strengthen that muscle and get it stronger and stronger constantly. And until that is done, you will not be good at making content. I'll be honest, my YouTube channel, it's a fledgling YouTube channel. I am very much a beginner content creator, but I understand how content works now. And so I'm avoiding a lot of the pitfalls, I hope anyway, on my channel. I'm avoiding a lot of the pitfalls that you make when you're just throwing out random garbage there and hoping for the best. And I'm going to post at 5:53 because that's my optimum time and all this nonsense. If you take anything away from the call today, this is not a fast route to victory, right? One of the key things you can do is get involved in a community of people doing this, right? If you have people doing this around you, you will learn faster than you will on your own. If only there was a community where that was happening. I don't know, Dylan, maybe we can do something about that in the future. But like that's, I learned inside the community environment. I asked Dylan the question, he gave me the answer I didn't want, and then I went back into the OFM community, inside the mentorship community. I worked with everybody there, and I was like, well, shit, that's how you do it. And I just learned and learned over time. So
because even dropping content into the community, like, is this good content? I just had my model create this. Like, we could just break it down. Maybe we should start doing breakdowns of like, this is a terrible hook, like retention on this video probably sucks. And like the differences as well. So like, for example, I'm about to start taking my YouTube channel quite seriously because I've just been very lazy with it. Like, just being completely honest, it's very difficult to put as much time as we do into not only working with our like clients on our partnership program, but also like working with our actual clients at our agency, right? Because that's like our baby, that's our big business. And so like it takes so much time to brainstorm ideas for them and to put like and pour into them and work with them. And I'll explain our content process is pretty insane. So to also like do that and then focus on my personal brand is like so difficult. But I'm going to stop trying to be a baby and I'm planning some things. And like I understand how content works at a deep level. You know, we've made multiple models at this point, like famous, like over 1 million followers, all organic, and we've done it in a short amount of time, and it's pretty easy for us now. And so like, especially in that vertical, like I really understand that. I would probably say a deeper level, if not a mastery level, of how to make a influencer out of a girl, like how to make a girl famous on social media in a specific niche that's authentic to her, right? And now the next part for me is mastering that for myself. Like, how do I master my niche? Like, how do I, and it's a learning curve for me, right? Like, I know a lot more about that side of things because that's where my focus has been for the last 3 years. And the thing is, like, I've learned a ton and I can apply some of the principles and stuff to my niche, but it's just a different audience, it's a different kettle of fish. So I've also kind of got to go through that process again with my own like personal brand and go through the journey again, because it's not like a fast journey of like, right, yeah, now I know how to blow models up, XYZ. I understand how I could do it for myself. It's going to take a lot of time and effort. So that's the main problem I need to solve for at the moment, is how can I get my time back so I can actually put the amount of effort required. Like, you know, if I want to create good YouTube videos, it's going to take me a month to record one YouTube video, and that's going to be like day in, day out. And I know that video would go viral if I put a month's effort into it, but it's like, I don't have a month's effort to put into a video. So it's very difficult. So that's the main thing I'm trying to solve for, which is just me going on a tangent right now. That's the main thing I'm trying to solve for, is how can I get my time back so I can focus everything I've learned and put that into my personal brand. Because that's the other thing as well. Like, when you're learning this content game, you want to be maximizing on all fronts. Not only should you be making the models that you're working with famous, but why not leverage it for yourself and your own personal brand? Because attention is the new oil. And so like, it'll also double down. Like you're only going to get a benefit from it. Like I have a lot of models approaching me just because of the brand that I've built, and I don't have a big brand by any means, but it's something, and that's something that I would also recommend. But again, there's a different kettle of fish. Is kind of different blowing up in the business entrepreneur niche in comparison to this influencer girl niche. And it's made, and a big part of that is that beauty is one of like the most overlooked aspects. Like a beautiful girl, like a really beautiful girl, like someone that people in society desire, that desirability alone is sometimes enough to have a girl go viral. Like you'll see insanely attractive girls or girls with insanely like crazy body parts that maybe don't even have a clue how to create content, but just them being them is like a natural advantage for them to go viral, because men are just like, they're just super attracted to it, and so it's super engaging. It captures our attention. And so when it's on the other hand, women are not kind of the same when it comes to guys, and guys are not the same when it comes to guys. So it's definitely harder, which is why as well we've stuck to working with solely women creators. We've never worked with a male creator, just because it is a lot more difficult and it takes a lot more effort, and you've got to be a lot more clever and put a lot more time into the content side of things as well.
Yeah, I think like if you take anything away for that, like when you're watching here, take anything away for that. So Dylan is running an 8-figure agency and cannot make content for himself. It's no time.
Yeah.
That tells you the amount of effort that it is necessary to do this in your agency for your clients. And I'm actually facing the exact same problem. What Dylan's been encouraging me, man, get a YouTube channel, go and do some proper content, start getting your IG up. And I'm like, yeah, mate, I'm going to do it. And then I go away and I'm like, oh man, I've got about 800 things to do before I can actually do that. So I'm in the same place, but I'm trying to really prioritize, because I want to share information, right? I want to get this information out and into communities that are actually going to benefit from it. Because this is how I see it, right? If you all follow this advice that we're giving you today, and as we go through the next bit of the process, you understand, like, sort of putting the things together, and we're going to talk about how you get the model ready and stuff like that. But like, if you take that advice on and all of you create one influencer, right, the industry is better as a whole. It's better for me, it's better for Dylan, it's better for you, and it's better for your clients. Because if the standard of quality in the content space goes up, right, then it's a more competitive market, and it's a much better place for everyone to be involved in. We currently were drowning in places where, she's got 500 reel accounts and you're just seeing the same reel all the time with 10 views on it. We need to break that whole consensus in the industry, basically. It's a bit of a lofty ambition for this video, I suppose, mate. But like, that's what I see.
Definitely. Yeah, it's a lot. It's almost a separate business in itself. Like as an agency, like you kind of have the chatting side of things, which is a lot. And then you have like all the other in between stuff, client relations, onboarding, sales, like all these little things in between. But then like the main focus then is like the content side of things, which is like you are like the best agencies that I speak to are pretty much organic marketing agencies. Like they're just really good at organic marketing, and they've just made tons of influencers over the years. And once you've made influencers and you've made famous people, guess what? You kind of have a monopoly, because you can just cross collaborate and make more famous influencers and give them more of a boost, and you can get them to collab on good content ideas together. And so like you have like a monopoly. Like if you just look at Jack Doherty as an example, like perfect example, like literally he can just create these new influencers because he has so many influencers and they will just cross pollinate. And so that's why like it's not just like I would genuinely, like if I was to start my agency again, I would sign one model and I would pour everything into making that model. I would maybe go through 10 models to find the right one. But once I found the one, I would pour everything into it, and I would work with her on a daily basis, put all my effort and energy into it. I would teach her how to think about content, how to create content. I would create content with her together. I'm not talking sexual, explicit content. I'm talking about the actual organic marketing side of things. And I would just pour into her and focus on getting her to, becoming famous. And once I've got one, then I'll find another perfect candidate and I'll just do the same again. Then I'll find another perfect candidate, do the same again. Now I've got 3 famous creators. Now it's a lot easier for me. I've done all the hard work. Maybe it's taken a year and a half. Maybe it's taken 2 years to get 3 famous creators. Once I've got them, now it's a lot easier, because now I can just start to bring on creators and then the 3 famous girls I've got, throw her into the mix, and she's going to blow up fast. And now I can just keep rinsing and repeating that process. And that's how you end up scaling really fast and making a ton of money in the industry. But yeah, let's just get into how all this actually works, right? We're talking all this stuff, but let's how does this actually work? What is the fundamentals? What is the keys? And let's just go into hooks and retention, right? Now, hooks and retention is the most important part of content now, right? The biggest thing when it comes to hooks and retention is they kind of go hand in hand, and they're both very important. Now, if we look at long form as the example, right? If we look at long form content, then in long form, your title and thumbnail are viewed as the most important, right? Because if someone doesn't click on your video, then, well, they won't watch it, right? But in short form, we lose 2 very important things. We lose the thumbnail and we lose the title. So what does that mean? Your hook becomes the title and the thumbnail of your short form content. And what does that really mean? Your hook is the most important part of every short form video if you want people to actually watch it. So what makes a good hook, right? Again, you could have the most insane video, you could have insanely good retention, but if the hook isn't good or if the thumbnail and title isn't good, then no one's going to watch it to even know that the retention on the video is good, right? So you need that. That's the most important part. And a good hook can actually hook people towards the end, can hook them until the end of the video, right? Now, I've got a couple of examples. I don't know if these are going to load up tidy, but we'll see what happens. So using the word you, right? We've kind of talked about this in the essential frameworks, right? Using the word you, right? Now, this works really well. And if we look at some examples of this, and I'm just looking at general influencer content to give you guys an understanding of what the fuck is this? Bro, I did not pull this video.
And this is what happens when you film in an unscripted fashion.
Yeah.
Right? This is what happens. So
that is not pulling up for some reason. That's not even the video I had there, which doesn't make sense.
I'll give you an example though. I can actually create an example for you off the cuff, right? I seen an advert today, right? And it actually falls into that negative hook situation as well, right? So when Dylan was mentioning we showed the table earlier, right? Let's see if we can get it to work. But I'll give you an example because I got hooked by this earlier. Now, I didn't buy the product, but I seen what they were doing. And actually, because of my sort of broad study of content, I was like, oh, yeah, I like this. So I seen an advert for a particular food product. And they were basically saying, right, so 3 reasons why you don't want to buy this product. It's so easy to make that you can't procrastinate about not making it. It tastes so good that you won't want to eat anything else. And I can't remember the last one now, but it was so good that I watched it to the end. I think the last one was oh, that was it. It's so cheap that it costs less than a cup of coffee. So you can't procrastinate about not making it, which means you're not wasting time. It's cheap, so you can afford it. And it's super easy to do it. And it tastes great. 3 reasons. It's absolutely terrible. Blah, blah, blah. And so the negative hook with all the positive reinforcements on, I was absolutely hooked by it. I watched the whole ad. It was a 35-second ad. I went, why am I watching this? I'm not going to buy this, but why? Because I got played. I got played by the content game. So, and they used you. They attacked me. They verbally attacked me. They were like, you are not going to buy this. 3 reasons why you are not going to. It's so easy that you can make it and not procrastinate. It's so easy that you're going to love it. It tastes so good that you're not going to want to eat the stuff that you normally eat. Constantly using the word you, constantly attacking me with negative hooks, and not just one negative hook, but repeated hooks all the way through the video. Absolutely phenomenal advert. And I was like, all of those principles at play, all of those principles.
Yeah, and for some reason, none of these TikToks will load for some reason. None of the links. I don't know if the links work for you, but they clearly links, but they're just not actually taking me anyway. I don't know why it's doing that.
They're taking me to the homepage, unfortunately, mate. But I've given you an example, right? And actually, we can leave the links in the comments and stuff so people can get a view. What we'll do is we'll try and link the videos into the comments so you can get a view about what we're talking about. But that example I've just given you there is pretty much on the money. Using you and then combining it with the negative hook and then combining it with the price as well. all those factors were sort of described from the chart that Dylan showed you before. It was using, those core things. It was educating me and it was triggering me. And then it had multiple hooks and it was targeting me specifically with the correct, like, honestly, it was a marketing masterclass, man. Like, I'll send you the ad later, right? And you can be like, oh, bro.
So I've got a few examples of hooks here, but for some reason the TikToks are not working whatsoever. It doesn't even take me to the TikTok link anymore. I've tried everything. We've literally just tried to fix it for the last 20 minutes. I literally probably spent 2 hours finding specific examples of specific videos so you guys could like learn visually from like what are the good hooks, and none of them are working. So that's great. So we'll just have to like wing this. Now, a few examples, right? People say using the word you, right? Now I had some examples there, and there's probably videos where it's like, have you ever seen this? Or you won't believe this happened, right? Stuff like that, right? Using the word you. We talked about it in the essential social media frameworks, right? Second person language, you, your, yours, our, right? It makes people feel included, makes people feel like you're talking directly about them, which is going to capture more attention, right? Now, this next one allows you to relate to your audience, you. So like when you use the word you, that allows you to relate to your audience, and then these videos are going to work. But that just allows the audience to relate with you, right? Now, I can't see these examples, so I don't even know what's going on. But the next thing, right, is employing the everybody trick, right? This allows your audience to relate to you, right? Employing the everybody trick. So everybody has that one friend that does this, that, right? Like those types of hooks makes the viewer feel related. It allows you to relate to them. You relate everyone. It creates that familiarity, right? By employing the everybody trick. So when you say everybody does this one thing or whatever it is, right? That just makes the viewer be like, wait, what is it that everybody does? Or everybody has those kind of things, right? Does any other couple have this problem, right? Now, that's not directly saying the word everybody, but it's obviously alluding that does any other couple. It's still including everybody. It's including any other couples, right? So all the couples watching that is going to relate, right? So now why do these actually work, right? Why does everybody has or does any other couple have this? Why do these examples work, right? You promote intrigue and questions in someone's head that they need to answer. And it's the same with good thumbnails. It's the same with good titles, right? You've probably done it yourself, and I consciously catch myself doing this now because I understand it. When I'm looking through YouTube and scrolling, there's certain videos and thumbnails and titles that will pop up that I will be having an internal dialogue in my own head, and it'll make me want to click it. I'll be like, wait, like the good thumbnail and title promotes that, like it piques that curiosity, right? And so it promotes intrigue and questions in someone's head that they need to answer. And the only way you're going to find that answer is by watching the rest of the video, right? Or by clicking the video. And so that's key. That's with these types of hooks, that's how you actually can hook people until the end of the video, right? You know, if you've got a good storytelling video and the answers at the end and you have a good hook, everybody has does any other couple have this, or using the you trick, right? That's going to promote curiosity and intrigue, and it's going to people are going to start asking questions in their own head that they need to answer, right? Secondly, you give the audience an emotion, right? It makes them feel something, sparks their curiosity. Maybe it makes them feel included. Maybe it makes them feel like annoyed or frustrated. There's tons of different things, but it piques emotion, right? And so like you can think about all these different things. Like it could be universally understood, right? Now, the next thing is going to be you create a desire the audience didn't know they had. Kind of like piquing curiosity, right? You're creating a desire the audience didn't know they had. So a good hook can do that. You know, they're scrolling, scroll stopper. Everybody has and you're like, whoa, wait. Like everybody has a what? And then you go into the story and boom, 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 right? And then number 4, you have to establish some sort of value in the first second to keep the viewer's attention. Now, value doesn't have to be like, you know, it does. When people think of value, people think like giving some type of value in the sense of like a business tip or wherever, right? That's not necessarily what it means, right? Value can be anything, depending on the creator, depending on the niche, right? It can be escapism, entertainment, and all, like, there's tons of ways to create value, right? And so you can create value by escapism, by entertaining people, and that is value in itself, right? They're getting value for their time because they're entertained as they watch in the video, right? And so that's also why it works, right? And so having these things in a hook make a massive difference to how your content's going to perform. And you don't have to just have talking hooks, right? There's things like visual hooks, and there's tons of ways you can create visual hooks as well, right? Which we'll talk about. Visual hooks are more like thumbnail based, right? Thinking of it like how a thumbnail catches attention, that's how a visual hook kind of works, right? And you can almost apply the thumbnail and title principle on shorts, like on short form videos, by actually having like an on-screen caption, and the framing of the first frame needs to be something good or interesting, right? Now, is that the only way to do it? Is everybody, is that the only way to have good hooks? Is that the only way to have good hooks? No, right? Of course not. Social hacking and trend jacking is another one, right? Social hacking, this is a really good video, but it's not going to work. It was a guy explaining how social hacking works while social hacking people. And what that means is leveraging maybe what's trending, right? You see it in the business niche all the time. And then the reason I'm saying the business niche is because probably a lot of you guys or FM agency owners are probably in that niche. And so you see people almost stealing other people's identities or face for clout, right? I'll see if I can literally find a perfect example while we're on this stream right now. I know someone that does it all the time, and it's a really good way to grow your following, right? And so if we look at this video, right, this is an example of social hacking. He's used Jordan Welsh, Alex Mosey, E-Man, right? And some people will say, like, gurus like E-Man Gadsby don't want you to know this one thing, right? That's what social hacking is. You're using someone else's likeness. You're using someone else's audience, and you're almost stealing their audience from you. Because if you're a big fan of E-Man, for example, right, then he's going to pique your interest. He's going to capture your attention. You're going to be like, what's this guy saying about E-Man, right? So that's what social hacking is, right? Is using trending people and stealing sort of their likeness. Now, another one example of this is, more direct social hacking. This is the only link that's working. Mr. Beast locked me in a freezer, right? He's using Mr. Beast straight away. And obviously Mr. Beast is a crazy big influence. And so he can almost steal Mr. Beast's audience by saying, Mr. Beast locked me in a freezer, right? He's social hacking / trend jacking, right? But wait, there's another piece, right? Here's the goal of hooks that nobody talks about. You want to hook your audience until the end of the video, right? I slightly touched on this earlier, but most people think that your hook is only at the beginning of the video. But they can actually be multiple hooks in a video to carry your audience through the story. So what are different hooks in a video, right? So when you create hooks, like how can you hook yourself? How can you hook someone to the end of the video? Well, if you say everybody has and then you go into the story and blah, 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 and you want to find out what everybody has, or does any other couple have this problem? And then maybe you tell a little bit of story, blah, blah, blah. And then at the end of the video, get to the point. They're going to be hooked until they find the answer, right? Because you've promoted intrigue in their head, and they're asking themselves questions in their own head that they need to find the answer to. So when you use a hook like this, does any other couple have this problem? And you don't get to the point straight away, and you maybe story tell a bit, then you're going to keep retention purely because this question's unanswered. And until they get that answer, they're not going to click off the video, right? And so, hooks are not just something you put at the start of the video. A good hook is actually something that can carry the audience until the end of the video, and they can actually be multiple hooks in a video and throughout the video, right? So your hook that gets your audience's attention at the very beginning of the video, right? This is different to hooks in a video, right? So that's one type of hook. Your hook that gets attention at the very beginning of the video. Now, number two is your hook that keeps the audience's attention until the end of the video, right? Example of a hook that isn't at the start of a video. I race strangers that ride these and show them that I don't need them. And the hook hooks you until the end because you want to see who he races and if he wins, right? So let's look at this example, right? And if you look as well, right, if we look at the start of this video, let me see if I can refresh, right? This is very thumbnaily. Like you can see, like he's almost positioned as like a thumbnail, and he's got a caption. This is an auto walk. This is an auto walk, right? Not really like an insanely good hook. Like you're just like, what is this guy on about? But it's universally understood, right? And so he's touched on that essential framework because everyone knows what these things are. Everyone knows what this thing is in the airport. I didn't necessarily know it was called an auto walk. That's pretty interesting, but it's a universally understood concept. So he's not necessarily using a actual hook here with his voice, but he's almost got a visual hook because it's universally understood. Everyone knows what this is, and he's stood there and he's thinking, what's this guy about to do? And the actual hook comes in after the intro, right? So that's where the actual first hook comes in. I race strangers to prove that I don't need these. And so you're thinking at this point, he races strangers. Wait, is he going to race a stranger in this video? Like, I need to see who wins that race, right? And now he's clearly creating story around such a simple concept, right? And so this is the elite level of creating content. And so like creating a story around something like this, he started the video off with a universally understood theme. Everyone knows what that thing is. Maybe you didn't know it was called an auto walk. So that keeps you for a bit. You're like, okay, I understand this. I race strangers is the hook. You want to see who wins. And now he's telling a story which keeps you intrigued. He's telling him the top speed 6.2 miles an hour. And so you're waiting to see like what happens, right? So now he's rehooked you again. Oh, is he going to win this, right? Like his car started cramping. Is he going to win this? And even though we know this is like, you know, kind of BS, we're still intrigued to see who wins, right? Right. And that you can see, like, you can just see the very thumbnail-esque, right? And so that's like a really good example of how you don't have to just have a hook at the start of the video, but how the first hook comes in, the second hook comes in, and it keeps you through the entire video. And yeah, he does have a hook at the start of the video. It's just not a, you know, a hook that he's actually speaking, right? It's just a universally understood theme with the auto walk, right? Now, hook at the start of the video using the comment technique as a hook for the start of the video. So this is a good one you can use as well, right? Like if people are commenting and there's funny comments and stuff like that, like these guys have an entire channel like based on their comments, right? And that's a good way to get your community involved. So that could be one of the verticals, right? One of the verticals that you could be testing, which we'll get into in a bit, could be comment replies, because that gets your community involved, right? And so like if we look at this video as an example, so that's a really good hook, right? They're replying to their comments, and it's also a very interesting concept, right? So you need to pick the right comments for this to work. But these guys like pretty much have one of their main verticals is just doing this side of thing, right? And so like everyone knows what to expect now, and they've delivered on that hook straight away, right? And so that's the clear thing there. Let me delete these so my laptop doesn't lag, right? Now that's the hook there, right? And then if we look at this one as well, Isaiah Photo, really good creator. He creates amazing hooks right at the start of his video and also has multiple hooks throughout his video, right? So if we look at this piece of content, it didn't take me to an exact piece of content, but I guess we could probably just pull up a random one. What's got good views? So this is the cheapest cruise on the planet. A lot of people maybe want to find that out. It's only $45. That's like almost another hook. You won't believe what $45 gets you. That's like another hook. Like for you, I'm about to find out. That's literally like another hook again. See how he's creating multiple hooks, multiple but believe me, it gets worse, right? You're thinking like, how could it get worse? Like, what's going on? Like, and it just keeps your attention throughout the entire video because he's using multiple hooks, right? And now I wanted to use like broad content examples. I did have a lot of like OnlyFans kind of, not OnlyFans, but like girl based like influencer kind of trends, like Anna Paul style stuff, but none of these TikTok links are working. So if I can get them to work, I'll maybe make the doc so you guys can go and look at it yourself. But these are good examples just to give you like the point of this first part is just to give you a broad understanding of what good content is, right? Now, the next part is retention, right? Now, retention is also super important because you could have an insanely good hook, but if the rest of the videos is dog shit, like, I mean, really it just falls off a cliff after the hook, then people are going to click off and your video is not going to do well, right? Because the aim of these platforms is to keep you on their platform for as long as possible, right? Now, before I do go into retention, Steve, is there anything that you wanted to speak about in specifically, or should I continue going on hooks?
No, I think you pretty much covered it. I like I do like one example that I do in the everybody the everybody strategy, which is where I incite an additional the FOMO strategy on top of it. So like you see loads of these pieces of content where like somebody's asking, oh, everybody's doing this, so why are you not? So if I take a business niche, for example, it could be like, oh, everybody's moved over to OFM, so why are you still doing drop shipping? And what you're doing is you are creating a problem for them that they did not know they had, and then inciting the fear that they're being left behind by society, which works every single time. It really hits you right in the core, man, especially if it's applicable to you as an individual. Basically, if that lands on your doorstep and it's applicable to you on a personal level, it will hook you, guaranteed, all the way to the end. You're 100. Yeah. Dylan's about to come onto attention, but you are getting 100% retained on that video.
Especially if you link that with a universally understood theme that everyone, like in society, conceptually understands. Like everyone knows what those things in the airport are. Like at least the majority of people, and so like it's an interesting concept. Yeah, that's some solid insight. So retention, right? Now retention is super important as well. And so what is retention, right? The fact of keeping something in one's memory, right? Or the continued possession, use, or control of something. That's the actual definition, right? The fact of keeping something in one's memory, the children's retention of facts, the action of absorbing and continuing to hold substance. These are all different definitions of retention, right? Example, the soil's retention of moisture, right? You're retaining, you're keeping them attached, you're keeping them locked in, right? Now, I like to think of retention as the moment of excitement / tension that's going to come next. It's like that holding your breath moment, right? You're waiting for it. Like, if we go back to Isaiah Photo's video, right? Like when he says, how can this get any worse? You're thinking, wait, how can it get any worse? Like, what's going on? It's like there's tension building up, right? Good storytellers, good content creators know how to build tension and excitement. And that's why retention and hooks are super key, right? So how retention works on short form platforms. With short form content, you choose to sit down and watch for a few minutes, right? And it removes the choice of what content to watch next. It's constant, right? You have the removal of choice fatigue, right? So what do I mean by that? What does that mean? Well, if you look at it like this, right? If you go and sit down to watch Netflix, you know when you put Netflix on, you sit down on the sofa, you're probably going to be there for maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours, right? So you can go and watch something, and Netflix films don't have to have all these crazy retention hacks and this and that, right? Because it's less hyper edited, and they can just tell good stories, and you're going to sit there because you've committed. Whereas TikTok is everyone's fighting for your attention, right? Because it's very fast. There's no choice fatigue. You don't know what's going to be next, right? The same with Reels, right? And so it removes choice fatigue, which is why the hook and retention needs to play that key part, and why good hooks will retain people throughout the entire video, right? Which is why, like I said, the hook is the most important part. And so it's the same with a movie, right? If you go and sit in a movie, you literally have no choice but you can't even get up. You can't even get distracted. Like, even if the movie is absolutely terrible, you're there now, so you're just going to watch it. Whereas if a TikTok's absolutely terrible, guess what? You're going to scroll, right? And so like, you need to think of it like that, right? Now, storytelling is super key. And so like, how do you hook people with storytelling on shorts in particular, right? Now, shorts does really well. Like, shorts is a really untapped niche in terms of like this OnlyFans space. And we've got a couple of creators on shorts that are absolutely crushing it. But you've got to be able to tell good stories, right? And that shorts is a very different platform from TikTok and Reels. So you can post kind of the similar sort of stuff on TikTok and Reels, and you can also post stuff that worked on shorts into Reels and TikTok, and it can do well. But you need to be if you want to do shorts, you need to be creating short specific content. All this bippity boop shit that people do and all the copied trends is not going to work on shorts, right? Shorts, the best thing to do on shorts is having really good storytelling, right? And that's going to be key. So you need a scroll stopping. You need a scroll stopping for the first 0.5 seconds, right? So the first 0.5 seconds, you need to have a scroll stopper there, right? Once you have the viewer hook, you now have to play the retention game. And the aim is to achieve 98% plus retention on a video for it to go viral on shorts, right? You can get 100% retention on YouTube shorts, right? And all the top creators get 100% plus retention. Now, storytelling and challenges are the easiest and most effective way to do this, and use some examples of these challenges / storytelling videos, right? If we just look at this girl is like a perfect style of shorts creator. And so like that is just a basic example of storytelling and how it works so well on shorts. And then you've also got like these challenges and the public interview side of stuff, right? But as you can see, the storytelling stuff does so good on shorts in comparison to anyone else. Jenny is another person that does it really well. Let me see if I can find who. Jenny Hoyers. This girl also is probably arguably the best, one of the best short story creators, storytellers like on the entire app. And so like, if we look at this, if we actually, it's very like sort of kid, like childish sort of like cringy content, but it works really well on shorts. And so if you have like a beautiful like girl and you do like, that girl I just showed you, by the way, is an OnlyFans creator, and she makes a ton of fucking money. If we go back, this girl's an OnlyFans creator, right? And so like, I know you're curious, and she prints money. Like, she literally prints money. She has the craziest fucking cars, the craziest houses, and it's all from shorts. She has 3.8 million subs, right? And so like, study this type of person if you want to blow up on shorts. Like, these are your cars, right? Like, it's pretty insane. And so like, storytelling is insane and can work really well. Like, even stuff like this works really well. You can obviously, like, there's tension here, right? Like, you can see, like, you obviously understand, what she does. You're thinking, oh, she's a porn star and OnlyFans girl, right? See, like, it's clearly obviously staged, but they obviously do really well, right? And so like, that's key. And then also call to actions on shorts can do well as well, like subscribe for more, follow for more, stuff like that can actually do well on shorts. So that's something you can test. Sometimes retention will tank, but if you fit her in like right at the end, and you do it in like a subtle way, like, it can be really good. Now that's understanding like content at a general level of just like a broad horizon of like what good content is, what good content looks like. And so if you haven't been putting that much effort into content, then this is probably like I said, content is a science. So if you haven't been thinking of content this way, well, you better switch up your game and start thinking more about content. But now we're going to actually get into the meat of the video. We're actually going to get into like how we actually think about this content, how it should look like what the partnership aspect should look like when it comes to making content with your models, and all this other fun stuff, the actual the frameworks, the tracking, the roadmaps. And so, Steve, is there anything that you want to talk about before that? Anything you wanted to add to that retention section?
No, I'm actually just sort of hyped to get stuck into this next section because it's like the bread and butter of my life. Like, if the bit that I understand, if I'm being honest, the bit that I fundamentally understand most is this next section, because like I've really my background before I worked in this industry was very much the next part of this video. So I was like transferring it onto a one-to-one basis and making it about a content creator rather than making it about like improving a business and assessing a business and stuff. Like I could do this bit super fast. I learned this bit very quickly, but learning how to actually make the content and stuff, all the stuff you've just gone through about understanding how to actually capture attention, because as we know, attention is the most valuable commodity, right? It's just, that's the hard part to learn, or it was the hard part to learn for me. The good news is the next part we're going to go into is actually quite mechanical. So whenever if you're watching, you're like, oh, I'm looking for a mechanical answer, you're about to get a reasonably mechanical answer for how do you actually set this up. Making content is hard, I'm not going to deny that, but getting ready with someone to do it, there is a formula to it, there is a mechanical method. And Dylan's got some cracking assets that we're going to share with you towards the end as well. Like you maybe see them flashing up on the document there. Like we've got like a verticals tracker, we've got a 6-week roadmap, we've got a work ethic document as well. But we're going to tear right into that now, and we'll share those sort of documents with you as we go through, because they're critical factors and critical tools inside the sort of, I call it the qualities and the qualities and traits assessment, basically like the model build out assessment. And these tools will help you work in that space, and we'll share them with you as we go forward. But yeah, I'm hyped for this next section because it's I love that personally.
Yeah, I think I think that we want to almost like solve for everything in this next section, and so I think one of the biggest issues people would probably face, which is why we thought we almost did like a pre-mortem of before we recorded this, thinking like, what's everything we could solve for? Like, how could we explain content to an alien and they'd understand it? And so like what we thought about was the work ethic problem, right? A lot of people will say like, oh yeah, we really struggle. Like our model would never take this content this serious. So we are too lazy, like we can't be bothered to even take it this seriously. Wherever the issues is, like the work ethic issue, whether it's yourself, whether it's your model, whether it's a mixture of both, like work ethic is not as big as an issue as everyone makes it out to be. It's usually just down to poor communication, poor leadership, like no lack of vision on the model's end, and you almost running a dictatorship and not a partnership. And so that's something that we're going to really dive into, because you're not going to be able to create really good content unless you have a good relationship and unless that work ethic problem is solved, because it takes a ton of effort to make good content. And so you need good work ethic, and you need to be willing to put effort into a video that inevitably flops. And so like you need to have that solved. And we're going to talk about how we actually solve for that in this next part. And so the first thing that I actually want to touch on, I think we should touch on work ethic first.
No, I think let's flip and reverse it. Let's talk about let's talk about how you control work ethic, right? Because I think that work ethic is tied inherently to stuff you want to do, right? It is tied inherently to stuff that you're interested in. So for me, isolating that with a model, which is what the chunk of what the main thrust of this section is about, isolating stuff that the model can associate with, that the client can become attached to, actually solves for X in the work ethic position. Like, so you said at the start, Dylan, right? If I just give you 50 trends to copy, you see that as work. You're like, Jesus Christ, I have 50 videos to film. I don't want to do this, because then I need to go and film content for OF as well, and then I need to go shopping, I need to clean my house. Like, it's just work, right? But if you solve for X in this sense and discover what content actually fits the model, what fits our personality, what fits our particular assets, and I don't mean physical assets always, I mean like our particular skills or qualities and like our talents, etc. If you solve the content around those factors, right, you will ultimately be able to create enjoyable content. You're creating content still for the viewer, it's still important for the viewer, and it's for them. But because you enjoy making it, it actually solves a lot of that work ethic. So if you're an agency, and Dylan used the word dictatorship there, if you're an agency and you're just telling the model to make 50 pieces of content every day so you can churn it out on repeat, that's why you think your model's lazy. Oh, my model's so lazy, she won't make content. She just doesn't want to make the content. Like, if you don't mind, Dylan, what I'll do is I'll tear through this section, right, and I'll sort of go through my mind, and we'll loop in and see, and you can chuck your thoughts down. But right, so how we do this, right? So we literally look at the model as a human being. She's not a tool for making revenue, right? She's not a product generator. She is a human being, because that's what influencers are, right? People buy people first. The first thing they do. I'm skipping to the end of that, my speech here, but people buy people, right? So the very first thing you need to do is break down the model's core qualities and traits. What are they like, and what do they like? Do they have a particular affinity to a community or brand? Like, you're trying to ultimately determine their core brand as a human being, right? So mine and Dylan's core brands are very different. He likes very different stuff to me, and that's okay. That makes us different, and that also makes us, it makes us better for content, because we're not going to make the same thing. We're going to make very different content, and that's, you know, that's what it's about. And understanding those values on a human level is the key to unlocking every single human being's potential as a personal brand, as an influencer. If you are, it sounds ridiculous, and it sounds like so sort of, you know, so in trend to say, but if you're your most authentic and based self effectively, you will have a greater chance of success than you will copying content that's in the market, right? So what we do is we look at the model and try to isolate what her core brand as a human is, and then we start to attack the more superficial elements, right? So we understand what sells, right? Dylan's touched on this all the way through the video. So if a model's got insane physical assets in specific locations, right, that can be sold, and you can leverage it in making content. You can apply a camera focus on a specific area of the body, on her face, on her eyes. You can focus on other traits as well, attributes, talent, skills. Did she have a particular thing that she's good at? Talents and skills, very different. Skills are developed, talents are natural, right? So, for example, I've seen influencers develop. One of my favorite influencers right now, not even an OnlyFans creator, is just a girl who skips. She does videos to music and she skips, and she is so good at what she does that it hooks me every time. I've never approached her, I've never messaged her like, oh, you could make more money. I've never done that. She's just so good at what she does that I engage with that content. And then I've seen them do also, I've seen them shooting hoops. I've seen people do backflips and become famous. Like, there's so much stuff you can do that is unique to you because your personality shines through that. So there are loads of people that can do a backflip, but if you've got a raw personality that people engage with, that people want to buy into, then you can actually become a brand as a result of that relatively simple skill, quite frankly. Like, I can't do a backflip, but like a relatively simple thing, doing a backflip on camera, but your personality is what's basically drawing through, right? Those talents and skills are what make you an attractive proposition, is what I'm trying to say. And it allows you to engage with physical appearance, because that's what everybody is about. People on a human level, they love physical appearance. It's what's in their brain, right? And then those secondary attributes basically are tying through, and you can do it with loads of other things. Attributes, when I mean that, I mean, like, for example, does the person wear glasses? Do they have a specific hair color? Do they wear a specific brand of clothes, or do they drive a specific car? Do they have a specific type of voice? You did like ASMR. It's all about niching basically, and those more drawn down attributes. But it's critical to look at that holistically. Everything I've just gone over. So thinking about their core brand as a person, thinking about their physical attributes, thinking about their talents, their skills, their other attributes, those secondary soft things that they have. You need to boil all of those together. It's a recipe for greatness, right? You need to take the bits that are excellent, put it all into the pot, mix it up, and that is how you turn a human being into an attention-grabbing business asset. It's how you turn someone into a business together in a partnership, right? Am I on the right track, Dylan? Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree.
So from there, right, you've got the idea, you know roughly what you want to do, you know what attributes, what talents, what's associated with the model, right? You know what the model likes. You've already solved for X. Maybe though the model is shy, right? Maybe the client doesn't want to do specific stuff. And this is where you basically, and I love this phrase, you fashion a persona, right? You're playing a character to play the game, right? You don't have to be your truest real self on the internet. Maybe there are like qualities that you have that other people just don't like, right? You don't want to accentuate those online. So you build a persona around about the most attractive parts of the client in order to actually drive them forward, right? Now, some others might think they're boring and that people won't be interested in them. So just change. Become the thing that people want and do the thing they're going to like. And you will ultimately progress in the content business as long as you follow the rules that we've sort of laid out before. Make sure you're hooking properly. Make sure you're triggering people in the right way to get them interested. And then be the personality that drives that. And if the persona is closely rooted to the real personality, but we enhance those attractive character elements from a market perspective, do the ones we don't want to come out, then you're going to succeed. Now, it is difficult. I won't lie. It's difficult to change your personality for the camera, but actors do it all the time, and everyone can act to a degree. I'm not telling you don't need to have an Oscar-winning performance or anything here, but you need to be able to get into character, right, and deliver in character. And that outward personality, the public face, it's everything. Personal brand is public facing, right? Your personal brand and you as a person are totally different entities. They're joined and they have similarities, but they are different entities at the end of the day. So what you need to do is work with your client to fashion that character, the one that fits them best, and then give them time to learn that character, work with them to learn that character. And they need to play that character with everything they have. Because if they can commit to that character, commit to that persona, commit to the brand that they want to build, commit to the things that they're going to actually use, their talents, their assets, and actually drive those forward, you are well on the road to victory. You basically can't lose. It's an attrition thing. If you do everything I've just said there, combined with the stuff that Dylan talked about earlier, over time, you will win. You cannot lose. It's statistically impossible. I think. Anyway, I'm assuming you're going to agree with me. I hope you are. But
Yeah. No, I agree. I think as well, like a lot of people think about everything from the wrong frame of mind. Kind of like how I said that the content should always be framed for the viewer. I think you almost need to stop focusing on how we can make money from the models and put more attention on the actual service delivery for the models and like really pour into them and make it a partnership and a collaborative effort. And like I said, less like a dictatorship. And so, yeah, like rather than just send in trends, like actually, the rather than you don't have to go all out straight away, you can break it in, but rather than just send in trends, maybe start explaining why you actually sent the trends, what the thought process was behind it, start teaching them, start dripping on them, like to get them and the understanding. But like the goal is that we should be turning them into content creators, not OnlyFans models. Like we should be turning them into content creators, be turning them into influencers, and letting them understand the process and giving them also more creative input as they start to understand the process. And so they can actually be their authentic self. And when ideas come to them in their real life, maybe they have some really good ideas. Maybe you have an insanely creative individual whose personality would be like electric on camera, but you never let it come out of her because you're always just like, do these vanilla trends, do these risky trends, and like she's just always doing that stuff, and because that's what she thinks is going to work, and that's how you get stuck. Like there's tons of agencies that can, like some agencies get to like maybe 60K a month with a model doing that stuff, and usually like you have to have a decent looking girl to be copying and getting to that level. But so many agencies get stuck at 60K a month, and it's always like one of two issues. Either their chatting's terrible, which can sometimes be the case, but more often than not is like they've just built an OnlyFans girl, and so there's like no room for them to like actually grow into an influencer. They kind of just plateau because it's like there's only like people just get bored of you. Like there's you haven't actually built a core audience that actually love you for you. You just built an audience that are just built on thirst, that desire you, and once they get bored and they go and find the next big OnlyFans girl that blows up, you're now in the bin and you have no longevity and you start to decline and start to lose money, and you've like my entire goal is like, right, if a girl is going to commit herself to OnlyFans, which is a big decision, there could be a lot of there could be a lot of issues in the future that pop up from her, and so like if she's going to commit to OnlyFans and she's going to work with us, I need to make sure she's getting the highest ROI and the highest leverage on making that decision. And so like, I don't want her to regret it. And therefore, like, I want to actually give her longevity where if she decides to stop OnlyFans, for example, like Katie Sigmund, she can pivot and but still leverage her content creation and become a content creator and monetize that as well, right? And you also open up multiple revenue streams as well. You don't just make money from OF, but you can make money from other stuff as you become a content creator, brand deals, and you can take percentages of that as well, right? And so there's tons of different ways that you can monetize it. And you're almost having like a organic marketing agency / talent agency at that point, right? And they kind of go hand in hand. And so like, you know, you can start streaming on Twitch and you can start to really build up that personality. And that's like how you create the ultimate leverage, is you build an influencer, not an OnlyFans model. So like, that's the biggest takeaway: create influencers, not OnlyFans models. And yeah, when it comes to like the type of content Steve was talking about, when you're looking at like the authentic self, like, you know, if you have a girl that's insanely good looking, she's in insanely good shape, and she loves the gym, then one of the verticals that you can, and I'll talk about verticals in a minute, but obviously then if you're getting it to just create like bikini style OF trends, you're missing out on a massive opportunity where you could literally not only have her to make easy content, because she probably goes to the gym every day, so she could create content every day, but, you know, she could go live when she's in the gym for X amount of hours. She could also double down on that live and create content. And it doesn't have to be OF based content. Like, we've literally got a girl in the gym niche that you wouldn't even know is an OF creator, and she simply just films her workouts. And that's like it. And she does really well because she's obviously got a good body, good physique. And so like, it's also easy for her to film, and she's very consistent. And so like, integrating content around and into their daily life is also something to consider as well, because it just makes it easier and there's less friction, right? Now, going back into this doc, I think the next thing we're going to talk about is verticals.
Yeah, verticals? We could though. We could, verticals are a big section, but you just touched on it, right? If they're doing content that they really love, then, like I said, you've solved for X already. So I'm just gonna go off script because I'm a maniac, right? But like, this is a short piece. But what I do with all my models, and I know Dylan does the exact same thing. I didn't invent this or anything, right? But when you've done the thing we've just described, and you've figured out what content they're gonna make, even without the verticals part, right? You don't know the specific things you're going to do exactly yet, but you know roughly what we're going to do now. We know roughly the core brand of the individual. We know roughly what assets we're going to sell. We know roughly how we're going to build and wield that influence. We've got a plan, right? What you just touched on there, Dylan, is hypercritical now. We're looking at other revenue streams. We're looking at, you know, monetizing other channels. We're looking at getting brand deals, etc. And that then I anchor everything to goals. So I anchor with my models and with my clients, I anchor everything on their goals. And I do this in a 2-strand process, right? It's got a Pew matrix, and you can look it up on Google. It's a free thing. It's something that's been around for hundreds of years, right? Pew matrix basically states that if you've got an objective and you score it out of 5, and then the ones with the highest scores go at the top, and the ones with low scores go at the bottom. And what I do is I do a double Q matrix. So I have the model score it, and I score it as well. And I score it from a business perspective, and she scores it from a personal perspective. And we basically figure out, right, so the ones that are ranked highest, because they're going to be some common ground, those are the ones to the top. But I anchor everything to those goals, right? So I have a proper full session. It's not like a 3-minute job where I just say, what are your goals? And I write them down. This takes like an hour and a half. And we think about real goals. When I take on like new clients and I'm like, oh, tell me some of your goals. And they say, I want more money. That's a bad goal, right? Maybe you want more money, but what for? What does it do? Why do you require it? Dylan, you've talked about this in previous videos. It's a point that's hammered into me. Like, you need to know what you want and then why you need enough money to get it. That's critical, right? And I sit down with the model. The model says, well, I want to make this much money to buy a bag because I've always wanted it. Fine. Then I ask, does it serve the business or does it just serve your own gratification? Why do you want the bag? Drilling down, 5 whys analysis, right? Constantly asking questions. Why do you want it though? Well, because like I've always wanted one my whole life, and I tie that with being successful. That's a good enough reason, but you need to understand why you actually want to do something, right? So take time, and there is a document for it. Dan's got it up above. Like I say, we're going to share it with you, but take time to actually understand the objectives once again at a human level with your client and document them together. And you have to live those objectives as well. You don't just walk away from the call and be like, right, cool, she's got some objectives set. As the manager, so if you're managing this client directly, right? And so Dylan, I know you've got people in your agency for this, and I do too. I've got client managers now in my agency, and those client managers look at those goals regularly and ask, are those moving forward? Are we progressing with that? Because it's rooted to the success of the client. And for them to deliver the content, and going into the vertical section in a minute, for them to do that, it has to be rooted and anchored to something. If it's anchored to nothing, then the work ethic will collapse. If it's rooted to something they truly care about, they will work forever, and so will you.
Yep. Yeah, and we're going to solve this work ethic at the end of the video. It'll be the last thing that we do. We'll solve this entire work ethic puzzle. My model doesn't work. We'll solve it for you guys at the end of the video and show you how to solve it. And also we'll show you how to solve it for yourself. Maybe you're struggling with work ethic. Maybe you're procrastinating, all this kind of thing. I've got something for you guys at the end of the video to show you how to solve that. And so, yeah, let's get into the next section. Now, verticals, I've got nothing wrote down. I'm winging this part because I understand it deeply. Now, verticals, what are they? Why should you care about verticals? What does it mean, right? So verticals, aka buckets, aka topics. That's pretty much how you can look at it. Topics, right? We do this because we want to figure out, like Stephen just said, right? We're trying to figure out what our model's qualities and traits are, right? And so, like we have here that Stephen just explained, fashion and persona, the physical traits, the talents, the skills, the attributes, the qualities, the traits. We're diving deep into the model psyche. We're diving deep into the model psychology. We're trying to understand who, we're understanding everything about her, future vision, all this kind of stuff, right? And so the reason we do that is to figure out, like, right, what type of verticals do we think will fit well with this model? Like, what type of topics do we think we should create content with? And we always like to come up with 5 verticals, right? And so how I like to look at verticals, right? Now, within your channel subject, you should choose 5 video topics, or aka verticals, to produce content around, right? If you produce and post at least 1 video per day, you'll begin noticing patterns of what verticals are trending the most. And at the end of a 4 to 6 week period, which we'll talk about our 6-week content roadmap. But at the end of the 4 to 6 week period of consistent posting, you should see clear leaders and laggers in your video topics. And at this point, you should cut the laggers and double down on the leaders. Use the topics to categorize videos during the brainstorming phase of your media production process. This should be considered a living document and should be revisited often and updated / changed as needed, right? Now, you want to come up with 5 verticals, right? Now, if 5 topic verticals feels too daunting, then try 3. Less is more. But and anything above 5 being tested, can kind of be counterproductive, right? Because you're probably not going to produce enough content to give it a fair test over 6 weeks. So the reason we pick specific verticals tailored to a specific creator is because we need data and we need to test. And so like we need to know what works. So if you're just randomly, there's no brand, there's no coherence. If you just randomly send in what's trending topics, trending sounds, you know, you find in a list of like, you know, the sexual OnlyFans trends that you're just copy pasting and telling them all to recreate. There's no structure to that, right? You're just doing it because it's easy to do, and you're either lazy or you don't actually know what we're talking about in this video. And so this is to educate you to do this right thing. And so the reason you want verticals is so you can actually track data, and you can almost create viral content whenever you want to create viral content. Because if you find verticals that work, once you have those core verticals, not only will you start to build a core audience that come back specifically for those verticals and relate with those verticals, but you can almost pull a viral video out your ass whenever you want. And that's the key thing, right? Like if you find a vertical that works, like let's just take Anna Paul as the example. Anna Paul's top performing video vertical is the day in the life of voiceover stuff, right? So she knows whenever she has anything interesting to talk about, and she does those little day in the life voiceovers or week in the life voiceovers, she knows they're going to bang. They're probably going to fucking clap 10 million views, 20 million views, some even more, right? And so that's one of her core verticals. And you can literally look at Anna Paul because we've studied her massively, and you can look at Anna Paul and you can see that she's actually always bringing in new verticals and testing stuff. And sometimes it flops. And sometimes it does really well. And then usually when it does well, she actually doubles down on them and she'll create more. And that's how she like finds her core verticals. And so she has like few core verticals that work really well for her. And then she's always bringing in new ones after she's tested what works to try and find more. So she can always keep her content fresh, right? So that's going to be key, right? So like even in my own personal brand, a core vertical for me that I know is going to do well in comparison to all my other videos is come up story, right? That's a core vertical I've tested that I know works well. And so, yeah, I should be doing more of that stuff. But again, it's a lot of effort, right? I've got other shit. But 5 verticals, you don't want more than 5 verticals being tested, right? So that's that. Then stay focused, right? Dialing in your verticals should be a dedicated multi-week experiment. Hit it hard, figure it out, then move on. Once you have your verticals defined, you can be more loose with your content, right? Once you have those core verticals defined and you've found out, you can start adding in stuff and experimenting with other content ideas, right? Because now you've got your core foundation of what your brand and what your audience is going to be built on, right? Now, repeat as needed. Dialing in your verticals is a strategy you can always come back to if your content stops working or your media becomes stale. This is a skill set that will ensure that you always have a method to identify and create content that will work no matter how often trends and social platforms change, right? So really take this in. Like this is some high level source right here. This is literally teaching you how to always have content that works and goes viral. You've just got to be willing to put through the test, and you've got to be willing to build that muscle yourself and go through the process. And if you're not willing to, then the more you put off learning organic marketing, the more you put off learning organic influencer marketing, creating content, doing all this stuff we talked about, the longer you put it off, the worse it's going to get, right? And so if you just start today, you're probably going to suck. You might lose a couple models. And it is what it is, right? That's okay. Like it's like a rough draft. You want to look at it as a rough draft. You fail, the next time you make it a bit better. You fail, you make it a bit better. You keep refining till maybe you have a process with one model where you found 3 verticals that works. She's on the path to victory, and now you know, cool, I've figured it out. I can do it, and so I'm good to go. I know I can repeat this process with a model. And with this process, you can, like I said, almost make any model famous, right? And so verticals, right? The 5 verticals, we put our ideas in here, and then we want to finally come up with the 5 that we're going to use. So, you know, different types of verticals could be, you could have a vertical that's based on challenges. You could have a vertical that's based on public style interviews. You could have a vertical that's based on I didn't even know off the top of my head. Gym could be a vertical, right? You know, food reviews. I don't even know. I'm just thinking of random ideas, right? And so like there's tons of different verticals and ideas that you can come up with. And so you want to select verticals that work with your creator. Now, how do you find verticals that can work with your creator? Look at what the top creators are doing. Look at what the top influencers are doing. And especially influencers that are influencery that have OnlyFans, like the girl next door kind of vibe. Like you maybe not know they have OnlyFans. Look at what those girls are doing with content, and then throw some ideas. Get on a brainstorming session with your creator, and based on your personality, throw some ideas. You know, would you enjoy creating this type of content? Like, do you think you could create a lot of this? Would you have fun creating it? And obviously, if she's like, no, like I wouldn't be comfortable creating that. This seems cringy to me. Then that's probably not going to work, right? Even if you think it's going to work, it's probably not going to work. And so that's why a lot of your creators' work ethic as well is an issue, is because you're sending them content that they don't necessarily feel comfortable creating or want to create. And a lot of people are in the mindset of like, get over it. Like, you want to make money, don't you? Like, so you should be doing this and that. But that's not how psychology works. That's not how you're actually going to win them over. They're just going to end up leaving you, or they're just going to end up continuing to have shitty work ethic. You can't force stuff. And so you want to figure out, like we said, like what Stephen touched on, figure out the personality of the girl. You want to figure out like the type of content that she wants to actually create, because you can make any content viral if you understand the frameworks. And so it doesn't matter if she wants to create fucking content about coffee or mugs or pictures or whatever it is. If you understand the fundamentals of content, you can make any type of content interesting. If you look at that Ryan Trahan video, for example, he made a fucking auto walk, a fucking movie. Like, who the fuck thinks of that, right? It's because he just understands content at a deep, deep level. And so, like, you know, I guarantee I could go and give Ryan Trahan this bottle and he'd go and create a fucking interesting story around this bottle, right? And so, like, find the things that your creators enjoy doing. Maybe they do on a day-to-day basis, hobbies, this kind of thing, and it will work if you practice coming up with content ideas and using everything we've talked about today. And so, like, a lot of people will just niche their creators, right? They'll pick, yep, she's going to be good in the yoga niche, and maybe she doesn't even do yoga. She's going to be good in the football niche. She doesn't even understand anything about football, right? It's not going to work. Like, it might work on a small level, but it's like, if you're going to brand a girl in a football niche, she actually needs to be really passionate about football, and she needs to understand football, right? And so, like, that's a key thing. And that could just be one vertical. That doesn't have to be her entire brand, because then you're putting all your eggs in one basket, right? And so that could be another vertical, right? So that's how I look at verticals. Steve, I don't know if you want to touch on anything in terms of verticals, add to anything that I have said. But otherwise, I'll just go into explaining how we actually use these verticals, test them, track them, and do them over a 6-week period.
Yeah, I don't want to go over the same ground, to be honest. The only thing I would say is, like, to make my team understand this, right, I had to come up with a bit of a sort of an analogy, right? And I view it as a tree. I call it the content tree rather than verticals. I've got a different name in my business, but like, we call it a tree, and we basically say that, like, trees, the branches that get the light basically are the ones that grow the strongest, right? They're the ones that bloom the brightest. So the light is the attention of the marketplace, basically. And simply put, like, I do a little bit extra. I test sub verticals, so I burn down into specific things inside a vertical and test that as well. And that's something you can do if you want to do that. It's something that works for me. That's not to say it's the right way to do it, but like, yeah, I basically think about it as a tree. You got to constantly be pruning branches off a tree to keep it healthy. Limbs are going to die. You need to get rid of them. Those limbs can regrow as well. Like Dylan said, that you can go back to a vertical that maybe didn't perform at the time, but you want to try it again because you're passionate about it. That's fine to do, but don't get caught up on a dying branch, basically. It's going to snap and you're going to fall off the tree. That's when your model leaves. That's when your model falls off and starts losing money. She goes with another agency and you're in the bin, because you just need to focus on moving towards the light all the time. That's going to keep your content tree healthy, and that's going to keep your model moving forward, which is going to keep everybody profitable in the business. Very straightforward.
Yep. And maybe it wasn't necessarily the vertical that sucked at the time. Maybe it was just you were new to doing this and you didn't really understand how to create good content. And so maybe that's why the verticals flop. Like, you know, if you pick 5 decent verticals that fit with your personality, that you test over the 6-week roadmap, you maybe look at, you know, maybe these verticals have worked for other creators, and maybe you're just tweaking them, you know, steal like an artist kind of vibe, right? if you do that and you test those verticals over a 6-week period and nothing works, it's not the verticals that's the issue. It's the content. Like, it's the content itself sucks. And even if the biggest thing is like, you need a community of people to like, we're very harsh in our community, right? Like, in the sense of like, if your content, like, there's people that will be like, I thought this content was really good, and we will rip it to shreds. Like, this is not good content. Like, we've done masterminds where I will literally get people to send us their content ideas, and we will shred it apart, and we will show them good examples of what they could have done, right? And so, like, that's key, because like a lot of the time people will, like I said, think it's mechanical things. It's the hashtags, it's the sounds, it's the time of day I posted, it's the creator, it's the model herself, she's ugly, and all this kind of stuff, right? It's none of that. The majority of the time, it's the fact that the content just sucks. And that's an harsh reality. And the only way you're going to get better is by practicing and practicing and doing and consulting with people. Like, the only way you can speed up that time and speed up that knowledge gap is consulting with other content experts, right? Networking, providing value, right? And now, so yeah, let's just get into the next part, which is the 6-week roadmap. Now, this is the key element to all of this working, right? You've got your verticals, you've come up with the 5 verticals, you've selected them, you've figured out your model's personality, you know where you're going to start testing. Now we want to test them over a 6-week period, right? And this is exactly how we batch. This is the content creation process. And this can change in terms of the quantity, depending how experienced you are. But this is a really good starting point for any agency to really start to like scale and make their creator famous, right? Now, the rolling 6-week content roadmap, right? Steve, can you see the screen, by the way? Is this all?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So this will help you take action with your social media and get results. If you use this roadmap, you'll get more views, more followers. And if you get stuck, if views begin to decline or your growth slows, you can refer back to this roadmap to help you get back on track. Take care to keep your content to your 5 content verticals, right? So you need the verticals for this 6-week roadmap to work, right? Now, how it works, right? No creator can know what's going to perform the best, right? You can think, I've had videos I've done myself, we've had videos we've done with creators, and we're like, oh my God, this is the most genius idea ever. This is going to blow up. This makes so much sense. It doesn't perform. And we're like, what the fuck? Why didn't it perform? No creator knows what's going to perform best, right? And if you're just randomly, this is the thing, right? People are shooting in the dark. They're just hitting and hoping. And yeah, like I said, you can copy people and do lazy style content and send trends, and it can work. And you can have videos that go viral, but it's not consistent. You're not building a core audience. You're not building a consistent brand. You're not creating consistent traffic. 1 month you're up, 1 month you're down. Sometimes a video goes viral, and then you might have 50 videos where you don't have a single video that performs, right? So this eliminates all of that. And yeah, it might be maybe a slower start, but once you've cracked this formula, it's just viral content forever, right? Like, you can always repeat these 6-week roadmaps. And again, if the 6-week roadmap and your content verticals stop performing, just refer back to this, repeat the same process, right? This is like your Bible, right? And I don't see anyone in the industry talk about this, because I truly don't think half of these agencies understand what the fuck they're doing. And so no content creator knows what's going to perform the best. Your content roadmaps helps you categorize your media, so your content, right? Measure its effectiveness and double down on what's working, right? We want to create more videos around topics, aka verticals, that perform and eliminate time wasted on videos and verticals that do not, right? So rather than shooting in the dark, rather than maybe what we hope today, these trends we send out creator, and I know how this feels because I used to do it. We compile a list of trends, we send them out to our creator. I hope one of these goes viral because it's gone viral for this girl, so this is why we're sending it, and let's just hope this does well. And it doesn't perform. We're like, fuck, we can't generate traffic. And we kept trying these short, fast methods, the lazy methods, the easy methods, instead of just doing this. And this took 3 years to learn. And fuck me, the amount of money I've spent on consulting with content experts to learn this shit is crazy. And so if no trend or pattern emerges by week 5, revisit how to create a good hook. And any topic can trend, any vertical can trend if presented properly, right? Remember what I said, it's probably not the verticals that suck. If you get to the end of the 6-week roadmap and nothing's worked, there's no patterns, there's no trends that you're seeing. Maybe this type of vertical always seems to do better than the others. The content sucks. It's probably just not being presented properly. So go back to the lab and think, how can I present this differently? Look at the data, right? Look at the retention. Interesting. So retention just flatlined straight off the start. The retention just tanked off the start. We had retention for like 5 seconds in, but then it just decided to tank 5 seconds in. What can we do to solve that? What can we do to fix that? Track and look at data, right? What's the average view duration? All these different things, depending on whether you're on shorts or short form. Now, shorts is amazing in terms of data. You can really, like every video you post on shorts, you can go and analyze the data, and it gives you everything you need to know and everything you need to improve. So you need to become a freak of tracking and data and then improving on the little things, right? So I can go and look at my shorts and be like, the average view duration on this wasn't that good. How can I improve that? Or retention went up, retention flatlined, then retention kind of went up a bit there and then flatlined again. So what did I do there that was good? What made people drop off in this midpoint? But the hook was clearly good because it hooked people at the start and I had a good click-through rate or a good view duration, whatever, right? And so that's going to be key, right? So you want to be looking for those trends and patterns. And if no trends or patterns emerge by week 5 of this roadmap, then it's a content problem. It's not being presented, right? If you have no traction by week 10, it's a production problem, nor a vertical problem, right? So 10 weeks is the ultimate test. If after 10 weeks, none of the verticals are working and you just no results, not even the littlest bit of like a video maybe getting 200k views, probably a production problem, aka it's not being presented properly, and you need to go back to the drawing board and think, how can we redo these? How can we restructure these? How can I get my creator to film? And the way you do that is by having rapid iteration, and you need to be heavily involved with the content creation process, right? Now, I do want to talk about this. Let me just come back to the camera because I do want to talk about this a bit more specifically, and I think now is a good time to talk about it. So what do I mean by you want to be more involved in the content creation process? Now, either in person, I know tons of people that will go and film skits with their models in person. That can work really well because then you have direct control over what is going on, how you can frame the content, what we're going to do. And you could, go and spend a day a week with your model and go and film content like that, or you can get someone to do it wherever you want to do, right? But easier than that, if you can't do that, easier than that and potentially more efficient and better is to have a constant contact line of when they're creating content. So example, when our models are creating content, we're actively engaged in that content creation process. Sometimes we will literally be on a call while they're creating content. Sometimes they're just putting the content that they're doing in our WhatsApp chat when they're doing it live, and they'll be like, I've just filmed this. Is this good? Like, is there anything I should change? And then all of our team will be like completely active. Like all of our organic marketing team will be looking at it and be like, I think we could do this instead of the hook. Maybe make this face instead, or slightly tweak your facial expression. And we're looking very in depth. Maybe do this action. Maybe get more of a wide shot in the opening shot. Maybe change this, do this, and like we're rapidly iterating on everything. We're not just sending trends and then waiting for the model to come back and be like, oh, fuck, when's she going to do the trends? Oh, guys, I've done the trends. And then you look at them and they're like, these are not that good. Could you redo this video? And she's like, I've already stopped recording now. I can't be asked to go and redo this video. It just creates friction for no reason. So while she's in the content creation process, that's when you need to be in the group chat, rapidly iterating. Ask her to send some stuff, see where you can make improvements, right? Because that's what's going to create the best type of content. And as you do that, she'll start to learn as well, and she'll start to understand. And as time goes on, like some of our big models with, millions of followers, they just understand it now, right? And so like they'll still do this practice because it's a good practice, but the majority of the time is very little things that we have to tweak at this point. We just send the ideas and tell them how to create it, maybe the camera angles, the hook, this kind of thing. And they understand and they do it. And most of the time it's pretty fucking good. And that just takes time to almost like train and for them to understand from doing. They're building that content muscle just like you are, right? And so find a creator, just find one model that trusts you and is willing to go through this process with you. And if you can do it, I promise you, it's way better to pour all your effort and energy into making this girl famous than it is to go and focus on 7 models at once that are doing shit or making $2,000 a month or $5,000 a month or $10,000 a month. You'd be way better off playing the long game, not being in it for money, but being in it to become a master at content and an organic marketer, being in the game to learn a skill, being in the game to learn a high income skill that you can take for your own personal brand or for other personal brands or other models you work with in the future, rather than how can I just make the quickest amount of money in the shortest amount of time possible, because that's how you get stuck, or that's how you don't make a lot of money, or that's how you don't have any longevity, right? And so that's super key. Have a longer term mindset. I would rather learn content and fuck it up over and over with a model time and time again and not make any money for 6 months. And then when I start to really understand it, the 7th month, I make my first bit of money. Then it goes up really fast. Then it goes up and I'm stacking. And the people that were trying the black hat methods, or the people that were trying the fast stuff, maybe they can't having constant fluctuations. Maybe 1 month they make 10 grand, next month they make 20 grand. And then they go back to 10 grand, and then they go back to 15K, and then they might jump to 30K, and then they go to 10K, and they're just having all these fluctuations. There's just no real, like, I don't know the word I'm looking for, but there's just no real sort of like consistency in results. I would rather play the long game and gradually go up. And if you can see, like, you know, the graph I showed at the start with the creator that we were working with, it is a slower process, right? In the sense of like, but once it works really hard, right? So the graph I showed at the start, we was figuring it out for like the first 6 weeks, and we was doing, 4 to 6K a month. Then we went up to 16K a month. Then we went up to 36K. Then we went up to 66K. Then 86. Then 124. Then 140. Then 190. And now this month we'll do over 200, right? And that's because we've mastered it. We know how to now just create views on demand. We know we've got our attention there now, so it's easy. We've built the base. We took a long time at the start to get it. We was cruising for a bit because we was trying to figure out what would work with it. And we cruised at like 4 to 6K around that mark for a bit, and then we figured it out, right? And so if it takes a while and you're not making any money, you're going to win in the long term, right? You might see all these other people that just get instantly to 10K a month, but I promise you, if you play the long game and actually do what we take seriously what we're talking about in this video today, you'll win over time. And I know that for a fact, because I've seen it time and time again with Steven. There was people on my old 6-week program when I first started teaching people how to do this stuff, and they was straight out the gate flying. They were way in front of Steven. We had guys doing 20 grand in their first month. We had guys doing 14 grand in their first 10 days. And Steven was like frustrated. And I was like, nah, bro, trust me. Just trust the fucking process. Just trust the process. And I guarantee you'll take over these people and you'll have way more longevity and you'll win. And now Steven is winning, doing over 200 grand a month. He's got, you can touch on the other influencer talent side of the business if you want to touch on that, Steve, but he's not even just branching. He's branching out of OF management and making money elsewhere because of the brands that he's created with his creators, which is insane, right? And we see it with other people in my program, in the partnership offer and stuff, like Finn. Finn listened. He didn't try and take all these shortcuts. He was just like, right, I'm going to play the long game. This is really boring. This is a lot of hard work. I'm not seeing any instantaneous results. I've not got anywhere for 3 months. Are you sure this is what's going to work? Stick to the plan. And he sticks to the plan. And now he's doing over 100 grand a month, right? That's how it works. Once you crack it, it's so easy. And like I said, once you crack those verticals, you can just make videos that will just create views on demand, right? And that's how you can start to scale really aggressively and really fast and overtake all the people that are trying all these fast methods that have inconsistent income. Steve, I don't know if you want to add anything to that before I explain how the 6-week roadmap actually works in depth.
No, but I'd back that statement. Like, I've seen it. People they do the black hat stuff. They're looking for dating apps, they're looking for this, they're looking for that. And it's like, they're looking for basically that sort of silver bullet, right? They're like, oh, how can I just make the money? It's just how do you just make the money come? How do you just make the traffic come? And the answer is it takes ages. Like Dylan says, I faced frustrations early on in the business where I was like, I'm not doing anything here. Like, nothing's happening. But I took a model from one of my very first clients. I took them from a $3,000 month in their first month to a $16,000 month to a 50 grand month in their third month. Ludicrous numbers, absolutely. But it's because we got that content tweaking right. We sort of got content nailed with that particular client. We knew their brand. We were working together, and we were really nail driving all the time. And took that club. I mean, I know I harp on about it all the time, but it still happens today. My operational target for every client we take on is to take them to 100 grand in 100 days. And I've done it dozens of times. And I'm seeing other guys doing similar work now as well. Like, Dale mentioned some of the other students in the mentorship, like Finn and a few other guys doing that exact same thing, but they're driving their businesses to six-figure positions, and they're doing it in less than 6 months because they're taking the time, they're mastering the craft, and they're delivering results hand over fist every single day. It's phenomenal.
Yep. No, it's crazy. Like, and we've seen and like, if you really hit those verticals, and once you've been doing it for a while, like we've had some insane results. Like when we have, like, it hasn't taken the full 6-week process, and we just, because we can, it's kind of like just, you almost have a feeling and a know-how. Like, it's almost hard to explain, but like once you just get it, which you can only do by building this muscle of everything we're going to talk about today, but like once you just get it, sometimes you just know, right, we've signed this model, we've done this process so many times now, I just kind of know that these 3 verticals are going to work, and then they do work straight away, and you can see some insane results. Like we've literally and like I can literally show the fucking the live results. Like, we've literally taken a model from like $4,000 a month, and we've been like the first month we've been testing, right? And she's literally like making billion and like $200 a month, right? We're testing verticals, we're going through that process, and at that 4-week mark, at the month mark, we're like, we know what's working. We've already cracked it. We figured it out within 4 weeks. And then that next month, we did 4K in that first month, just testing, figuring shit out. We had a couple stuff do well, so we made $4,000, right, from like $200. Solid, right? Solid first month. Second month, we doubled down on what was working and made them even better. And we went literally from $4,000 to $90,000. 4K to $90,000 in 30 days. And we grew a following by over 500,000. And so, like, that's the power once you crack verticals, where you can just create views on demand. And like, there's so many little things you can do then, where you create one piece of content, or you have a really good content idea, just get her to film the same idea 3 times in 3 different outfits in 3 different locations. You get 3 uses out of 1 piece of content. And so, like, you can do stuff like that as well, right? And so that's like a good way to utilize stuff. And also on stuff like Reels, videos that have done well in the past, maybe 1 million views, 2 million views, 10 million views, 20 million views, repost them again and they'll do well. You can't do it on TikTok, but on Instagram, you can. And so, yeah, let's just get straight into how this 6-week roadmap actually works, right? Now, week 1, you have to do the YU worksheet. Now, I'm not going to explain the entire YU worksheet today. It's kind of like what we've touched on. Let me see if I can just pull her up to show you an example really quickly. Yeah, Steve, I don't know if you got anything while I pull this up.
Well, actually, I'll tell you what, I'm going to do something. I'm going to do a proofs in the pudding, right?
Yeah.
I'll just pull some results on my phone there.
Yep.
So this is exactly what we were just talking about, right? I'll lift my phone to the camera for you just now. Model that we started working with at the start of December, and you can see, I'll do a quick refresh, right? Here we go. I don't know if you can see that very well. Yeah, you can. There you go. Right? We started working with this model in December. Here we are, doing 2K a month on our own, sorted our content out, 13K, 38K. First day in a month, she's done nearly $1,500 already. That tells me on track, probably going to deliver 40, 50K this month if everything goes as planned. So moving from like what, the top 4% of the entire community to the top 0.2%.
Yep.
It's madness, absolute madness. All because we immediately isolated the content verticals that were appropriate for that individual. So exactly what Dylan just said there, we've got content verticals that we think are going to work for you. How do you feel about them? She was like, I love them. Let's do it. And she immediately attached to them, gelled with them really well. First couple of videos, not exactly. Third, fourth video, 500K views, 1 million views, 15 million views on one of them. Absolutely ludicrous, right? And just the business should blow up as a result of that. So, yeah, it can be done.
Yep.
You just need to practice.
Yep, 100%. And so if we look at this is like a YU worksheet, right? So creating viral sticky content. So define your why, right? The media you produce should serve a specific, well-defined purpose. This worksheet is meant to be a reference for you if and when you get stuck in the future. If the purpose of your social shifts at a future date, you can always update this document. So my channel or my account is about targeted to people who are. My goal in growing this audience is to, right? If making money from social media is the goal, your channel topic should fit one of the 2 following criteria at a minimum. is a topic or subject that exists within an industry that people already spend / make money in, is a topic or subject that people already spend time consuming media on. If your channel topic doesn't fit in one of these two criteria, monetizing may be difficult, even if you build a large following. For example, ranting about my mom may get views, but it may also have less than a clear path to monetization. Get specific as well, right? If your channel's about cars, what kind of cars? If your target audience is car enthusiasts, what kind? Classic, muscle, electric, exotic, right? So in the beginning, we want to pick one specific group and branch out later as we grow. If you want to make a full-time living on your account or channel, then that's the best way to do it, right? And that's how influencers think. So we're thinking about how influencers think, right? And so this is like a defined, this is a completed worksheet example. I won't get into all this, but you can obviously see it here, right? So, you know, if you want to pause the video, you can pause the video. But 6-week verticals. This is the workflow, the batching workflow, the ideas, how you come up with stuff, right? So first, do the define your why worksheet and the content verticals worksheet, right? Come up with your content verticals, do the define your why, boom, now you're good to go, right? Brainstorm 30 ideas into content verticals. Once you brainstorm them, draft 15 video scripts. These can be very, very rough drafts of the ideas, type out how it's going to go, you know, whether it's like actual talking scripts where there's going to be maybe some actual, voice in the video, or if there's not, then how is it actually going to be filmed? What is it, how's the angles going to be, what is the framework, right? So draft 15 video scripts and revise the 15 video scripts, come back to them on a fresh ad. How can you improve these? That hook's not that good. We should make that a little bit better, right? This is not going to keep retention. Maybe we add this instead. Maybe we get her to do this, blah, 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 right? So that's week 1, right? Define your why. Come up with your content verticals, brainstorm 30 ideas, and out of those 30 ideas, draft 15 of them into video scripts, revise the scripts, and at this point, you should have 15 scripts, 15 ideas. Week 2, right? Again, continue brainstorming verticals, draft 15 additional video scripts, revise 15 video scripts, and batch shoot 15 videos, and edit 15 videos, and upload 12, right? You should have 3 edited, 12 uploads, 15 more scripts, and 15 more ideas, right? And so like you can change like I said, the volume, but I would just stick with this as like a solid framework to start, especially if you're starting out. But you can change the volume, you know, if your content creator is a beast and she can just pump out tons of content, then sick, right? But this is like just an easy framework to follow. But again, you can choose these, right? So at this point, week 2, you should have 3 edited videos, 12 uploads, 15 scripts, 15 plus ideas. Again, week 3, continue brainstorming. You always want to continue brainstorming ideas. That's how you build the muscle, right? Draft 15 additional video scripts, revise, batch shoot 15 videos, edit 15 videos, publish 12. At this point, you should have 6 edited, 24 uploads, 15 scripts, and 15 plus ideas. When I say 6 edited that you haven't posted, right? And so you're keeping them on the back burner. The reason you want to do this is because you never know if, a model has let's just say you're batch shooting them on a specific day. So like, obviously we like to come up with ideas throughout the week, and then we'll have one day where we film all the videos, right? Like a Sunday, right? And so we'll film 30, maybe 40 videos on a Sunday, wherever it is, right? We want to keep some behind when we're posting, just in case for whatever reason, one Sunday, we can't film the videos for whatever reason. Maybe something crazy happens. We need those backups. So we're holding some back specifically. So we've got 6 kept back at this point, right? Once we've done that, boom, week 4, same thing. Continue brainstorming, draft 15, revise 15 videos, batch shoot 15 videos, edit, and publish 12. You should have 9 in the vault, 9 edited, 36 uploads, 15 scripts, 15 plus ideas. Week 5, this is where you should really start to see some trends and patterns. You can see them by week 3 and 4, but this is where you should start to see some trends and patterns, right? Brainstorm 15 ideas into the narrowed content verticals, right? So like, what has been like working. If you can see at this point on your tracking sheet, which I'll show you guys. Let me pull this tracking sheet up. So this is what we use to track. We want to track this data, right? This ties exclusively into the 6-week roadmap, right? So by week 4, you would have had 36 uploads. Now, from these 36 uploads, if they're in 3 verticals, then you're going to have good data. If they're in 5 verticals, still good data, but maybe you might need to go through the entire 6 weeks. But let's just say you pick 3 verticals and you have 36 uploads, right? You obviously 36 divided by 3, wherever that is, that's how many times you would have uploaded that video within the 4-week period. Then this is every video you're going to do, you're going to track. Every single video you post, you come and paste the link. You want one for Instagram, you want one for Shorts, you want one for TikTok. So you're going to be posting different content across all platforms because all platforms are slightly different, right? And so you have your verticals in you. So comedy skits, for example, travel vlogs, collaborations, podcasts, regular or F-based trends, right? Those can be 5 verticals. And you can get really advanced and start testing verticals, but really I wouldn't worry about verticals for now. Like even we don't variables, sorry. Even we don't really test variables anymore, but like you could test recording in app on Reels. You could test recording with a professional camera. These are like, again, like the mechanical advantage that can make a video 1% better. You know, instead of it getting 100,000 views, it might get 110,000 views or 101,000 or 105,000, right? Tiny little things. I wouldn't worry about this. This is like the very like higher echelon. Once you crack in 1 million+ views every video, then you can start to look to see if there's little tweaks you can improve. That's maybe not the content itself. But for now, I wouldn't worry about these categories, right? So what you do, upload the video. Boom, video you, date, views, likes, comments, saves, shares. You can also get really fancy and add retention and all that kind of stuff, which I would highly recommend doing. But you can just look at that data anyway and understand. But what you're going to do over that 6-week period, so like we're at 4 weeks in, right? So 4 weeks in, we're going to have 36 ideas, right? So we're going to have all the way down to you. We can filter then by views and we can see what's performing based, and we're also going to have the content verticals. So if the top 5 are all travel vlogs, and that's clearly a vertical that's winning, right? As long as they get views. And so you know that that's going to be a narrowed vertical and something that you should start to pour your efforts into. So like I said, by the 4-week point, you should have 2 to 3 verticals that are performing above the others, right? If you're testing 5, if you're testing 3, maybe you've only got 1 to 2 verticals that are performing. So wherever you do, by week 5, you want to brainstorm now 15 ideas into the narrowed content verticals, right? The ones that have been working, right? And so like that's where you want to put the main effort, upload 9 of those videos, and at the end of the week identify the top 3 outperforming content verticals, and at the end of the week eliminate the 2 underperforming content videos, right? Verticals. Now at this point you should have 0 edited, none left in the bank, 45 uploads, 30 scripts, 15+ ideas still, right? And you still got scripts as well, right? And then you really know by week 6 you can really start to see, yep, these are definitely the 3 verticals we're going to go with. So just double down and go from there, right? Repeat, and then literally all you're doing is repeating weeks 1 to 4 as the content is performing. In this terms of the batch, you can start to mess with the way you batch. So you could, do 30, you could double it, right? You could double this, double the input, you get double the output, and you might make more money, right? Might get more views, etc., right? So you can start to play around with stuff like that once you've got those narrowed verticals that are working. If it doesn't work, then begin the 6-week roadmap if content begins to underperform, right? So maybe you do find it work, but then eventually it starts to stale out and it starts to fail. Just begin the 6-week roadmap again, right? Or if it doesn't work at all, begin the 6-week roadmap again. But after 10 weeks of doing this, like if you do this for 10 weeks, again, you need to really revisit how to actually create good content, create a hook, because any topic, any vertical can trend if presented properly, right? If it's packaged properly, if it's presented properly. So if you have no traction by week 10, it's a production problem, not a vertical problem, right? So that is how the 6-week roadmaps work. And yeah, this is the best video on the internet right now in terms of this fucking shit, because we've just, this shit's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we've pretty much just spilled our guts on how we make all our money, mate. So, like if you don't take what we've taught you and do something with it, that's on you. You're down. Like we've just given you and do something, you're down bad.
Yeah. We've charged thousands of dollars for this information. Like this is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like literally it's made me millions of dollars. like it's literally worth gold. So it's like, what the fuck? Yeah, literally, Steven Square's fucking gold is $1 million plaque. Like this information is the sole core foundation.
Still here. I haven't actually had a chance to. There it is. There you go.
It's the sole core foundation of our business for doing over $1 million. So that's why I give all the clients that we work with, when they cross 100K, we have a 100K plaque. Steven obviously has a 100K plaque. Yeah, and obviously now he has $1 million plaque. $10 million plaque next. I haven't even created a $10 million plaque, but that's.
I'm active, mate. I'm coming for it. I won't be long.
Yeah.
So get it designed fast.
So yeah, we've touched on that. Like, what do you want to talk about next? Because there's still some other stuff in this doc. Is there anything?
No, I think there's one thing we should talk about, right?
Yeah.
And I think we should just retouch on, because you mentioned it a few times. You mentioned obviously that we are a community, right?
Yeah.
And how we sort of, so what do we do with this information, right? How are we sharing this information? Because we're sharing this information. We are definitely sharing this information with other people. But like, I think it's probably time for is it time for the big reveal, mate? Should we do the big reveal now?
Not quite yet. I got something else. And also we got to solve model. The bigger.
What I just did there is a hook. Sorry, guys.
So there's actually two big reveals: how to solve work ethic, and there's another reveal that we will reveal. But one thing I want to touch on as well is always think bigger. Like always think outside of the realm and approach stuff from different angles. I like to get people's angles on tons of different things, even when it comes to business in general. Like I had a call with a insanely wealthy marketing agency owner, and I was like, how would you approach OnlyFans management as a marketing agency owner? And he gave me some very unique perspectives that I've never thought of, because I'm in this bubble of OnlyFans management, and he has an outside look and an outside perspective. And so like you also want to think about that when it comes to content. Don't just copy what everyone else is doing. Don't be average, right? Think bigger. Like maybe we should do content days. Maybe we should do content shoots. Maybe we should hire studios. Maybe we should copy YouTube formats, in the sense of, Sidemen Tinder works really well. That's a vertical. What if we recreate it, hire a studio and do it with our models, right? Think bigger, because you can have big returns, right? And we've done tons of stuff like that and it works really well. Starting those channels that are the interesting channels, I forgot the name, like Jubilee and stuff like that. It's literally just a white studio. You can do that. It's not expensive. It's cheap to hire a studio. Think outside the box, right? Be different, and that's how your content's going to stand out, rather than just being another fucking bippity bop fucking bullshit. Here's some lingerie. Now I'm in lingerie. Like, come on, like, fuck me. It's 2024. Like, get original, right? And so that's the main thing. And stop following the fucking shiny objects. Like, everything can work. Twitter works, Reddit works, all these things can work, right? But the best thing by a mile is organic content, by a mile. It's not even close. My agency does all of them because we've got to that point, but we only focus on organic content for the majority of the time, and that's where the majority of our revenue comes from. And so don't try and do everything. If you haven't mastered one thing yet, don't try and do all of them. Focus on one, and the best thing to focus on, the highest leverage thing, is organic content by a mile. It's not even close. In terms of leverage, organic marketing is by far the best one. And so like think about, quality of clients over quantity, organic marketing as the core of the business. And if you can crack that thing, you're going to be very wealthy in the long term. And it's, it might not pay off instantly like a blackout strategy could, but in the long term, it's going to win. And so, Steve, I don't know if you got anything on that in specific, but I'll wrap it up and then I'll touch on the work ethic and the big reveal.
No, I had to get up there. Sorry, I had to go and let my dog out. That information was so good. There was so much sauce there that my dog has left to start an agency. So, yeah, that's how good it is. That's how good it is, guys. It's so good that my dog has just left to film great content. Apparently, it's gonna get active now.
That being said, conclusion. Attention is the number one asset in 2024. In a world of overflowing information, attention is limited. It's a scarce resource, just as oil was a key commodity that powered the previous century's economy. Attention is the driving force of today's digital economy. Attention translates into economic value, and for an OnlyFans creator, capturing the attention of an audience means potential subscribers and revenue. The more attention they garner, the more they can monetize their content. Attention is critical for marketing, and in the context of personal branding, it's about how well a creator can capture and maintain the attention of their target audience. This involves not just creating content, but also marketing it effectively through social media and other channels, right? So creating content isn't good enough. You have to become an organic marketer, right? So content is the medium through which personal brands are built and communicated, especially for an OnlyFans creator. Attention in this context is the most valuable asset, right? Because it translates directly into engagement and revenue. The ability to capture and retain attention through unique, consistent, and engaging content is what differentiates successful creators from the rest in this highly competitive digital landscape. Now, this is what you've been waiting for. Work ethic. How the fuck do we solve work ethic? Well, my friends, This is how we solve for work ethic. This is how you solve your own work ethic. This is how you solve models' work ethic. Now, this is what we call a 12-week year, right? Now, the biggest thing, before I touch on this 12-week year, let me explain why and what a 12-week year is, right? So, a 12-week year, everyone sets goals. Everyone's goal setters. Everyone has these big ambitions, these big dreams, right? That's what humans are. Oh, it's a new year, new me, right? But as you all know, the majority of people fall off their New Year's resolutions by the 17th of January because they hit it really hard, they burn out, they stop doing it. Now, the issue with setting yearly goals is it's too far away, right? And we as humans tend to think we can hit goals faster than what we can, and we've got more time to hit them. And all of a sudden, the year's gone past, you haven't hit your goals. And so what that means is January, you hit it hard, then you lay off the gas, and you're like, it's fine. I've got the rest of the year. I've got 11 months left to hit these goals. I've got ages. I'm good. Then it gets to November, and you're like, oh, fuck, I'm nowhere near my goals. I need to work really, really hard. So in November, you work really, really, really hard. In December, you work really, really hard. And so you spend 3 months of the year working towards a year goal. And it didn't work. And so, like, it's easy to use our energy for 3 months. So what we do, what I do in my personal life, what we do with our models, is we break the year up into 4 years. We're actually living 4 years in 1 year because we treat each 12 weeks as a year, right? 12-week year, a 12-week year, right? Now, the reason it works so well is because in a 12-week year, in 3 months, you don't have time to lay off the gas. You've got to hit your yearly goal, right? But also, if you do fuck up the year, you've got another 3 years. And so you've got some redemption. And so a 12-week year is super powerful. Now, let me explain and show you the 12-week year. And I'll go through this as if I'm going to go through it with a model. So boom, we're on a call with a model, right? We explain the 12-week year planner, what it is, why it matters, right? Now, we want to look at the goals and vision, right? What are her goals? We want to come up with 4 goals. And those goals should be for the next 12 weeks. And remember that each goal should be realistic but challenging, but it should align with your long-term vision, right? And so long-term vision is the most key part. And this is also the fact-finding stage of if a model's not willing to do this or she takes ages to do it, you've already vetted her out. She's not going to be a good fit. Get rid of her. Like, the work ethic's not there. If she can't do something this simple or she doesn't care to do it, then she doesn't care about her OnlyFans. She doesn't care about her vision. She doesn't care about her life. If she thinks this is cringe or she doesn't want to do it or wherever, you've literally vetted her out, right? So we also use this as a vetting process, and it can be really, really key. But we also do it to find out more about the model, so then we can figure out content around here, right? So this is like the key and the secret. And so long-term vision. You want to think of, you want to get your model to think, right, what's the vision of your life in 5 to 15 years? You want it to get it right there. Physically, what does your body want to look like? How does she want to look? How does she want to be? Spiritually, mentally, relationships. Does she want to be married? Does she want to have kids? Financial, does she want to be a millionaire? Does she want to have 100K a month? Professionally, what does she want to be doing? Does she still want to be an OnlyFans creator in 5, 15 years? Does she want to pivot to something else? Does she want to be a porn star? Does she, like, what is it, right? Does she want to be a farmer? Wherever, right? Personal, what is her personal life? Maybe she just wants to travel the world in 5 to 15 years or wherever that is, right? Then you come up with a medium-term vision. So that is 3 to 5 years. So it's kind of going to be like this, but the shorter version, right? What is your vision in 3 to 5 years, right? Now, once you've got that, you write the goals, right? What are your goals? Okay, my goal is to create content every day. My other goal is, bear in mind, this is for the next 12 weeks. So create content every day. That's realistic, but it is also challenging. So that could be one of them, or create 30 videos a week. That could be another one, right? Get to 30K a month. That could be another one, right? So come up with 4 goals, boom. And like, again, I said, your goals should align with your vision. Then this is what matters, right? You want to write down why these goals actually matter. Goals are not good just to have as goals. This is the issue people make. They just write goals and think they're going to magically happen. I'm going to manifest them, or I'm just going to sit here and think that it doesn't fucking work like that, right? Why are these 12-week goals important to you? And if you hit them, how will you celebrate, right? You want to celebrate your goals. You want to build up that winner effect. You want to reward yourself. You don't want it to just be monotonous, right? So if your creator sets these 4 goals and she hits them in that 12 weeks and she wants to fly to the fucking Bahamas for a week and just chill and not do anything work related, let her fucking do it. If you're not going to make as much money that week, but just let her do it. Stop being a fucking bitch. She's worked hard. She's hit her goals. Go to the Bahamas, right? Fucking chill. So you needed to come up with clear vision of how you're going to celebrate. And also you can do the same thing. Why are these 12-week goals important to you? What's the meaning behind them? Are they important to her because they're a stepping stone for her to retire her parents, a stepping stone to buy her mother a house, a stepping stone to live the life she's always wanted to live? What is the meaning behind them, right? And so once you fill this out, you now know, like, if she ever slacks, you can come back to her and be like, look, I know it's difficult to do this, what we're doing right now. I know it's hard. I know we're not potentially seeing results, wherever the situation is. But remember why you're doing this, right? Remember why. Remember your vision. We can't actually achieve that you can't actually live and achieve that dream vision if you're not doing these little actions every day, because it's a journey. It's a marathon, not a sprint, right? And so you want to remind it. Once you've done it, you know why the goals are important. You've attached meaning, and you know how you're going to celebrate. You have this planner. And so you do all the tasks that you're going to need to do on a daily basis towards the specific goals, right? So, you know, if a goal is to create TikToks if a goal is to, you know, make 10K a month, then, you know, she's probably going to need to be active in chat, or she's probably going to have to be active in the chat with you, not chatting. Or, you know, she's going to have to be active creating content. And so that aligns with the goal. And then every day she does them, she takes her off, right? Or you can take them off for her, wherever you want to do. Then at the end of the week, you're going to see what days she didn't do, what days she did do, and then you're going to get a score, a percentage score. You want to stay above 85%, right? Otherwise, it's going to be difficult for you to hit the goals. You don't have to be perfect, but stay above 85%. You're going to do that over a 12-week period, right? And then at the end of the 12 weeks, you can have a 12-week average score, and that average score should be above 85%. And if there is, as long as you've been doing the right tasks toward the goals, you should have hit those goals, right? If you didn't, you probably picked the wrong task and you was working on the wrong thing. And if that's the case, it's fine. You've got another year. You've got another 12 weeks to do this again, right? Now, these are the key things. What will you struggle with to take these actions? So why would she struggle to create 30 pieces of content on a Sunday? Maybe one Sunday she has to go for her friend's birthday, or she's maybe away for the weekend and she can't do it. Okay, cool. That's fine. Write that down. And you're going to write down everything. Why would you struggle to take all the actions that we've discussed above? Why would you struggle? But then once she's wrote them all down, maybe it's a fucking massive list. And if there is, what will you do to overcome those struggles? Because now what you're doing is you're solving the problem before it happens. So when these struggles do come up inevitably, you already know how to overcome them. So just do the thing. Just do the thing to overcome them. You've already solved it. So just do the thing. Let's just take an example of, I don't know if I'll be able to create 30 pieces of content on this specific weekend because I got my friend's birthday and we're going away for a weekend and I just don't want to be creating content. I want to be present in the moment. Okay, cool. How do we solve that? Well, I could create backup. So maybe one Sunday I could do double the amount and that you could use those. Sick. We've solved it. Cool. Perfect. Or maybe, I could just stay up an extra hour when we get back, or I could wake up an hour earlier and I could do them. Okay, cool. You've solved it. When those problems come up, hey Dylan, I'm really struggling to do this today. Like, it's my friend's birthday, like I mentioned. Okay, cool. But remember, we've solved this. So just do the thing. Oh yeah, okay. All right, but yeah, blah, blah. But remember why this is important. Like, remember why these goals matter, right? Like, it's the little things. Like, missing one day might not kill you, might not hurt you, might not hurt the business, but you need to be consistent. You need to be true to your vision, and you're not going to hit your vision if you don't do it, right? So remember why these matter. Like, you want to retire your mom, right? Yeah. So do the thing, right? That's like how you solve for work ethic. That's how you solve for everything. This can fix fucking everything. This is like a genius fucking design, like the 12-week year. It's pretty phenomenal.
You know what the alarming thing is as well, mate, right? All the sheets, all the documents, all the mindset, right? All folds back to one statement. You've just said it about 5 times. Just fucking do the thing. Right? Just stop sitting on your arse and do the thing.
Yeah.
And if you can't do the thing now, then do the thing that you need to do at this moment and then do the thing. Don't go to bed until you've done the thing, right? Don't just lie on the couch and watch Netflix. Just do the fucking thing. That's it.
Yeah, it really is that simple.
It's insane, right? But like, I used to not do the thing. I actually done a YouTube video the other day about how much I didn't do the thing, right? I used to sit and play games all the time. I was not doing the thing. And now I have replaced not doing the thing with doing the thing. And I cannot sit still unless I'm doing the thing. The thing is for me, it's sorting out the client. It's making sure that we've got the content flow happening. It's making sure that there's new ideas in the buckets. It's making sure that we're signing new clients. It's making sure that the business is running, ticking. That's the thing for me. You need to do your thing and replace whatever vice you've got, whatever addiction, whatever other nonsense you're doing. If you're not improving somehow or moving forward somehow or making money somehow effectively, if you're watching this, you're probably an OFM, right? If you're watching, you're either that or you're a model. Either way, your objective is the same: make money. So do the thing.
Yeah. And this video is tailored to like OFM agencies, but if you're a model, like this applies. Just do it on your own. Like you don't have to work with an agency. Just literally do the things we've talked about in this video. Just do it by yourself, and you can make it work. Like I know plenty of girls that do, and they're making tons of money. And so like just do it yourself, right? But like obviously it is easier to have someone that knows what they're doing to work with you to do it, because it's a team effort, and it's not just, you're not just doing it yourself. You have someone to hold you accountable. Like you have people with experience, right? So like, you know, if you was to work with us, it's going to be a lot easier, right? That's just is the reality. Like, you know, it's probably going to take you 12 months together on your own, and it would take us like 6 weeks, right? 4 weeks. And also there's tons of other things as to why it is a benefit to working with us, you know, all the chat and stuff, but we're not going to get into that. This is not a pitch to get models. This is just genuine, straight. So, like I said, I don't want to overwhelm you guys, and so this is the simplest way to break it down, right? Just a super simple doc, and I'll show you exactly how you steal like an artist to create viral pieces of content for OnlyFans creators, right? Now, in this one, I literally just want to show one example just to make it simple. Like I said, my aim is not to overwhelm you, right? So we've got 3 videos that I've selected you, and then I'm showing you what happens when you combine those 3 videos using the steal like an artist principle to create another viral video, right? So these are all viral videos, right? So let's take a look at this viral video, right? If we go here, let me watch this. Everyone knows what this video is, right? It's the Daniel Mack classic video. This is a viral format that's proven to work, right? Hey, what do you do for a living, right? We all know that hook, viral, this entire format, viral. Okay, cool. So that's one, right? Then we've got another one. Don't talk on the mic and I'll buy you wherever. We want Jack Doherty's principle, right? So if you take a look at this.
Excuse me, don't talk in the mic and I'll buy you whatever you want. Do you understand the rules? Tell me your name real quick and, you sure? All right, you win. What do you want?
I kind of want these diapers for...
That's another viral kind of format that works really well, right? It's proven, right? And then the last one, Mr. Beast, right? Mr. Beast has done this video idea tons of times, and so have other loads of people recreated this principle, right?
If I give you $100, would you go to Paris to give me a baguette?
If I give you $100, would you go to Paris to get me a baguette, right? So now we've got these 3 videos as the base foundation, right? Now, yeah, you can go copy these videos and they do well, but what about using the steal like an artist twist and combining the videos and almost making like a Frankenstein of all 3 videos to make one video, right? Well, that's what you get when you do that, right? This is exactly what you get when you combine all 3 videos, right? So if you take a look at this, we go to Instagram. Right, let's go.
Bye.
Right, so let's take a look at this video, right?
Excuse me, I'll give you each $100 if you can show me what you do for a living without talking.
I'll give you both $100 if you can show me what you do for a living without talking. He's combined all 3 videos. What do you do for a living? Daniel Mack, right? I'll give you $100, Mr. Beast, with the hand, right? And then don't talk in the mic, right? Don't talk, I'll give you $100 if you show me what you do for a living, right? Literally, he's combined these 3 videos. Boom, 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 and made this one video idea from combining and using the steal like an artist principle. 3 formats that are proven to work. Yeah, he could have gone and recreated those videos and just slightly recreated them, but instead what he's done is combined all of them. And some of the best content creators, some of the best YouTubers, some of the best short form creators all use this principle, and you see it time and time again. It's never like usually original ideas. Don't get me wrong, there's tons of original ideas that pop off, right? Someone has to come up with the ideas, and you can do that, and that's what a 3-hour masterclass is going to teach you how to do. But the simplest way is just steal like an artist, and this is like the most easy, proven method to go viral. Just steal things that work, take elements from things that work, and combine them together to make one new format, right? This is now a new video, and so now you could take this and combine it with something else and create another new format, right? And so if we watch the rest of the video.
Your IG models, influencer, they're getting, do you guys do,
And so that is literally the perfect example of what happens when you combine 3 viral formats into one new format, right? So that's the easiest way to think about organic short form content. So you want an easy, predictable way to get results through organic content for your clients. This is that easy, predictable way. So make sure you watch this entire video and implement this stuff, because this is by far, if you don't want to go out there and hire a creative director to do this for you, and you don't want to go out there and learn the skill of content, or you just want to get predictable results while you're starting for your clients, and you can obviously learn while you're doing this, you're going to learn from doing this as well. This is the best, easiest way to get results, right? Now, what this tool is called is Trend Hunter. It's definitely the best tool. There's a couple tools like this, but this is by far the best one. And yeah, it's really, really solid, right? So obviously what you can do on this is you can look for TikToks and Instagrams videos that are trending. And the way they figure this out is there's obviously most viral videos. You can look at stuff by sounds, and you can create lists as well, which we're going to go into. Now, in terms of actual trends, like platform trends that everyone is doing, that's where a trend is, right? So let's just define that. A trend is something that usually has the same sound attached to it that a multitude of creators are doing, right? That's a trend. You're only going to find those real good type of trends by looking at the sounds and going through these sounds and looking on the platform. So if you click that, it'll take you to the platform and you can look at the sounds, you can see all the stuff under it, right? So this is a really good way to come in here and just look at what sounds are trending and see if any of them are like related to creators, or you could put your own spin on it, steal like an artist and make it about OnlyFans creators. So there's a bunch of OnlyFans creators trends doing this sound, but there's also a bunch of regular content creators using this sound as well, right? So just have a look through these and figure out what to work, and what you find working, copy it, steal like an artist, send it to your creators to do. And I'm going to show you how to do that on this in the most efficient, professional way possible, right? So that's the first thing, is finding trends through looking at the top sounds. Now, the next way is to look at outperforming videos. So what this tool does on the trend videos and most viral videos is it looks at the creator. So if we look at I'm Katarina, for example, she has 3,000 followers. What this is doing is looking at the regular posts. So let's just say on average, she gets 500 views a video. Now this video has been an outperformer, right? So this video has got 27,000 views. Therefore, this is 23 times her average views, meaning the actual content must be good for it to have gone viral. So it's not looking at like big creators with millions of followers and whenever they post, they go viral. It's not looking at that. It's looking at outliers, right? And it's looking at the data of their account. What is their average views? And yeah, they could be creators on you with millions of followers, but what it's looking at is like, right, if this girl has 1 million followers on an average, she hits 200,000 views, but for some reason, this piece of content had 20 million views, then that's an outlier, and it's going to be on you for you to look at and analyze to see if it's something you can do. Now, obviously not everything on you just directly blankly copy. It's going to take you some research. You know, you're going to want to look at these and see, does this make sense for my creator? Can I do this? Can I test this? And also be creative as well, right? Don't just blankly copy. Steal like an artist. See if you can put your own twist on it, right? See if you can make it a bit better. See if you can make the hook better. See if you can make the middle part better. Maybe the way you dress, maybe the environment, maybe the background, all these different factors. Maybe the edit, maybe the text on screen, maybe the caption, all these different things, right? You're going to look at, can I see can I make it better? So rather than going through Instagram and TikTok and curating an Instagram and TikTok, which I'd still advise you to do anyway, but this is an additional method on top of that, where now you can come on you and you can look at all the outperformers. So rather than scrolling through TikTok and scrolling through Instagram and getting fed a bunch of OnlyFans content and then figuring out, like, is it the content that's good that's made it go viral, or is it just because this girl has a big audience? Well, this solves all of that, and you don't have to worry about it because it does it for you, right? And so you can look at all these, and then whichever ones you like on Instagram and TikTok, I would look for individuals. So I would separate the trends. I wouldn't put what you put on TikTok on Instagram, and I wouldn't do it vice versa. You've got to do unique content for both platforms, as they're both different. And so they're both short form, but they're both different, right? So, you know, let's just say you want your creator to, let's say she bulk creates all the content on a Saturday, for example, right? Your creator bulk creates all the content on a Saturday. So you're going to spend the week looking through content, seeing what's popping, and what you're going to do is, okay, cool, I like this one. Let's just say you're actually watching them. I'm not going to watch them for the sake of time, right? But Okay, I like this one too. I like this one. Yep, my creator could also do this one. Okay, great, this one as well. And you just compile a bunch of trends that you think she could create, recreate, and you want to put your own spin on it as well, right? If you can. You don't have to, but if you can and you think of a creative way to put your own spin on it, I'd recommend you do it, right? Otherwise, just copy. So cool, you've got these, you've selected them. What you can do now is you can add these to a list, right? And now this is game changer. So you add this to a list, and what that does is you now go to your lists, and you've got the model name, your agency name. So for example, let's just say our model name is like Sarah. You can put Sarah wherever, and you can put your agency, right? Or you can just have Sarah and have a name, right? And then this is gonna be a list of all stuff. Now, what you can do is, let's just say in this one, right here, for example, let's have a look at this one. Okay, you look at this one and you're like, right, okay, I like that, but what I actually want you to do is copy this, however, change blah, 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 right? Change the hook, and you can be super detailed here and give a bunch of notes, right? Or what you can do that's even better is on a Google Doc, create all the notes, all the creative notes, all the structuring of the video, what you want changed with a link to these, and then just put the links to the docs under each one so the creator can go and click in the docs and look at what she needs to do, right, where you're giving her directions and structure. Now, when our creators are creating content, what we do is, especially when they're starting out, we, in the WhatsApp group with them, we tell them to tell us when they're creating content. So that way, while they're creating, we can iterate on stuff, right? So they're creating a piece of content like this, for example. Once they filmed it, we ask them to send it, and we look at it while they're still in the process of filming other TikToks and stuff like that. And then we'll say, right, okay, cool. This is good, but change this bit, change that, and go refilm this, right? And we do that to sort of like train them how to create content, how to think. And then also we can make the content better so no content goes to waste, right? So you can actually rapid iterate on a WhatsApp group or wherever you want to use and go back and forth and be active in your creator's content creation process, right? Now that's something I would highly recommend doing. So, you know, whenever your creators create a piece of content, they send in, they're like, is this okay? And you're like, okay, I would do this, 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 or no, this is perfect, don't change anything, right? So again, you can compile a massive list of a bunch of trends. These are obviously all ones that we've selected, and you just come in here and you can add any notes if you want to add notes on do this, do this, do this, right? Once you've done that, you've now got a list. You can then send this list to the specific model. So I'd recommend having new lists for each individual creator. And so, for example, if you've got 10 creators, you come and make another list and you do Sarah, blah, 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 create list, and then you go and do the same thing for Sarah, right? That's what I would highly recommend doing. It's just a lot better that way. Now, also what you can do is you can actually brand your agency's page so this looks like it's your software and your custom thing. So you can change the background to your agency colors if you want, right? And then you can also upload your logo. So you can upload your logo. So if we upload this, right? Upload that, changes saved. Now when I send this to my creators, what it's gonna do is, okay, cool, I can share this with my model, boom, I send it to her on WhatsApp, she clicks it, she opens it, and what that's gonna do, my logo is there, oh, Dylan OFM, this is fancy, this is really cool. I've never seen an agency that does anything like this. My logo's there, and all the trends with all the notes you'd left would be under you if we'd left notes. That way you can send it to her, she can go and look at it and be like, oh, okay, cool. And you can just give her this one link forever. You don't have to keep creating new links every week. You can just delete all these and update them every single week, right? Or every single day, whenever she's creating content. That way, you know, you're just winning. Like, look how good this is, right? So this software is a must-have. Really good stuff. And if you want to get a 25% discount, then there's a link below where you get 25% discount off month on month, and a bunch of other goodies that you're not going to get anywhere else, because the guys at Trend Hunter have been nice enough to give you guys a big discount for life. So yeah, that being said, must-use tool, and it is absolutely a game changer. So make sure you go ahead and use that, and use the link below, and use code DylanOFM for the 25% off. So yeah, other than that, see you at the top. Peace. To document this, because one of our creators right now are absolutely flying on reels. Every reel's going like super viral. we've like done a 6-week content roadmap plan. We figured out what verticals worked like ages and ages ago. And we've recently just done a new one because we wanted to test some new verticals, because some of the old verticals, like there's some evergreen verticals we're testing, but some of the old ones like didn't start working as well. So we did like a new 6-week roadmap literally like maybe 2-3 months ago now. And we found the verticals that work, and we've got like 5 really good working verticals. And so we've just been producing tons of quality and quantity content on Reels right now. And she's flying, like she might touch like 200K this month. It's like going crazy right now. And so like we started working with her a while ago. She came to us when she'd started an OnlyFans. Her first month was like really good because obviously like she just had all that organic traffic from like, you know, like people that went to school with her, you know how it is, right? Girls put their IG link up and you're like, oh, she was fit in school. I mean, like those types of things, right? And so like she made like, I'm looking now, she made like 3K that first month, 4K the second month, 3K, almost 4K. She did like 3.6K, 4.1K, 3.8K, 3.8K. August, she did 2.8K. And then we was like, she was like, obviously like, oh, my earnings are going down, but obviously she doesn't know how to promote it. She didn't really know a whole lot. She was just putting her on her story and expecting the money to keep raining in, right? But it doesn't work like that. And so she came to us, and we started working with her. She'd got a new set of boobs. Obviously helps as well. That's just the reality. First month we did 8K, second month 8K, third month 9K. And we was like just at that for a while because we was like figuring out what was gonna work with her, and like we was trying to push different things and stuff wasn't working. And it was like one of the first times we'd had like almost like a stuck period with the creator where we just couldn't break past like that like 10K for some reason. It was quite strange. But it was a learning curve, and this was in 2022, by the way. And then went from 8K once we figured out what was working. Like after the 3 months of doing like 8, 9K, we figured out, right, this is what's going wrong, this is what's worked. We instantly doubled to 21K, and then 30K, and then 38K, and then we dropped down because some stuff happened to her. We dropped down to 16K, 17K, like back at those months when she didn't do anything for 2 months because she couldn't do anything. Then we went straight back up to 36K when she was back, then 66K. I'll show you the results now. But she's about to do next month. She would have made $1 million net since we started working with her. So if anyone thinks this business model is saturated or any of those terms, this just proves it all right here, because we're bringing on new creators all the time that we're just going crazy with. Now is the easiest time to get into this business model by a mile, because Reels is so underpriced. Like attention on Reels is so underpriced. So if you can create quality plus quantity on Reels, you can really, really pop off. You just got to do the 6-week roadmap, and you've got to do the vertical testing, and you've got to track everything, right? Track historically to predict the future. That's how after our 6-week roadmaps, we just crush on content. Viral, viral, viral. Like we literally took an account from 0 to over 100,000 followers in like less than 2 months on Reels. And so like Reels is insane right now, and there's a ton of organic growth, even on brand new accounts. So I would highly recommend jumping on Reels. TikTok's not the same as it used to be, but just wherever you post on Reels, just post as a backup on TikTok. But TikTok is way more quality based now and way more PG. So you've got to be clever with TikTok. But just take a look at this account right here. I'm going to show you right now. So as you can see, like I was saying, that was when she was posting on her own, and then obviously it dipped and she kind of thought, oh, it's over for me. Came to work with us, got stuck at this part, did 21K, did 14, dropped again here, just because purely work ethic. Like this is all work ethic based. When you see stuff like this happen, like she'd clearly gone from making 8K to 20K and then kind of got comfortable and dropped off. And this creator had a couple stages like that, and then did 38K this month, 47K gross. Fucking, if OnlyFans didn't take their 20%, we'd be printing even more. 16K, 17K that month. Like it just wasn't as, you know, it's just started to drop because some stuff happened. And then we really locked in. We set goals for her, attached meaning behind those goals. She wanted to get a Range Rover, she wanted to get a house, and she's actually got both of them now. And so like since then, we've just been printing. Like January, we've printed 145K. She's top 0.01%. Pending balance is juicy, 21st of January, right? So like right now we're printing Clash of Clans. Yes, sir. But like I said, like this business model is crazy because like organic short form content, just master it. By the way, Windows still smashed. Fucking, it's meant to be fixed this week. But organic short form content is like the best thing you can master. And because we played the long game and because we spent a lot of money, like 50 plus K, consulting with the best people in the space on how to create organic short form content for models, and like how to do all these testing phases and test verticals and all this different stuff and scale verticals and all this sort of stuff. Like because we focus on that for the last 3+ years, that's why we're winning. Because we didn't want to go and try all these black hat methods and spend a ton of money on black hat methods and try and always constantly find new ways when the black hat methods stop working and blah, 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 blah. And now we are looking more into agency dependent traffic and we are starting to do quite a bit of it. But nothing for me tops building a personal brand. Nothing for me tops making creators famous from short form content and just getting attention. Again, attention is the new oil. So black hat methods can stop working. Black hat methods can go away. You always gotta, your focus is always spread so thin because you're always trying to find a new thing that works. And yeah, it's great because it's agency dependent traffic and we are looking into it. Like I said, we don't discern it. We do have some agency dependent traffic, right? Like pre-recorded lives and some paid ads and stuff like that, right? But organic short form content is still by far the best, and I will challenge anyone on that, like I said, just because that's how we've made all our money. Like 80-90% of our money is just all organic short form. We've just mastered it, and so it takes a while to master. It might take you 6 months, 12 months of mastering and testing with multiple different creators, multiple different verticals to really get a hang of it. But once you get a system in place, once you really nail the tracking and testing and you know what works, it's so easy and it's just a infinite money printer. But not only that, like we have deals with some of our models now where we've made them like famous, and it's not only we're taking 50% of the partnership on OnlyFans, but we're taking 50% of like brand deals, TV deals, stuff like that, right? And so there's tons of different ways to monetize if you make a personal brand. But if you're only doing agency dependent black hat marketing, it's a bit more difficult. And also, if you're just starting out and that's the only thing you're looking at and you haven't built any creators, you haven't learned any real skills, and you're just doing black hat methods, you're just doing agency dependent methods, like it's not as evergreen, it doesn't work as well. And if you haven't got a lot of money, it's not gonna work that well. Like all the best methods that are like agency dependent cost quite a lot of money. So if you don't have a lot of money to spend on black hat methods and agency dependent traffic, then your best thing to do is master short form, because it's going to be better anyway in the long run. But you've got to be patient, and you're going to have to go through a couple of creators and make the mistake, and you're going to lose those creators, and that's the reality of it. But at least you learn and you make those mistakes early. So like the earlier you make those mistakes, the faster you can proceed, right? And so like that's the key when it comes to like short form and organic content, right? Even YouTube, stuff like that, right? But again, Anna Paul's the perfect example of this. Guy's like literally the perfect example of a personal brand that's just crushing it on OF. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Especially if you, like I said, if you haven't got a lot of money, short form's the wave, and then you can look into agency dependent stuff. But it takes a lot of money, and a lot of beginners and a lot of people that are even making 10, 20, 30, 40, 50K a month get stuck looking for like agency dependent methods and all this stuff that's just super complex, and they overcomplicate everything. Like everyone overcomplicates this industry, and it's really not that complex. Just make good quality content. That's literally like the secret. Like if there's one thing you can get good at creating really good quality content and getting attention and then monetizing that attention. Now obviously there's stuff on the back end you need to do to make the most out of it, like chatting and stuff like that. But the one thing, you'll never go broke if you can master attention. You'll never go broke if you can master short form content or just organic content in general, not even short form, right? So that's what I will say to you, and that's the most valuable piece of advice that I could give you. And that's true to me and true to a lot of other agencies I work with. And so yes, it might be a slower game. It's going to take a bit more learning, but it's going to be way better in the long run. And it's an evergreen strategy that if this business ever goes away, you can apply it to a personal brand. You can apply it to other people. So it's a skill that I think you need to learn, and it's probably one of the most powerful skills. Learning how to create and get attention is an endless skill, and you're always learning, including myself. So yeah, that's pretty much it, and see you at the top. So one of the biggest mistakes that I see a lot of OnlyFans agency owners make, and especially beginner OnlyFans agency owners, is going to be they get stuck on that first client. And what that means is a lot of people will find their first client, second client, third client, and because it's their first client, they attach so much like value behind it because they're like, oh my God, I got a model, right? Well, not even necessarily that. Just the fact that like their first client might not be quality. So for an example, she might not want to make TikToks. She might not want to do short form content, which is hands down the most important part of the entire business. Like I would generally say 90% of all of our money, and obviously we're doing 500K a month agency revenue, 500K a month, not inflow rev. In inflow rev, we're doing like 1.3 mil a month, right? And so with that being said, 90% of that traffic all comes from short form content. And then you obviously need really good relationship managers on the back end to obviously convert that traffic, right? I'm not going to get into that chat. That's the chat inside of things is a video for another day. But the reason I want to post this video is because I just see so many people having the same issue. And so I've coached a lot of people. And one of the biggest things that I see when I'm coaching people in terms of who gets to the top faster, who makes more money faster, who succeeds faster, is the fact that, let's just say we've got student A, student B. Student A's first model he signs is a quality model, which is going to be kind of luck-based, right? But she's a quality model. She does short-form content. She's very hard-working. Student A is going to fly and succeed very fast. Student B can have the same access to the information, do the same things. Student B can just do everything the same. But if his model isn't hardworking, doesn't want to do short form content, then student B is going to get stuck here. And so student A is excelling, student B is stuck here, right? So how does student B get up here? The only way is to cut that model, like simply cut that model. You don't want to go sign in other models and keep attached to this model because you're worried about losing her. Just cut her. If you cannot sign models, if they say they're not willing to do short form content, you do not work with them. It's going to hold you back so much, and you don't even want to keep this model while you go and sign other models, because a lot of people make that mistake as well. A lot of people will literally make the mistake. Let me put my phone down. But a lot of people will make that mistake of like, right, you've got a model, and because you've got her, you've attached so much value to it, you're scared to lose her, you don't want to just cut her. It's like being in a bad relationship, right? It's like having that toxic ex that you just don't want to leave, but you know it's just bad for you and you know you should leave, right? It's the same. A lot of people treat models the same. So they sign a model and they're like, even if they decide not to stick with her, they're like, I'm just going to go find other models first before I get rid of her. Well, what's that even doing? Like, that does nothing. Yeah, you go and find other models. Let's just say you find another quality model. This model, what are you going to do? Like, you've got to cut her eventually anyway, because she's just going to waste your time. And just like, it just makes no sense. So like, if you got a model that's not willing to do any organic short form content, get rid of her. Like, it's literally not worth it. Like, we're in the game of making creators famous. We're in the game of building personal brands. And because if you've got that personal brand, if you can create attention around a model, you've literally won the game. You can generate endless amounts of money for the rest of time. If you're only doing solely agency-based traffic, if you're trying stuff like Mother Slave and all these black hat methods that always break and are always getting outdated, which is a bunch of bullshit, you're doing stuff like that, that's where everyone gets stuck, because everyone thinks that those are the fast ways to make money. And I can start an agency, sign a model, and do all this agency-dependent traffic, and now I can make money fast. But they actually end up fucking themselves, and they actually end up getting stuck right in that place, and they can never get out of it, and that's why most people quit. Whereas if you play the long-term game, it's the tortoise and the hare. If we've got someone that's trying a bunch of all these new black hat methods as a shitty model, and just trying, and he's doing it for 6 months, let's just say he's doing it for 6 months, doesn't get any results. You've got this, or maybe he gets a couple of results at the start and he does all right, and he makes $1,000 or whatever. This guy over here signs a good quality model because he's cut all the bad ones he's had. He finally finds a good quality model, and he goes all in on organic content, all in on creating attention around this model, all in on building a personal brand for her. Guess what? In 6 months' time, that's going to compound and compound. And while this guy might shoot up a tiny bit and then drop back down, and might seem like he's beating this guy at the start because this guy's playing the slow game, over time this guy's going up here, this guy, now he has a creator with 600,000 followers on Instagram. Whenever she posts a reel, goes viral, and he just has a constant flow of subs forever. He's growing. He has a personal brand that he owns 50% of a personal brand. Imagine owning 50% of Andrew Tate. Imagine owning 50% of Iman Gadzhi. Imagine owning 50% of Iggy Azalea. Imagine owning 50% of Kim Kardashian. That's the power in a personal brand. You own a business. A personal brand is a business. So if you have a creator that says, I don't want to do short form content, I don't want to do organic, I don't want to put myself out there. Well, guess what? You're not going to make any fucking money. Simple as. Well, you might make money for 1 month when something's working that's black hat, and then it doesn't work, and now you've got to find a new way. And you're always trying to find this new thing that works and these new little cheap, shitty hacks when you could just play the long game and get really fucking good at creating organic, viral content on short form platforms, long form platforms. You could get really good at creating a mass movement around the personal brand. You get really good at building a personal brand, really good at generating attention for a model. And over time, it's going to compound and compound and compound. We literally took a creator last month from fucking 0 followers on Instagram to 100,000 followers in 2 months. All through organic short form viral content. And Steven, my most successful student, did the exact same thing. Short form content, if you know how to create good content, is the winning strategy. It's evergreen. It will never go out of date like these black hat methods. So you need to understand how to create attention, how to build attention mechanisms, how to get really good at converting our attention into paid subscribers and converting them even more on the back end through having good chatting systems. But like I said, chatting's another conversation for another day. And optimizing funnels, all this stuff, another stuff for another day. The main thing, if you can get a fuck ton of attention, if you can make creators famous, which should be your game, because if you can make a creator famous, you now own 50% or 40% or 30% of a famous creator. That is a money printing machine. Like some of the models that we work with that we have 50% in, that we blew up from 0 to 200K a month, some of those models, we have an actual joint business venture with them where it's not just 50% of their OnlyFans, but 50% of their brand deals, 50% if they go on TV shows, all these different things. There's so many endless ways to monetize personal brands. So not only should you be building your own personal brand, because if you build your own personal brand, it's going to make everything easier, client acquisition, all this stuff. But if you're in the business and you start an OnlyFans agency, the one core concept, the only thing you need to master is generating attention. Building personal brands, making creators famous, blowing them up on the internet, and making influencers. That's all you need to know is how to generate attention. And the best way to generate attention is through short form content. Organic short form content. And none of this bullshit of like, which, yeah, this method can work, but none of this bullshit of like, oh, I'm just going to find what's trending and I'm going to join these groups that send out these trend reports and I'm just going to get my model to copy what everyone else is doing. Talk about fucking being a copycat. Talking about being original. Like, personal brand is about being personal. You've got to find out the verticals that fit with your creator. And so copying other models, yeah, it could work. Yeah, it could bring in some subs. Yeah, some people have scaled like it. But if you really want long-term sustainable growth, you've got to utilize the unique personality that's in front of you with whatever model that you've signed. And so every single person is unique, and that's the only thing that no other model can compete with you on. People are not going to platforms like Reels and TikTok to look at OnlyFans models. Maybe some people are, like some creeps and the 1% of people. But people, we're missing that raw, authentic, like that raw authenticness of like online personalities. And so like, I can't compete with Alex Emoji on being Alex Emoji. I can't compete with Iman Gadzhi on being Iman Gadzhi. I can't compete with Andrew Tate on being Andrew Tate. But where I can be is be authentically me. And there's going to be a subsection of people that resonate with that like me for me, and then there'll be people that try and copycat me, just like there's people that copycat Andrew Tate and people that copycat Iman Gadzhi, but those people are never looked at as the real authentic people, and they have no longevity. And so you should think the same about your creators. Just copying every other OF girl, guess what? You just look like every other OF girl. Yeah, it can work. Yeah, you can get to 10, 20, 30, 40, 50K a month. But if you really want to scale, you want to get to the 200, 300, 400, 500 grand months with an OnlyFans creator, you have to have a good personal brand. The perfect example of an OnlyFans creator personal brand is Anna Paul. Go and research Anna Paul. Go and look at exactly what Anna Paul's doing. That is the way how you create longevity. That is how you create attention, and that is how you monetize attention at the high level. Anna Paul is making a fuck ton of money because she's authentically her, and she's found what her verticals are, and you can look on her page and she tests different verticals, but she's created a mass movement. She has a fan base of not just OnlyFans simps, but a broad fan base of women, men. Everyone just loves her for her. And yeah, she does OnlyFans, but that's just like a subsection. Like, she's not like the OnlyFans girl. Like, she's not branded as the OnlyFans girl. Like, she's just Anna Paul. And that's what you should strive to do with all the models you sign. So that being said, there's a lot I could dive into on actually how to do this, but that's the core concept that you need to know. And so like maybe I'll create like, I've already got a ton of stuff created for the people in my partnership program, but maybe I'll create like an entire like thing of how you actually take someone from zero to making them famous. And this is not something that you can do overnight. Maybe there's very rare scenarios, but this is going to take 6, 12, 18 months to pull off. But at that 6, 12, 18 month point, you're going to be fucking glad you did it, because you've got a money printing machine forever and you've created longevity. You own a percentage of a personal brand that you can monetize in multiple different ways. And so that's what I wanted to talk about. Bit of a rant. But hopefully that provides some type of value and clarity, because that's the biggest thing. Just the biggest thing is that. I did kind of go off on a tangent. The point of this video was like, if you're stuck with a model and she's not creating short form and she doesn't want to be out there, put herself out there, then just get rid of her. Like, that's the point of this video. So just, yeah, that's all I really want to say. If that's you, drop the model, go and find one that's quality. And the thing is, you've got to understand client acquisition as well. Like, you've got to be able to, like I said, like, we've had months where we've generated 250 meetings with models, right? And so like, you need to be able to bring in volume, even 100 meetings or 50 meetings a month. You need to have that volume of client acquisition, of being able to book calls with models to find the good ones. So like, as you guys know from my other videos, we've signed a model every single day this month for the entire month of January, just because Q1 we test a bunch of stuff and we're trying to find those unicorns. And usually we go through about 10 models, like we sign 10 models and only one of them is actually quality and is a unicorn that we want to work with that meets our standards. And so you need volume to be able to find good clients. And a lot of people will sign their first 5 clients and it might take them 3-4 months just to sign 5 clients, which is crazy. You need to work on your client acquisition. But let's just say they do, and they could all be shit. That is the reality. That's why you need to be signing, like, you need to be at least able to sign a model every day if you wanted to, one model every couple of days, because it's a volume game to find those quality ones. It's just like when you hire people in a company. I'm hiring setters right now. When I hire setters, I have to hire like 20 at once, and usually out of those 20, 2 of them, maybe 3, and if I'm lucky, 4 of them will be unicorns that actually stay on my team, and I get rid of the rest of them, because not everyone is meant for it. Not everyone's a 200 grand a month person, not everyone's a 300 grand a month person, not everyone's meant to be the next big creator. And so like, it's not meant to be easy. Like, it's not meant to be easy to go and find the next Anna Paul. But if your client acquisition is good and if you go through enough models, you'll find the next Anna Paul. And so that's the game that we're in. And if you can do it, you can change your life forever and make a ton of money. And we've done it with a couple models now that are like superstars, and we're still signing models to continue to find those up and coming superstars. And so that's what I would recommend doing. You need to have all aspects of the business on lock. But I just want to make this video and say, don't get stuck on that one client that's not delivering you any results. Don't think that your services are bad because you can't get results for a client, because it might be very model dependent. And so short form content is 100% the best thing to do in this business. I will fight anyone on that point, and I got tons of evidence to back that up. So that's what I wanted to say. Don't get stuck on your model. And yeah, other than that, I will see you at the top. Peace. So TikTok Lives, arguably one of the best methods for generating new subs, new traffic. TikTok Lives are pretty overpowered, especially if you get lives that start popping off. They can be a goldmine for new subs, right? There's a variety of ways to go live on TikTok. I would recommend, in today's current age, not doing anything overly sexual or crazy. You're just going to get the accounts banned. I would rather have an account that consistently goes live and gets 100 viewers or 500 viewers or 1,000 viewers, and some will do better than others. And I'd rather have a live I can consistently go live on and earn less subs from one live, but over time make more, than have a live where I do something like really overly sexual that, you know, might spike to 10,000 viewers, 20,000 viewers because TikTok's algorithm is really good. And you know, I might get 500 subs from that one live, but I'm going to get banned, right? And so I would rather, you know, get 50 subs a live stream than 500 subs in one and then get banned, because that's a nightmare, right? You don't want to be dealing with bans all the time. So go for evergreen methods. Now, the first hurdle to get past when you are actually looking at TikTok lives is actually going to be getting to 1,000 followers. So once you get 1,000 followers, then you can go live. I'd recommend getting a bit more than 1,000 followers before you start going live. So again, build up those followers. It's really easy to get to 1,000 followers. If you follow everything we talk about in our organic content masterclass, use the tools we've given you, then you're going to be good, right? You should know how to create organic content. And again, the best people to look at is going to be someone like Jellybean's Brains. Consistency and simplicity scales, and she is the queen of this stuff, right? In terms of content. Once you've got an audience like that, going live is an absolute powerhouse, right? And you can go live on IG as well, but TikTok's the best, especially if you're just starting out, because the thing with TikTok is TikTok works like this, right? So let me explain how the live system works on TikTok. So let's just say you go live on TikTok. When you're live, if you've only got 1,000 followers, what TikTok's going to do is every 20 to 30 minutes, it's going to push your live out to a new batch of a new audience, right? So you might go live, and for the first half hour, you might have 5, 10 viewers, right? Concurrent viewers throughout. And you're like, oh, well, this sucks. But if you continue to stay live, let's just say you set the time that you're going to go live for 3 hours. In that second half an hour, it's going to push your live out to another batch of viewers, and it's trying to find your audience. It's trying to find your people that will want to watch your live. So that second time it pushes that batch out, and now again, you might stay at 10 viewers, you might maybe go up to 20 viewers, you might drop to 0 viewers, and then TikTok's going to start to learn. And so, you know, the longer you go live, the better chance you've got of actually getting a live that pops off. So like, for example, if 2.5 hours in, it pushes her out, and then it finds our audience, and now all of a sudden you're 200 viewers, 300 viewers, 500 viewers, 800 viewers, 1,000 viewers, 2,500 viewers, right? Then that's what's going to bring in all of the followers and all of the subs, right? Now, I'd recommend, like, you know, wearing something that's like decent, like where you look good, like get yourself looking good, right? To where, you know, people might think that, oh, maybe this girl has an OF, for example, right? Obviously, the funnel is going to be having a link to your Instagram in the TikTok bio, or just connect in your Instagram, so people go there, and then the link tree in the Instagram. I actually like to double link now, so the Instagram doesn't get flagged. So I like to, on my Instagram, on the girl's Instagram, sorry, I like to have a link tree on all my links, for example, that then goes, when you click that all my links, it goes to one more all my links, and then in the second all my links, that's when you have the OnlyFans, right? So you click, click, click. Yeah, it's an extra click and it can mess conversion up, but it's better to be safe. So that's what I like to do now with a lot of our creators. We have an all my links that goes to another all my links that goes to the OF, right? So there's no OF directly connected to the IG. So again, it's good. The funnel is live, you're talking, people are going to get curious, go to your page, and then they're going to go to the Instagram, and then they're going to go to the link tree or the all my links or the snipe feed, wherever it is you're using, and then they're going to go to another all my links, and then they're going to go to your OnlyFans, and then they're going to sub, right? And so that's what you're going to do. Now, something to keep in mind is when you're live on TikTok, you don't want to be chatting on the account. So if you've got chatters, don't be chatting on the account when you're going live. It's going to look super suspicious and you'll get called out for it, right? You can't say OnlyFans or OF when you're live. You've got to be careful with that type of stuff, right? And so, you know, if people start asking questions about it, you can say stuff like, yeah, I chat myself on there, but that's all you really want to say, stuff like that. And you can like drop little hints and be smart with it. But now the best way to actually go live is to figure out, batch test what times work. Like, you know, maybe go live at 1 p.m. UK time one day, and then 3 p.m. the next day, and 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. and test different times and see if there's any times that actually work. It's usually just kind of random, but you can test different times. Usually in the night's good, like 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. or, you know, those are usually better times because everyone's home from work, everyone's online. being live consistently is key. Like I would ideally go live every single day, at least 6 days a week, or at least 5 days a week. But you know, going live every single day is key. If you can do 7 days a week, then great. Now on the actual live itself, again, you don't want to be doing any of the over sexual stuff that people used to do, like where you'd have girls that would be pretending to get fucked and all this sort of stuff. You can't really do shit like that anymore. The best thing to do is, like I said, if in the other modules you've curated those accounts to only feed you OnlyFans type content, right? And influencery type content from girls, then go and look at the live section and go and find other OnlyFans girls at that current time and see what's working and see what's trending and see what lives are popping, and go and like copy that and maybe put your own twist on it, right? Finding ways to gamify lives, you know, doing spin wheels and stuff like that to engage people is really key. You know, it's going to drive comments, likes, all this sort of stuff. So the best way is, I'm not going to give you specific strategies because I want to teach you how to think, so how you can go and last the test of time. So if I give you one strategy that's working right now, it might not work in 6 months time. So the best thing to do and what we do is literally just go on lives and look at what's working, and then we'll test those out. And sometimes they won't work that well, sometimes it will. But we don't just test it one time. We're going to test it over a period of like 30 days of going live every single day, right? So that's key. Again, live super easy. It's not a whole lot of effort from the model. I guess it is kind of effort. It's like medium to low effort, I guess, because you just actually really have to do much. But again, that depends on the live strategy. So again, it could technically be high effort, but the amount of money you make in reality it can be crazy, right? We've had lives that have got us, 500 subs in an hour on live, right? It can really pop off. And again, it just pushes people to the OF as they want the sort of behind the scenes stuff, right? And it depends how you do it. You don't want to make it come across like blatant sort of like OF promo. You don't want to do that. And that's not the boat you want to be in. And again, if you're doing stuff, you can get banned sometimes just because you're a fit girl. And so you can get like live ban for 24 hours and perma ban, and it can be a nightmare. So just use a more friendly strategy that's working, right? Like if you see a girl that's doing something really sexual and it's working really well, you might not want to copy it just because you could get banned, and it's going to be a nightmare constantly having to get TikToks up to 1,000 or looking to buy accounts to do 1,000, all this sort of stuff. But that's going to be key. And again, consistency is really key with lives. Going live every single day for at least an hour a day. And again, the longer you go live, the better chance you have for it to get pushed to the audience that wants to watch you and therefore make more money. And it can be disheartening to start if you're going live and there's no one watching you for the first week or the first month or wherever. And again, obviously it's all going to come down to your audience. So the more you build that audience, the better your lives are going to do. So 100,000 followers, 1 million followers, when you go live on TikTok, you're going to do a lot better. But the good thing is you can have 1,000 followers and still get 20,000 live viewers, right? Because TikTok's algorithm is really good for that sort of stuff. So try and make your live engaging, try and make it fun, look at what's working. And that is TikTok live. It is one of the best strategies for getting new subs, and you have to do it. I would highly recommend doing it. If you find a creator that just wants to do organic content and she's just pumping that out, that's fine. But ideally, try and get your creators to go live just because there's another way to get more subs, right? So that way you're maximizing the earnings. So that's TikTok Live. Peace. So how do you deal with churn at your OnlyFans management agency, and how do you keep client retention high so clients actually don't want to leave you and go join another agency or go do their own thing, right? That's what we're going to talk about in this video. Literally make sure you stick till the end and make sure that you actually get a pen and paper out, because there's going to be stuff I talk about in this video that you've never heard of, 100% guaranteed. And I guarantee there's definitely things in this video that you've never thought of or never done before, just because no one talks about this stuff and no one gives this source away, right? So my goal is to make sure that you're not just putting your dick in a pencil sharpener and waiting for it to turn on, maybe not, right? So that being said, first you need to think, right, when it comes to churn, when it comes to client retention, you're not going to be working with these creators forever, right? And especially a lot of you are not going to be working with creators that are like full-time influencers. And so there's going to be time constraints. Maybe she's only doing it while she's in college. Maybe she has a job that she's always wanted, so she quits. Maybe her family finds out and she doesn't want to do it anymore. Maybe she gets shiny object syndrome and wants to go jump to a new business, or maybe a new agency, right? And so I want to go over everything to stop creators from wanting to leave and want to work with you, and I'm just going to go over everything. Right now, the first thing is going to be touches, right? And bring it back to that first point. Like, when a creator wants to go, you just gotta let them go. Like, there's nothing else. Like, if they've already come to the committed decision that they want to leave, there's nothing you can do. It doesn't matter if you've got a 12-month contract. You can't exactly force them to do the work. It's going to be a nightmare relationship. You just gotta let them go. If they want to go, let them go. It's not going to be healthy. It's not going to be worth the time, the energy, especially if you're thinking about legal action, all this kind of bullshit. The amount of vicious agencies I see actually disgust me. Like, there's so many agencies that try and like lock models into these bullshit contracts. Like, the reason why we've done so well is because our entire agency is just built on trust and transparency, and there's a ton of scumbags in this industry. And all the models we work with, it's like, if you want to leave, that's completely, like, you can leave whenever you want. Like, it doesn't matter, like, because at the end of the day, if you don't want to work with us, or if it's not going to work, if you want to do something else, you could do that, right? But the amount of agencies that when a model does leave, right, they go and do some like vicious shit, like go and get her G accounts banned and go and get her OnlyFans banned. Like, that's so like disgusting. Like, why would you, like, that just shows me that you're just such a shitty human being. And if you're one of those like OnlyFans girls that's watching this and that's happened to you, I actually feel so bad for you. It's just bullshit. Like, it's just a lot of vicious fucking agencies out there. I've seen it happen time and time again where a girl will come to us and be like, yeah, my last agency banned all my accounts because I left because they wasn't delivering me results, and my account went from 50k a month to 10k a month, and I left because of it. Like, you not only ruined your account, but now you banned all it. It's crazy. It's actually, but I'm going off topic regardless, right? So a couple things, touch points. How do you keep client retention high is going to be touches, right? So what that means is touches. It's like personal touches that you have. You need daily touches with your clients, where you're just checking in with them daily. You also want to do like weekly Loom updates or weekly call updates. And that's simply where you're just going to be, like, the point of touches is just to communicate with your creators regularly, right? You don't just want to be sending them to-do lists and invoices, and that's all you speak. You know, you send them a to-do list on Monday, do this, and then you send them an invoice on Friday. Like, that's not what you want to be doing, right? There's no relationship there, right? And so, like, you actually want to be building real relationships with your creators, and you want to ask them, you know, how they going, how's everything going, like, get their feedback, tell them what you're working on, right? Show them the future vision, be a good leader, right? That's going to be super key, because they want to feel like work is happening. And although you may have been working extremely hard and doing all this stuff behind the scenes, if you don't communicate with them, they're never going to know. And they're just going to feel like, oh, I'm doing all the work and I'm giving them 50%. Why am I giving them 50%? And then they're going to start to build up doubts. And at that point, it's going to start to get too late, and then they're going to leave, right? And so, like, you need regular touch points. You need to be, you know, talking about, these are the strategies we're going to do. This is the vision. This is where we could be in the next, you know, 2-3 months if we continue on this trajectory. This is where your account's looking like. This is what we're doing on our end. This is what we're thinking of doing. What do you think of this? It's a partnership, not a dictatorship, right? So just sending them stuff to do, like tasks, and treating them like a wage slave, and then sending them invoices is not going to work, right? And like I said, I don't care how hard you work. If you're not communicating that with them, they can't read fucking minds. So you need daily touches with your creators, where you just hit them up, ask them how they're doing, schedule it, right? And that's going to be super key, right? Because the more touches you have, the better they're going to feel, and the more they're not just going to want to randomly leave one day, right? And so, like, you have to communicate that work's happening, otherwise they're not going to know, right? And so it's just like, you know, do you need anything? Look at the strategy I'm working on, blah, 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 blah. And at scale, you'll need to hire like a CSM that's going to keep in touch. But at the start, just do it yourself and just put her in a schedule. Actually add her in your daily calendar, block out time to reach out to your clients, connect with them, and just build a good relationship with your clients, right? And something else you need to do as well is you have to make your service personalized. So when we started, we just almost did like a one-size-fits-all, right? We scaled horizontally. We had a bunch of creators, and we were just like, use all the same stuff. We would just send the same trend, same stuff to all these creators. It doesn't work. It's a fucking mess, right? Don't make the same mistake as me. I would always recommend scaling vertically, which we'll get into. But you have to make your service personalized, right? Because when it comes to, if you want to know more about like making your service personalized, go and watch the organic content masterclass. I'll link it. around you. It'll probably pop up on the screen somewhere if I remember to do it on the cards. But you have to make your service personalized, because when it comes to how someone looks as an influencer, their personality, how they act, their interests, what they like, right? And the content that they put out is very personalized. So you can't do a one size fits all. You can't just go and find what's trending, what's working and giving it to them, right? You've got to find videos that work for that specific creator. And I speak to models all the time. They're like, I'm copying what all these girls are doing and they're going viral and I'm not. And I'm like, yeah, because this doesn't fit with you and as your, like, it's not authentic to you. Like, you're just copying. That doesn't work. Firstly, never copy. Like, copy success, but steal like an artist, right? So put your own twist on it, tailor to your unique girl, but everyone just copies everyone. That doesn't work, right? And so I speak to creators all the time and they're like, this isn't working for me. I'm doing what all these other models are doing and like, I'm not getting any engagement. Why? I don't understand. And I'm like, because that's not how it works. Like, that's just not how content works. Like, you're not those creators, right? And there's so many variables that go into that they just don't understand, right? And so, like, you need to find the strategies that work for your creator, and you need to find out what they're comfortable with creating, what they'd actually enjoy creating, right? What doesn't feel like work to them, how much time they have to allocate to stuff each day. You need to you want them to let you know your points of interest, right? Like, maybe they want to try Kick or Twitch, like live streaming. Maybe they want to try YouTube. Maybe they would have fun going on podcasts, right? You got to listen to your creators and then personalize plans towards them, right? If you don't do that, then you're never going to have good service delivery and you're never going to get the results you want, and your client churn is always going to be dog shit. Now, the biggest one is you need to focus on your customer experience, right? It's the most important thing. Your customer experience is so important. If you don't focus on that, and obviously your service delivery ties perfectly into that. Like, if you don't have a good service delivery, like, there's nothing else more higher leverage than actually being able to get them results, right? And so, like, not only do you need a good customer experience, but that goes hand in hand with a good service delivery. And if you don't have them, then you are doing something wrong. And I promise you, if you focus on those over anything else, your customer experience and your service delivery, like getting them actual results and pouring into them and putting 100% effort. Like, I spoke to someone the other day and I was like, how many hours a day you spend in? I said, how much time a day? Like, be honest with me, keep it real. It was someone that joined our program. I was like, keep it real with me. Like, how much time are you spending per day, like going over the organic content stuff with your models and like helping them craft strategies? And he said 10 minutes a day. And I was sat there like, holy shit, we spend like 5 hours a day per creator, like on crafting unique content plans for them. Like, sometimes 3 hours a day, sometimes 2 hours a day, but like never less than 2 hours a day. Depending on what we're doing, which is why it's so important to scale vertically. But you really got to pour into your clients, and that's how we're able to have models making 350K a month and 150K a month and all these like big numbers. We're able to hit that because we really pour into our creators. And again, we're building them up as influencers and not OnlyFans models. They just happen to have OnlyFans, and that's how they monetize their following, right? And so keep that in mind. Again, go and watch the Organic Masterclass if you haven't watched it, or go join the Skool community. It's $97 a month. It's the most value out there right now. It's insane. I'm not even going to pitch and explain. Just go to the About Us page. I'll link it below. Take a look. If you feel like it's a good offer, then join. I'd love to see you inside. We've got like 178 agencies in there. It's insane. It's the best place to be. And it's the cheapest price. And my goal with that community is to give you so much value for such a cheap price, to where you can go start making 50 grand a month from the information in there, leverage our information to go start making 50 grand a month, then come and join us on our partnership program where we can actually help you scale to 500K a month, right? And have a small equity in your business. That's my mission, right? Now, again, focus on your customer experience and your service delivery. You need good results. It's as simple as that. And I promise, if you focus and pour into your creators, and you just pour, like, let's just say you've got 6 creators right now, they're not really performing, but 2 of them are working really hard. Sack off the other 4 and just pour into those 2 creators, and I guarantee you'll make way more money, and you'll just make more money as a result if you focus on your customer experience and your service delivery and going above and beyond for your clients, right? You need to scale vertically. It's super important when you're just starting out, just so you can get the hang of the business, because the aim is you're going to put in all this upfront work to start, and you're going to get underpaid, right? Like, when we start, like I said, we literally put all the money back into the models to build them up as influencers, getting promos, getting influencer clouds. Like, we're really like getting underpaid. Like, we're putting in all the work up front to build them into influencers. We're putting in all the work up front to get underpaid, so that in the end you can get overpaid when they become influencer status, right? And now your job is also a lot easier when they get there, because a lot of this business is about teaching them and coaching them and educating them. And so they're going to learn and understand content at that point when they become influencer status. And so it becomes more an autopilot. They'll start to give you ideas. They might even start to understand content better than you. And at that point, it's easier, and you can just more guide them in the right direction, continue the chatting, and that way, like, you're actually going to be able to get overpaid by getting underpaid at the start, right? And a mistake I made early on, another mistake I made early on is trying to hang on to every creator. This is something you need to know. Some creators just will not get results for your agency. Like, they just won't. Like, some creators you'll sign and they'll look perfect, you'll think they're perfect, but for some reason they just will not get results with your agency or with the services you provide. They just won't get results. And they might not be a good fit. You might not get on relationship-wise, right? And so, like, not every creator is going to be a good fit, and it's just way worth just cutting them, because it's not worth the time and energy you put into them to try and make something work and force something to work, right? It just doesn't work. Some creators you're going to sign, you're going to think they're gems, and it just doesn't work, right? And that's fine. Just cut them. Don't hold on or hang on to creators. You're just going to waste time and energy that you don't need, where you could use that time and energy to go and find a better creator and scale faster, right? Now, this is something I never hear anyone talk about, but you need to gamify stuff, right? People need games, right, to be motivated. And everyone always has their model work ethic issues, and we can solve that with the 12-year plan. That's the first step to solving it. Go watch the organic masterclass, because I explain that. We can solve it with a 12-year plan, but then we need to sustain it. And so that means we need to gamify stuff, right? For example, some stuff you can do for gamifying stuff, and also giving them a future vision of staying with your agency. You can have an incentive plan, right? So the first time they hit 10K as a creator, you're going to take a discount off their percentage on the invoice, right? So the first time they hit 10K as a creator in a month, you'll take a discount off that invoice, right? First time they hit 20K, you'll do the same, etc., right? And so that way they always have a game to play, and they always have something to look forward to when they hit these milestones for the first time, right? So they want to always be hitting new milestones, right? And that's stuff you can do. And I would honestly offer like big like incentives and discounts to do that, because you will grow as a result of it. Again, you want to get underpaid at the start to get overpaid in the future, right? And so, like, they always need a game to play. You want to do the same with your chatters, gamify your chatters. You want to gamify your entire organization, right? Like, this is how, like, people always have to have a game to play and something to look forward to, because if they have a game to play, then creators are not going to burn out as much, right? And so most people need games, they just really do, unless you have those really high achievers that, you know, have a lot on the line, they want to retire their family, they have big goals, and they don't need any external motivation. But 99% of people are going to need games to perform, and you'll be surprised at what happens and how production just goes through the roof when you add games. Like, honestly, we jumped from about 200 grand a month to 500 grand a month in 3 months just applying games. Like, it was fucking crazy. Like, we started applying games to our chatters, to our models. It was crazy. And I learned this from a mentor that I spent 50,000 on, and we just built tons of systems, spiff of the day. Like, oh, it's insane. Like, the games we play are crazy, and they're so good and they work so well, right? And so otherwise it just feels like work if they don't have games to play, right? And so also having something on the horizon to look forward to as well, right? They need that, right? Influencer collabs, right? Other model collabs, creator content trips, right? And also another thing you can do is reward loyalty, right? So, you know, if you're with us for a year, we'll decrease the percentage. If you're with us for 2 years, we'll decrease the percentage, right? And so if you literally do everything I've talked about in this video, and you actually sit there, you've taken notes, and you actually look into them, break them down, get into more detail, start figuring bits out. If you do everything I've talked about in this video today and deliver on it, then you're not going to have creators that want to leave your agency. And not only is your agency going to make more money as a result, but you're going to have better relationships with creators. They're going to work harder, and it's going to be a way more efficient, profitable agency. And so just literally go through this video again, watch it twice, watch it 3 times, take notes, really dive deep onto each point. Think of the games you can play and how you can do this stuff. Having a business partner is crucial when you start out on your journey, and it can truly just speed up time, which is why I called this time travel. I'm going to teach you how to time travel by getting a business partner. If you don't think a business partner is important, then you definitely need to watch this video. Personally, I would have been fucked if I didn't have business partners, because not only does it speed up time, but we're going to go through all these reasons and explain what each of them actually means. And I would highly advise going and getting a business partner if you don't have one. Stop being greedy. It's better to have a small piece. It's better to have a big piece, a small piece of a big pie, than a big piece of a small pie, or a big piece of nothing even, right? And especially in this business with OFM, you cannot like do it alone. Like you almost have two agencies. Like you have like a chatting agency pretty much, and also a marketing agency, right? And so it's a lot, right? And so the first one, right, is going to be complementary skills. Now, that's the first reason why having a business partner is so important, because if you can find someone that has complementary skills to you, you can excel at such a faster rate, right? How do you find that out? Well, when you get a business partner, I would highly recommend doing a couple things. First, you want to do a personality test on Truity, so you can understand who they are as a person, and also so they can understand themselves, right? And you also want to do one so you can understand yourself, right? Then secondly, you want to do a high five strength test. This is going to show you where all your strengths are. And then you can play into your strengths. But the most important one is going to be to do a wealth dynamics test. Now, if you've never read the book by Roger Hamilton called Millionaire Master Plan, then I would highly recommend reading that book called Millionaire Master Plan. Really good, and he teaches you about the wealth dynamics and the wealth dynamic test. If you take a wealth dynamics test and your business partner, you're going to know exactly where you fit into each piece of the puzzle, and so that way you know when you're doing the business, you're working on the things that you're good at and that you actually want to do, and it's going to push the business forward. Because let's just say this, for example, right? If you're someone who's creative, that comes up with the big ideas, you're, more of a Steve Jobs, you're more of a Richard Branson, you don't want to be working on the stuff that a Steve Ballmer or Bill Gates will be working on, where they're very data-driven, very analytical, right? And so me personally, I'm the guy with the big ideas. I'm the creative. I'm the Richard Branson, Steve Jobs, right? Whereas then I need to go out and find my Avengers almost, right? I need to find the guy that's data analytical and driven. I need to find the guy that's person driven, that can run teams and lead teams. And so the wealth dynamics test is going to explain all that to you. So I highly recommend doing it, right? Game changer for my business when I implemented this, because I knew exactly where everyone in my team fits. Whenever we hire new people, we always make them do those 3 tests: the personality test, the high five strength test, and the wealth dynamics test, right? So those are going to be key, right? And complementary skills, if you can figure out those complementary skills, everything's going to be easy, right? So for example, in this business, if you've got someone that's really good and really understanding of the chat inside of things, they can run the chat inside. Then someone can run the marketing side, someone can run the sales and client acquisition side, right? And so you're going to excel a lot faster rather than you all just working on the same thing, or you trying to do everything, right? You can't outwork your problems, but you can outthink them. And so you need to, it's not about working harder, because that's where you get stuck, right? It's about using leverage. And so you want to always think about the one core concept that everything comes back to in business, which is creating leverage. How can I create the most leverage? How can I get the most leverage out of this situation, right? And you do that by having a business partner, because you're just going to excel at a much faster rate. If you're not happy with the results you're getting as a solo, then a business partner is going to be super key to you, right? Now, secondly, another important reason of why business partners are super key is shared responsibilities, right? What does that mean? Well, it's almost like if you're doing the business together, then you can share the responsibilities and hold each other accountable, right? And so like, if you want to get better at marketing, and you can obviously like mastermind with that person, and you can share responsibilities to make your life a lot easier, right? And so like, you can delegate. So rather than you doing the chatting, the marketing, and all the other things, you can be like, right, let's share some responsibilities. If you do these things, I'll go do these things, and then we can crush it together and we can excel faster, right? So the shared responsibilities aspects is just delegating, right? You're delegating stuff to each other that you want to do. And if you find out what your complementary skills are, then you can delegate a lot better, which means you're going to move a lot faster, because the last thing you want is to give a creative dynamo genius type of person. You'll understand what the different things are. You wouldn't want to give a dynamo genius's tasks to a steel genius or a blaze genius, right? And these are the geniuses in the wealth dynamics test. So if you do it, you'll understand what I'm talking about. But the last thing you'd want to do is, I'm a dynamo genius, right? And Jack, one of my business partners, is a steel genius. And so I don't want to give him a dynamo genius's type of tasks. I don't want to delegate those stuff to him, because he's not going to excel. And if he does, he's not going to do it at the level that he could. But if I know the stuff he's good at, and I know he's a steel genius, I want to give him those types of tasks, right? Because then he's going to be able to do them, excel, and actually enjoy doing them, right? So that's key, right? Now, number 3, more resources, right? Especially if you're just starting out. You can do so many different things. got, you know, if you have a bunch of connections and he has a bunch of connections, you come together, you've got more connections, you've got more resources, you've got more access to more different things, money, you've both got different life experiences, and so you've probably got different connections for different things, and that just makes everything and the whole journey a lot easier. And you know, if you're just starting out and you've both got a job, then you can pile your money together and you can again use that as leverage to move faster, right? And so more resources is super key, especially when you're starting out. So if you want to get a business partner, if you're struggling, if you've got to work a job to start a business, then you may as well go and find a business partner that you can at least double the input, double the output, right? Now, number 4 of how to time travel with a business partner. Number 4 is going to be better decision making, right? Now, what that means is, let's just say if you're on your own and you're making these decisions, you've got no one to mastermind with, you've got no one to ask a second opinion, so you don't even actually know if the decision you're making is the right decision or even a good decision. And so if you have a business partner, you can mastermind with each other to come to an actual good decision, because he might think of something you haven't thought of, or you have in that mastermind and you sparking conversation, you might come up with better ideas to make better decisions, right? And so like, that's why you can, like I said, you are speeding up time, which is why I've labeled this time traveling, right? Because it's that mastermind aspect, right? If you look at Henry Ford, Henry Ford dedicates his entire success to that mastermind aspect, right? He used to bring in all the top people, all the top mechanics, all the top people from around the world in the motor industry, and do masterminds and mastermind with people so he could learn from their expertise and pull from different things. And so, you know, if you've got a dynamo genius and a steel genius, you can combine your thoughts, combine your perspectives, combine your views, combine your beliefs, and come up with better decisions, make faster decisions, make smarter decisions. And so better decision making is number 4, and that's why you also need a business partner, right? Now, number 5 is going to be an emotional support, right? Now, when you're just starting out, you're both on this journey that's very tough, right? Entrepreneurship's a dark road, it's a lonely road, right? And so there's going to be times where you feel like giving up. And so therefore you need, if you have someone that can help you with the emotional support aspect of things, like a brother, if you've got someone to fall back on when you're having those tough days where maybe stuff hasn't gone your way, maybe you've lost a client, maybe something bad's happened, right? There's someone there for you, right? And so business partners can almost become like family members, right? Which is super important because it's a very lonely road and you don't want to isolate. Being isolated, there's loads of reasons. If we look back in histories and biologically, we were not made to be isolated. We're very social creatures, and so therefore a business partner is just that emotional support that you need. And like I said, entrepreneurship is a dark road, it's a lonely road, and there's going to be tons of twists and turns, there's going to be crashes, there's going to be potholes, there's going to be flat tires, and therefore you need a business partner for that emotional support aspect, and vice versa, right? And so that's how you're going to, again, time travel, you're going to speed up time, right? So you can get over those things quickly. Number 6, increased accountability, right? If you have someone that you're working with and you don't pull your weight, you're doing not just a disservice to yourself, but you're doing a disservice to them. And so therefore, not only do you have a higher motivation, not only do you want to work harder, but that increased accountability makes a massive difference, because if you are slacking and you have a really good business partner, they're going to call you out on your bullshit, right? And you do the same to them. And so that increased accountability, again, is going to help you time travel. It's going to help you move faster through business, right? And you can face problems together. And having that increased accountability makes a massive, massive difference. If you're having one of those days where you feel unmotivated and your business partner's crushing it and he's just closed deals, you're going to also feel accountable, and you're going to also be made accountable and feel motivated to want to go and do the things, because otherwise you're letting him down, right? And so, again, super important. Now, number 7, networking opportunities, right? Again, you both bring different things to the table, right? 2 is always better than 1, and therefore, you're going to be able to network better. Maybe one of you goes out networking while the other one does more of the business side of things, right? And you can both network at different times. And so it's really important because you're going to get a lot more networking opportunities if there's 2 of you, because again, you can split off, right? It's like, you know, think how good you would do if you had a clone of yourself, right? Like, imagine what you could do, imagine what you could accomplish, right? And so that's why it's super key. And sometimes you don't just want one business partner. You could have 2 business partners, 3 business partners, right? And so it can make a massive difference. Yeah, the profits are going to be smaller at the start. Yeah, you're not going to be making as much money, but you wouldn't be able to get to the point you're at without having them, right? So it's a key part. And so having someone you trust as a business partner, and it's just going to increase the networking opportunities. And again, you're going to meet different people in your life, you're going to be on different paths, and therefore you're going to have more networking opportunities, and you're combining your networks together, right? Number 8, risk mitigation. If there's 2 of you, and let's just say your funds start to run dry, you're a business partner there, maybe he has funds that can lift you back up and keep the business going, and vice versa, right? And where if you're on your own and your funds start to decrease, let's just say you've quit your job, you've gone all in on the business and it hasn't quite worked and your funds are going down and you need the funds to continue the business, you need the liquidity, you're kind of screwed, right? Whereas if you've got a business partner, you've got double the liquidity or triple or wherever, right? It depends where you're both at in life, right? But it's going to massively decrease risk in terms of financial. And also, again, there's 2 of you, and so like it's not just you taking the risks, and it just makes a big difference. So risk mitigation is a big one, and again, it's going to help you time travel, because if you was to do it on your own and you have those times where you run out of liquidity or something fails, you've got someone there to pick you back up. Whereas if you're on your own, that doesn't happen. You've got to pick yourself back up, which again takes more time, right? You might have to go get another job. You might have to go and try and make some money elsewhere, right? You might have to start a little side hustle, which is going to take you away and take your focus away from the main hustle, right? So that's why having a business partner is super important, because of risk mitigation, right? Now, number 9, innovation, right? When there's 2 of you and you're running a business, you can innovate because there's 2 perspectives, right? There's 2 people seeing the market from 2 different perspectives, and therefore you're going to be able to innovate and see trends earlier. I might see something that my business partner doesn't see, and so I can explain, yo, we need to jump on this, we need to do this, and vice versa. He might see something that I didn't see, and boom, vice versa, right? And so it's super important, because collaboration breeds innovation. So if you can collaborate, mastermind, it's that effect, right? Breeds innovation. And when you have someone to brainstorm with, you can come up with new ideas and approaches that you might not have even thought of on your own, right? And that can give your business a more competitive edge in the market. So innovation, again, super key, and that's just going to make a massive difference. Again, it's going to help you time travel. Now, number 10, I've got some notes written on my phone. Number 10, and the last one, right, is long-term perspective, right? Having a partner means that you're not in it alone, okay? You can share the journey together, you can celebrate the successes together, but you can also weather the storms together, which makes it a lot easier, right? And so when it comes to exits, or when it comes to scaling or passing the business on, you have someone by your side who understands your vision and can help ensure that you actually have a smooth transition, right? So having that long-term perspective as well, not just that short-term, I want to make money now, I want to get rich quick, never works, right? And so the one perspective and the one mindset shift that I would give you as advice today is, if you're going to be an entrepreneur and you're going to jump into entrepreneurship, the one thing I would say is to go into it with a long-term perspective, and to find a business partner that also has a long-term perspective. And go into it not trying to make money, but go into it to go through the journey, right? Because entrepreneurship is about the journey. You don't just make 10K a month because you hustle and work really hard. It's not about that, right? You've got to become the type of person that can make 10K a month, right? So that's super key. And it's just going to make a massive difference. If I could go back in time, I would go into entrepreneurship with like, right, I'm going to stick at this for 3 years. I'm not doing it for money. I'm doing it for the journey to become a better version of me. And I would hope my business partner thinks the same, right? So that's going to make a massive difference, because through that 3 years, you're not expecting money. You're not operating on a get rich quick mindset. Because a get rich quick mindset, do you know what that is? A get rich quick mindset is a scarcity mindset, right? Because you're always running and chasing after money. And what happens when you chase something? It runs away, right? And so you need to be the person that attracts money. And to attract money, you have to go through the journey, and you have to become the person that can make the type of money that you want to make. And there's no shortcut to that, right? And so yeah, it's going to be difficult, it's going to be tough, but having a business partner can mitigate all that. So that's why it's super important to have a business partner. And I would never start a business without having one. So wherever business, wherever industry, whenever I decide to pivot from this industry, I'm always going to go and find a business partner to do that with, because there's so many pros of having one, right? And so yeah, that's going to be it for today's video. I will see you at the top. So you're looking to scale your OnlyFans management agency. What are the first key hires that you need to make in order to scale? That's what I want to cover in today's video, right? I want to go over what your first hire should be, what you should consider, and it's going to be different depending on the situation. So I just want to throw a couple different first hires that I would consider. Now, if you didn't watch my video on why it's so important to have a business partner, if you are doing this alone, I would go and watch that video first. But regardless, let's just get into it. It doesn't matter if you have a business partner, if there's two of you, this is one of you running the business. These are going to be the first hires. This is what I like to call manning up, right? This is where you're going to actually man up in the sense of start to get more people on your team, right? Recruiting, hiring, and posting associates, right? Now, couple different people, roles you should consider for your first hires, and that's what I'm going to go over right now, right? We've got stuff like a running mate, a chat manager, a sales personnel, an admin or an executive, or maybe an organic content marketer, right? Those are kind of the main first key hires you're going to want to have. So let me just break down what each one is, and then you can decide which one you feel like you need depending on the current scenario, because every agency is run slightly differently. And so like you might need something different to another agency, right? Now, a running mate, right? Personally for me, a running mate, I always find a running mate, right? Or another way to think of a running mate is like a right hand, right? Especially when taking up a new business venture. I will never start a business without a business partner, right? And like I said, I explained that in another video on why, so go and watch that, I'll link here. But a running mate is a person that will follow you through the desert or to the end of the earth, right? This is a person that's loyal and committed and sees the big vision of where you're going and what you're actually doing, right? And it's up to you to take care of this individual and not steer them wrong, okay? Visualize yourself as Batman or a superhero and answer the question, who is your Robin, right? So that's super key when you're looking for that person. You're the Batman, who's the Robin, right? And so this person, this running mate that you're going to hire, right, this right hand, this Robin, this person could serve as a rover, which means, like, you know, like a floater role that sort of holds multiple hats and supports areas as needed. Multiple hats just means they wear different, they do a bit of everything, right? They maybe manage some chatters. Like when you're just starting up and it's just you and someone else, you're both going to wear multiple hats, right? Maybe you split the agency into two, like almost like a chatting agency, marketing agency. You were going to do all the roles that involve marketing, organic content marketing, client relations, blah, 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 blah. He's going to do all the stuff that surrounds chatting, right? That way you both serve as like a rover, and that's like a floater role that holds multiple hats and supports areas as needed, right? And so if warranted, maybe groomed into an executive or key member as you continue to grow and scale, right? This is how you can figure out if this person's actually going to be a good business partner long term, right? And so like if it's your business, your idea, you're the one that's putting in the resources to start, and you want to get a business partner, maybe have them as your running mate first before you actually make them like a 50-50 business partner, for example, right? And if you do find someone that's loyal, and is actually putting in the work, then it's your job to take care of them. And again, like, you want to groom them into an executive member as you continue to grow and scale, right? And you want to give them equity. And so these special people will often present early on in business to powerful leaders, right? So why leadership's super, super important, right? And PBD has a ton of good stuff on leadership. So if you don't understand leadership, there's a ton of stuff that Patrick Bet-David talks about in terms of leadership, tons of good books on leadership. I would go through those, right? But again, these special people, your right hand, the running mate, those special people will often present early on to powerful leaders. So it's up to you to recognize and handle them as needed, right? You will get the benefits of loyalty and commitment coupled with affordable compensation. These special people will get the benefits of being a foundational member and a ticket to something big, an early opportunity before it's gone, right? So for example, Jack is a prime example of a running mate. Before I launched my agency, like, he was literally my running mate, right? So before I launched that, he was the running mate, and now he is obviously the CEO, right? Like, he graduated to the executive level and is a business partner, right? So that's the first role that I would recommend hiring for. If you don't want to do a running mate, you just want to do it on your own, then there's a couple other roles you should consider hiring first, right? Now, an admin or an executive assistant, I can't even speak. An admin, executive assistant, or rover. All the same thing, pretty much mean the same thing. Admin, executive assistant, they all kind of mean the same thing, right? The reason that this can be a good first hire is because it's going to replace yourself of all repetitive tasks, right? So if you're not taking actions on purpose or something that is going to equate to millions of dollars or more, or influencing hundreds of thousands, or if not millions of people, then don't do it, right? Do not do it. You should be thinking in terms of, how do I create leverage? How do I think bigger? If you want to learn to think bigger, I would recommend going and reading the 10X rule by Grant Cardone, right? But if you run the business on your own, you're starting to flourish, then you might want to hire an admin or an executive assistant or a rover, all the same thing, just to replace yourself of all those repetitive tasks, right? Again, you don't want to be doing anything that, if you're not taking actions on purpose, you don't want to be doing them, right? So just recruit, hire, and train an assistant that can relieve you from all the day-to-day busy work, right? This person can be trained for many functions of the organization and serve as a rover as well, which is, again, someone that wears many hats in the organization and can actually end up becoming a foundational part of the business as time goes on, right? So that's another key hire that you want to make really soon, is an executive assistant, rover / admin. They're going to take care of all the day-to-day stuff that you don't have time to do, right? Because again, you want to replace yourself of all repetitive tasks. And if you're not doing stuff with purpose, you're just wasting your time. And it is that death by 1,000 cuts principle. Again, referring to a Sam Evans video, I would go and watch Death by 1,000 Cuts. It's a very good video, right? Now, what is another key hire you can make if you don't want to do the admin / executive assistant / rover? Well, sales personnel, right? Sales is one of the core skills of any business. If you can't sell, you can't make money, right? And as we all know, money is the blood of the company, right? And going back to the last role, right? You want to be working on the business, not in the business, right? Which is why it's so key to have that executive assistant that can work in the business for you while you work on the business and push the needle forward, right? But regardless, salespeople, right? That's the next one, sales personnel. The first consideration of starting a new business is obviously actually generating money, right? And without money, there is no business, right? Like I said, money is the blood of a company. So hiring someone to help with sales and marketing early on is key. And this person can either help close deals or free you up so that you can close and generate revenue, right? Obviously in the OFM business, if you can't close models, if you can't close deals with models, then you're not going to make any money, right? So that's why sales personnel is super important early on. Now, the next role, as I briefly mentioned on this, sales and marketing are obviously super important, and early on, they're probably the most key roles and they fit hand in hand, right? Sales and marketing go hand in hand. And so an organic content marketer could be also one of your first hires that I would consider if I was to start my business again, right? And an organic content marketer is going to stay up to date with the latest social media trends. They're going to stay up to date with platform updates and the best practice, and they're going to stay up to date with the best practices to adapt strategies accordingly, right? Content creation, developing content strategies, they're going to do that side of things too. They're going to actively engage and understand audience behavior and community of the creators that they're working with. And they're also going to help you maintain brand identity, brand voice, and consistency. Plus, they're going to organize collabs and coordination, for example, with influencers. So if you're doing influencer partnerships, stuff like that, right? They can organize that and come up with the content ideas that you can do there, right? If you're doing cross collabs. And so that's stuff that they're going to do as an organic content marketer. But the key role there is they're going to be staying up to date with all the latest social media trends and working on content strategies with your models if you're in the OFM space to do that, right? And then the last role that is another key hire that you want to make as soon as possible is obviously going to be a chatting manager and or a chatting agency and or just a good chatter themselves, right? Like I would arguably hire a chatter and train them, like your first chatter that's really good, train them to be the chat manager. If you really want to relieve yourself and only focus on just marketing, just to start, like let's just say, the first 6 months of the year in a business, you just want to crack marketing, get really good and just get really good at generating traffic, blowing models up, then it can be good to work with a chatting agency, even though you're not going to make as much money. It can be really good in terms of focus and clarity. And then the next year you can go take what you've learned from working with a chatting agency and go and build your own chatting team in-house or wherever you want to do, right? That can be super key. Hamosi says there a lot, like some of the best ways to learn is to work with people that have done it on the inside, give away a bit of your business for a bit. Like for example, if you was to work with a chatting agency and they're asking for 15%, go and do it for a bit, just so you can learn how they operate, you can learn how they sell, document what they do, right? So you can learn and go and build your own team. And sometimes that's more valuable than actually buying a course or a program or information, right? Because you're actually seeing hands-on what they do. I did it with my coaching company, where I worked with a sales agency for a while. I was paying them 25% of my business, just to learn what they did, their systems, their operations, how they hired people, how they hired, how they did X, Y, Z, right? And I learned a lot, and then I implemented it into my own business when I left and stopped working with them. And we've done the same with chatting agencies and tons of different things, right? You almost reverse engineer the process, and it's a really smart way to actually learn and to grow the company. And so, yeah, you can do a chatting agency or a chatting manager, because having a chatting manager is going to be actually a crucial part of the agency, because they will take care of everything when it comes to the OnlyFans pages as a whole, and tasks such as scheduling content for the feed, hiring chatters, training chatters, making sure that chatters are actually turning up and working, seeing what content's needed, any customs that need to be chased up, and lastly, making sure that you have a promotion running at all times, right? Or again, you have the option of going with a chatting agency that will manage all that for you, which if you're just starting out on your own, it can actually be a good decision. Like I said, if you just want to solely crack one thing at a time, because focus is key, right? And so if it's going to spread yourself too thin, then go and work with a chatting agency. Yeah, you're not going to make as much money for the first 6 months to a year, but just crack the marketing bit first, right? And once you've cracked that and that's solved and that's working and you've hired people and put people in place, then you can go and figure out the chat inside of things, right? Rather than overwhelming yourself and trying to do everything at the start. So that's what I would recommend, and that's probably what I would do if I was to start again. I'd hire a running mate first, and we would learn the entire marketing thing, so we wouldn't have to go hire an organic marketer. I would crack that. I'd go and work with a chatting agency straight away, and that's all I would focus on. And then as soon as I've got some type of income coming in, I would go and hire an admin or an executive assistant or a rover to replace myself and my business partner or / running mate of all the competitive tasks, right? That's what I would do. And then again, after about 6 months to a year in the business, however long it takes me to crack the organic marketing game, where I confidently know I can almost blow every model I work with up as long as they hit their KPIs, then I would go and figure the chatting side of things out, right? So that's what I would do. That's how I would scale. That's the easiest way to make your first key hires. That's how I would scale a business. I'm literally going to show you in this video how I made my first 100 grand a month with this business model. And so even if you want to just go make 50 grand a month or 10 grand a month, then you can do that as well. But this is literally going to show you the path to get to 100 grand a month. And so all I ask for you in this video is to just give me your undivided attention. All I ask is to just pay attention, because this video has a potential to change your life and your agency. No bullshit. I'm just going to give you straight value, and if you actually implement the things I talk about in this video and take it seriously, and don't just go goof off and then go back to doing what you're doing because it's easy and comfortable, then getting to 100 grand a month is going to be easy. And so that being said, give me your undivided attention, put your phone down, tell your mom that you're about to create generational wealth and not to ask you to do the dishes, and watch this fucking video. So yeah, what I want to go over, right, is how to actually scale your agency to 100 grand a month, right? And the point of this is there's no one strategy that's going to allow you to scale your agency to 100K a month. There's no one template, there's no one playbook, there's no one funnel, there's no one TikTok hack, no platform, contract, offer, etc., right? It's all about the foundations and 7-figure principles that you need to inject in your business. And so with the right foundations and principles, all you need is hard work and a little bit of creativity, and that's it, right? And now rule number 1 is going to be actually having an irresistible offer, right? And so like one stupid, simple, irresistible offer for one niche, right? So your clients, your models, they need to feel stupid saying no to your offer. So most agencies feel like the more the better. So they decide to offer 8 offers, 6 services, 3 niches. So for example, the amount of OnlyFans management agencies I see that will do chatting for some models, just chatting, and then they'll do just marketing, and then they'll do full service management, and then they will offer different things to different parts of the market. Then they'll go after models making less than 5 grand a month. They'll go after models making 50 grand a month. They'll just take what they can get, right? But that doesn't scale because that's super complex, because you never actually become good, or you can never systemize anything. And so it's always just a mess. And so you're just always going to be an employee in your business, right? And so in reality, if you actually want to scale to 100 grand a month, you just need one of everything, right? One niche, one market segment, one offer, one service, right? And so like when it actually comes to creating that irresistible offer, you have to understand acquisition at a fundamental level, right? And so like there's really only like 6 pillars of acquisition. And all acquisition is converting a human from a stranger to a client, right? And to do that, you need 6 things. And that's going to be drive. So an unconscious driving force of human behavior, the core and root reason for taking an action or making a decision. And so there needs to be some type of drive to turn a human, like from stranger to a client, right? There needs to be some type of goal, right? There needs to be a future situation that they want to live in, manifest, or see come true. There needs to be some type of problem. So an obstacle standing in the way of them achieving their goal, right? And so with OnlyFans, that could be a model that's just struggling to get her time back because maybe she's making 100 grand a month and she just has no time to do anything else, right? And next you got pain, right? You also need pain, an unpleasant feeling or emotion created by the problem that they're facing. And these are really like this is just the basic psychology behind why strangers, models that you're reaching out to, that you're speaking to, convert to clients. And this is really like the catalyst for actually creating a good offer. You need to understand the psychology behind these principles at this level, right? And so you've got drive, you've got goals, you've got problems, you've got pain. Next, you've got action, right? So mental decisions and physical behavior taken to alleviate pain. And then lastly, the 6th pillar is confidence, right? So having faith, belief, and trust in someone, aka could be your company or company, right? To solve their problems. And so rule number 1 is of client acquisition is to focus on those 6 pillars, right? Which again is drive, goal, problem, pain, action, and confidence. And rule number 2 of client acquisition is don't forget rule number 1, which is drive, right? And which is the focus on the 6 pillars, right? That's rule number 1. And so client acquisition is simply just understanding and leveraging their core drives, recognizing their goal, so a desired future state someone has, defining and understanding the obstacles to said desired state, creating and recognizing pain created by the problem, eliciting decisions and actions that alleviate pain created by problems, building confidence in the person's perception of your ability to solve. And so all of these 6 things are required to acquire a client, aka convert a stranger into a customer, right? So drives create goals, goals create problems, problems create pain, pain creates action, right? And then action requires confidence. And so those are the first principles of psychology behind client acquisition. And so until you like really understand that at a fundamental level, then acquisition is probably going to be different to you. And I'm not going to, I can spend the next 3 hours talking about it, but I'm working on a module to add on this, really like diving deep behind what is client acquisition and how you actually attach that to creating offers. But I just want to give you guys this scheme right now. And so to create an offer, like you need to understand that because you need to understand acquisition. Otherwise, you can't create a good offer that people feel stupid saying no to, right? And so an offer is not just about like the value stack and the things that you actually deliver. Like we do this, we do this, we do this. An offer is a combination of things, right? And so, who do you help? What's your promise? What's your strategy to get you to that promise? What's the methodology? What's the factors of value? What's the guarantee? And then what is the outcome, right? So if you work with us, you'll either get X or get Y, right? And so like when you think of an offer, that's what you want to be thinking about, right? And so that's rule number 1 of scaling your agency to 100 grand a month is having an irresistible offer. Next is going to be value actions, right? So rule number 2 of simplicity scales, rule number 2 of how to actually scale your agency to 100 grand a month is going to be value actions, right? So most agencies focus on the wrong things. They focus on websites, what their first initial outreach message is going to be, black hat marketing, wherever, right? It could be anything. But a logo, for example, just all stuff that doesn't actually matter, right? But if you actually want to scale your agency to 100K per month, the only things you should actually be focusing on is generating appointments, closing those appointments, delivering amazing results, and then systemizing and automating those 3 steps, right? There's nothing else. There's nothing else that matters. Like website, all this shit is negligible. These are the only actual things that matter. And this is universal across any agency business model. This works, right? This is, if you can do this, do this, do this, and do this, then you'll be at 100 grand a month in 3 months, right? Like literally, like it's really not difficult. And so like, this is all you need to matter. This is all you need to worry about. And so if this right now isn't happening, then fuck the logo, fuck the website, fuck everything else. This is what should be your sole focus in solving, right? This should be it. If you can do this, but you can't do this, then this should be your sole fucking focus. If you can do these two, but you can't do this, then this should be your sole focus. And if you can do all these, and you just have to figure out how to systemize and automate it so you can replace yourself and don't become an employee in your business, right? And so these are the only actual things that matter, but everyone overcomplicates it. And so everyone thinks you need to add a bunch of crazy steps and you need to do all these little things and you need to add complexity and do this and do that. It doesn't, you're not going to get to 100 grand a month when it's just that much of a mess, right? Simplicity scales. That's the message I want to get across, right? And so you need to figure out how to do these 4 things. And if you can do that, then you're going to win. It doesn't matter what you do. But again, this is going to come down to offer, right? This is going to come down to your sales. This is, and also your offer. This is going to come down to your service delivery, right? And then this is going to come down to your hiring and all that side of the things, right? Now, rule number 3 is the math, right? And so a lot of you guys, a lot of OFM agencies always have this big goal in mind of 10K per month, maybe 30 grand a month, maybe 50 grand a month, maybe 100 grand a month, maybe 500 grand a month, right? But most of you have no idea where it actually takes to get it. And so I like to call it the raw math, right? So let's just take a random service business, for example, just because it's easier to explain the math. So obviously, you know, if you're taking 50%, it depends on the client. So it would be a terrible example. But let's just say let's just say there's someone in you that doesn't do the traditional agency model and he is doing a TikTok marketing service and he's charging for OnlyFans models and he's charging 1.5 grand a month. And his average retention is 5 months, right? So he earns about 7.5K per client. So to make 100 grand a month, that person needs 13 to 14 sales per month. Now, out of every 4 meetings he closes, he has 1 client, let's just say on average. So to do that, he needs 56 meetings per month to close 14 clients, right? And so out of every 100 DMs I send, he has 2 meetings. So he needs to send 2,800 cold outreaches, cold emails, whatever you want to say, a month to get 56 meetings, right? This is an example of like the broader methodology of how you to get 100K. So you need to know that for your specific service, wherever you're offering, right? If you're doing 50%, let's just say, you know, the average client you sign is making 5 grand a month. The same thing applies, right? Okay, so you take 50%, she's making 5 grand a month, usually lasts 5 grand a month, but usually within those 5 months, we're able to get her to actually 25K a month. So on average, she's worth X amount. It actually took us about 200 outreach attempts usually to get 2 meetings. And so if we want to get more clients, we need to do this and need to do that. And you need to literally sit there and figure out the math of like how you actually get to 100 grand a month, right? So this is like an example, right? So if out of every 100 DMs you're sending, you get 2 meetings booked, and you want to get to a specific point, obviously the math needs to add up for you. But in this scenario, you'll need to send 2,800 outreaches, right? A month to get 56 meetings. And if you're closing at this percentage, then you'll get 14 clients if you have 56 meetings. That's an example, right? You might close 100% of the time. So if you can book 56 meetings, then maybe you get 56 clients, right? And so you need to figure out the actual math. Like, what is the math for you? And I use this broad example just so you can understand, because obviously everyone in you is different, and everyone does different stuff. But this is just easy to understand for everyone, right? Just, you know, 1.5K a month, average retention rate's 5 months, so 7.5K per client, right? That's the LTV. So you need to know this, right? Like, really, really know where it takes to actually get there. Otherwise, you're just always just gonna be stuck and wondering why you're not getting it, right? So everyone has this big goal in mind, but has no idea how to get it. So do the math, make a game plan for the number you need to hit to get your goal. And you also need to understand your margins and what you need to invest to make it happen, right? So you can do this math. Okay, great. You know the methodology, you know the math it takes to get to wherever your goal is, 50K a month, 100K a month, 30K a month, 500 grand a month. But what are you investing right now? How much is the team expenses for that specific scenario? What are you going to need? Are you going to need more VAs? Are you going to need more chatters? Okay, cool. So where are you paying the chatters currently? Is that going to go up? Is that going to go down? Is that going to stay the same? Like, this is why you have to have a simple system. And this is why you need to have simplicity. And like I said, if you don't have simplicity, this is going to get super complex, because if you can't actually build a system and you don't actually have any processes around that, then it's going to be a nightmare. Because if for one client you're just doing chatting, then the other client you're doing chatting and fucking TikTok marketing and Instagram. And then for another client, you're doing like all these other different things. And then you have like chatters from the Philippines on that client, which is like $3 an hour plus 4%. But then you have English chatters on the other one. It's going to be an absolute mess. And you're just adding way too much complexity. So get rid of all that complexity, and just, you almost need to productize your service, right? So how can we get a client, and how can we deliver the same results for every client, and just keep it that way, right? Just systemize that entire thing. Just keep it simple. This is what we pay our chatters. This is how our team. This is exactly how we scale. Just really lean out your business and really make it simple. The more complexity you add, the more difficult it's going to be to scale, right? Simplicity scales, right? Rule number 4: keep it simple. Kind of just touched on it, but keep it simple, right? One niche / audience / market segment, whatever you want to call it. One offer, one traffic source, one sales script and process, one way of delivering results, one goal, right? Simple things scale. The more complicated you make your business, the less money you make. And not only the less money you make, but this goes into the next one, is build a business or a job, right? Because if you do not keep it simple, and the more complex you make your business, you will build a job, not a business. You will just become an employee in your business. And your business is meant to work for you. You are not meant to work for your business. What is the point in making 100 grand a month if you are working 14, 15 hours a day, stressed to the teeth? Everything's fucking always falling apart. One thing breaks over at this part of the organization, and there's a fire over there, so you have to go and put that fire out. Then you put the fire out, everything's fine again, and then something breaks over in this department. Now you got to go and put that fire out. By the time you've put that fire out, you've got like a day to breathe, and then all of a sudden you feel burnt out, but then something else breaks over you, and now you've got to go and fix that, right? Build a business, not a job. So there's no point in making 100 grand a month if your business is super complex and there's tons of moving parts. If you have everything systemized and automated, and automations doesn't mean like coding and software and fancy stuff. It just means you need to be able to hire people to do those things for you, right? And so you need a good system to be able to do that, because if your system is just a mess and there's all different things happening, and these chatters are getting paid this and the other chatters are getting paid this amount of money, and we don't do this for that client, but we do it for this client, it's just going to be an absolute fucking nightmare. And you can't build any system around that that's sustainable. You won't see sustainable growth. You can't automate that because it's a fucking mess, right? And so you need to keep it simple, right? That's so key. And this is what everyone fails to realize, right? So simple things scale. The more complicated you make your business, the less money you make, right? And again, build a job, not a business, because at the end of the day, what is the actual point? Like, you work so hard to just, you never get the freedom to do it. You are just may as well go and work a 9 to 5. Like you just have autonomy, and that's it. Like, you don't actually have true freedom. Like, if you have an agency, or at least, and again, this is not for everyone. I'm not shouting at anyone, right? I'm just giving you the play, right? Because you don't want to have this scenario where you have an agency, and if you leave, everything breaks. Like, if you remove yourself from your agency right now, ask yourself a question: would everything break? Okay, and if it would, then you need to figure out how you're actually gonna sustain that long term. And you don't, like I said, you don't have to do that now. You don't have to like go and hire people and do all this and automate it now, but you need to plan ahead, and you need to come up with this, like how you're actually going to get there. Because then when you're at, if your goal is 100 grand a month, you're at the 30 grand a month mark, and you haven't implemented these things, like for example, at 30K a month, we need to probably hire these specific people. It's going to replace me of this part of the organization. So I no longer have to be involved with the traffic side of things, and I can go and focus on the higher leverage stuff, which is going to be one of these 4 things, right? And so like, you need to think ahead, and you need to have that plan in place. Otherwise you will never get to 100 grand a month, right? And if you do, you won't sustain it, or you won't grow, right? And or if you do, you'll just be super stressed, and you'll be an employee in your business, right? So that's rule number 5: build a business or a job, right? Rule number 6 is speed. So most OFM agencies and most agencies, most businesses sit on good systems for too long and work for healthy growth, right? So the thing is, systems don't necessarily last forever. And so systems eventually will break and die out. And so when that system dies out, for example, if most agencies sit on good systems and that system dies out, then they fail and they never scale to the levels they could have if they just put a little bit more into it. So let's just say you find a system that's working really well on TikTok, for example, and or YouTube or wherever. It doesn't matter. It could be anything. Could be a client acquisition system, right? Let's just say you find a Loom system, right? Where you're getting a VA to send 100 Loom VSLs to models every single day, and no one else in the industry is doing it because everyone else is spamming models with big outreach messages and this and that. If that system starts to work, then you need to milk the fuck out of that system. Don't just continue doing 100 a day. You need to go and figure a way how you do 1,000 a day, how you do 10,000 a day. Because eventually that system will die out and it'll stop working, and other people will start to copycat you and it will not work anymore, right? And so that system alone, if you figure that out and you start doing it, that can take you to 100 grand a month in the next month or in 3 months' time, right? And so like when you're doing stuff like that, you need to take advantage of it, right? And so that's going to be super key, because eventually that system will die out, right? And so when you find something that works, just go all in, right? Just go all in. Because a lot of people simply think that it is impossible to go from 0 to 100 grand per month in a short period of time. But that belief is not based on fact, it's based on fear, right? And so if you look at my agency, for example, right, we scaled the business to multiple six figures in less than 3 months. But before that, we failed for like 6 months straight. So like we didn't have a clue what we was doing. We was trying to add so much complexity. We was doing all the things I've just talked about wrong. And it was just an absolute nightmare. And we cracked like 10 grand a month, went back to 0. And then we was like, looked at everything and was like, right, okay, this is too complex. We can't actually do anything. And I actually bought a program and sort of like figured a bunch of stuff out. And I was like, right, okay, we need to do this. And so within 3 months, then we hit 100 grand a month because we found a cold outreach system that was just absolutely insane, which allowed us to just get like so many appointments and just get some of the best models that we still work with today. And we just milked it. And now everyone copies that system and did for a short period of time. And now it doesn't really work anymore. And so a system will die out, and we milked that system, and that was able to propel us to over 100 grand a month in 3 months. Right. And so like a system will break or will die out at some point. And so you need to take advantage of that. And you always need to be trying to figure out like what is going to be that thing that can work, right? And obviously, to find those good systems, you need to have everything else in place, right? It needs to be simple. You need to have a good offer. You need to know the math. You need to do the value actions. You need to understand all of this stuff for this to work, right? This flows into each one, right? And so again, rule number 6 is speed, right? And so again, we was able to do that because we had a system that booked appointments, got sales, and delivered crazy results. And instead of us just sitting on it and just staying at the 100 appointments a day, we was like, 100 outreaches a day, we was like, oh my God, this is working so well. We need to figure out like how the fuck we scale this, right? And so you can scale each individual system if it's simple, right? So at that point, we wasn't trying to do paid ads and this and that and all these other different things. We was just trying to like book as many appointments as possible because we knew what we were doing with TikTok at the time like really well, and we was doing it better than anyone else. And I was like, right, we just need to find a way to just keep booking more appointments because this is working. And so that's what we did. And we went all in, right? And so you need to do the same thing. But the thing is, no one gives there enough time either, right? So like there's a lot of people in here that try something like once, or they try a couple of times, or they do 100 outreaches on Monday and then they miss Tuesday, and they do another 100 outreaches on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday and Saturday. They might do it for like a week or 2 weeks and they miss days and they don't have any actual like system in place, and they're like, oh, I'm not getting any results with outreach. Well, it's like outreach is a proven system that works, but there's tons of different ways to get outreach. And so like I mentioned right at the start, with the right foundations and principles, all you need is a little bit of hard work and a bit of creativity. And so you can't really say a system doesn't work until you've at least tested it for like 30 days. And you've probably need to have done at least like fucking 3,000 outreaches at the minimum. And if at 3,000 outreaches you didn't manage to book an appointment, then maybe you look at outreach as a specific system and you're like, okay, how can we make this better? Do we maybe now tweak a variable? So let's not change the whole system, but let's change one variable. So maybe let's change our page and make that better. And then you do the same test again for 30 days. And then maybe you still don't get any results. Okay, so the page change didn't work. Okay, what's the next variable we can change? Okay, let's change the instead of sending like a short message, let's send a Loom that's like a VSL that's just like a 15-minute video that's going to explain to them how we can help them grow their OnlyFans and blah, 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 blah. Let's try that. And let's just get a VA to send 100 a day. Let's try that. Oh, that actually worked quite well. Okay, cool. Now let's just optimize this. And now let's continue to change a variable or add a variable and see what happens, right? Like that's what you need to do. But no one gives stuff like, no one even wants to test for 30 days because everyone wants to get rich super quick. But once you find out one thing, that system that works, that's when you fucking go all in, right? And that's what can put you ahead above all these other agencies because everyone just has shiny object syndrome and everyone just jumps from one thing to the next because everyone seems to think there's just one playbook that can fix their problem or one funnel or one TikTok hack or one contract or one offer or one platform or one playbook or one template or one strategy. And they just think this is going to be this easy fix, but they fail to do all this stuff. They fail to actually have a strategy of how they're going to get it and a methodology. They fail to keep it simple because they add more complexity. They build a business or a job. They don't act with speed. They don't actually test stuff. They don't actually give anything enough time. It's like, for example, if you have an offer and let's just say you have an offer, you understand how to generate appointments, but you're failing to close appointments. Let's just say you take 3 sales calls with a model and all 3 of them do not close. A lot of people at that point be like, fuck, I've had 3 calls and 3 didn't close. My offer must be shit on my sales pitch, so I'm just going to get rid of it and do something else. It's like, no, like wait until you've had fucking 30 sales calls. And once you've had 30 sales calls, if you've still closed none or closed below 25%, then look at changing the thing. But 3 is like not enough, right? And so like this applies to everything, right? Like let's just say you are taking 5 sales calls a day with models because you just really cracked the code on how to book appointments. Well, one day that sales rep that's taking the calls or you that are taking the calls, for example, could have 0 closes, but a day later could have 8 closes out of 8, right? And so like it's the averages out, right? And so you always want, like for example, with a sales call, you always want, for example, at least 30 clients if you've changed your offer and service to figure out if it's actually going to work. And that applies to like everything. If it's outreach, you're going to need 30 days and probably send 3,000 outreaches or more, right? And so like that's something you need to figure out and that's something you're going to have to do with testing, right? And so that comes into speed, right? And then the next is going to be building systems, right? Rule number 7, building systems. And so like these are the only things that really matter at a 100K a month agency. And so like system 1 is going to be your appointment booking system. Like how do we book appointments, right? Your system 2 is going to be how do we close those appointments? Your sales system, right? System 3 is going to be delivery, right? How do we actually get our clients results in a productized way? So we can pretty much guarantee results with this specific client, with this specific market segment that we're going after. And it's really simple. And even though she's not going to be going from, $2,000 a month to 90 grand a month in 1 month, we're going to guarantee like 20% growth sustainably over the next year, and she will be making 60 grand a month by the end of the year, right? How do we do that? What's the delivery? What do we do? Are we going to focus on TikTok? Are we going to focus on organic as a broad term? Are we going to focus on paid methods? Are we going to focus on dating apps? What are we going to focus on? Let's just do one thing because we don't want to focus on a bunch of different things because that's where everyone goes wrong, right? System 4 is then how do we automate that, right? So we've figured out the system for appointment booking. This is where it is. We have a VA that sends looms that does this, and that just repeats themselves. Then the sales system is once those people watch the looms, they're then going to book a call, and then that call is going to go to our closer, and our closer is going to close the model and get onboarded. Once they've been onboarded, then the delivery system builds, and that's where we then do XYZ in the delivery system. How then do we build system 4, which is to automate these 3 systems, right? Okay, so for appointments, we can hire a VA to send appointments so I don't have to do it myself anymore. And we can hire someone to create the evergreen VSL. Okay, cool. How do we then automate the sales? Okay, so we can get a closer in so I don't have to close the sales calls anymore. And we can have an automated onboarding process when they sign the contract. Okay, cool. Right, delivery. How do we do that? Right, for delivery, we're going to get in a creative director that can do organic, and he's going to build up their entire team, and he's going to build the system. And so we don't even have to worry. Okay, cool. So we've automated the 3 most important steps. Now we can actually scale to 100 grand a month. And at that point, now it's just about like hiring. How do we build a system around hiring? How do we retain these clients that we're getting through these 3 phases? How do we actually track data and track results to see how we can improve and to see what we're lacking on? And then referrals, right? And so on. There's obviously multiple other systems, right? And so like, and then a system has systems within it, right? And so like an appointment generating system, for example, which is like system one, like that has systems within it, right? So this could be a VA sending 100 Loom video DMs a day, and then it could be another system where you are doing fucking Facebook ads, right? And there's all these systems within the system, right? And so like I know this is like probably maybe losing a lot of people, but this is like super fucking important. Like I cannot stress this enough. Like you need to know and understand this shit. And then the last thing is gonna be building a team, right? And so rule number 8, once you figured out how to actually build these systems, and again, systems is not like, this is another thing. Systems is not just like something you like download on your PC and it's like this. Systems is just like, I'm gonna make a video on explaining systems at a deeper level, but it's really simple to understand. It's just like how you do something, right? Like that's just pretty much what it is. And then how do you do it, and then how can you get other people to repeat that process, like a repeatable process, right? Rule number 8 is building a team, right? And so when you build a team and you build systems and this kind of thing, you're going to go through the evolution phases of business. And I've explained this many times. But building a team is, and again, like everyone's at different stages. And so like, I'm not expecting people that are like, you can't just jump from like, doing $5,000 a month, like by yourself to fucking doing all this shit and building a team and like outsourcing everything and doing all this stuff, right? And so just to give you guys a broad understanding of all this so you don't get lost and don't go trying to jump it, you will have to go through these phases, and you could be in any of these phases right now, but everyone starts off in the doing it phase, right? And the doing it phase is where you are doing all this yourself and you're trying to figure out yourself. You're building your offer, you're trying to figure out what niche to go after, what offer to put out there, what is going to be your service. You're trying to figure out how to generate appointments, close appointments. You're sending the outreaches yourself. You're doing the sales calls yourself. You're doing the organic strategies yourself. Like you're trying to systemize and automate those things. Like you're coming up with a strategy. Like that is where a lot of people will be at. And that's the doing it phase. And it's volatile as fuck and it hurts like shit, right? Until you get an actual process and then you prove that process and it starts to feel good and stable. And so an example of that could be, let's just say you figure out how to generate appointments. Because remember I said the only 4 things that actually matter is generating appointments, closing appointments, delivering results, and systemizing and automating. Let's just say you're doing it yourself and you crack the fucking code on generating appointments and you find that one fucking system that works, right? And like I said, you go all in on that, right? You figure out, boom, okay, it's working. You've proved the process now, right? And so now it starts to feel good because something's working and you know that that works. And so now it starts to feel good and it gets stable. And maybe you sign a client and maybe you get your first 10K a month, right? And maybe you now know you can stay at 10 grand a month because you've proven some type of process, right? And this can be in all aspects, right? This can be in the closing aspect, this can be in the delivery aspect. And so this is how it's going to be, right? And so it hurts, you're doing it yourself, it's volatile, then it starts to feel good because you prove some type of process, and then it's kind of stable again, right? But then you go to the next phase, which, okay, you've proved that appointment generating system. You figured out what you're going to do. You've been sending these specific, let's just say you cracked the code on cold outbound, which is outreach, right? You've cracked the code on outreach and you've been sending like these Loom videos that, are working really well in this specific way. And you're sending like 500 a day through this method you found. Okay, now there's no point in you continuing to do it because you've proven that process. So now you have to go to teaching someone else to do it. So you hire someone, you teach them to do it, right? This is where it starts to hurt because they're not going to do it as well as you, right? And this is where you start to actually like systemize and optimize. And until you systemize and optimize, it's going to hurt and it's going to be volatile, right? And so you go to teaching it and you're teaching that person, right, look, this is what I did. And this is what worked. And so I need you to do the same thing. And you're jumping on calls and you're teaching it, and you're actually putting, because you're not doing it anymore, you're not getting the results you once was. And so your agency starts to get volatile again, right? And so at each point you hit a floor, right? So it starts to hurt, it's super fucking volatile. You're doing it yourself, and then you prove a process and you hit a floor and it starts to feel good, right? And you're like, fuck yes, I'm making 10 grand a month. I figured out this like outreach method that's scaring me to sign clients and life's really good. But it doesn't make sense for me to do it anymore because I need to now be focusing on like service delivery to deliver for my clients. So I have to teach someone to do this process that I just proved. And so you go to teaching it, and again, maybe they don't perform. And this is where you have to make the harsh realization that no one is ever going to care about your business as much as you, and no one is going to do it as good as you. And so sometimes you might have to hire 3 people just to replace you, right? And maybe that's how it is. And so this is the teaching it phase where you're going to try to teach them and your results are going to lack because you're not doing it anymore because you've got to teach this other person to do it, but they're not getting as good results as you. And until you've taught them to do it fully and you've optimized and systemized it so you can now hire 3 people to do the same thing to replace you, until you do that, it's going to hurt and it's going to be volatile. But once you figure that out, that's when you actually have a system, right? So that's when you start to optimize and systemizing it. So you're learning a lot from teaching people how you do what you do, which is also why in the doing it phase is so important to build assets. So let's just take outreach for the example again. Let's just say you crack this process at outreach and you've like figured out this way and you're getting like 5 appointments a day from this outreach system that you're using and you've proven that process. Throughout that entire period, you need to be building assets because you're going to be teaching people eventually. And if you don't build assets, then when it comes to teaching them, you're going to be like, oh, fuck, wait, how did I do that thing again? Like, what was it? Like, oh, I forgot. I haven't done it for a while. Like, how do I teach it? Whereas if you just build a fucking war chest, so like, for example, let's just say you found this one outreach method that's working really well. You need to document the fuck out of it. What's your thought process? How did you create it? How are you thinking about this? How are you doing that? And you just build out this entire fucking SOP, almost this entire doc, this entire war chest of everything that if someone else, you was to hire someone else, you could just give it to them and they could binge all their information and be like, ah, okay, I understand. This is easy. And that means this phase where it's all volatile, it's gonna last. It's not going to last as long because you'll be able to optimize and systemize it earlier because while you were in the doing it phase, you've built assets, right? You've built assets for the next person for you to pass her on to, right? And so at that point, it starts that you optimize, you start to systemize the business, shit starts to feel good again. You've got 3 people that are doing that outreach system that are crushing it. And maybe you scale that up because you want to scale even further because you're just going horizontally, going crazy, right? And so you hire fucking 10 people, they're all doing this, you're crushing it, everything's good, it's optimized and systemized. Okay, at that point, now you've got to actually go to managing it, right? And so this is where that first guy you hired to do it is kind of starting to drop off because he knows how to do it, but he hasn't been incentivized, or he's been doing it for 3 months and he's just not performing at the same level because he doesn't care as much and life gets in the way. And this is where you sort of have to really this is where you really have to like set expectations. You have to keep people accountable, and this is where you learn to manage it, right? And while you're learning to manage it, people are going to drop off, and then you're going to have to go back to the teaching it, and it's going to be a fucking nightmare, and everything's going to get volatile again. But throughout this entire process, you will be moving up, right? So let's just say this first floor year is when you hit 10 grand a month on your own. And then the second floor is 30 grand a month when you start teaching and you've optimized it. And then it's volatile again. You might go from 30 grand a month back to 15K a month or back to 20 grand a month. And you might almost lose the fucking business. Like, I mean, this just happens, right? This is the evolution phase of the business. And so then all of a sudden, you start to manage it, you're figuring it out, you got accountable expectations, then you hit that next floor, and that's that 100K mark, right? But if you don't do this and you don't follow this, then you're never actually going to get it, or it's not going to be sustainable. And so like, well, that means if you go from doing it and you just try to start managing it, you jump to try and managing it, it's not going to work because you miss this middle part, which is super key, right? And so like, I'll show you an actual example of what that looks like, right? Let's just say, right, I was doing outreach by myself, right, for a while. Okay, cool. When I just did, this is just me giving an example, right? So, right, I'm doing outreach by myself and I figured out this one system that no one else is doing that is working really well. Okay, cool. I'm now building assets. So let's just say I build out a Notion doc where I'm like documenting everything, right? Once I've built out that doc, and I built out like what I'm doing, let's just say the 3-step conversational flow, like, okay, this is working really well, boom, 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 right? I'm starting to build out assets, right? And so I'm starting to build out assets. So I'm starting to actually I've proved this process. And now I'm going to go and hire someone, right? So I go and hire someone that I can now teach everything I know because it doesn't make sense for me to be doing this anymore because I can't scale otherwise, if I try and scale and I'm still doing this and trying to do everything else, remember, switching tasks kill productivity. And remember, you will become the biggest bottleneck of your business, right? And so you never want to be in that position. And so you have to spend money on talent so you don't become the biggest bottleneck in your business. If you try and hoard all your money and you try and do everything, you try and stay in this doing it phase, you are going to become an employee in your business and you're going to build a job, not a business. And remember, you want to build a business, not a job, because what's the point, right? And so your business is meant to work for you, which is why you need systems and is why you need to prove a process, right? And so, okay, I built all these assets. Now, when I go to teaching, I can just be like, yo, use the portal. This is everything you need. Do this, do this. these are your standards, these are expectations, these are all the training, this is the actual workflow we use that's working right now, this is the system, this is the outreach system, this is everything you need, boom, 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 boom. Then I build out like an actual fucking like an actual working kit for them, right? So they don't get lost, all right? So outreach, boom, we're killing outreach. Okay, cool. This is what it is. I'm hiring you. This is what time zone you're working in. I build out everything, right? These are your initial onboarding tasks. This is your job description. I've given you guys all this in the Discord, right? This is your role. This is your mission. This is what your outcome is. This is your targets, right? These are your expectations. And then because you've built this out, you can track. And when it comes to managing it, it doesn't get as hard because you've got everything new and you've got data, right? And so like these are all the things you need, boom, boom, boom. And you just give them everything so you can't fail. But if you don't have this stuff and you don't actually take the time to do the boring shit, you're just gonna try doing it yourself. And you're going to prove a process and you're just going to be bouncing between these phases forever. And if you do go and try teaching it, you'll be like, fuck, it's not working. Let me just go back to doing myself because I can do a better job myself, right? But you have to go through this volatile phase where it starts to hurt to optimize and systemize something to where it feels good again. And then you have to go over to managing it. But managing it becomes easier when you're going to have accountable expectations, right? So when you actually set the standards and you build stuff out like this and you give them all the assets that you've built out from when you were doing it yourself and you've got everything in place and you're tracking, you've given them trackers to track, right? Once you've got all that stuff, it becomes a lot easier in the managing it phase. And it's gonna be less volatile. And so if you don't do this, then you're either gonna be, like I said, stuck in the doing it phase or the teaching it phase or bouncing between the two. And if you don't do this or you try and jump from doing it to managing it, you're either going to burn out, which most people will do because they never want to scale because they do everything themselves or they don't want to spend money or they've got 10 grand in their bank. And if I said, look, you need to put that entire 10 grand in your bank account into these specific roles, like you need to go and hire this talent and you've got to fucking eat there, you've got to go into zero for a bit so you can actually get to the next phase. Most people will be like, nah, I'm just going to continue doing myself and wait and pay with time, right? And so at that point, you're just going to get stuck there and you're either going to burn out or you're going to have to try again, right? You have to fucking strip your agency down and try again. But if you actually follow everything I've said in this, then you will see success, right? And so the last part is rule 9, which is relentless product improvement, right? So how do you compete with an agency, for example, who goes all in on TikTok? How do you compete? When you're doing dating apps, paid ads, GGs, Reddit, IG, TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, Strip Chat, etc. And then my agency is only doing TikTok, for example, or only doing short form, or only doing organic content, wherever that specialty is. How do you compete? If I'm only doing TikTok and I've mastered this because it's simple and because I've got an entire system and I see all the data, because we don't have to concern ourselves about what's going on with fucking Reddit and what's going on with this. And this is something we're doing at our agency now. We're just completely stripping it down to make it as simple as possible, right? And so like, if we want to get to 1 million a month, we just need to keep it simple. Like we just need to literally strip everything else. We've stopped doing Reddit. We've stopped doing Twitter. And we're just going to focus on organic, right? That's it. That's all we're going to do. We're just purely going to focus on organic, right? And so like at that point, like how do you compete with an agency who just goes all in on organic when you're trying to do a mixture of everything? Because we're getting all the data from organic. All our models that we work with do organic. And so like we get all the best data. We can iterate faster than anyone. That's all our focus is on. So obviously that's going to grow and that's going to grow better than anyone else who's trying to do multiple things. It's naive to think that you can do all these things and then wonder why am I not doing TikTok as well as Dylan? Because I'm just doing TikTok. Simplicity skills, right? Systems thinking. Now, this is a really important one. This is probably one of the most important things in this entire course, right? Now, I'm not going to go and just teach you about OFM, and I'm not just going to teach you about, the best TikTok strategy and the best dating apps and all this bullshit, blah, 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 blah. I want to actually teach you how to think. I want to actually teach you principles that will serve you in any realm, any endeavor of business. Stuff that transcend just OFM. This is why I've been able to do so well in comparison to everyone else that sells bullshit programs and courses on this subject. And this is why this program is better than anyone else's fucking paid shit, right? Like, this is the reason, because I want to teach you foundational stuff. Now, if you think, oh my God, I don't want to learn about systems thinking, it sounds really boring. Yeah, it does sound boring, and it is kind of boring. But if you don't learn this, how the fuck do you think you're going to make 100 grand a month or 500 grand a month or even become a millionaire? It's not going to happen. Like, if you don't know the fundamentals, like, you shouldn't be an entrepreneur. Like, leave OFM Conquest right now. Like, you're not meant to be a conqueror. Like, just dip. Like, I don't want you on the fucking program. Like, that's just how it is, right? And so, like, this stuff that I'm going to teach you in the upcoming modules is like the fundamentals that you need. And if you don't understand these things, like I said, you can't expect to have any real success, because you'll just be acting based on what you think you should do, or you'll be acting on emotion. And like, this is how you think. Like, no one else is teaching you this stuff, especially in this industry. Like, no one else is teaching you how to think, right? So what I want to do in this one today is I want to tell you about systems thinking and how most successful people think. System thinking has fascinated me for a long time. I've always been curious about what separates highly successful people, whether they're entrepreneurs, employees, or experts in any field. I've tried to understand what makes them see things that others can't, and how their thinking differs them from the norm. I remember reading Jeff Bezos' book, the Amazon book, I forgot what it's called, the Everything Store. After I read that book like 4 years ago, I was like, holy shit, this guy's fascinating. I just started looking into it, and I came across this stuff, which is systems thinking, right? So I've just put like so many hours to get this out of my brain into this document right here. Like, it's just taken so much time to think, like, right, I know how to think and I know how I'm thinking, but how do I get this out of my head and show it to other people to where it's simple and easy to understand? So hopefully I can do that for you in this one today, right? So I've realized, after years of study and obsession of people like Jeff Bezos and all these great people, even the emperors and all these people, I've realized that the key factor is systems thinking. And in this video, I'm going to explain what systems thinking is and how successful people use it, and how you can apply it to achieve better results in your business and even in your life, okay? Now, what is systems thinking? Systems thinking is a way of understanding the world by viewing everything as interconnected systems. Rather than seeing things linearly with a simple chain of cause and effect, systems thinkers see a web of relationships and interactions. This perspective is crucial because the world is full of systems. Now, I used to think I can never be a systems thinker. This is not me. I always used to think like about maths and like, oh, I hate maths in school. Like, I can't think this way. Like, I'm a creative. Like, I don't want to learn. I'm fine. I can just figure it out. No, you can't. If you want to be a business person, this is the shit you need to learn. And it's boring, but once you learn it, you kind of start to geek out about it, and it's fun, right? I used to hate this shit. I couldn't think of anything worse than watching a video on systems thinking. But trust me when I say, like, you need it. And I'm not going to be putting it in this program just because I want to. There's a reason for this, okay? Now, I'll give you some examples of systems thinking, right? We got the solar system. Our solar system is a complex interplay of planets, moons, and other celestial bodies, all affecting each other through gravitational forces. The position and movement of each planet influences the others, creating a dynamic and balanced system. Okay? We got ecosystems. Nature operates as an ecosystem where plants, animals, weather, and water cycles are interconnected, constantly balancing each other. For example, in a forest, trees produce oxygen, animals consume plants, and decomposers break down dead matter, returning nutrients to the soil. These interactions maintain the ecosystem's health and stability. Now, nature is the ultimate system. It's incredibly complex and far more intelligent than any human. Despite our technological advances, we still can't predict the weather with complete accuracy. Nature continuously balances itself through these interconnected systems. So everything in the world is a system, right? Everything works this way, which is why systems thinkers do so well, right? It's almost how you create your own reality. Now, Section 2, systems thinking in everyday life. Systems thinking isn't just for natural systems. It applies to everything around us, including society and our own bodies. I'll give you some more examples, right? We've got social systems, legal systems, and we've even got the human body. Now, social systems, our interactions with others are governed by social norms and rules, which form a system that enables communication and cooperation. For example, social norms dictate appropriate behavior in different settings, helping people interact. It's funny, right? When people say, oh, the system's against me, the system, blah, 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 escape the system, blah, blah, blah. the matrix is all a system, right? And it's a very well put together system. And when you understand how systems work, you can create systems in different parts of your business, and you'll start to see. I'm going to just keep explaining. I don't want to get too lost and go down a rabbit hole. I'm just going to explain like I got on the dog, right? Now, legal systems is another example. Laws and regulations create a framework within which society operates, ensuring order and justice. The legal system includes various interconnected parts like legislation, enforcement agencies, and judicial bodies, all working together to uphold the law. And we've also got the human body. Now, our body is a network of systems. Like we've got the immune system, the cardiovascular system, the respiratory system, and obviously a bunch of other fucking systems, right? The body is insane, it's so complex. But each system is vital for our survival and well-being. For example, the respiratory system supplies oxygen to the blood, which the cardiovascular system circulates to cells throughout the body, and they all work and they're all interconnected, right? And without it, the system breaks, right? And we die, like literally. And so without understanding these systems, you wouldn't be able to function effectively in the world. We learn language systems, we learn numbering systems and social systems to navigate life. We've all understood this from young. Like we're all operating these systems. It's just no one knows how to think of it because everyone's a bit brainwashed and no one really is conscious of what these systems are and that they can think in systems, right? And so we wouldn't be able to function effectively in the world if we didn't, without understanding these systems. So we learn languages through systems, numbering systems. We learn social systems to navigate life. For instance, mastering a language involves understanding its grammar, vocabulary, and syntax, right? All of which are interconnected components of a larger system being language, right? Now, applying systems thinking in business. Now, this is where it gets good. Business is also a system composed of various interconnected parts. For instance, we have accounting systems. These help track profits, losses, and financial health. An accounting system records financial transactions, providing insight into the company's economic status. We have marketing systems, and there's plenty more. These are just examples, right? There's a lot. It can go on forever. It's like endless. There's systems within systems and everything, right? Now, marketing systems, right? Tools and strategies for reaching customers, such as Google and Facebook ads. It could be organic content, right? That's a system. Then you could have a system within TikTok, and then you could have a system, like it just goes deep, right? So a marketing system involves creating, communicating, and delivering value to customers, encompassing market research, advertising, sales, and customer service. Successful entrepreneurs and employees are typically systems thinkers. They see beyond individual components and understand how everything is interconnected. This holistic view allows them to make better decisions and drive greater success. For example, an accountant might see expenses like Facebook ads purely as cost. However, a systems thinker understands that these ads generate leads, which convert into sales, ultimately driving profit. They see the bigger picture and understand how different components interact to affect the whole. Another example is customer support representative who realizes that their interaction with customers affects overall satisfaction, loyalty, and future sales. By providing excellent customer support, they contribute to a positive customer experience, which enhances the company's reputation and profitability, right? So when I say successful entrepreneurs and employees are typically systems thinkers, and they see beyond the individual components of how beyond the individual components and understand how everything's interconnected. That means if you don't see and think in systems, you'll like something will not work. Or let's just take outreach as the example. You're doing outreach for your FM agency. You try it for like a week or two, and like nothing's working, and you're like, fuck, it doesn't work. You change based on emotion, right? Systems thinkers wouldn't do that. They would sit there and go, right, firstly, they would have a plan. So we're going to try this specific outreach system for 30 days, and we need to hit 6,000 outreaches within those 30 days. So 200 outreaches a day, right? They then thinking, this is the system. They build it all out. It's not like loosey-goosey where they just decide, this is the outreach message, this is what we do, this is the follow-up sequence, this is how we send the booking link, and this is how we get them on a call, this is how we follow up if they don't do the booking link, blah, 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 right? And they have the system laid out. They then try it for that set time period of 30 days and 6,000 outreaches, and they do not change anything in the system until they've tested it over a long enough time horizon. They treat it like a science experiment, right? And they do it, they get to the end, maybe they've seen success, maybe not. And then what they're going to do is they're not just going to go, fuck it, let me just go and do something else and try something else, blah, 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 blah. They're going to then change and tweak one variable and test it again over another 30-day period, 6,000 outreaches. And then they're going to see the data again, and they're going to be like, huh, the data we had this time is better. Okay, this variable that we added or changed clearly has worked. I think based on the data from this month, from the last month and this month, we should also add in this variable, and then they test it again, and then it works a bit better. And then they keep removing or adding or changing one variable at a time, not changing the entire system. They're just trying to get a system that works. And then they find a system that works. Maybe it takes 6 months, maybe it takes 12 months. But once they find the system that works, they can go all in on it and just fucking exploit it and hammer that system and go from, that's why you see some businesses go from 10K a month to 200K a month in 2 months, 3 months. It's because they found a system that works over testing. However, people that don't think in systems will be like, oh, I'll try outreach for like on and off for like 3 days. There's no real any system. I'm just sending where I can, doing where I can. There's nothing in play. I'm just going to like continue to do it. Oh, it's not working after 2 weeks. Let's just try and do something else. Oh, let's just try and switch this. Let's change 6 variables and add these variables and remove these ones. And they don't even know what they're doing. They're just trying shit and they're acting based on emotion and how they feel, and they don't actually look at the data and they don't play the long-term game. And then that's why they're always stuck in this perpetual cycle and flywheel, and they're just doing the same thing on the hamster wheel. And then even though, you know, maybe they have this luck and have this initial success, they always come back down, and the systems think will always maybe start off rocky and always go, and the systems think it's the rabbit and the tortoise, the hare and the tortoise. The systems think will always win. And that's why you have to be thinking about every aspect of business, not just outreach, you know, FM, right? Every fucking aspect. Don't just change stuff based on emotion. It needs to be, I know it's boring, and this is the one thing that no one solves for time. No one thinks about time. Everyone wants stuff now and fast and fast and fast. But by doing that, they have shiny object syndrome, which we're going to get into in another video. They have shiny object syndrome. They're constantly changing stuff, which is why they never make any progress, whereas slow is actually better than fast 99% of the time in business. Because if you go fast, you'll make emotional decisions. It'll be a mess, right? So this is why you need to learn and understand how to think in systems, because this shit's so fucking important, man. Like, holy shit. Like, I wish I'd known this. Like, I could have like sped up my journey by like 4 years. Like, honestly, this is the most valuable thing you will ever watch if you really truly understand it and apply it to your life and trust the process and not be emotional and change stuff and look for the new shiny things and this didn't work. Just try and just stick to it and just have a long-term outlook. If you're in the game for like, right, I'm going to do this for the next 10 years and you apply and you look at it like that, look, it's fine if we take 2 years to figure out an outreach system that works by just changing one variable at a time and playing the slow game, because when we find it in 2 years, we're going to be able to just crush the competition and go from, you know, being stuck at 5-10 grand a month, 20 grand a month, wherever you're at, to 500 grand, $1 million a month, right? And so that's how you need to look at it, and that's how you need to play the game, and that's how you win, right? Now, that was a bit of a tangent. And so that is applying systems thinking in business, right? Now, the downside of component thinking is section 4. In contrast to systems thinking is component thinking, where people see things in isolation. This approach is limited and often counterproductive. Here are some examples. Accountants. They might only focus on expenses and fail to see how spending money on marketing can generate income. This narrow view overlooks these interconnectedness of marketing efforts and revenue generation. Employees is another example, right? Employees, so we got, you know, a customer support representative might not realize how their interactions with customers affect overall customer satisfaction and future sales. They may handle tickets efficiently but fail to consider long-term impact on customer loyalty. Now, component thinking limits one's ability to see the broader impact of their actions. For instance, improving a landing page conversion rate might seem beneficial, but if it negatively impacts customer acquisition cost and overall ROI, the change is actually harmful. Systems thinkers consider the entire process and its outcomes, right? It's kind of like second order consequences. If you make this decision, what is this going to do? Third order consequences. If you make this decision, what is that decision going to lead to? And what could that decision lead to, right? You need to think ahead. It's like chess, right? And it's the thing I go back to, right? Like, for example, like people are like, oh, let me just like change the website because it seems like the website sucks and like I could change it and it could look better and it could optimize the conversion, but that might actually fuck up everything. You've changed a variable that could fuck up everything, especially if it's been working. If you find something that's working really well, do not fucking change it. Just don't. Just fucking milk it until that system breaks and stops working and isn't as good anymore because people copy it or whatever happens, right? Do not, okay? Like, don't go, oh yeah, we gotta, like, oh, this is the biggest mistake I made in business when everything's going really fucking well, right? I remember when I was making 100 grand a month, right, with my agency, and I was like, everything's going so well, life's good, I'm so smart, oh my God. I was like, let's just try and let's start changing stuff. Let's like do this and do that and do that. And then shit just started, like, within like 3 months later, it hit me 3 months in the future. Like, it didn't hit me instantly when I made the changes. 3 months down the line, I was like, why isn't no leads coming in? Why are we making less money? Like, I couldn't figure out. And I look back and I'm like, oh my God, like I changed all this shit that didn't need to be changed. Like, there was just no need. I should have just doubled down on the things that were working and just done more of the things that were working rather than trying to add more complexity and do more things. Because that's not how you scale. Simplicity scales, right? You have to prove a process, find a thing that works. Once you've proven that process, you fucking just do more of that thing, right? And we're going to talk about this, improving a process, and we're going to talk about this in an upcoming module called Evolution Phases of Business, which is also insanely valuable, right? And like I said, no one's teaching you this type of shit. Everyone's just like, here's a very basic TikTok marketing strategy that ChatGPT made. They've not even done it. They've not built businesses. They have no fucking idea what they're talking about, right? Which is why there's so many bad stigma around courses online, when courses have changed my life, man. Like, courses of, like, the amount of money I've spent on courses and programs and mentorships is unbelievable, but you've got to know to buy the right ones, right? And I'm hoping that this free course can really change everything for you, right? Now, component thinking, where was we at? Right, yeah. So now we're on 5, right? Section 5, building a systems thinking approach. To become a systems thinker, start by viewing everything as a system with inputs, processes, and outputs. So let's break this down. This is fucking exciting, right? Inputs. These are the resources of information you put into a system. For example, in a business context, inputs might include the raw materials, financial capital, human resources, and information. The processes are the methods or actions used to transform inputs into outputs. Processes involve the steps taken to convert inputs into products or services. In a manufacturing business, processes include production, quality control, and packaging, right? Outputs. These are the results or products of the processes. Outputs can be goods, services, profits, customer satisfaction, or other desired outcomes. Additionally, consider the environment and feedback loops which affect and are affected by the system. For example, the environment. External factors like market conditions, competition, and regulations can influence the system, right? Platforms, all this stuff can influence the system, right? If you're doing cold outreach and you're hitting 500 a day, and then Instagram go and limit people to only sending 10 messages a day, that's going to fuck the system, right? And so that's stuff you always need to consider. The business environment includes economic trends, technological advancements, and social changes, right? So this is the environment. These are the external factors, right? And then you've got feedback loops, right? Also, which is part of the outputs, right? So for example, outputs that circle back as inputs. So influencing the system's future behavior. Outputs that circle back as inputs, influencing the system's future behavior. Feedback loops help systems self-regulate and adapt to changing conditions. For instance, customer feedback can inform product improvements and service enhancements. A classic example is the human body. To achieve desired outputs like good health, you need proper inputs such as healthy food, adequate sleep, and exercise. The environment, like weather, can also impact your health. If you consume unhealthy food, the output, your health is obviously your output, right, will suffer, right? So the output will suffer if you consume unhealthy food, if you input, right? And that's going to demonstrate a negative feedback loop, right? So you've got the human body, and then let's just say your goal of the system is to become healthy, right? Then all you need to do is have the proper inputs, which is healthy food, adequate sleep, and exercise. And then obviously, yeah, you have the environment. Like if you get more sun, it's going to affect you. It's going to be beneficial, right? And so like you want to consider that. But if you live in a really cold place that rains all year, then that's something you can't really control. But that's the process part, right? And then obviously that's all going to dictate where the inputs is going to dictate the actual output, so the outcome, right? So like for example, if you eat all the healthy food, you get adequate sleep, you get exercise, then the output of your health is going to be good. You're going to be healthy, right? Whereas if you consume unhealthy food and that's the input, and you are in shit weather, in a shit environment, and the air is polluted, because the process is all fucked up, then guess what? You're going to suffer, and that's going to demonstrate a negative feedback loop, right? And it's just an example of health. This is the easiest way I think to think about it, but it's the same in all business, in all systems, in your outreach system, in your marketing system, in your TikTok content system, like everything operates this way, right? Section 6 is systems thinking in practice. Here's how you can apply systems thinking in various areas. So you've got personal health. Inputs include diet, exercise, and sleep. Processes involve how you manage these inputs daily. So for example, like, gym. Well, if your gym is like an hour away, then maybe it's better to redefine that process, and rather than spending an hour driving an hour back, which could end up getting you demotivated, let's just see how we can change that process. Okay, so we can change that process by actually just creating a home gym or finding body weight workouts and doing them in the house, so it creates less friction, so the process is more smooth, right, and more efficient. And so like the input now is like, okay, one of the inputs is exercise, and the process of doing that exercise can be a home workout that's body weight, right, which is super efficient. And the outputs then is your overall health and well-being, right? You're going to get fitter, you're going to get those six-pack abs, wherever the system is that you want. If you want to build a system for getting jacked, then it will change. If you want to build a system for longevity, it will change. If you want to build a system for six-pack abs, it will change, right? For cardiovascular fitness, it's going to change. And so the inputs, the processes, and the outputs are all different depending on the actual system, right? And so, for example, personal health inputs include diet, exercise, and sleep. Processes involve how you manage these inputs, so how you go about doing the exercise, how you go about the diet, whether you get organic, like if you eat, for example, organic, grass-fed, grass-finished beef and compared to like really processed, shitty beef from McDonald's, it's still beef, but like the input is different and the process is different, and that's going to affect the output, right? And so again, the outputs then are your overall health and well-being. For example, a balanced diet, regular physical activity, and sufficient rest contribute to optimal health, which is the output, right? Now, another example is knowledge and learning, right? So inputs are the information you consume, such as books and courses like this right now, right? You're consuming because you want an outcome of making money. You want an outcome of being an entrepreneur, being a business guy. So you're consuming this information as an input, which is a good input to have. Don't get me wrong. I'm fucking dropping game right now, right? So you're in the right place, right? And so again, knowledge and learning, let's take that as the example. Inputs are the information you consume, such as books and courses. Processes involve how you study and apply this knowledge. Outputs are your skills and expertise. For instance, continuous learning through professional development. Courses enhances your expertise in a particular field. So this is going to enhance your, this input right now that you're taking in is going to enhance your systems thinking ability, which is going to enhance your business and going to make you more money, right? You've got business growth, right? So inputs are leads and traffic. Processes include your sales funnel, your marketing strategies, and outputs are new customers and revenue, okay? And so, inputs are the leads and the traffic. So, models, you're getting models from, some particular process in your sales funnel and from some Facebook ad, and then the outputs are them wanting to sign to your agency and then creating new revenue, right? And so a successful business constantly monitors its environment and adjusts its processes based on feedback. For instance, if ad costs rise, you might need to optimize your funnel to maintain profitability, right? In business, think about how improving one area can impact the whole system. For example, enhancing customer support can lead to higher customer satisfaction, repeat business, and positive word of mouth, all of which contribute to increased revenue. So that was systems thinking in practice, right? Now, hopefully you're starting to understand this. Now, section 7 is the tools for systems thinking, right? To develop systems thinking, use these tools. Interconnectedness. Always look for how things are related. For example, understand how customer support impacts sales and marketing. Recognize the web of relationships that exist within any system. You got circular thinking is another tool that you can use for systems thinking, right? Recognize that events and their outcomes are often part of a feedback loop, not just a linear chain. For instance, a successful marketing campaign boosts sales, which increases revenue, allowing for reinvestment in further marketing efforts. We've got emergence, allow complex behavior to arise from simple rules. In business, this means creating flexible processes that can adapt over time. Emergent behavior is often seen in markets where trends develop from the collective actions of individuals. We've got holistic analysis. Consider the entire system rather than isolating individual components, evaluating how changes can in one area affect the whole. For example, a change in supply chain logistics can impact production schedules, inventory levels, and customer delivery times. Okay, and that's really important. This holistic analysis is super key. This is a tool. All these tools you have to use, but this one is particularly strong because you could look at like the wrong things. You could isolate like one variable and change that, and you haven't actually considered how that would impact the entire system, and it could break everything, right? Even though you think, oh, it's fine, I'll just tweak the website copy and it won't make that big of a difference. And it could actually have a drastic impact because you haven't considered the overall system and how that can affect the whole area, right? You haven't evaluated it, right? So relationships is another one. And this is the last one on the tools for systems thinking. Understand that nothing operates in a vacuum. Every action has broader implications. Recognize the interconnectedness of systems and how various elements influence each other, right? Now, stick with me. We're nearly getting to the end. I know this probably seems boring to you, but this is, again, you need to know this. I wouldn't just be saying this for no reason. And frankly, no one else is going to teach you this stuff, so I've took it upon myself to give it to you for free, right? Now, section 8 is action steps. So, to start thinking like a systems thinker, and this is stuff you need to do. Don't just go and fucking move on to the next videos and just fuck around. Take these actions, right? To start thinking like a systems thinker, you want to start mapping out your systems. For example, identify the inputs, the processes, and outputs in areas you want to improve. For example, in your business, map out the customer journey from awareness to purchase and to identify key touch points. So, for example, your customer journey is super important. So, if you run an OFM agency, then what does that customer journey look like from when that creator, that OnlyFans creator, first sees you? Maybe she sees an ad, maybe she sees you in her DMs. What does that whole journey look like from that one first touch point to awareness? She becomes aware of you, she becomes aware of maybe what agencies are for the first time and blah, 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 blah. How does that then lead to her actually becoming a client, right? What is that customer journey? And that's just one example, right? You want to start mapping out the systems for everything in your business. Your chatting systems, your fucking marketing systems. You want to map it all out. If you don't have anything mapped out, then you're making a grave mistake because you just operate. You can't keep all this information just like in your head, and it's all going to be random and sporadic. You need to operate based on data, and you need to have these systems and processes in place, which is why you have in SOPs, standard operating procedures, and policies, and all this stuff is really important. But people overlook them because they're boring and no one wants to do them. And yeah, great, but like, you need to learn it. Like, it's just what it is, right? Like, if you want to actually be successful, this is the stuff you need to learn. But no one will tell you that because they want to just distract you with the flashy stuff and, oh, just learn about mindset. Oh, yeah. Well, just have a growth mindset. Like, what the fuck does that even mean, right? It's just bullshit, right? Now, and I'll tell you what a growth mindset means. It's about paradigms, and you should have already learned about that, and that's what a growth mindset is, right? It's constantly challenging paradigms. But again, I'm going on a tangent. Let me lock in, right? So, again, to start thinking like a systems thinker, you need to map out systems. So identify the inputs, process, and outputs in the areas you want to improve. For example, in your business, map out your customer journey from awareness to purchase and identify the key touch points, right? And again, you want to do this for every part of your business right now, right? Every single part, right? All the service delivery components, all the acquisition components, everything, right? Now, then you want to analyze feedback, right? So look for feedback loops and how they influence the system. For instance, track customer feedback and use it to refine your products and services. If a model, or if 5 or if 10 models, there's a repeating behavior and they're saying that this one thing sucks really bad, you should probably fucking take that as feedback and you should probably refine your product or service, right? Now, adjust for the environment. Consider external factors and how they affect your system. Remember, like I said, if your outreach system is 500 outreaches a day on Instagram, it's working really well, or that's what your system's built around, and then Instagram go and fucking decide, or there's an upcoming update that you haven't looked at, and Instagram is saying in August they're going to implement it to where you can only message 10 people a day, and you haven't considered that external factor, and you've put everything into this system. Well, guess what? In August, your system's going to break and go to shit, and you've just wasted time, money, effort, and energy because you didn't consider external factors. So you always need to consider external factors, right? And that could be staying informed about market trends, regulatory changes, technological advancement, platform changes, whatever it is, right? You need to adjust for the environment. Now, a big one is this black hat marketing stuff that all these agencies think they god tier at, and all this bullshit because they just want a fast one solution that's just going to make them money because they have no idea how to run an actual business and make money, right? And so they look for all these black hat solutions. And recently there's a big change coming up, and Instagram are making a massive update, which I've known about for a long time, because black hat never works. So you're fighting against the platform. So why would you build a system around black hat marketing when eventually a platform's going to make changes? Like, you can have the best system in the world for Tinder, but if it's like in terms of dating apps, and eventually that system's going to break because Tinder doesn't want you operating that way. And so you're playing a losing game. You can't build any long-term, sustainable, evergreen systems, which is what I'm about. Because if you want to build an actual business for the long term, and you want to constantly not have to worry about chasing money and all this shit, and you just want consistent, sustainable growth where, you know, within 5 years you can get a 500 grand a month, right? Rather than, you know, getting to 100 grand a month in your first 3 months, and then going back to 10k a month, and then getting back to 50k a month, and then going back to 0, and then going back to 100, and then, like, fuck that, right? No chance. So, like, you need to consider this stuff, which is why a lot of the black hat guys don't know business, don't have any business fundamentals. They know how to code, they know how to do this stuff, they know how to break platforms, blah, blah, blah. But then when Instagram say, we're now stopping all aggregating accounts, which is what they're doing. Instagram is stopping aggregator accounts, so repost pages, they're not going to push them, and they're going to focus solely on pushing smaller independent creators and people that just have, like, posting unique organic content. Well, my system's been built around that for the last 3 years, so I'm up tremendous and I'm going to be winning. My system's only going to be improved when that gets implemented. But all the people that are doing mother-slave method and that they're implementing all this bullshit, guess what? They fucked, right? So that's why you need to learn this, and this is what no one's going to teach you. This is the most important thing you've ever watched, I'm telling you right now. Like, fucking watch this 100 times. Seriously. Like, seriously. Shit, I wish I knew, right? And lastly, focus on the whole. Avoid optimizing individual parts at the expense of the entire system. Ensure that improvements in one area do not negatively impact other areas. For example, in your business, map out how leads are generated, how they move through your sales funnel, and what factors influence the conversion into customers. Track feedback from customer satisfaction to see how it affects repeat sales and referrals. Number 9, right? Not much left now. Stick with me. We're almost there, right? Number 9, real-world examples of systems thinking. So let's just dive deeper to illustrate systems thinking, right? We got Amazon. I'm fascinated with Amazon and Jeff Bezos, interesting guy. If you haven't read the Everything Store and the Amazon shareholder letters, I'd highly recommend it. Very fucking interesting, right? Example 1, Amazon. So this is what we're doing right now, right? Is we're diving deeper into real-world examples to illustrate systems thinking, right? I want to just give you as many examples as possible. So Amazon uses systems thinking to optimize its supply chain. Inputs include suppliers, inventory, and customer orders. Processes involve warehousing, shipping, and delivery. Outputs are timely deliveries and customer satisfaction. Feedback from customers is used to refine logics and improve service. That's an example of Amazon, right? Example 2, healthcare. A hospital operates as a complex system. Inputs are patients, medical supplies, and healthcare professionals. Processes include diagnosis, treatment, and recovery. Outputs are patient health outcomes. The environment includes regulations, funding, and public health trends. Feedback from patient outcomes is used to improve medical practices and hospital management. And number 3 is education. A school system has inputs such as students, teachers, and educational resources. Processes involve teaching, learning activities, and assessments, and outputs are student performance and graduation rates. The environment includes government policies, community support, and economic factors. Feedback from student performance helps educators adjust curriculum and teaching methods, right? Step 10, section 10, the final part of systems thinking is overcoming challenges in systems thinking. Now, while systems thinking offers many benefits, it also presents challenges. Complexity is the biggest challenge, right? Systems can be complex, making it difficult to see all the interconnections. This is something you're going to get better with over time. Don't expect to be the best fucking systems thinker in the world, but this is going to definitely help you get there, right? Now, to overcome this, so again, let me just go over this again, right? Like, systems can offer many benefits, but it also presents challenges, right? So overcoming these challenges, right? So complexity. Systems can be complex, making it difficult to see all the interconnections. To overcome this, break down the system into smaller, manageable components and study how they interact. Again, this is super boring shit, guys, but you need to do it if you want to get to 500 grand a month, $1 million a month. I didn't just get to 500 grand a month by fucking randomly, sporadically deciding shit to do and, let me just change this and I think this is going to work, or fucking so-and-so said this is going to work and Di said this works for his agency and he's making 200 grand a month, so let me just do that. No, that's not how you fucking operate. That is not how you operate, right? Now, 2 is resistance to change. So people and organizations may resist changes suggested by systems thinking. Address this by clearly communicating the benefits and involving stakeholders in the decision-making process. Number 3, time-consuming. Analyzing systems and implementing changes can be time-consuming, and this is the thing no one considers. Prioritize high-impact areas and use iterative approaches to make gradual improvements. Like I said, if you've got a cold outreach system, change one variable at a time. Just iterate, right? Just iterate slowly. Slow iterations are better than fast, emotional decisions. And yeah, you might be right sometimes, every now and again, maybe, probably not, but just don't do it, right? Don't get rid of shiny object syndrome, right? Just prioritize high impact areas and use iterative approaches to make gradual improvements. And Zuckerberg's really good at rapid iteration and this kind of stuff. Look into rapid iteration, very interesting stuff, right? Number 4, data availability. Lack of data can hinder systems analysis. This is a big one, guys. If you're not tracking historically to predict the future, right? Track historically to predict the future. Data, everything is data. I fucking hate data, but you need it and it's so necessary, which is why I've got as operations manager and all the people that can look at the data and just give me the reports and say, look, this is the data, this is what I think we should change based on the data. You give it the go ahead. Then I'll look at it and be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense, let's change that, right? Now, you've got to do that shit yourself at the start, you've got to learn that shit yourself. And again, data is the most important. Data is more important than anything else. If you don't have data, you just make stupid decisions based on emotion and what you think is going to work, or what Jack decided was going to work, or what that guy that you look up to on YouTube said works, or wherever. That's not how you operate. That's not how you run a business. That's not how you scale. That's not how you have any operational efficiency, right? And I promise you, you're just going to be stuck. You can get to 10 grand a month. You can get to 50 grand a month. You can probably get to 100 grand a month without a lot of this shit. But if you, like, it's going to be a flash in the pan. Like, it's not going to last. You're going to be a slave to your business. You're going to be an employee in your own business. It's not going to be good, right? If you want to be a true business person, you want business acumen, you need to learn this shit and watch this video 100 times, right? And start looking deeper into each of these things I'm talking about, right? Start looking deeper and deeper and studying it at the fundamental level, study it at the source, right? Now, lack of data can hinder systems analysis. Invest in data collection and management tools and gather accurate information for informed decisions. I spent like $75,000 on someone to build systems for my agency just so we could track data at such a deep, high level, because that's the most important thing. And like, people are like, why the fuck would you do that? Like, why would you spend bro, if I had 75K in my bank and I had to spend 75K on systems and I had no systems and I didn't track anything, I had no data, I'm spending the entire 75K. I do not give a fuck, because that money's eventually going to go anyway. So it's like, I may as well put it into the business on something that's going to work, right? And so this shit's so important. Data is so important, guys. Track historically to predict the future. Without data, you're just playing a game of luck, and you're not going to be right like the majority of the time. You're not going to beat people, and the people that you see flying is because they have this shit in place, and it's the tortoise versus the hare. Like, the reason you see people like that start the same time as you and have access to the same level of information as you, and they do so much better than you, and you get stuck, is because they probably think this way and they understand this at a fundamental level. And even though you might have beat them at the start and you've been at the same place, it's the tortoise and the hare. They always just absolutely outshine you and destroy you, and that's how you're going to lose. And so, conclusion, systems thinking transforms how you approach problems and opportunities. By understanding and leveraging the interconnectedness of various components, you can make smarter decisions, optimize your process, and achieve better results. It enables you to see the bigger picture, anticipate potential issues, and create more resilient and efficient systems. I am done. Hopefully this changes your life, business, and again, who else is giving you this type of shit for free? I'll see you at the top. Peace. So I wanted to go over something that has served me really well, and it's to do with scaling the business, right? And at my agency, we do everything off the theory of constraints, right? Which basically means a system will only grow until it's constrained to its limit, right? It's like the idea of the weakest link. So it's finding what the weakest link in the chain is, what the constraint of the system is, so that we can deconstrain it and then grow to the next natural constraint, right? It's a very simplistic look, but it's extremely effective because it just cuts down all the noise until, like, if I had to pick one thing that's a big limitation of the business, what would it be, right? And then we just get laser focused on solving that one problem, right? Solve that problem, and then we move on to the next constraint. And if we solve that problem and the business doesn't grow, well, then we pick the wrong constraint, right? And so sometimes the constraint is actually your ability to judge what the constraint is, which is why wisdom is one of the hardest things to earn, which obviously comes from experience, right? And if you need to chunk it all the way up, then, if you need to sum it up, if you want to grow a business, you have to sell more clients, make them worth more, or decrease risk, right? Those are the three things that are going to grow the value of a company. And so just by simply asking the question, like, why do we not have 10 times more customers? Or why are we not making 10 times more money? And figuring out what the answer to that question is, oftentimes is the constraint, right? So if I have a problem, I have to be able to track it back to one of those three things. And if it doesn't really track back to one of those three things, or if there's another problem that has a much higher likely impact in terms of it's higher likely and it's actually got a greater effect size, then I'm going to prioritize that, right? So it's just that oftentimes someone's like, yo, we should change the colors on the website. But, like, what is the actual likelihood that will affect how many models will do business with us, right? Because it isn't up to this point. And so is it a constraint of the business? No. Is it something we could improve? Absolutely, 100%, right? But there's also 100 other things I could improve. I could send more emails, which I don't do, right? There's lots of things that I could do, but what are the few things or one thing that matters most, which ladders back to what is the constraint of the business, right? It ladders to that, right? What is the constraint of the business? So this is just something that served me really well in terms of scaling, just figuring out what's gone wrong and then fixing that one problem first, right? So, you right now, if a constraint for you is, I can't sign models, like I can't, like, there's no traffic in terms of, like, my lead gen sucks, I'm not getting many leads, I can't sign any models, I can't even have quality conversations with models, I can't find any of them at all, then obviously that's going to be the biggest constraint of your business, because if you don't have leads coming in, then you're not going to be able to sign models to deliver results to make money, right? So you need to, before you're trying to fix your website and your branding and your content and all these other things, you need to solve that one constraint first. Otherwise, the business is not going to grow. And you just end up spending time, energy, and your focusing on things that don't actually grow the business and are not actually real constraints, rather than focusing on the one thing that matters, which is going to take your business to the next level, right? So the theory of constraints is really powerful. And again, it just basically means that a system will grow until it's constrained to its limit. So where is the weakest link? Where is the constraint of the system? And how can I deconstrain it to grow to the next natural constraint? So let's say, you solve the model problem, you figure out that's the constraint of your business. You can't find models. You figure out the lead gen, Now you've got a flow of models coming in, but now maybe your chatting isn't that good, and maybe your clients are not that happy with the chatting. So that's going to be the next natural constraint. So then you go and fix that constraint, and then that's how you grow and scale, right? Rather than like doing a bunch of pointless shit that doesn't matter. Like, if you can't generate leads and if you can't get models, then that is the constraint. Don't go and worry about all this other stuff that's pointless if the main constraint is the fact that you can't find models or you can't generate leads, right? So you need to figure out, maybe you can't close deals. Maybe that's a constraint. Maybe you've got a fuck ton of leads, but for some, you just can't close them. Like, you're jumping on calls every day and you just can't close them, right? That's a constraint. You need to figure that out, right? So this is what I would do. And you can also tie this in with a pre-mortem as well. So yeah, this is super important. This has served me really well, and this is worth its weight in gold. So yeah, hope you're having a blast day, and see you at the top. Peace. So what is a pre-mortem? Now, this has been one of the most crucial aspects that I've implemented into my business to stop as much failures and setbacks, to overcome obstacles, and to just have less failure and get where I need to get to quicker. This is something I learned from a mentor, one of the most valuable lessons I've learned. And it's, like I said, it's helped me tremendously in my business. And my goal is to share that with you to help you in your business as well. Now, what is a pre-mortem? A pre-mortem is a strategic technique used to identify and mitigate potential risks and challenges before a project or initiative begins. The concept of a pre-mortem is derived from the idea of a post-mortem analysis, which is conducted after a project or endeavor has failed to determine the causes of its failure. Think of it like this, right? This is the easiest way. This is the way my mentor explained it to me. And it is, when someone dies, what does a doctor do? A doctor conducts a post-mortem examination, right? And in that post-mortem examination, the doctor can determine how that person died, right? What was the cause of death? And that's where a post-mortem. So we're flipping that script and doing a pre-mortem, and we're tailoring it to the business sense. So instead of putting ourselves in a position where the business has failed, let's find out why it's failed. We're imagining that's already happened, and we're doing a pre-mortem to find out what would be the causes of death, what would be the causes of failure before it happens, right? So we can shortcut that. So in a pre-mortem, the participants imagine that the project or business, so obviously your OnlyFans management agency, right? So in a pre-mortem, the participants imagine that their OnlyFans management agency has already failed or experienced a significant setback. It depends where you're at. If you're just starting, you experience it doesn't even get off the ground, it fails. If you're maybe stuck at 10K a month, or you want to get to 10K a month, or you want to get 100K a month, what would be the reasons that it didn't get there? Imagine that it couldn't get there and it failed, right? So in a pre-mortem, the participants imagine that the project has already failed or experienced a significant setback. Then they then work backward to identify the reasons why the failure occurred. This exercise helps uncover potential pitfalls, weaknesses, and risks that might not have been adequately considered during the planning phase. So you're going to be like, right, my business, let's just say you got an OnlyFans management agency that's doing 10K a month, right? And your goal is to get to 100K a month. Right, we're going to now imagine that we didn't get to 100K a month and we got stuck at 10K a month forever and it failed. What are all the reasons that it would have failed? Maybe it was you couldn't generate enough leads. Maybe it wasn't you couldn't convert those leads. Maybe it was your chatting wasn't good enough. Maybe it was your client retention sucked. Maybe it was you couldn't get results for your clients, right? It could be a mixture of all these things. You're going to come up with every way that you would have failed, and then you're going to build mechanisms around them to ensure that you don't fail moving forward, right? So when inevitably it gets to that point, you already know how to avoid it. So why is it important? If I offered to pay you $1 million in order for you to give me 100 ways to make $1 million, you would be able to give me the answer maybe 100 times, right? So how come you can't leverage one of these ways to make $1 million for yourself? The answer to this question is the thing many people have yet to understand. Most people seek more ways to achieve their goals and never or rarely spend time figuring out how to guarantee failure, right? Most people are like, yeah, I want to achieve these goals. This is how I'm going to achieve them. But they never or rarely spend time figuring out how to guarantee that they're going to fail. I'm starting a OnlyFans management agency. How can I guarantee all the ways that I'm going to fail? And then I'm going to write them out, come up with those ideas, and then build mechanisms to avoid those at all costs. So a pre-mortem allows you to figure out the few paths that guarantee failure. There are many ways to fail, but there are fewer ways to guarantee failure. The beautiful thing about finding the few ways that guarantee failure is that you can easily avoid them and then guarantee a great level of success. When do I use pre-mortems? I use them quarterly with my team, so 4 times a year. I take a day to set a target for the company and write as many pitfalls as I can that would guarantee failure. Then every leader in my organization writes the obstacles that would guarantee failure as well. Then we meet and figure out how to avoid these failures. I use it to create no-brainer offers and mechanisms for my clients. I create an ideal transformation that I know my clients desire. I list out all the things that were guaranteed that my clients never experience their desired transformation. Then I create a mechanism offer that guarantees that these obstacles get removed from my client's path. So if you're having an OnlyFans creator and she's really just, can't do TikTok, she's really struggling, and let's just say that's one of the reasons that is going to guarantee failure, that you can't generate any results on TikTok. You're going to build a mechanism and offer that guarantees that those obstacles get removed from you, right? Now, how to conduct a pre-mortem for your business. Now, this is important. This is where you're going to want to write down, take notes. Please take notes through all of this. Do not just watch it. Learning is not just watching and consuming, but it's the action that is the rate. It's the change of behavior and the action that is implemented. That's what learning is, not just listening to me talk, right? So make sure you take notes and go over this multiple times like you do with everything. You need to go through this program at least 5 times. How to conduct a pre-mortem for your business, right? Number 1, the scenario creation. The team or you imagines a future point in time where the client failed to achieve their desired transformation has failed. They, or you, create a fictional narrative that describes the failure and its consequences. The scenario should be detailed enough to provide context for the analysis. After you've done that, you're going to move on to number 2, which is brainstorming failure factors. Each team member independently brainstorms and lists the factors or reasons that could have led to the client's failure. The focus is on identifying potential risks, weaknesses, or oversights that might not have been considered previously. This can exclude external factors, internal challenges, assumptions, dependencies, or anything that could derail the project. Then move on to number 3, which is group discussion. Now the team gets together, the team gathers and discusses the identified failure factors. Each member shares their list and the group collectively discusses and evaluates the factors. This discussion helps prioritize and refine the potential risks. Number 4 is going to be risk mitigation. So based on the identified failure factors, the team then develops strategies and actions to mitigate or address these risks proactively. This can involve adjusting their project plan, reallocating resources, strengthening contingency plans, or implementing new mechanisms. I highly recommend doing a pre-mortem when creating your service, as it will lead you to create an amazing of a service while most of your competitors are stuck only offering partial solution. You'll be 10 steps ahead, solving problems your clients aren't even aware of yet. This will give you a competitive edge and allow you to make more money. When I went from my basic marketing agency for OnlyFans creators to a full service management agency offering things like chatting as well as marketing and a ton of other stuff, I did it after learning about pre-mortems. I made a list of everything my clients needed solving: the offer, my strategies, the infrastructure, the chat system softwares, the sales, the fulfillment. And once I started solving these problems, my company started making millions of dollars, since no one was solving as many problems for my clients as I was. So that is pre-mortems, and that's one of the most valuable pieces of information you can learn in business. Doesn't matter what business you're in, this is an evergreen principle that you can use, and this can make you millions of dollars. So this is something I got from a mentor. I'm now sharing it with you. Please use this, please leverage this, because this can make you millions of dollars, and I will see you in the next one. Peace. A lot of you guys know that I like to write, and I like to have a section on my phone called Life's Notes. And I like to speak to my younger self, give advice to my younger self. And I've just been sat here thinking for the last 20 minutes, like, how could I give my younger self the most amount of value? How did he feel? I was putting myself back in that situation. And I just remember like it feeling really lonely, because no one believes in you. Like, you tell your parents or your family and your friends you're going to do all these things, but no one really believes you, and that's okay. And so like, I want you to know that that's okay. Like, they're not going to believe you. They're going to think you're crazy. They're going to think you're living on a pipe dream, and that's fine. You've just got to stick with the journey. And see, with entrepreneurship, you don't get handed an instant paycheck like you do in a job. You know, if you go out and get a job, next week you get a paycheck. The week after you get a paycheck. Entrepreneurship doesn't work like that. So with entrepreneurship, you might not get a paycheck for 3 years, but in that 3rd year, you're like, holy shit, I just made 10K. And you show your parents and they're like, whoa, how the fuck did you make 10K? And then that's when you say you're going to do all this crazy stuff, but it doesn't happen for a long time, and people don't understand that. And so like everyone around you is just going to think you're being a bum and you're not doing anything because they don't see these instant results. But you're getting better, you're getting mentally stronger. So don't let those people bring you down and give up. And so I just remember being like 3 years in, on the cusp of breaking through, and for that entire 3-year period, everyone was ripping me down, everyone was saying I was crazy, everyone was saying, isn't it time to pack it in now and go and get a job or go to university, blah, blah, blah. So if that's you right now, don't give up. And you'll get out on the other side and you will make that first bit of money and you will see a first bit of success, and you'll achieve some of the things you set out to, and you will achieve some of the things that you told people you was going to achieve. And they'll be like, how the fuck did you do that? Like, how? That makes no sense. Like, show me. And it's like, I can't. Like, you have to go through that journey, right? And so they don't understand. And that's when you have people asking you, how do I make money? How do I do this? And it's like, well, you got to go through this 3-year journey that I've been on, that you thought I was just messing around and doing nothing. But I've actually been working towards this for the last 3 years. And so people don't understand that because you're doing something big. And if you don't have people that are hating on you or calling you crazy or telling you to give up, then you're probably not doing something big enough with your life, right? And so the point of that is, I just remember how lonely it felt, and it really hit a chord with me. And so if you do feel alone on your journey right now, just know that the road to success is a very lonely road. It's a dark road. Though the other road, the road that everyone's on, is well lit, right? It's the navigation equipment works. There's a bunch of lights on that road, right? Directions are easy. You know exactly where you're going. You're in a Tesla or an autopilot, right? And that's the road that everyone's on. But the road to success is a dark road, right? There's tons of stop signs. There's potholes. There's crazy turns. God, the navigation equipment probably doesn't work. You have no idea where you're going. You're probably in some beat up old Toyota, and damn, sometimes there's even crashes, right? Where you're just on the side of the road, you're completely lost, you have no idea where you're going, and you're just like, you just feel overwhelmed. And you're like, I don't even know what to do. I don't know where I'm going. But that means you're on the right road. That is what the road to success looks like. It's not gonna be the same as the well-lit road with everyone cruising on autopilot in Teslas with directions, knowing exactly where they're going. It's gonna be this crazy journey of ups and downs and hills and potholes and turns and flat tires, and like, it's just gonna be this wild journey. And if you stick to that journey to the end, that's where you see the bright light at the end of that road. And that's where success is, and that means you're on the right road. So if that's you right now, please stick to that road. If there's one piece of advice I could have given my younger self when he felt lonely, when he was doubting himself, whether he didn't know if he could become successful, this is the one video I would love him to watch. Because if he'd given up, I wouldn't have the life I have now. And I am happier, I am more fulfilled, I am just living a life that I used to dream of. And my life's not perfect, don't get me wrong. There's tons of stuff that's wrong. I'm not the perfect person. I'm still working on the fulfillment side of things, but I'm a lot more fulfilled than I was. And so like, I think this is a work in progress. And this is why I want to start this channel, because I want to share my lessons and my work in progress with you guys, right? And see, people think success is just purely achievement, but it's not. And that's where I realized, like, over this journey, is I always just thought success was about achieving. Or also people think that success is like purely fulfillment, right? So it's like you have some people that think success is just purely achievement. Some people think it's fulfillment. And I used to think it's just purely achievement. Like, the more money I make, that means the more successful I am. When I actually started to make money and get to and level up and become more personally developed and become more self-aware, I realized that success is not achievement or fulfillment. You need both. And so for me, like, the definition of success is achievement plus fulfillment. And there's a quote, I don't know who said it, and I'll probably butcher the quote, but it talks about achievement. There's a science. So there's a science to achievement, right? Your step-by-step plan. There's a science to achievement. But fulfillment is an art. And so, like, mastering an art is more difficult than a science in terms of achievement, right? And so like achievement, there's a science to it, so you can achieve it, but fulfillment's like a different thing. Like fulfillment's on a personal level. So there's not like a blueprint to fulfillment. So like I'm trying to still figure that out myself, and hopefully I can bring you guys on this journey and we can try and find out what the answer to fulfillment is. But that's like where I'm at. Like I kind of want to master that art of fulfillment. I think it is true that there is a science to achievement, and I am very driven by achievement. But I think to have happiness and to feel successful, you need both pieces of the puzzle. So success is not monetary. Success is not having a Lamborghini. Success is not having a fancy house. Success is not having a number in the bank account or wherever. None of that materialistic bullshit, right? Success is achievement plus fulfillment, and I'm still working on the fulfillment side of the thing, and I've still got tons more things to achieve. And so like you guys can experience this journey with me, and we can go on this journey together. And I would love to see you guys document your journey, and you guys share your insights with me. Like I would love to watch your guys' videos. Like I think it would be sick. I think I can learn from everyone. And so far as I have got in terms of thinking about what is fulfillment, probably the best definition I've heard of fulfillment is what Tom Bailey said, the guy that has a big podcast, who said, fulfillment is how you feel about yourself when you're all by yourself. And so I just sat here and thought, like, how do I feel about myself when I'm all by myself? And I've just been sat by myself for the last like 2 hours. I've just been thinking, like, how do I feel about myself while I'm all by myself? And I was just sat there deep in thought, and I think I'm like so driven by achievement and by financial success and by all these like little things like getting attention and all these things, right? And I think I do it to almost knock, there's definitely like things in my life and pains that and trauma, past trauma, that I've not dealt with. And I think I do it to distract myself from them. And so like I think I need to go on this journey and confront some of those things in my life. And so I'll let you know how I get on. But that's like, I just wanted to end the video on that, because the main takeaway I want is, if it feels lonely on your journey right now, you're on the right road, and please, please, please do not give up. So yeah, hopefully that resonates. Hopefully that sticks with you. No matter how hard it is, just please, please stick it out and don't quit, because I promise you it's worth it. It really, really is worth it. And it's the journey that's worth it. It's not the money, it's not the things that come with what you can get and what you can achieve by being a successful entrepreneur. It's the journey that makes you the person. And just like I don't want to know the you that hasn't been through the journey. I don't want to know the you that's had an easy life or a normal life. I want to know the you that's like been on this tough journey, that's been on the dark road, that the road less traveled. I want to know the you that's came out the road less traveled on the other side. I don't want to know the you that's on the light road that everyone else is on in the Tesla on autopilot, living a boring life. I want to know the you that's got the battle scars, because that's the you that's interesting, and that's what makes the best version of you. And so I couldn't imagine if I had took another path in life, how I would think, how I would be. I just could not imagine not being where I'm at, and I'm just so glad that little voice inside me was stronger than all the outside external voices and forces that were pushing against me to not become successful and to not do what I wanted to do and be authentically me. And so that's kind of the point of this video, is just be authentically you. If you want to do something and it does feel lonely and it does feel shitty and it is hard, just stick to it, because nothing easy is worth doing, right? Like the reason it's hard is because it's worth it on the other side. And so, yeah, welcome to the road less traveled, my friend. And I'm excited to see when you come out on the other side. So yeah, hopefully that helps. And yeah, see you at the top.